Leveling Up and Becoming Undefeatable Chapter 233 to Chapter 314. Humph. Do you think you can stop me just because you have the body of a demon? You overestimate yourself. Today, everyone here will die. Luo Kuan held onto a cold sword, his face filled with disdain as he coldly looked at Xian Yuanyi, who was blocking the door, his expression filled with disdain. Xian Yuanyi's entire body was filled with bloody holes. He slightly raised his eyes and said, "Even if you overestimate yourself, I will still block you." His voice wasn't loud, but it was filled with power. The gigantic sword beside him let out a heavy sword cry. The difference in cultivation level. Before he even made a move, the pressure of the realm had already suppressed him, causing him to be unable to move. Every time he made a move, he would feel as if a huge mountain was pressing down on his entire body. It was very uncomfortable. His movements, his sword intent, were all suppressed. Demon Clan. It was different from the human race. They had strong bodies, but they were not good at using pressure. The development of their sea of consciousness was not as strong as that of a human's. His defense against the sea of consciousness was also extremely weak. This was his fatal weakness. Luo Kuan, one of the 5 great assassins of the Du Mansion, what he was most proficient in was the suppression of his realm. When dealing with people of a lower realm than him, before they even started fighting, the pressure would crush them down, making them unable to move at all. Then, he would slowly play with them to death. His methods were extremely cruel and sinister. However, today, he was a little unhappy. Meeting a demon clan Xian Yuanyi, if not for the suppression of the pressure, it would be difficult to subdue him with just the sword intent. Fortunately, his cultivation had reached the profound king realm. The corner of Luo Kuan's mouth curled up into a cold smile, and said, "Stop me? Humph, you think too highly of yourself if you think you can stop me. The body of the demon clan is indeed strong, but so what if it's strong? Isn't it just a bit thicker skin and a bit coarser flesh? My cold wind sword will let you know that your demon clan's so-called strong body is just a joke." As soon as he finished, Luo Kuan frowned, and the pressure of the profound king realm crushed towards Xian Yuanyi's sea of consciousness like a tsunami. Buzz. Xian Yuanyi's head emitted a buzzing sound. His body slightly sank. It was as if a mountain was pressing down on his head. This feeling was extremely uncomfortable. It made him very unhappy. However, if he didn't move, how could he defend against this pressure? Facing the difference in cultivation, he had no way to defend himself. Pressure. It was a kind of suppression in terms of cultivation level, unshakable. Seeing Xian Yuanyi's body slightly sink, Luo Kuan laughed sinisterly. The cold wind sword in his hand slightly vibrated, making a whistling sound like a cold wind. The sword chi was like a wind blade, attacking towards Xian Yuanyi step by step. In the hall, Tang Tang's face was pale as she said heavily, "Blind man, think of a way to save him. If you don't save him, he will die." They saw that Xian Yuanyi was completely suppressed by Luo Kuan. Tang Tang wanted to help, but her cultivation was not enough to fill the gap between Luo Kuan's teeth. If she rushed out, she would only cause trouble for Xian Yuanyi. Furthermore, Xian Yuanyi had repeatedly warned her not to come out. Blind Lu's expression was also very ugly. He pinched his fingers together and started calculating crazily. Tang Tang glared at him and said, "You're still in the mood to read someone's fortune at this time? Are you even a member of the Flame Dragon Gang? Xian Yuanyi is about to die, can't you think of something?" She was extremely anxious. Seeing that Blind Lu was still pinching his fingers, she became even more anxious. Cold sweat seeped out of Blind Lu's forehead, as if the fortune-telling consumed his jinyuan. Not long after, he gently retracted his fingers and said, "He is not in danger today. His life is not in danger. Not in danger, my ass. Look at how much blood is flowing out of his body. If it were you, you would already be dead. How can you say that he is not in danger? When the boss comes back, he will immediately kick you out of the Flame Dragon Gang." "Humph," Tang Tang said angrily. She really did not understand how Blind Lu could calculate it. Xian Yuanyi's blood was all over the doorway. If he was a human, he would have already died from excessive blood loss. Blind Lu frowned and did not pay attention to Tang Tang. He said to himself, did I miscalculate again? No way. I, half-immortal Lu, have never made a mistake in my 20 years of life. Did I make 2 mistakes today? He lowered his head slightly and looked at the huge figure at the door. His fingers gently pinched the strings of the arrow. His eyebrows moved slightly as he thought to himself, do I really have to make a move? I promised my master that I would not make a move unless my life was in danger. Am I going to make an exception today? Babuda. Blind Lu's expression changed slightly. He had already made a decision in the depths of his heart. He was originally a monk. He violated the precepts and was expelled from the temple. Before he went down the mountain, his sloppy master, who was in charge of sweeping the floor, gave him a book and told him to wait in Heaven Sword City for a person to appear. That person was the person who could bring him to the peak. He did not know who that person was. His master did not say anything. He only said one sentence, follow your heart. He lived in Heaven Sword City for 20 years. He relied on the book his master gave him to make a divination every day. Every divination was accurate. In these years, he slowly came to know that his master once had the title of Taoist Heavenly Secret, and was already famous 1,000 years ago. He was able to calculate everything under the heavens, and was able to reach the highest realm of being able to pry into the mysteries of heaven. Therefore, he believed his master's words. He had waited in Heaven Sword City for 20 years. Today, when he saw Luo Tian on the street, his heart skipped a beat. After calculating a little, he realized that his life was incomparably complicated and was constantly changing. It was extremely strange, he had never seen such a fate before. And Luo Tian had said something like my life is up to me, not the heavens, which shocked him even more. He used the nameless divination book that his master had given him to calculate crazily, and in the end, he could only calculate Luo Tian's life for a day, and could no longer see what would happen tomorrow. This was not death. It was really as he had said. My life is up to me, not the heavens. However, on this day, his fate showed that he had a bloody calamity. There was less than an hour left before midnight. There was still an hour left, which meant that his divination was not accurate. And now, he made an exception and divined for Xianxia. Today, in the second divination, he discovered that he was not in danger, and his life was not in danger. However, the cold wind sword in Luo Kuan's hand flashed with a cold light, causing his heart to sink once again. In order to make up for his mistake, he decided to make his move. From the moment he left the mountain until now, he had never made a move. He was afraid that he would be trampled into the mud by the hoodlums on the street, so he did not make a move. He was afraid that he would do it. He was afraid that he would not be able to suppress the demon in his body. That year, he was bullied in the temple and did not restrain himself. He released the demon in his body and in the end, he killed the chief disciple of the Damo Hall. That day, he killed 108 people. That day was his nightmare. He couldn't control it at all. Thinking back to that day, his heart couldn't help but tremble. Did he really have to do it? Chapter 9, this chapter is 170 votes. Blind Lu's hand was trembling slightly as he held onto the strings of his arrow. But he still walked forward. With every step he took, his body would sway and tremble violently. His face was even paler than before. He wasn't afraid of Luo Kuan, he was afraid of himself. Tang Tang glanced at him and couldn't help but say, I asked you to think of a way, not to go out. How are you going to fight him when you're so scared? She thought that Blind Lu was afraid. Because he did look like he was afraid. Blind Lu grinned, revealing his big yellow teeth, and said with a smile, Girl, the moment I step out of the door, run as far as you can. Don't come back. I will try my best to save Xianxia. He couldn't guarantee it. He could only say that he would try his best to save him. Because, once the demon in his body rushed out, he himself didn't know what would happen. This was what his master had told him to wait for in the Heaven Sword City. Before that person arrived, before he was sure that it was that person, he absolutely could not make a move. But now, he couldn't care less. Although they hadn't known each other for a day, he felt that Luo Tian was the person he was waiting for. It was actually like this. Then let's do it. Tang Tang had no idea what Blind Lu was talking about. She was completely confused. When she really wanted to ask. Blind Lu said again, "Don't ask. Remember my words. The moment I step out of the door, run as fast as you can. Don't come back." As soon as he finished speaking, Blind Lu's body did not tremble like before. Instead, it became firm. Humph. Another blind man. The corner of Luo Kuan's mouth turned cold as he said disdainfully, "That's fine too. I'll send all of you to hell together." Xianxia suppressed it. His body was as heavy as a mountain. He gripped the hilt of his sword tightly and straightened his body. He was like a mountain, guarding the door tightly. He remembered what Luo Tian had said before he left, "Protect this place well." Xianxuan's expression relaxed slightly. He turned around and shouted, "I haven't become the #1 sword hero in the world yet. I can't die, and I won't die." Hiss. An extremely violent aura was released from his body. Like flames. Beast-shaped flames. Luo Kuan's face was slightly shocked. The monster race's primordial spirit ignition technique? This was a cultivation method that consumed one's primordial spirit to become stronger for a short period of time. Only the demon race knew this. 10,000 years ago, the demi-humans had used this technique to occupy the Red River and gain a foothold on this continent. However, this was a cultivation method that consumed one's life force. Once it was activated, one's lifespan would decrease at a crazy rate. Xianxia started to move, and his eyes became as ferocious as a ferocious beast. At this moment, Blind Lu was about to step over the threshold. He was very calm. With a slight smile, he shouted at Tang Tang, "Run." Tang Tang did not move. He looked outside the hall, and tears gushed out of his eyes. He cried loudly, "You're finally back, Sob, you're finally back, big man Xianxia can't take it anymore." Blind Lu followed Tang Tang's gaze and looked over. His fingers that were holding onto the strings of his arrow loosened slightly. His right leg did not step out of the door. Instead, he smiled excitedly and said, "I told you that my divination would not be wrong." At the same time, Xianxuan's bestial flame slowly disappeared. Because he saw a person. His master. The person he worshipped from the bottom of his heart. A mysterious and incomparably powerful man. That man smiled at him, indicating for him to rest. He would leave the rest to him. He did as he was told. Luo Kuan's face darkened, and the cold wind sword in his hand trembled slightly. An extremely cold killing intent, as if it had risen from hell, spread around his body. It was cold as the cold of a dead person. Luo Kuan slowly turned around. Looking at a person, the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. He coldly snorted and said disdainfully, "You're finally back. I've waited for you for a long time." His mind suddenly relaxed. Because Luo Tian's cultivation was only at the 9th stage of the mystic spirit realm. This kind of cultivation was not a threat to him at all. He could kill him however he wanted. Therefore, he laughed disdainfully. 9th stage of the mystic spirit realm. Even if you were at the peak of the 9th stage, you were still far from the mystic king realm. They were not on the same level at all. The gap between small realms was hard to cross, and the gap between large realms was even more so. A mystic king realm cultivator could easily kill any 9th stage mystic spirit realm cultivator. Therefore, Luo Kuan's expression was incomparably arrogant. In his eyes, Luo Tian was just an ant that was about to die. Luo Tian's lips curled up slightly, revealing a grim smile like that of a death god. He softly said, "Fatty, help Xianxuan in." Feng Lei faintly said, "Yes." Without hesitation, he walked up to Xianxuan and helped him up. Xianxuan's body instantly fell. If Feng Lei hadn't helped him up, he would have fallen to the ground and fainted. There were countless bloody holes on his body. His entire body was covered in blood. In the courtyard, there was a large pool of blood near the door. It was hard to imagine what had happened and how much damage Xianxuan had suffered. And Chun Chun was kidnapped. Luo Tian's anger soared to the heavens. Ghost Dragon's death had caused his anger to soar to the heavens. Now that Xianxuan was heavily injured and his life and death was unknown, the anger in Luo Tian's heart had already erupted uncontrollably. He stared at Luo Kuan with an extremely cold gaze and asked, "You were also sent by Du Yuansong?" He wanted to figure it out. Only after figuring it out could he settle the score. Luo Kuan's gaze shook, and he scolded angrily, "You dog, is Du Yuansong someone you can call?" "It should be. It's that old fart Du Yuansong again." Good, good, good. I will let you know the consequences of provoking me. I will make you regret being born into this world." Luo Tian's gaze changed, he pointed at Luo Kuan and shouted, "Now, go and die. You dog, with just you." Luo Kuan's expression changed, and the cold wind sword in his hand once again let out a buzzing sound. At this moment, Luo Kuan's sea of consciousness suddenly moved, and the monstrous Shen King's might surged towards Luo Tian like a raging sea. Buzz. The sea of consciousness began to shake violently. Luo Tian's body sank slightly, his mind was in incomparable pain, he laughed sinisterly, like a madman. No defense, there was no defense at all. This kind of pain was insignificant to him. It was not even 1/10,000th of the ghost dragon's death, not even 1/10,000th of the time in Chun was captured. This little bit of pain was nothing. Swish, blood flowed out from the corner of Luo Tian's mouth, which was crushed out by Luo Kuan's might. He licked his tongue and tasted his own blood. It was salty, and smelled the scent of blood. His eyes were bloodshot, and at this moment, Luo Lai grinned, revealing his bloody teeth, and said arrogantly, "Bastard, come." Chapter 10, 180 Monthly Votes. An angry roar, Luo Tian's entire being seemed to have gone berserk. His anger was burning, the killing intent of the path of the death god was burning. Even the air around him was burning. Everyone in the hall was dumbfounded. Tang Tang's tears flowed out crazily as she bit her lips to stop herself from crying. Looking at Luo Tian, her heart ached. Blind Lu looked at Luo Tian and was even more certain that this was the person he was waiting for. Feng Lei looked at Luo Tian and roared in his heart again, "I want to become strong, I want to become strong, I want to block anyone who dares to harm the young master." Xianyuani weakly opened his eyes and shouted in his heart, "Boss." Luo Kuan's eyes sunk and the muscles in his eyes twitched. His right hand moved and he said in disdain, putting on an act, "Do you think you can defeat me by being angry? 9th level mystic spirit realm and you dare to be arrogant in front of me, humph." In that instant, Luo Tian suddenly roared, "Level 3 berserk." Immediately, his right hand moved and a 1800 gene blade appeared in his hand. Draw wild blade. Once the wild blade appeared, the surrounding air became even more oppressive and silent. In this silence, there was an incomparably arrogant domineering aura, the aura that truly belonged to the number one tyrant blade in the world. The tyrant blade's blade soul had fused. At this moment, the power of the draw wild blade was truly displayed. Boom! The arrogant domineering aura let out a silent sound in the air. It directly blocked the pressure released by Luo Kuan. Domineering aura could block the pressure of a mysterious king realm, very strong. Luo Tian did not have time to be excited. His body suddenly moved and he flew into the air. Holding the blade with both hands, he slashed down. Luo Kuan's face changed. The tyrannical aura released by the draw wild blade made him tremble. His heart was filled with shock. Seeing Luo Tian's blade slash down, he tightly gripped the sword and roared into the sky, "9th level mystic spirit realm, even if you have a powerful divine weapon, don't even think of defeating me. I am a mysterious king realm expert. Die." Heaven sealing sword. The cold wind sword in Luo Tian's hand transformed into countless sword chi. The sword chi formed an incomparably huge longsword. The longsword pierced towards the sky, as if sealing off the entire sky, including Luo Tian's wild blade. Rumble. 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 The two forces collided. The sky darkened, and the stars in the sky lost their luster. At this moment, the entire Heaven Sword City began to tremble as countless experts watched from the sky. Even a middle-aged man wearing a dragon robe on top of the Imperial City had a change in expression as he muttered to himself in shock, "A 9th-level mystic spirit realm cultivator can actually unleash such a powerful force, truly extraordinary." A eunuch behind him was shocked. He bowed slightly and said, "Your Majesty, should we send someone to save him?" In all these years, He had rarely heard this middle-aged man praise someone so highly. Except for Morong Wanjian. There was also Violet's young phoenix, Li Shuer. He was the third person. Furthermore, the word of praise was extraordinary. This was the biggest praise amongst the three of them. No need. The middle-aged man said slightly. The old eunuch trembled slightly, and said carefully, no matter how strong a 9th-level mystic spirit realm cultivator is, I'm afraid he is not a match for a mysterious king realm expert. There is a bottomless ravine between the two that is difficult to cross. The middle-aged man smiled and said, the ravine is bottomless, but it is only deep and not wide. It is very easy to cross it, but the key is whether the person who crosses it knows this. The old eunuch was shocked. From the middle-aged man's words, he could tell that he admired Luo Tian greatly. Broken Sky City had the true dragon Morong Wanjian. Soul Palace's Violet had a phoenix, Li Shuer. Thousands of years ago, Heaven Sword City had a Hong Wanfu, but now. In the courtyard. It was a mess. The two doors that had been stepped on had turned into dust. At the side, Luo Tian was gasping for breath. His face was pale and powerless, and the frenzied blade in his hand was constantly emitting sounds. The frenzied blade said from within his body, Brat, your cultivation is still too weak. You are unable to display the domineering aura of the frenzied blade. It is so strenuous to deal with this kind of brat, it is too damaging to my blood-drinking frenzied blade's prestige. It was very uncomfortable. The strength of a mysterious king realm was much stronger than what Luo Tian had expected. A 9th-level mystic spirit realm was completely incomparable. The difference in strength was difficult to overcome even if he released the rank 3 berserk with 8 times the attribute. The difference in cultivation of a mere realm was actually so huge. Luo Tian's heart tightened as he thought to himself, if I can't even deal with a mysterious king realm warrior, how will I trample Morong Wanjian to death in the future? Become stronger. I must become stronger. Not far away, Luo Kuan's face became even paler. The sword in his hand had broken into several pieces, one of his arms had been chopped off, and fresh blood was gushing out. Thinking back to the scene just now, his heart trembled even more. Even if he died, he was unwilling to experience it again. Luo Tian dragged his blood-drinking frenzied blade and walked over step by step. With a cold smile of death on his face, he said sinisterly, come again, weren't you very arrogant just now? Get up and fight again, come again. Luo Kuan stood up with difficulty and said, Brat, you have guts today. There's still plenty of time in the future, let's wait and see. As he spoke, he was about to leave. Luo Tian laughed, and said, aren't you too naive? Do you think you can leave just because you lost an arm? Luo Kuan stopped, his expression darkened, and said, you dare to kill me? Luo Tian moved his blade and laughed, you think I don't dare? You don't have the guts. This is Old Man Du's world, he is the king here. If you dare to kill me, all of you here will die, and I guarantee that none of you will live to see the sun tomorrow. If you know what's good for you, let me leave, otherwise. Luo Kuan said fearlessly, his face still filled with arrogance, I am Old Man Du's personal bodyguard. If you dare to kill me, your entire family will be wiped out. Oh? Is that so? Luo Tian shook his head and sneered, it's always like this. Every time you're about to die, you still dare to be arrogant. I really don't know if it's your mother who gave you the courage or your father who gave you the courage. This is too damn funny. The long blade moved. Blade Chi soared into the sky. In that instant, Luo Tian was too lazy to talk nonsense with Luo Kuan. He directly slashed down and shouted, you have to pay the price for being arrogant in front of your father. The tyrannical Blade Chi cut through the night sky. The blood-drinking frenzied blade released an explosive power. It slashed down from Luo Kuan's forehead, and his body was split into two. Rumble. Luo Kuan almost couldn't react. His two eyes looked at Luo Tian in disbelief. North City Du residence. And Chen Chen angrily looked at the man in front of her who made her somewhat afraid. She clenched her fist and fiercely said, Luo Tian Gij will come back and kill you. Du Yuansong smiled coldly. His killing intent was incomparably strong. Above the imperial city, the middle-aged man smiled faintly. He laughed very happily and said, haha. Hong Wanfu, ha ha ha." The old eunuch looked in the direction of the north city. Hearing the middle-aged man's words, he muttered to himself, could it really be the next Hong Wanfu? Chapter 11, 190 votes. Currently, I have 224 monthly votes. I still have 6 votes to add another chapter. Only 16 votes today? Brothers, this old cow begs for monthly votes. There's still one more chapter before 10 p.m. How fierce am I? Don't you guys want to give me some recommendation votes, monthly votes, or reward? Who was Hong Wanfu, one person slaughtering 1,000,000, chasing after the remnants of the demon clan for tens of thousands of miles? With one person's strength, he completely crushed the rise of the demon clan. At that time, he also had another name, Human Emperor. The #1 general since the founding of the Great Tang Dynasty. He couldn't be any fiercer. At that time, Broken Sky City still didn't have a true dragon's son. Soul Palace Violet also didn't have a young phoenix. Only Heaven Sword City's Hong Wanfu. A few years ago, the Human Emperor Hong Wanfu gradually became a legend. As for Heaven Sword City's true dragon Murong Wanjian, Soul Palace Violet's Li Shuer, everyone in the Profound Sky continent was very clear about it, and when they talked about it, they were filled with respect. However, Heaven Sword City did not produce a second Hong Wanfu. From the words Hong Wanfu, one could see the middle-aged man's expectations for Luo Tian. The old eunuch silently followed behind. He began to understand why he didn't send anyone even though he knew that Princess Chongping had entered the city, nor did he inform the Nangong family. Instead, he allowed Princess Chongping to follow that brat. He had everything in his hands, the domineering aura of a king. The old eunuch once again turned his head to look at the pitch-black night sky of North City, and chuckled. North City. It was dark. A few figures flashed. A wave of killing intent that was hidden very well, but was still discovered by others, quietly flowed. Like quicksand, it slowly flowed, bringing with it an unfathomable power and aura. Tang Jiu's expression was extremely bad. He was also in a bad mood. When he was in a bad mood, it was inevitable that he would be angry. He said to the darkness, "Uncle Chen, Uncle Wang, Quicksand's assassins have also come. Those who want to deal with me, kill them all and leave one alive for him to bring a message back. No matter who you are, Luo Tian is one of my people. If you dare to make a move, it won't be as simple as just killing a few people." In the darkness, a figure gently flashed, and said, "Got it." Then, the figure disappeared on the spot. He couldn't feel any aura, and the moment he disappeared, there wasn't even a trace of fluctuation in the air. Only a supreme expert could do this. Tang Jiu didn't stop and continued to rush forward. When he thought of Luo Tian and the explosion of power, he couldn't help but worry. He thought, "Idol, you should be fine." In the meantime, Tang Jiu's heart became even more excited. "You're already able to fight against a mystic emperor right now. In just a few short months, your cultivation has advanced by leaps and bounds. My idol is my idol. I worship you so much." He was in his 30s. Adoring someone like a child. His identity was still that of the 9th prince. No one would believe him if he said that. Bang! 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 A few silent noises came from the night sky. Every time there was a sound, someone would die. Slowly, the sound like killing intent disappeared in the night sky. 2 voices silently fell behind Tang Jiu. Done. It was so fast that it took less than a minute. Tang Jiu was not surprised at all. He said, "Thank you, Uncle Chen, Uncle Wang." There was no sound in the darkness. In the courtyard, Luo Tian's chest heaved up and down as he panted heavily. Looking at Luo Kuan's corpse, his expression was very ugly. The Mystic King realm is really too strong. If not for the blood-sucking wild blade, I probably wouldn't be his match. I have to think of a way to break through to the Mystic King realm. After the battle, Luo Tian felt an incomparably strong pressure. He felt the importance of levels more and more. A difference of 1 level, but the difference in strength was actually so huge. This was indeed not a game. In a game, a difference of 1 level would not have a particularly obvious difference in strength. As long as your positioning was good, your skills were used appropriately, and your equipment was good enough, you would still be able to easily counterattack. This was not a game. A difference of one level could not be crossed, let alone a difference of a large realm. Luo Tian's heart sank. Thinking about Xianxia, his heart tightened. Du Yuansong's strength was already at the 5th level of the Mystic King realm 10 years ago. With my current strength, I can't kill him. And Xianxia. His heart ached. Standing up with difficulty, everyone stood at the door and looked at Luo Tian. Tang Tang's eyes were blurred from crying. Blind Lu did not move. Feng Lei supported the dying Xianyuan. Luo Tian looked at them seriously. Tonight was very difficult, it was all because he was not strong enough that he was in such a sorry state. Luo Tian secretly clenched his fists. Walking into the hall, he first gave Xianyuan a few healing pills, and then released a few healing techniques. The wounds on Xianyuan's body quickly healed, and his face also became somewhat rosy. Then, Luo Tian took out the space token from his bosom and placed it on the table, and said, "These are all demon cores, you can use them as you wish, but you must break through. I have a lot of demon cores, I can provide as many as you want, you must break through." Break through. Luo Tian bit down on these 2 words. Following that, Luo Tian opened the system. The 10,000 Beasts blood vein was just a little bit away from fusing, and he had also obtained the first blood vein, which was the flood dragon that he had killed in the Ghost Prison mountain range. Luo Tian moved. The system sounded out. Ding. Do you wish to fuse with the 10,000 Beasts blood vein? Yes, sir. All of the essence blood fused together and kept rolling like boiling water. After a few seconds. Ding. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for successfully fusing with the 10,000 Beasts blood vein. Do you wish to devour and fuse with it? No. Luo Tian rejected it without even thinking. After the successful fusion, Luo Tian's right hand flew to his palm, and he looked at Feng Lei and said, "Fatty, this is the 10,000 Beasts blood essence that I prepared for you, they are all formed from the fusion of high-level demon beasts." The moment the 10,000 Beasts blood vein appeared, Feng Lei's eyes went wide. Looking at the rolling blood essence in Luo Tian's hands, Feng Lei smacked his lips, revealing a hungry look. He was not in a hurry to take it, and instead asked, "Boss, what about you?" "I have something else. I prepared these for you in the Ghost Prison mountain range. I originally wanted to give them to you later as your birthday present, but now I'm giving them to you in advance. I hope you can break through quickly. In the Heaven Sword City, the cultivation of the profound spirit realm is not enough," Luo Tian said. Feng Lei did not hesitate and directly swallowed it. Roar. The bloody ferocious beast on the back of his head seemed to have suddenly come to life, continuously turning sinister and excited, releasing heart-palpitating roars, while Feng Lei's entire body glowed with a red light, wave after wave. Feng Lei immediately sat down cross-legged. He frantically digested it and immersed himself in it. His face was filled with incomparable excitement. This power was too strong, too ferocious. The blood demon in his body began to rejoice. It was also at this time Tang Jiu walked into the courtyard, and when he saw the mess around him, his face darkened again. He had originally wanted to welcome Luo Tian in the most enthusiastic way possible, but he did not expect such a result. It made him extremely unhappy. He had not done what he had promised Luo Tian. Luo Tian immediately walked up and said, "Brother Jiu, is there any place near the Heaven Sword City that has a lot of demons and ghosts? I want to break through to the Profound King realm." Chapter 12 has been delivered, 200 votes plus chapters. Damn it, I just want to ask, how fierce am I? I've updated 12 chapters a day, I don't have any drafts at all, I'm writing them on the spot, I'm almost scared to death myself. I've updated 47 chapters in 5 days. This is the most hardworking I've ever been. My arm is already aching, and my right hand is trembling as I hold the chopsticks. I'm very tired, but I'm really happy to have you brothers accompanying me. Thank you for every monthly ticket, every subscription, and every tip. Old Bull is extremely grateful. Thank you. Thank you very much, please continue to be crazy. Break through to the Profound King realm, he had to break through. Although he had defeated Luo Kuan with a single slash, Luo Tian could clearly feel the difference between the profound spirit realm and the profound king realm. He had to break through to the profound king realm. If Luo Kuan was already so strong, then Du Yuansong's cultivation could be imagined. Moreover, from the moment he entered the Heaven Sword City, Luo Tian felt that the profound spirit stage 9 was not enough to look at in the Heaven Sword City. Even a random Imperial Guard's cultivation was at the profound spirit stage 9, how could he save In Chun-Chun's mother with his little strength? Now that In Chun-Chun was captured, he wanted to save her. He wished he could save her immediately. But what could he use to save her? He was very clear that this was not the Jade Mountain City, this was the Heaven Sword City, a place where there were as many profound spirit realm as dogs and profound king rankers were everywhere. If you wanted to stand here and become famous, you had to have sufficient strength. No one would show mercy to you just because you were young and had reached the profound spirit realm. Instead, they would be even more ruthless. In the world of warriors, there was no difference in age, only in strength. When Luo Tian suddenly asked, Tang Jiu's heart sank. Looking at Luo Tian's eyes, he didn't hesitate and said, 800 kilometers to the west of the Heaven Sword City, there's a ghost forbidden land. Back then, that place was a huge battlefield. Over 10 million corpses were buried there. These corpses didn't disappear even after death. Brother Jiu, I have a request. Luo Tian did not wait for Tang Jiu to finish speaking. The more dangerous a place was, the higher the level of the monster. The higher the level, the more experience points. This was what Luo Tian wanted. Right now, he really needed experience. He wanted to immediately kill his way into the ghost forbidden grounds and break through to the profound king realm. Then, he would kill his way to the Du residence and tear Du Yuansong into pieces. Tang Jiu said, speak. Luo Tian said directly, I have a sister who was captured by Du Yuansong. She is from the demon fox race. After a slight hesitation, Luo Tian still revealed In Chun-Chun's identity. He didn't want to lie to Tang Jiu. Because Luo Tian treated him like a brother. Tang Jiu's expression darkened. Then, he said excitedly, Demon Fox Girl? Idol, are you here for her mother? He immediately thought of the big auction that would take place in less than a month. There were already rumors that there would be a demonic fox clan woman up for auction. Hearing Luo Tian's words, he immediately thought that Luo Tian was here to get a demonic fox clan woman. Luo Tian was also slightly surprised. It really is the auction. How much time do we have left? Tang Jiu said, there's still more than a month left. The auction will be held at the Eastern City Daoshang Auction House. More than a month. Luo Tian muttered, and thought to himself, it's about the same time as the mission. It seems that not only do I have to break through the profound king realm this time, I have to break through a few more levels in order to prepare for the auction. The day of the auction would definitely be a tough battle. Looking at Luo Tian's expression, the Tang family was even more certain that Luo Tian was here for that demonic fox clan woman. He frowned and said, unwillingly, the Daoshang alliance is spread across every corner of the continent. The wealth and resources of the human clan are in their hands, and their influence is not any weaker than my great Tang dynasty. Idol, he wanted to use his identity as the 9th prince to directly bring out the woman that Luo Tian wanted from the Daoshang alliance. However, even if his father, the emperor of the great Tang dynasty, appeared, it would be difficult for him to do so. After all, the Daoshang alliance had already spread the word. If there was no demonic fox clan woman at that time, it would be a slap to his own face. For this, Tang Jiu started to blame himself. Luo Tian smiled faintly, and said, Brother Jiu, I will personally save Chen Chun's mother, this is my agreement with her daughter. The matter I beg of you is to find out where In Chun-Chun is in the Du residence. If you can protect her in the dark, that would be the best. There's no need to save her, and there's no need to touch Du Yuansong, I want to do it myself. Again. I also hope that Brother Jiu can help me take care of these brothers. Tang Jiu nodded, and said, Du Yuansong, right? If he dares to touch the Du residence, his entire family will disappear from the Heaven Sword City. Idol, you don't have to do anything, this is the great Tang dynasty, although my cultivation is not high, I still have some power here. The 9th prince was more than just a little power. Almost all of his powers could reach the heavens, even more so in the North City. As long as he said a word. Not to mention Du Yuansong, even anyone in the North City would have to crawl over to see him. Luo Tian shook his head, and said, "You can just secretly protect her for me. Her identity shouldn't have been seen through yet. If I don't come back, and her identity is seen through by Du Yuansong, then help me save her. If not, then wait for me to come back. This old bastard touched my people, beat my brothers to death. I want to properly settle the score with him." In his heart, Luo Tian was very clear that Xianxia wanted him to come and save her. Luo Tian could not disappoint her. Thinking about Xianxia's cute and adorable appearance, Luo Tian's heart tightened. "Du Yuansong, you old bastard, just you wait. If Xianxia loses a single hair, I will *CK over your 18 ancestors' graves." Luo Tian insisted on waiting for him to come back, so Tangzhou did not insist. He turned his head and said, "Uncle Chen, I'll have to trouble you." "Yes, sir." In the darkness, a black shadow flashed past. He released his aura slightly. Luo Tian's eyes widened, and he shouted in his mind, "An existence that has surpassed the mystic monarch, has reached the mystic venerable rank?" Chen Donglai released a trace of his aura on purpose. This was also Tangzhou's intention. He wanted to reassure Luo Tian that with him around, even if the sky fell, he would be able to hold it for a while. Luo Tian gave a fist salute, and said, "Thank you, Brother Jiu." Tangzhou looked a little emotional, and said, "Idol, you don't have to be so courteous with me, it's all my fault, otherwise you wouldn't be in such a passive state now. Back then, I even said that I would give you the most important welcome ceremony, but, sigh." He blamed himself a little. Luo Tian was grateful, and said softly, "Brother Jiu, your sister Tang Tang still doesn't know that I'm the person you're talking about. If possible, don't tell her my identity." Tangzhou was stunned, then smiled faintly and said, "Understood." "I thought she already knew." Subsequently, Luo Tian turned to look at Xianyuan and the others, and said, "I'll definitely be back in half a month, then you'll accompany me to dominate the North City." As soon as he finished speaking, Luo Tian moved, disappeared from the spot, and flew in the direction of the ghost forbidden grounds. Not long after Luo Tian left, a beautiful figure landed. Looking at the mess around her and then at Tangzhou, Qin Yuer asked, "Senior brother, where's my lover? Yesterday was really tiring, and my arms were sore. It was a little difficult to write today, so today's update will be at least 5 chapters, and the monthly votes will be added tomorrow. If you have monthly votes, then vote like crazy, Old Cow will definitely make up for it all." 10,000 years ago, tens of thousands of races fought for supremacy. The demon clan was the strongest and wanted to unify the profound sky continent. However, they were attacked by the other races. The most disastrous defeat was the death of tens of millions of demons. It was also because of that time that the demon clan was utterly defeated. The human clan took advantage of the situation and gradually became stronger among the tens of thousands of races. A few thousand years ago, the remnants of the demon clan did not give up and once again swept over. They wanted to use their great ability to summon tens of millions of demon clan undead and conquer this continent again. At that time, a human appeared and completely destroyed the demon clan's path of recovery. That person was Hong Wanfu. However, the devil race was repelled once again, but the tens of millions of undead were turned into specters by the almighty devil race. They didn't have a physical body, but they were extremely powerful specters. Hong Wanfu used his blood as a spirit to seal these ghosts inside. After a few thousand years, the Myriad Pits Devil Cave gradually became one of the top 10 forbidden areas on this continent, and no one dared to enter. The sky was slightly bright. Luo Tian stood on top of a huge array. Looking at the array's standard, his heart suddenly skipped a beat, and he asked in his heart, "Frenzied Blade, is this the standard on the ancient scroll?" Frenzied Blade's aura changed slightly as he asked, "It's obviously an ancient scroll, but this is only a few thousand years old spirit sealing array. Could it be that the ancient treasure is fake, or is it that the ancient treasure is actually the tomb of the human emperor Hong Wanfu?" Then he said, "It is indeed the standard on the ancient scroll, but this place can't be the ancient Mu." Luo Tian also felt that it was impossible. This was a place where tens of millions of demons were buried. How could it be the ancient Mu? Could it be that the ancient treasure was a treasure left behind by the demon clan, that was even more impossible. This was not the territory of the demon clan, so how could the treasure be buried here? From the moment he arrived at this place, Luo Tian faintly felt that the ancient treasure was not so easy to find. It was too complicated, much more complicated than the treasure hunting novels and movies in his previous life. He did not think too much about it and muttered, I came here to break through and level up, the matter of the ancient treasure can be done slowly. And Chen will be in more danger if she stays in the Du residence for another day. She must break through as soon as possible. Although there were people in the Du residence secretly protecting Chen, Luo Tian was still worried. After all, Chen's identity was simply too tempting. Once her identity was known by outsiders, it would definitely attract more trouble, and she would also be involved in greater danger. Other than wanting to save Chen himself, there was another reason why Luo Tian did not allow Tangjiu to attack Du Yuansong. Wu Xiao, Lei Jiu, and Qian Hong were all elite monsters. The fact that Lu Tingyu did not have a golden glow meant that he was not a boss in the north. There was only one possibility, Du Yuansong was the boss. Since it was a boss, he naturally had to kill it. Moreover, he had to do it personally. Otherwise, how could he get the EXP, how could he obtain mystical chi, and how could he drop good items? This was Luo Tian's selfishness. Looking at the dark forbidden area, Luo Tian's heart sank as he muttered, Frenzied Blade, are you ready? Brat, do you still need to prepare for this kind of place? Hurry up and go in to cultivate. Try to break through as soon as possible. Your cultivation can no longer keep up with the tyrannical power of the blood-sucking blade. If you don't break through, it will get angry. Frenzied Blade said. Ever since the blood-sucking blade merged with the tyrant blade's blade soul, its aura was completely different. The power it released was stronger than before, fiercer, and more importantly, more tyrannical. However, Luo Tian felt a bit powerless, as if he could not control this power. He wanted to use it, but he did not know where to start, nor could he use it at all. After thinking about it, he realized that his cultivation was not enough, so he could not completely control the tyrannical power of the blood-sucking blade. Luo Tian's eyes were stunned as he unhappily said, Damn, I'm only 15. 15 years old and I'm already at the peak of the 9th stage mystic spirit realm. How many fierce people like me are there on this continent? Indeed. No one would believe that a 15-year-old 9th stage mystic spirit realm. However, no one in this world would care about your age. They would not sympathize with you just because you were young, and would not kill you. Luo Tian was naturally clear about this, but he was a little unhappy. In an instant, Luo Tian's brows relaxed, he took a deep breath, and stepped into the ghost forbidden grounds that was filled with the aura of the demon clan. The moment he stepped in, his body felt as if it was pierced through by tens of thousands of forces. Looking at everything in front of him, his face suddenly sank, became incomparably pale, and his body could not help but tremble. Terrifying, incomparably terrifying. Luo Tian was shocked by everything in front of him. Heaven Sword City, North District. Your Highness, the Ghost Forbidden Grounds is formed from the undead of the demon clan. Their strength is even stronger than when they were alive. After thousands of years, can he withstand tens of millions of ghosts by himself? Wang Jinka said faintly. The reason why the Ghost Forbidden Grounds became a forbidden ground was because there were tens of millions of undead of the demon clan sealed underground. Other than the ordinary demon clan, there was also the commander of the demon clan's army, the Demon Blood Emperor. Although he was only left with a trace of his primordial spirit after being beaten by the human army, after tens of thousands of years of recovery, he must have reached a terrifying stage. How could a mere 9th-level mystic spirit realm cultivator survive in there? Even a mystic king realm cultivator would not dare to enter. There was no way they could survive in there. Wasn't a 9th-level mystic spirit realm cultivator courting death? Even if his talent was high, and his potential was great, with his cultivation, could he come out alive? Wang Jinka did not believe it. Even he, a first-level mystic ancestor realm cultivator, did not dare to enter the Ghost Forbidden Grounds recklessly. Tangjiu smiled lightly, a very confident smile, and said, Uncle Wang, let's make a bet. Wang Jinka said, Bet on what? Tangjiu said, If you win, I'll give you 10 jars of dragon saliva jade brew. If you lose, you have to protect him for me until he leaves Heaven Sword City. What do you think? Gulp. When Wang Jinka heard the words dragon saliva jade brew, he immediately swallowed his saliva and said excitedly, "Are you sure?" Tang Jiu said, "Of course." Wang Jinka slapped his thigh and said, "All right, it's a deal. I'll definitely drink your 10 jars of dragon saliva jade brew, haha. When the time comes, I'll make that old man Chen Donglai die of thirst." In his opinion, Luo Tian was dead for sure. How could a 9th-level mystic spirit realm cultivator enter the ghost forbidden grounds? Just now, he did not dare to say anything because of Tang Jiu's face, but he was sure that Luo Tian would definitely die inside, not to mention breaking through. Tang Jiu was full of confidence, and laughed lightly, "Uncle Wang, you've lost for sure, because you don't understand him at all. You don't know how strong he is, and have never seen his true strength. I've seen it before. Idle, I'm looking forward to your return in half a month." Haha, Tang Jiu laughed excitedly. Humans. Humans. Despicable humans. Countless of these voices floated in the air above the forbidden grounds. They were like the cries of ghosts and the howls of gods, causing one's heart to tremble in fear. Have you seen a ghost? Were there ghosts in this world? Luo Tian had never seen one before, and he did not know either. However, he always believed that when a person died, they would go to another world. Where was this world? No one knew. However, now, such a world had appeared in front of his eyes. A world filled with ghosts. Everything in front of him was like hell, except that they were not in the form of humans, but a group of ghosts. An incomparably terrifying ghost, without a physical body, floated in the air, but released an extremely terrifying power. This kind of power made Luo Tian feel incomparable fear. The most frightening thing was that they were erratic and almost impossible to lock onto. Moreover, ordinary estimations would definitely be useless. What should he do? Frenzied Blade, do you have any ideas? Luo Tian asked anxiously. Looking at the ghosts around him, his scalp went numb. They were even more terrifying than the zombies in the Sea of Corpses in Yin Mountain Corpse City. Frenzied Blade's voice sank, and said somewhat helplessly, "No." Luo Tian did not ask again. The method would always be slowly summed up in battle. What he needed to do now was to kill a ghost and give it a try. Luo Tian pulled out his frenzied blade and pointed at the ghost closest to him. "Grandson, Grandpa is here." The ghost did not move. It did not even look at Luo Tian. What's going on? Could it be that this sentence is useless, or did this guy not hear it at all? Luo Tian muttered in his heart, and raised his body. "Grandson, Grandpa is here, come and bite Grandpa." There was still no reaction. Huh? Could it be that he's asleep? Luo Tian took a few steps forward, and thought to himself, could it be that it's the same as in the game, every monster has a distance to trigger aggro, and I'm too far away, so it can't sense me? He carefully took a few steps forward and immediately shouted, "Grandson." There was no reaction. F***ck. What's the situation? Luo Tian couldn't help but take a few steps forward. Looking at the ghosts that had been floating in the air for tens of thousands of years, he murmured, could it be that these ghosts have been sealed for too long and have lost their ability to move? He's definitely not dead. These spirits all have long bloody grooves above their heads. Clearly, they are monsters. Frenzied Sword cautiously reminded him, "Kid, be careful. There's something strange here." Huh? Luo Tian shivered slightly. His gaze tightened as he said to himself, there is no time to waste. I must break through within half a month. And Chen Chen cannot be placed in danger. I cannot let an old eunuch scare her every day. Thinking of this, Luo Tian's heart was filled with anger, and he suddenly took a step forward. It was also at this moment. The specter suddenly opened its scarlet eyes and coldly stared at Luo Tian. Suddenly, it let out a strange cry, "Human." In that instant, Luo Tian was so scared that he almost pissed his pants. Suddenly, such a strange cry was heard in the darkness of the night. However, Luo Tian's eyes instantly lit up with excitement as he coldly shouted, "Grandson, you are finally alive." From this, the ghosts here were all in a deep sleep. Before you got close, they wouldn't have any attributes. If Luo Tian wasn't a transmigrator, if he hadn't played online games for a few years, he probably wouldn't have thought of this, and the people in this world wouldn't have thought of this at all. To them, this place might be extremely terrifying. To Luo Tian, as long as he grasped it well, he would be able to clear his way through. Tsk tisk, the ghost let out a series of strange cries. Other than a pair of scarlet eyes, its entire body was like a soft cloud. However, the aura on its body was filled with a ferocious demonic aura, as if it was a demon. Luo Tian did not dare to be careless. The draw-drinking blade appeared in his hand, and he suddenly shouted, "Come on! Ah, ha, ha, lowly human, you dare to enter our demon clan's ghost kingdom? Go to hell." The ghost revealed a cold and disdainful voice. The ferocious demonic aura released from its body became even stronger, and it almost instantly rushed towards Luo Tian. His speed was extremely fast. He was even faster than an ordinary Profound King Realm expert. Luo Tian suddenly retreated, and the draw-drinking blade in his hand slashed down. Pure strength. It slashed down with incomparable accuracy. However, the moment the blade touched the ghost's speed changed again, and it dodged the attack with just its speed. In the next second, bam! It was as if a beast's palm had landed heavily on Luo Tian's chest, causing Luo Tian to fly out. He fell to the ground and spat out a mouthful of blood. F***ck. What a strong force. His chest was almost pierced through, and all his internal organs were shaken. It was extremely uncomfortable. Luo Tian wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and slashed again, muttering, "Even an ordinary ghost is at the Profound King Realm, and there are tens of millions of them here. According to Luo Kuan's death experience, one of them is worth 10,000 experience points. 1 is 10,000, 10 is 100,000, 100 is 1,000,000, 1,000 is 1,000. F***ck, we're going to make a killing this time." Luo Tian was like a madman. He didn't care about how strong the ghost was at all, he only thought about its experience. Because, in his heart, no matter how strong the ghost was, he had to kill it. Ah, haha, a trash like you still wants to disturb our demon clan's ghost world? You really overestimate yourself. Could it be that humans have declined to this extent? The ghost said with disdain. Although it was expressionless, one could imagine how arrogant and proud he was. The corner of Luo Tian's mouth drew back, and he shouted in displeasure, "You're being arrogant in front of Laozi again. Be arrogant. Be as arrogant as you want. You won't have the life to be arrogant later." As soon as he finished, Luo Tian's body secretly moved, and he shouted in his heart, "Level 3 Berserk." Buzz. The aura on his body suddenly changed, and a steaming flame appeared out of nowhere. He released his 8 times attribute strength, and the power in his body was released into his right palm. At this moment, the draw blade let out a wing sound. An incomparably strong and tyrannical force rose from the blade. The tyrannical force swam through his entire body, and the flames on Luo Tian's body once again soared. The invisible flames rose to a height of more than 3 meters. Humph. Arrogant, right? Now, let Laozi see how arrogant you are. Before he finished speaking, Luo Tian's body suddenly moved, releasing the phantom thousand layers, his right hand dragging the draw blade that seemed to be burning with blood, moving in the air. All the power in his body exploded out in an instant. Kill. His speed was extremely fast. His strength was vigorous and ferocious. The blade moved, with the power to break the heavens. It slashed down heavily. The ghost's eyes suddenly widened. At this moment, it actually couldn't react. 1 slash, instant kill, the system sounded out. Ding. Chapter 3, Brothers, where are the monthly votes? The system suddenly sounded out. Luo Tian didn't mind, the system beep would sound out when he killed any monster, there was nothing strange about it. But when he heard the voice message in its entirety, he was stunned. Ding, congratulations to player Luo Tian for killing Ghost 4 obtaining 12,000 experience, 1,000 profound chi. Demon Clans Undead +1, current undead value, 1. Ding, congratulations to player Luo Tian for triggering the Bedevilment mission. Mission, Bedevilment mission level, S difficulty, S time, within 2 months mission description, kill 1 million ghosts and collect 1 million undead to complete the mission. Mission reward, Bedevilment mission. Note, Bedevilment is randomly chosen. It could be one of the 10 great demon lords, it could also be a demon god, it could also be a small demon soldier. Everything depends on the player's luck. What the F***CK? S-rank mission, S-rank difficulty, killing a ghost actually triggered a mission, system, can I say, King love you to death? Luo Tian couldn't help but be happy, this was definitely the reason why he stepped on dog shit this morning. To think that he would be so lucky. Too lucky, looking at the description of the mission, Luo Tian was shocked again, and thought, 1 million ghosts, how much experience is this? According to the current level up requirement, 1 million ghosts can directly let me rush to the mysterious ancestor realm, Isn't this too overbearing? Frenzied Blade directly said, Brat, I don't know what you have in your body, but to complete 1 million ghosts in a month, with your current strength, let alone a month, even a year, I'm afraid you won't be able to do it. Also, the amount of profound chi you consume during the battle is not something a single ghost can make up for. Even if you continuously devour demon cores and recover your profound chi, it will definitely not be enough. You can't even complete this mission, don't even think about it. Luo Tian was directly beaten black and blue. Hearing Frenzied Blade's words, Luo Tian was instantly stunned. Bullshit. Indeed. Just as Frenzied Sword had said, this mission was impossible to complete. The main reason was that his cultivation was not high enough. It was already so strenuous for him to kill one specter. If he had to kill 1 million specters, wouldn't he be exhausted to death? The mission had been violated. It was impossible for him not to accept it. After a short while, Luo Tian said with disdain, isn't it just 1 million specters? I'll kill them for you to see. I'll let you, the world's #1 domineering blade, know my tyranny, my arrogance, and my insufferably arrogance. Motherf **Ker, I don't believe I can't play with you. No matter what. Luo Tian must complete this task. The mission reward was too tempting. Bewitched. Bedevilment technique, it was random. He could become one of the 10 great demon emperors, or he could become a demon god. As for the demon race's small soldier, how could he be a small soldier based on his character? If he could transform into a devil emperor, it would be equivalent to having another profession. This was an absolutely awesome existence in the game. Dual professions, if this profession can't kill you, I'll change my profession and kill you. Luo Tian, who had many years of experience in online games, was very clear that this mission absolutely could not be missed. It had to be completed. He was clearer than anyone else on the strength of dual professions. Taking a step back, even if it was a random demon race soldier in the end, there was still a chance for it to become stronger. Looking at how any random specter here was at the Mystic King rank, it could be imagined that the demon race soldier was an incomparably strong existence. Frenzied Blade laughed coldly, and said with some disdain, I want to see how you complete it. I want to see how tyrannical, arrogant, and insufferably arrogant you are. Even if it was him, it was difficult to kill 1 million specters in 2 months, let alone Luo Tian, it was absolutely impossible. Luo Tian did not care about Frenzied Blade's disdain, and laughed, watch carefully for me, watch how I complete this mission in defiance of the heavens. In his previous life, Luo Tian was known as the king of missions. No matter how difficult it was, there would definitely be a chance to complete it. The system was intelligent, she would not set an impossible mission for you, so there was definitely a chance for this mission. Luo Tian already had an idea in his heart. Currently, the first step was to break through to the Profound King realm. This step was extremely crucial, immediately. Luo Tian did not waste any more words with Frenzied Blade. Instead, he watched as the Draw S walked towards another specter monster. The method of killing was the same as before. Although it was not easy and had consumed thousands of Profound Chi-S, the Profound Chi-S that he had obtained could not be replenished at all. However, Luo Tian did not care too much about it, his mind was completely focused on breaking through to the Profound King realm, slowly increasing his speed. One by one, they were still killed. Luo Tian was extremely careful with every step he took. He would only wake up one specter monster at a time, and would definitely not wake up a second one. The most important point. Luo Tian's path was extremely strange. The path he took to kill was an arc, as if he was circling around. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for killing Spectre, obtaining 12,000 experience, 1,000 profound chi values. Ding. Undead Demon Clan +1, undead value points, 18. Ding. Almost an hour had passed, and Luo Tian had only killed 20 Spectre monsters. It took him about 3 minutes to kill one, which was very slow. However, Luo Tian was having a great time killing them, and did not feel that they were slow at all. Frenzied Blade was a little unhappy. Brat, if you continue to kill like this, let alone 1,000,000, you won't even be able to play with 10,000. Even if I give you 100 years, you won't be able to play with it. Do you want to use another sky-piercing dragon-slaying art? Frenzied Blade could not bear to watch any longer. His temper was rather irritable, and he did not have much patience. Looking at Luo Tian's slow and leisurely appearance, he became a little annoyed. Luo Tian laughed. Frenzied Blade, can you change that impatient temper of yours? Just watch from the side and see how I complete this heaven-defying mission. When the time comes, I will definitely surprise you. Tisk. Brat, it's not that I'm trying to discourage you, but you won't be able to complete the mission like this. With this kind of killing speed, I can't be bothered to look at it. I'm going to recover my primordial spirit. Frenzied Blade said a few words in disdain, and then his aura slowly subsided. Luo Tian said directly, "You're looking down on me? You bastard, I will let you know how fierce I am." Continue to kill, still careful, still very slow, very slow. It was just that, Luo Tian did not stop, he continued to kill, giving people the feeling that a stupid bird was flying first. 1 day passed. 2 days passed. 3 days passed. The 5th day. Luo Tian looked at the experience and muttered, "It's you." His power sank. The draw / down. Rumble. The powerful and tyrannical force directly killed the Spectre monster. It was also at this moment, the system sounded out, and Luo Tian became slightly excited, and muttered, "Profound King Realm, shouldn't the system reward me with a new set of cultivation method? I'm looking forward to it." The 4th chapter has been delivered. The old cow begs for a monthly ticket. 1 monthly ticket. Every time he leveled up, he looked forward to it. Other than the increase in strength, Luo Tian looked forward to the system reward the most. Hundreds of novels. Hundreds of protagonists. They were all powerful existences. Their cultivation techniques were all top-notch existences. In this world where cultivation techniques were king. If he could obtain their cultivation techniques, how powerful would that be? Luo Tian waited quietly. The melodious sound of the system notification rang out as expected. Ding. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for killing Spectre. Obtained 12,000 experience, 1,000 Xian energy. Ding. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for leveling up. Current level, 1st rank Xian King. Ding. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for obtaining the novel's protagonist cultivation technique reward system reward. Reward cultivation technique, 9 dragons 9 elephants divine technique. 9 dragons 9 elephants divine technique? At this moment, Luo Tian's heart was shocked. Mu Chen's cultivation technique? Luo Tian wasn't sure, but he couldn't suppress the excitement in his heart. The excitement in his heart made him almost jump up on the spot. He couldn't help but look up to the sky and shout, F***CK. Damn it, how powerful am I? Damn it, who else can be more powerful than me? Gulp. Luo Tian swallowed his saliva and carefully opened the system to check the attributes of the 9 dragons 9 elephants divine technique. Cultivation technique, 9 dragons 9 elephants divine technique grade, earth rank proficiency, 05000 consumption, 10,000 Xian energy cooldown, 10 minutes cultivation technique description, 9 dragons 9 elephants are ancient dragons and elephants. It is divided into 10 levels. The first level allows one to obtain the strength of 1 dragon and 1 elephant. The second level allows one to obtain the strength of 2 dragons and 2 elephants. When the 10th level is completed, one can summon a dragon and elephant with the power to destroy the heavens and earth. Duration, 10 minutes. Damn it. Damn it. You're too fierce. Damn you, system. I really love you to death. Luo Tian was excited. His blood was boiling. He had a feeling that he was invincible. Whoever dared to block him, he would kill them. Great ruler. It is indeed the cultivation technique that Mu Chen practiced in the Great Ruler's novel. Luo Tian was extremely excited. This set of martial arts was really too powerful. The strength of a dragon and an elephant, how ferocious was that? The most important point was how ferocious it was under the effect of level 3 berserk. It was so fierce that Luo Tian didn't dare to imagine it. Luo Tian grinned ferociously. Du Yuansong, you old bastard. You killed my battle pet, captured my cute loli, and hurt my brother. Just you wait, I'll beat the shit out of you. At this moment, Luo Tian couldn't wait to return to Heaven Sword City. With his current strength, he did not fear Du Yuansong at all. This was because he was very clear about the power of the 9 Dragons 9 Elephants divine technique. Its power greatly boosted Luo Tian's confidence, and he immediately wanted to kill Du Yuansong. Luo Tian's blood boiled as he clenched his fists tightly. A surge of energy burst out from his body, forming an intense explosion in the surrounding air. With just a little bit of strength, he was able to erupt with such a powerful force. His heart was shocked once again. No wonder. No wonder Xianxia experts are so powerful. It's hard not to be powerful with this kind of power. Just by sensing the power of a Xianxia expert, he was able to cause an explosion in the air. This kind of power was simply too terrifying. No wonder Xian Yuani was unable to retaliate against Luo Kuan. The difference in strength was simply too great. To be able to erupt with such a powerful force just by sensing it, what would it be like if the power of a Xianxia realm was completely unleashed? What would it be like with the support of the 9 Dragons 9 Elephants and level 3 Berserk? Luo Tian imagined for a moment and couldn't help but laugh wildly. His expression was filled with an incomparably arrogant domineering aura. Du Yuansong. Just king wait for me. After a long time, Luo Tian's excited heart calmed down. He gently exhaled and thought to himself, should I go back or not? After breaking through the Xianxia realm, his strength had increased. After obtaining the 9 Dragons 9 Elephants magic technique, Luo Tian's strength had increased to an unprecedented level. But would Du Yuansong also have a heaven-defying cultivation technique? He had to consider this. After all, his cultivation was much higher than Luo Tian's. Could the strength of a first-stage Xianxia completely crush him? What Luo Tian wanted was to completely crush him, so that Du Yuansong wouldn't have the slightest strength to resist. Thinking of this, Luo Tian calmed down even more. Thinking about the S-rank bedevilment methods mission, Luo Tian frowned and muttered, "Pure, wait for me for a few more days. I will definitely return as soon as possible. I will definitely save you as soon as possible." Immediately after, Luo Tian's gaze became even more resolute as he once again entered into a frenzied slaughter. This time, the speed of killing ghosts was much faster. At the Mystic Monarch realm, his strength had increased, and the power in his body had stimulated even more of the tyrannical power of the wild devouring blade. Although the tyrannical power had not been completely stimulated, the tyrannical power now was already arrogant enough. Kill, crazily killing. Luo Tian did not stop for even a moment. The 6th day, the 7th day, the 8th day. The 13th day. All right. After an entire 13 days, Luo Tian finally completed it without rest. And the first stage of the Xianxia realm had already gained more than half of his experience. Luo Tian laughed sinisterly, and said, "Frenzied blade, come out now, I will let you experience my strength." Humph. Isn't it just the Xianxia realm? What's there to show off? Back then, my strength was much stronger than yours. My strength could directly summon the entire slaughter world, and you have the nerve to show off in front of me with your little strength? Frenzied Blade said with disdain. Luo Tian was dumbstruck, and muttered, "Summon the slaughter world?" The slaughter world was filled with millions of corpses, piled up into mountains, and the entire world was filled with scarlet killing intent. It was 10,000 times more tragic than purgatory on earth. He could actually summon it out? Shocking, very shocking. However, Luo Tian directly scolded, "F***ck, you old bastard, you dare to talk about the past with me? If you have the ability, summon the slaughter world now. Show off in front of me, show off your sister. He did not give Frenzied Blade any face. Ever since the S-rank mission was triggered, ever since Luo Tian killed the first spirit, Frenzied Blade had been talking nonsense, and he even looked down on Luo Tian. Luo Tian was suppressing a ball of fire in his heart. Frenzied Blade was speechless after being yelled at by Luo Tian. He smacked his lips and could not say a word. Luo Tian said fiercely, "Now, take a good look at my strength. Don't show off blindly, it's useless to show off in front of me, understand?" Frenzied Blade said unhappily, "Understood, hurry up and show me. After I see it, I still have to sleep." He was a little upset by Luo Tian's words. Luo Tian smiled excitedly, and quickly set up the array along the path that he had cleared in the past 13 days. The 5th chapter has been delivered. Thanks to the 3-legged cat Xianxia for the cultivation technique, 9 dragons 9 elephants. Old Cow made some slight changes. Thanks to Brother Lei Ling for the support. Currently 254 monthly votes, Old Cow begs for one more monthly vote, 1 monthly vote. There will be 10 chapters released tomorrow. Are you done? It's been almost 4 hours. Is this how you act arrogantly for me to see? This is your strength. Kid, you disappoint me too much. Do you think you're awesome just because you're playing around with demon cores? Frenzied Blade grumbled unhappily. 4 hours. For a full 4 hours, which was also 4 hours, Luo Tian followed the path that he had cleared and placed a demon core every once in a while. Frenzied Blade was getting impatient, as if he couldn't wait any longer. Actually, in his heart, he really wanted to know what Luo Tian was trying to do. He definitely had his reasons for doing so. And Luo Tian had not said a word for such a long time, not even bothering with him, which made him unable to take it back. Frenzied Blade said impatiently again, "Kid, what exactly are you doing?" Luo Tian exhaled, and laughed, "I'll let you know how fierce I am." That's it? Yes, that's it. Have you ever been bitten by a dog when you were a child? How do you know? Alright, I'll give it to you. For a full 4 hours, Luo Tian did not stop at all. The path that he had cleared was a huge circle, and it took him an entire 13 days to clear it. Just how big of a circle was this? Not long after, Luo Tian put down the last demon core and muttered, "It's done." Frenzied Blade opened his eyes and said excitedly, "Is it going to start?" Luo Tian sat down on the ground and said, "No, we still have to wait for another 2 hours. F***ck. Wasting my time, you brat, I can't help but despise you." Frenzied Blade scolded. Luo Tian could not be bothered with him, and took advantage of this time to check on the demon core, and clicked his tongue. "The consumption of demon core is too fast, a few thousand at a time, and if I do it a few more times, I will become a pauper. And Chen Chen's mother is going to be auctioned off at the auction, if I don't have the money, sigh. If I knew earlier, I would have taken more. I shouldn't have been embarrassed back then." Back then, Luo Tian didn't feel embarrassed at all at the foot of the Gnome Demon Core Mountain. He specifically picked the demon cores with attributes, and even had to carry more than 10 of them in his arms. He didn't feel embarrassed at all, just like a bandit. After killing the flood dragon, Zhaofu gave some to Song Yannan and some to Shanyuani and the others. This time, he was going to set up a massive formation, which consumed a great deal of energy. His main task was to carve formations. If he wanted the formation to be more powerful, he would have to use more demon cores. These demon cores could only be used once. Once the array was triggered, the power within the demon cores would burst out in an instant, condensing into a super powerful force to carry out a destructive attack. The power of the array was very strong. However, this thing consumed too much demon core, profound chi, and mental energy. Luo Tian had not rested for more than 10 days, plus 4 hours of high concentration. He was so tired that he fell into a deep sleep after sitting on the ground for a few minutes. Brat. Frenzied Sword was puzzled. Hearing Luo Tian's light breathing, he didn't call out to him in the end and muttered, "It's really hard on this child. 15 years old, profound king realm." Other than Morong Wanjian, who had the true dragon bloodline, there were very few in the world. The most important point was, His cultivation had all broken through in this 1 year. This was something that even Morong Wanjian, who had the true dragon bloodline, couldn't do. Frenzied Sword was very clear about how hard Luo Tian worked. There were even many times when he wanted him to stop and rest. However, Morong Wanjian's existence was like an invisible mountain pressing down on him, making him unable to breathe. He had no choice but to grit his teeth until they bled. He still had to risk his life to endure, break through, and close the distance between him and Morong Wanjian. It was really tough. Frenzied Sword thought to himself, you will surpass everyone one day. Time flew, and in the blink of an eye, 2 hours had passed. Luo Tian opened his eyes slightly, as if he had set it up in his brain. When it was time, he would be woken up. He rubbed his eyes, stretched his back, took a deep breath, and said, Frenzied Sword, it's time, it's about to begin. Frenzied Sword coldly shouted, I can't be bothered with you anymore. Luo Tian laughed out loud, and said, this time, it's real. Then, Luo Tian suddenly shouted in his heart, Level 3 Berserk. Weng, the aura on Luo Tian's body suddenly changed as 8 times the attribute's strength burst forth. Looking at the sleeping ghosts in the demon core circle, Luo Tian grinned sinisterly, and said, you bunch of dogs, you're going to die soon, hee, Wind Shadow Step. 3rd stage. Phantom Thousand Layers. Suddenly, Luo Tian immediately rushed out and rushed into the group of ghosts. Frenzied Sword's expression was shocked as he shouted, Brat, you don't want your life anymore, that's a group of ghosts, the moment you enter, you'll wake them all up. With your current strength, you can't even deal with 3 of these undead demons, it's over. It's over, it's really over this time. Frenzied Sword saw that Luo Tian had already woken up a large number of ghosts, and his face darkened as he muttered, Brat, in order to let me know how powerful you are, I finally know that you're a complete idiot, you're infuriating me to death. Previous chapter next chapter boom. Previous chapter next chapter boom. Previous chapter next chapter boom. The ghosts of the demons were like the nightmares in LOL, except that the ghosts were white. One after another, the ghosts were awakened. Strange cries that sounded like the weeping of ghosts rang out. Humans. Humans, extremely despicable humans. Kill, kill, kill all these lowly humans. The voices were extremely ear-piercing, and these voices carried extreme anger and killing intent as they continuously attacked Luo Tian's sea of consciousness. His sea of consciousness was filled with monstrous waves, and his mind and internal organs were all in great pain. Think about it. If tens of thousands of profound King Realm monsters were to use their pressure on you. What kind of existence was this? This kind of attack could directly crush a person. No matter how strong Luo Tian's sea of consciousness was, he was still a first-stage profound king. Uncomfortable, incomparably uncomfortable. Blood flowed out from the corner of Luo Tian's mouth, his face was incomparably pale, but he still continued to rush forward, constantly waking up all the ghosts around him. Behind him was a large group of ghosts, and all kinds of powerful attacks from the demons covered the sky and covered the earth. Even Frenzied Sword was stunned. Brat. This time, you've really played it big, I'm afraid you're going to lose your life here today. Frenzied Sword suddenly laughed wildly, crazily laughing, with a trace of fear and unwillingness in his laughter. But thinking about what had happened these few days, Frenzied Sword laughed. Brat, this lord has been very happy these few days, thank you. Brat, you're crazy enough, you have guts, it suits this lord's taste, ha ha ha. If there's a next time, this lord wants to be brothers with you. Luo Tian laughed sinisterly, and said, there's no need for a next time, it's fine even in this lifetime. His right palm struck out heavily, he roared in a deep voice, ancient dragon slaying formation, open for me. Weng, the first chapter was delivered. Old Bull is about to become a mad bull again, my sister is about to give birth, there's no one at home, no one to wash my clothes, and the key is that I still have to take care of my naughty nephew. This, however, Old Bull will try his best to write as much as possible, to complete today's 10 chapters. Yesterday, the brother who asked me to reward the Alliance Master for 20 chapters, I only want to say one thing, brother, do you think my arm is worth money? Cut it off and sell it. A new day, recommendation tickets, monthly tickets, all give it to me. Wang. There was a loud sound. Luo Tian used the formation engraving technique. Countless mysterious and powerful runes extended out from his palm. With him as the center, they spread out and quickly connected the demon cores that Luo Tian set up. The demon cores were attracted by the power of the formation and suddenly exploded. Thousands of demon cores shone with a crystal-clear attribute light. The light gathered in midair and formed a sky full of stars. It formed a light that illuminated the entire forbidden underground area. Luo Tianjing's scalp went numb when he saw the sea of specters in the distance. In the depths of the sea, there was a gigantic specter that looked like a sleeping titan. It was ferocious, terrifying, and awe-inspiring. With just a glance, Luo Tian's heart felt like it was pierced by a powerful force. It was extremely uncomfortable. He got rid of the distracting thoughts in his mind. Luo Tian shouted. Wind. Rain. Thunder. Lightning. 8 directions, 6 directions, ancient door, open for me. Rumble. Above the crystal-clear formation, the ancient door slowly opened. The ancient power poured out like a torrent. It was extremely powerful. Those ghosts that were awakened were shocked. They looked up to the sky, and their scarlet eyes suddenly widened. They let out terrified screams. Ancient, ancient, ancient door. This is the ancient dragon-slaying array of the ancient goblin clan. Woohoo, ancient dragon-slaying formation, how could it be controlled by a lowly human? Those damned goblins. The ancient dragon-slaying formation was famous 10,000 years ago. The power of this formation could be said to be unstoppable. It could even kill a giant dragon. They were naturally scared. They were scared to death. They were so scared that they ran around like headless flies. However, no matter how hard they tried, no matter how they roared, they couldn't get out of the formation. Luo Tian raised his head to look at the door of the ancients that had opened in midair. Feeling the powerful energy, he clenched his fists and said to himself, I must enter the ancient world in the future. I must master this incomparably powerful ancient power. This power was too awesome. It was also at this moment that the ancient power began to wreak havoc within the array formation. Luo Tian didn't dare to be careless. His left hand was already prepared, and he struck out heavily. Earth escape array. So. His body suddenly vanished as he entered the depths of the earth. Rumble. Rumble, deafening noises continued to ring out. Luo Tian smiled wickedly and proudly. Frenzied blade, now you know my strength, right? Frenzied sword held it in for a long time before saying unhappily, change. Pervert. Ha ha ha, ha ha ha, Luo Tian laughed. His laughter was very arrogant. 13 days, he had hunted and cleared monsters for an entire 13 days without rest just for this moment. He had broken through to the Mystic King realm, which was the same realm as these specters. The ancient dragon-slaying formation could easily kill them. It took him a few hours to set up the array. He rested for another 2 hours. He was waiting for the time of the ancient dragon-slaying formation. In the beginning, he needed a day to inscribe this array, but now that the level of the array formation had increased, he only needed less than half the time. During the 8 months in the Ghost Prison mountain range, Luo Tian was incomparably crazy. His level did not increase, but other than the sacred art berserk, all of his skills had increased, and the array formation had crazily increased to level 3. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Boom. Boom. Blast these dogs to death. They want to kill me, ha ha ha. The pressure from the 13 days was swept away. Luo Tian vented all the suppressed anger in his heart, and roared heavily, now is the time to reap the rewards. Before he could finish his words, the system began to tremble, and the sound of the notification was like an explosion. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for killing a specter. The reward is 10,000 experience points, 1,000 profound chi ding. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for killing a specter. The reward is 10,000 experience points, 1,000 profound chi ding. Demon undead value +1, ding. Demon undead value +1. Crazy, he was completely crazy. It was as if a fire had been thrown into a sea of gasoline. The flames shot out for tens of thousands of feet and burned crazily. That kind of feeling was really amazing and very exciting. Luo Tian opened the system and looked at the experience slot that was constantly increasing. He was ecstatic as he hummed a popular divine song from his previous life. You are my little butt, no matter how much I love you, it's never too much, little butt. Insert. Frenzied blade. Isn't brother fierce? Ha ha ha, he was really, really excited. Luo Tian asked again, Frenzied blade, say something, isn't brother fierce? Frenzied blade rolled his eyes, and did not have the slightest bit of temper. His aura directly dissipated into Luo Tian's body, and he muttered to himself, change. Pervert, 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 you're a big change. Pervert. Ha ha ha, not long after. The system sounded out with a different beep. Ding. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for leveling up. Current level, Profound King Stage 2. Ha ha ha. I leveled up again, who's more ferocious than me? After leveling up, the system beep did not stop, and the sound of gaining experience continued to ring out. How big was the encirclement that had been cleared out in 13 days? There were more than 100,000 ghosts in the encirclement. How much experience was that? However, when Luo Tian broke through to the second stage of the Profound King stage, the experience of the ghosts had decreased by more than half. Each ghost only had 4,000 experience points left, although it was not much, but there were many ghosts, and if they coordinated with each other, the experience points would still be considerable. There was another crucial point, the demon clan's undead value was crazily increasing. Within 2 months, collect 1 million demon clans undead value and complete the quest. Any reward would be the bedevilment great method, this was the key point. Bedevilment great method. Transforming into a demon emperor, wow, who can stop me in the future? Morong Wanjian, I have another ability that will completely crush you, ha ha ha. Luo Tian laughed maniacally. Ding. 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 Half an hour passed. The system once again sounded out. Ding. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for leveling up. Current level, Profound King Stage 3. I leveled up again. IF** King leveled up again. How powerful am I? Luo Tian laughed crazily. Almost, third stage of the Profound King stage, the system was still beeping. Luo Tian laughed sinisterly, and said, Do you want song, right? Heaven Sword City. North District, Du Mansion. Du Yuansong was extremely excited as he stared at the little girl in front of him. Looking at her was like looking at a towering tree, and this tree was also a money tree. From the start, he felt that this little girl was not simple. The aura emitted from the little girl's body was different from the rest. These days, he had been silently paying attention, constantly investigating the information in the Book of History, and finally found the Demon Fox Clan, Chapter 2. Recommendation votes and monthly votes will crush me, this old cow who has to get milk for Nyonyo, take care of my little nephew, and worry about what to eat for lunch today. I really wish I had the ability to split myself into two. Damn it, it's too hard. At the entrance of the Du residence, Luo Tian's right foot stepped on the door that was kicked over by him, and his left foot stepped on the plaque of Du Mansion. His hair stood on end as he shouted in a deep voice, Du Yuansong, get out here for me. His voice was extremely ferocious. It continued to wreak havoc in the sky above the Du residence. The entire North City was shaken. Who has the guts to be so arrogant in the Du residence? This person is definitely a lunatic. He will be beaten to a pulp in less than half a minute. Damn, I have been in the North City for so many years and have never seen anyone who dares to behave atrociously in the Du residence. How can he be so arrogant? Old Master Du will tear this person into pieces. There will definitely be a good show to watch. We cannot miss it. For a moment. Large streets and small alleys, tea houses, and restaurants. Groups of people rushed out and ran towards the Du residence. They all wanted to know who was so arrogant and daring. The most important point was, they wanted to see how this person would die. When they reached the entrance of the Du residence, they were slightly shocked. Isn't this the country bumpkin who killed Tiger Wu? This brat is not dead yet? I heard that Lei Jiao and Qian Hong were killed by him. This is nothing. I heard that Old Master Du's #1 general, King Shan Luo Kuan, was split into two by this brat. This brat is really not afraid of death. He killed Luo Kuan and still didn't run. He even killed his way into the Du residence. Isn't he here to die? The people outside the entrance started to discuss softly. It was also at this time. Where did this mad dog come from? How dare you come to the Du residence and behave atrociously? I will let you know the power of the Du residence today. A deep voice sounded. A tall and sturdy man who was close to 3 meters tall rushed out. He held 2 hammers in his hands, which transformed into hammer shadows. His body carried a huge aura as he rushed forward. His surroundings were constantly emitting sounds of explosions. He's here. Twin hammers Wang Zhong. The King Kong of the Du residence. Profound King realm. His power is even stronger than Luo Kuan's by a bit. His pair of lightning hammers can blast out the power of lightning, and every move he makes is extremely vicious. This brat will definitely be smashed into meat paste by his hammers. AI, Wang Zhong, the King Kong of the North City. He became famous for his underground boxing and was later taken into the Du residence by Du Yuansong. The pair of thunder hammers were extremely ferocious. Countless people had died under these hammers. Luo Tian's eyes turned ferocious. He coldly snorted and shouted, "This kind of trash also dares to come out and make a fool of himself. Die." He extended his right hand into the void and punched out with his palm. Luo Tian's body didn't move in the slightest. Instead, he punched out with his right fist, smashing it straight towards the incoming Wang Zhong. Boom! Bang! With a loud bang, the 2 hammers floated into the air, kicking up a cloud of dust. The dust blocked their vision, making it impossible for them to see what was happening. Clang! The 2 hammers fell from the sky, smashing a deep hole in the ground. At this moment, the dust settled, and the vision became clear. Half of Wang Zhong's body was buried in the ground, and his legs were still twitching. A few seconds later, there was no sound. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for killing Wang Zhong. You have gained 2,000 experience points and 1,000 mystical energy points. Congratulations to player. The system sounded out a few notifications, but Luo Tian didn't listen to them at all. He fiercely shouted, "Du Yuansong, get out here." The faces of the people outside were incomparably pale. Thousands of people were squeezed into the long street, but their expressions were distorted. Their faces were incomparably pale, and their eyes were filled with fear. They were completely shocked by Luo Tian. For a moment, the entire street was so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. Even breathing was forgotten. Impossible. How is this possible? Wang Zhong, who is at the Mystic King realm, wasn't killed in one punch. Is this brat even human? Illusion, it's definitely an illusion. This is impossible. Instantly killing a Mystic King expert, how is this possible? Oh my god. What happened? What exactly happened? What did I see? Wang Zhong, the King Kong of the North City's underground boxing world was instantly killed just like that. Their expressions were incomparably ferocious. They were completely unable to accept this. Everyone felt as if they had swallowed hundreds of flies. A Mystic King expert was instantly killed just like that. This was simply unacceptable. How was this possible? Some people didn't know, but the gang leaders in the crowd were very clear. Luo Tian was only at the Mystic level 9 half a month ago, but now, he could actually instantly kill a Mystic King expert. Furthermore, they couldn't see through Luo Tian's cultivation at all. They were no longer on the same level. Fear, incomparable fear. Wang Dachui's heart was faintly trembling. His legs were trembling. In his heart, he was begging Old Man Du to quickly come out and crush Luo Tian. Otherwise, his Iron Hammer gang would probably disappear from the North City like the ferocious Tiger gang. Wang Zhong. Preposterous. Killing people in the Du residence. I think you're tired of living. Suddenly, another 2 people rushed out with dozens of Du residence servants. All of them stared fiercely at Luo Tian. The 2 people in the lead were Du Yuansong's valiant subordinates. They were also Mystic King experts. Luo Tian grinned and coldly shouted, "I'm in a good mood today." Call that old eunuch Du Yuansong out and then scram out of the Du residence. If you do, I'll spare your lives. Otherwise, all of you can go and die. His voice was filled with a thick viciousness. The viciousness that had accumulated for half a month. Ghost Dragon's death, and Chun Chun's capture, and Xian Yuanyi's injury. All of these had accumulated in Luo Tian's heart for half a month. In this half a month, Luo Tian constantly wanted to kill Du Yuansong. However, he didn't have the strength at that time. Now, he was here. Therefore, Du Yuansong was going to die. You're the one who's going to die. You dare to barge into the Du residence. You're really a latrine pit. You're not far from death. Attack. As they spoke, dozens of Du residence servants rushed out and surrounded Luo Tian. In an instant, they attacked at the same time. They were all warriors of the profound spirit realm. Luo Tian completely ignored them, his body standing in place without moving. Those people's swords all pierced out, stabbing into Luo Tian's body, as if they were bayonets made of steel, completely unable to pierce through. Everyone looked at each other in dismay. It was also at this time. Luo Tian laughed sinisterly, his fists sinking heavily. The power of the profound king realm burst out from his body. His aura was like a visible shockwave, directly shattering the swords in the hands of the servants. Then, Luo Tian unhurriedly rolled up his sleeves, glanced at them, and muttered, 23 people, right? Then let's do 23 consecutive strikes. His left and right fists suddenly moved. The shadows of his fists were like a torrential rain as they swept out. Bang, 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 every time he punched out, someone would fly into the air and fall heavily. For a moment. On the roof of the Du residence, on the rockery, on the trees, there were corpses hanging from them. After throwing out 23 punches, Luo Tian was intoxicated. It was as if he was immersed in a gentle song as he quietly waited for the system notification to ring out. Chapter 4, The Guildmaster appeared. The moment I saw the 100,000 book coins reward, I was stunned. I kept counting the long string of 0, no less than 10 times. Only then did I believe that I didn't see wrongly. I really didn't see wrongly. The Guildmaster appeared. My heart was really excited. That kind of excitement could not be described with words. Thank you, thank you. Brothers, 110,000 book coins reward. Old Bull is very touched, grateful, thank you. Tomorrow, I will add 5 chapters to express my gratitude. Although Old Bull has many things to do today, even if I risk my life, I will still write 10 chapters. Brothers, please give me your monthly votes. 23 punches, every punch was an instant kill. There was no mercy at all. He gave them a chance, and since they didn't want it, there was no need to be merciful. Luo Tian had always been like this. I gave you face, but you didn't want it. Then don't blame me for slapping your face to the ground, then stepping on it until you have no face left. Ding. 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 A series of system sounds rang out. Luo Tian grinned, patted the dust off his hands, and laughed. 23 invincible points obtained. His expression was wild. Wild to the point of chaos. If killing Wang Zhong just now was an illusion, then this time was definitely not an illusion. 23 punches in a second, and 23 servants of the Du residence were sent flying. Not a single one survived. What kind of strength was this? This was the Du residence. To be so wild in the Du residence, everyone was once again shocked by Luo Tian. But, they were only shocked. They were very clear in their hearts that this was the Du residence. No matter how strong Luo Tian was, he would still become a corpse in the end. This was because Old Du was the king of the North City, the ruler of this place. He killed so many people in the Du residence. Even if he had 100 lives, it wouldn't be enough. To be able to kill a mysterious king at such a young age, if he was allowed to live for a few more years, I'm afraid he would be another famous youth. What a pity that he's going to die here. Old Du has been in the North City for dozens of years. No one can shake his position. You guys are bullshitting. My boss will beat the shit out of that old eunuch Du Yuansong. Yes, this stinky guy. Gangster will definitely kill Du Yuansong. It's time for our Flame Dragon gang to dominate the North City. He. Let me read the boss's fortune, blind Lu, you better rest. If you dare to read his fortune again, I won't forgive you. Everyone shouted in unison. Feng Lei, Xianxia, blind Lu, and Tang Tang were all here. They stood at the entrance of the Du residence, looking at Luo Tian's back. Feng Lei laughed foolishly. Boss is mighty. Boss is mighty. Stinky guy. Gangster Wei Wu, also, I miss you. Tang Tang had returned to her girl's attire. She was wearing a light blue dress and had a pair of bright eyes. Her cheeks were slightly red, and she was very, very beautiful. This made a hot fairy who had walked up from the other side of the street feel somewhat displeased. However, she then sweetly laughed. Walking to the entrance of the Du residence, she called out to Luo Tian in a coquettish voice, "You rascal, I've finally met you. I've missed you so much that I've almost gone crazy. Wow, this woman is too much. Look at that figure, those breasts, that ass, that voice that could take one's life, it's simply a mess of ecstasy. If this woman was given to me, I would be willing to exchange 10 years of my life for one night with her. That woman is indeed fiery hot, but that pure young girl makes people drool at a glance. That kind of woman is the real deal. Just what kind of background does this brat have?" Two peerless beauties came as soon as he appeared, and they seemed to be very fond of him. Xianxia was the first to turn her head around and stare coldly. Her eyes were filled with an extremely cold killing intent. The fiery fairy instantly turned into ice. Those who were speaking felt extremely uncomfortable being stared at by her. Their bodies could not help but shiver as they did not say another word. Immediately after, Tang Tang suddenly turned around as well and said in a huff, "If you dare to talk about me again, I'll definitely cut off all of your tongues." Finally, the two girls said at the same time, "He's my man." With that said, the two of them looked at each other at the same time. Tang Tang's inner monologue was, "So big. She's a stinky girl. Is she the wife of a gangster?" Xianxia's inner monologue was, "What a pure chick. She's as pure as a cabbage. No wonder the dead man would be charmed by her. Even I would be charmed by her." The hearts of the two girls were filled with jealousy. There was a hint of jealousy. At this moment, Feng Lei scratched his head and mumbled, "Boss is really ferocious. All of a sudden, there are two more beautiful sisters-in-law. If big sister-in-law Li and big sister-in-law Leng were here, then we could form a table of mahjong. Ha ha ha." His voice wasn't loud. But a woman's sense of hearing was often selective. The moment Feng Lei finished his words, Xianxia and Tang Tang's expressions changed immediately. They stood on either side of Feng Lei and said with a voice filled with killing intent, "Fatty, tell me clearly. Who is big sister-in-law Li and who is big sister-in-law Leng?" Feng Lei's body shrunk as he turned his head to look at Xianxia and blind Lu. He realized that the two of them had already hidden far away and were looking at him with sneaky smiles. Feng Lei laughed out foolishly, "My two sisters-in-law, I don't know anything." "You're not going to say it, are you? Do you want me to let you experience the methods of your big sister?" Xianxia squinted her eyes and glared at him. She clenched her fists as the key parts of her fists cracked. She looked like a big sister. If he dared to refuse, she would kill him with a single punch. Feng Lei said in a low voice, "Big sister-in-law Li is boss's number one. Her name is Li Shuer." "Li Shuer? The young phoenix of the Violet of the Soul Hall? The woman whose beauty is earth-shattering and who is pursued by thousands of young men? A woman who possesses the bloodline of the phoenix. Oh my goodness!" Xianxia was stunned. Tang Tang was stunned as well. At this moment, the two of them did not feel any jealousy at all. Instead, they felt a sense of empathy for each other. Looking at the back view of Luo Tian, they suddenly felt as though he was far, far away from them. Immediately after, Xianxia was stunned for a moment before she said, "Isn't Li Shuer engaged to Murong Wanjian of Broken Sky City? How did she become the woman of this damned man?" Feng Lei grinned and laughed excitedly. "Boss is prepared to snatch the bride away at their wedding 2 years later. After that, he'll beat up that Murong Wanjian into a dog crawling on the ground." When he said that, Feng Lei was excited. His eyes were filled with confidence. And his blood was boiling. This time, the two girls were deeply stunned once more. At the same time, they turned to look at Luo Tian. At the same time, the two of them revealed looks of infatuation that could not be any more infatuated. Their eyes were blurred as they said at the same time, "So handsome. So handsome that it's a mess." Tang Tang was also extremely excited. The wedding held in Broken Sky City 2 years later will definitely be fun. I will definitely join in the fun. If anyone dares to disrespect me, I'll definitely have the 100,000 Black Dragon army raise the graves of his ancestors to the ground. Qin Yuer smiled sweetly, "Little sister, our top priority should be to give birth to a big basket of children for him before the wedding. By then, we'll be the big ones. So what if Li Shuer is a young phoenix? She still has to call us big sisters. The older the ginger, the spicier it is." Big sister's words make sense, hee hee. The two girls shamelessly talked about giving birth to children for Luo Tian. At this moment, Luo Tian suddenly felt a strong aura surging towards him. The corners of his lips curled up as he said coldly, "You dog, you're finally out." Chapter 5. The atmosphere changed instantly. The expressions of the two mystic kings in the courtyard of the Du residence changed as well. "Lad, you're dead meat. Old master is here. Let's see how long more you can be arrogant for." A massive aura filled the air above the Du residence. The power within the aura brought with it an endless amount of pressure. It was as though gravity had suddenly increased by hundreds of thousands of times. Almost instantly, Luo Tian's body pressed down as beads of cold sweat formed on his forehead. However, his lips curled into an excited smile, "Old fogey, you're finally out." Immediately after, Luo Tian turned around to look at Feng Lei and said, "Fatty, get everyone out." Fatty and Xianxia were still fine. In the short span of half a month, their cultivation states had increased by leaps and bounds. Especially Fatty. Right now, the power within his body could be said to be like a stampede of beasts. It was unprecedentedly strong. As for Xianxia, even though his improvement speed was not as fast as Fatty's, he was already at the doorstep of the Mystic King state. He was just short of an opportunity to break through. The both of them were able to withstand this tremendous aura somewhat. However, Tang Tang, Qin Yuer, and Blind Lu were practically sprawled out on the ground right now. Their bodies were bent down from the pressure, and their faces were extremely pale. They could not even breathe properly. Feng Lei nodded his head and immediately helped Tang Tang and Blind Lu up. Xianxia helped Qin Yuer up. The five of them were about to leave the Du residence. But, right at this moment, an extremely cold voice resounded. "Trying to leave? Do you think that the Du residence is a place where you can come and go as you please?" The voice wasn't loud. However, it exploded in the hearts of the thousands of people around. That feeling was as though their hearts were being hollowed out. Cold sweat broke out all over their bodies. Some of them could not take it and fainted. The moment the voice came out, the pressure on Feng Lei and Xianxia increased by several folds. Both of their legs bent and they nearly knelt down. Luo Tian's eyelids twitched slightly. Anger rose from his heart. Instantly, he gripped his fists tightly and shouted out, "Level 3 Berserk." Boom! A surge of energy burst forth from within his body. Then, the killing intent condensed from the way of the Grim Reaper in Luo Tian's sea of consciousness was released. It directly turned into a huge aura, like an evil dragon soaring into the sky. Rumble! 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 There was a deafening explosion in the sky. The two auras collided with each other and continued to wreak havoc. The powerful impact was like the explosion of a bomb. The shockwaves were sent out wave after wave. So strong. Luo Tian's expression changed slightly as he thought to himself, "This kind of aura is definitely above the 6th order profound king realm. Looks like this Du Yuansong is not simple The aura exploded in midair. The pressure that Du Yuansong exerted on Feng Lei and Xianxia weakened. The five of them did not dare to stay any longer. They took the opportunity to quickly leave. After sending Tang Tang, Qin Yuer, and Blind Lu to the entrance of the street, Feng Lei and Xianxia exchanged a glance and smiled at the same time. Then, the two of them walked into the Du residence. Feng Lei laughed foolishly, "Boss, you're lonely by yourself. I'm here to accompany you." The gigantic sword in Xianxuanyi's hand let out a heavy sword hum, and said, "I'll accompany you too." Finished. The two of them walked to Luo Tian's side, one on the left and one on the right, like two Vajras. Luo Tian laughed. He was extremely happy. With such brothers, he wasn't afraid of death and could share honor and disgrace with them. This was one of the greatest blessings in life. He then laughed maniacally, "All right, but you guys better remember this well." Without waiting for Luo Tian to finish, the two of them said at the same time, "Understood, the old rules." Ha ha ha, ha ha ha, ha ha, the three of them laughed at the same time. Their laughter was very arrogant, and very overbearing. This made Du Yuansong, who was walking up step by step from the backyard, extremely unhappy. His robes fluttered without any wind, and he, who was as thin as firewood, walked up the stairs. A light breeze blew past, and his body swayed slightly, as if he was about to fall. "Those who barge into my Du residence will die. Those who kill my Du residence will die. Those who smash my Du residence will die. Those who dare to clash with my aura will die. The three of you, plus the three who just walked out, a total of 6 of you will die. I will use the cruelest method to end your lives." Du Yuansong's dry voice said word by word. His face was gloomy, and the wrinkles on his forehead were like tree bark. The moment Du Yuansong appeared, Luo Tian's eyes opened wide, and he laughed excitedly. He secretly said, "Boss, it really is the boss of the North City." Golden light, the sky was filled with golden light. Du Yuansong's entire body was covered with golden light. Without a doubt, he was the boss of the North City. Hearing his voice, and looking at his Adam's apple, Luo Tian laughed, and said, "There were rumors that you were a eunuch, but I didn't really believe it. I didn't think that you were really a eunuch. You don't have a little brother below, so how do you pee? Do you stand, or do you squat like a woman? Ha ha ha. Eunuch, ha ha ha, damn eunuch, ha ha ha." The three of them began to laugh wildly again. Crazy. What kind of person is this? They are all crazy. They actually dared to call Du Yuansong a eunuch. They are going to die, they are going to die soon. This is Du Yuansong's reverse scale. They dared to laugh in his face, they must be tired of living. In their eyes, Luo Tian and the other two were going to die soon. It would be like what Du Yuansong said, they would die miserably. Daring to touch the king's reverse scale in the North City, they were definitely courting death. The other two people in the Du mansion's courtyard had a slightly sinister expression, and almost simultaneously shouted, "Courting death." Before they finished their words, they had already rushed out. Luo Tian's eyebrows twitched. Feng Lei was the first to step out. "Boss, let me play with these two trash." Xianyuan pulled the chain with one hand, and the gigantic sword had already rushed out, and shouted, "Let me have one." Pung! Pung! The four of them immediately collided. Their strength was not any weaker than the two Xian kings. They were even stronger by a bit. Feng Lei's two arms had already turned into a beast, and there were incomparably sinister blood-red scales, flickering with a cold bloody light. The entire courtyard was filled with the smell of blood, and his arms were as if they had been soaked in a pool of blood. Xianyuanyi's sword was even more devastating than half a month ago, and its strength had at least doubled. Luo Tian was excited. In just half a month, they had improved by a lot. Luo Tian was no longer worried about the two of them, but instead looked up and laughed coldly. "Now is the time for me to explode. Du Yuansong, you old eunuch, want to kill me? I will let you experience my tyranny." Level 4 Berserk. Boom. Chapter 6 delivered, 210 votes plus chapters. Brothers, where are your monthly votes? Help this old bull, the enemy's cannon fire is too fierce, this old bull's chrysanthemum can't be protected. Tyrannical slash, the powerful and tyrannical power annihilated everything. At this moment, the wild blade let out a cry of joy. Chanting, it was also excited. This slash had completely shaken the entire Heaven Sword City. The eyes of those rankers all opened wide. In a short half a month, their strength had once again reached a new height. This young man was incredible. Countless ideas were spying on the Du mansion. There was no need to hide. Luo Tian himself could sense it, but he was too lazy to look at it, and could not suppress the excitement in his heart. Boss, you must give me something good, you must." Suddenly, Luo Tian thought of a very serious problem. Du Yuansong was a eunuch, then would he drop some sunflower treasure book? Holy sh*t. It's not that fierce, right? Luo Tian felt a chill run down his spine, and anxiously said in his heart, please don't drop such a disgusting cultivation technique. If you want to drop it, you have to drop a little bit of a man, a little bit of a domineering cultivation technique. Huff, big sister Guanyin, please bless me. Seeing that I've been playing with you for 8 years, please bless me. The system notification sounded. Ding. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for killing Du Yuansong for obtaining 20,000 experience, 6,000 profound chi. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for obtaining the Luo water sword. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for obtaining 1 high-grade profound stone. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for obtaining 3 middle-grade profound stone and 5 low-grade profound stone. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for obtaining the cultivation technique golden bell cover. Do you wish to cultivate it? Huh? Golden bell cover? My god, is that Shaolin Temple's golden bell cover? Luo Tian was stupefied, completely stupefied, and thought to himself, what kind of F** king world is this? This F** king system, you're so F** king handsome. Golden bell cover dropped, Luo Tian himself couldn't believe it. It was completely inconceivable. Unable to wait, Luo Tian immediately opened the system to check. Art, Golden Bell Shield Grade, Spiritual Level Proficiency, 03000 Consumption, 2000 Xianxia Point Skill Description, this skill is a pure yang skill. Females and eunuchs are not allowed to practice this skill. Cultivating this skill will increase one's yang energy exponentially. The higher the level, the higher the pure yang energy. Skill description 2, when this skill is used, it can form a giant golden bell as a shield. The skill can be used continuously, and it consumes 100 points of celestial chi per second. At the Great Perfection realm, the golden bell can be used to protect the body, making it indestructible. Ding. Do you wish to cultivate? Luo Tian said without hesitation, cultivate. If he doesn't cultivate such an awesome technique, is he still from Earth? How many years have I dreamed of becoming a martial artist? I've been looking forward to the day when I'll be able to cultivate some kind of Shaolin Temple's ultimate divine ability. Who would have thought that the dream that I couldn't complete in my previous life would actually come true in this other world? What the F***ck, system, I love you so much. You must have come here specifically to fulfill my dreams. Ding. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for successfully cultivating. Just as Luo Tian was about to kill Du Yuansong, Chen Donglai walked out with Chen Chen in his arms. Originally, Du Yuansong was unable to use the golden bell cover, but when Chen Chen appeared in Luo Tian's line of sight, the system beep gave off a slight change, and even Luo Tian himself did not notice it. Then, the item that dropped changed, just like what Ghost Dragon said before it died, and Chen Chen can help you. Now that he thought about it, and Chen Chen did indeed have a mysterious and powerful ability. Ghost Dragon was originally only a stage 3 monster, but in a short span of 10 months, it had unknowingly risen to stage 6. Why was that, and a little more? The Ghost Dragon's idea was inputted into it when Luo Tian was refining it. Even if it had its own thoughts, it was still centered around Luo Tian's idea. However, he actually had his own independent thoughts, and even learned to speak human language. This was absolutely impossible without anyone teaching him. Therefore, it was also in Chen Chen. This little girl from the Demon Fox clan was so powerful that no one could compare to her. Big brother Luo Tian and Chen Chen struggled in Chen Donglai's embrace for a moment, then anxiously jumped down. He ran all the way, and was extremely happy. He rushed to Luo Tian's side, and with a leap, he jumped into Luo Tian's embrace, and the stubborn boy flattened. At this moment, and Chen Chen's eyes were wet, and then, tears uncontrollably flowed out. He cried loudly, and cried with a heart-wrenching cry. Big brother Luo Tian, Chen Chen is so scared. Big brother Luo Tian, that old man Du is so scary. He stares at me every day, scaring me every day, saying that you won't come to save Chen Chen, saying that you will die in his hands. Chen Chen doesn't believe it at all, but Chen Chen is really scared. Big brother Luo Tian, Chun Chun will never leave you again, never again, never. Woo, in this half a month, and Chun Chun was stubborn, never showing a trace of fear. She was strong for a while, but she was only a little over 7 years old girl, facing Du Yuensong's old changes every day. How could she not be afraid? Seeing Luo Tian, her heart finally relaxed. It was also because of this relief that all the suppressed fear in her heart burst out, to the point that she cried uncontrollably. Luo Tian's heart was almost broken by her crying. Looking at this porcelain doll-like face that was filled with tears, Luo Tian's heart clenched even tighter. Clenching his teeth tightly, he shouted out in his heart once more, Luo Tian, oh Luo Tian. If you let an Chun Chun get hurt again, you're not human. Strength, that mother of king strength again. Luo Tian's teeth were about to break as he clenched his fists so tightly that they couldn't get any tighter. Wow. Whose family is this young lady from? She's way too beautiful, isn't she? Look at those soul-stirring eyes of hers and that exquisite face of hers. If she were to grow up a few more years, she would definitely be a peerless beauty. I'm afraid even the current fledgling phoenix, Li Shuer, wouldn't be able to compare to her. Anyone would be hooked by those eyes of hers. If I were a man, I'd be smitten immediately. Pervert. Tang Tang and Qin Yuer walked up. Both of them had wanted to rush into Luo Tian's embrace and talk to him about having children. But when they caught sight of An Chun Chun, their eyes widened. Pushing Luo Tian away, they hugged An Chun Chun, who was sobbing uncontrollably. Little girl, don't cry. Did this stinky pervert bully you? Tell us. We won't let him off. That's right. We'll stand up for you. Luo Tian pursed his lips and mumbled, Holy F***ck. What's going on? And Chun Chun rubbed her eyes and looked at Luo Tian with a giggle. Big brother Luo Tian, are these two big sisters the same as big sister Shuer? Luo Tian scratched his head in confusion. For a moment, he did not know how to reply. And Chun Chun chuckled mischievously and said seriously, when Chun Chun grows up, I want to marry you too. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Old Nyo's heart was torn apart. Kneeling down from 10,000 meters in the air, begging for votes. And Chun Chun's words shocked everyone. Everyone was looking at her. Was this something a 7-year-old child could say? Did she know what marriage was at such a young age? And Chun Chun looked at their shocked expressions and said seriously again, I want to marry big brother Luo Tian when I grow up. That way, he won't leave me. Yes, that should be it. That's what my mother told me, right? Big brother Luo Tian? Luo Tian chuckled. He did not know how to reply. Fatty Lei was the first to react as he mumbled, this is bad. Not even a table of mahjong is enough. Tang Tang and Qin Yuer's faces turned cold as they glared at Feng Lei. Feng Lei shrunk his head and immediately hid to the side. He pretended to be calm and whistled, pretending that he had not said anything. Chun Chun, he's a stinking pervert. Hooligan, you have to stay away from him in the future. Tang Tang rolled her eyes at Luo Tian and said to An Chun Chun gently. Qin Yuer glared at Luo Tian and said, just what did you teach her? You can't even let a 7-year-old child off, right? You're really a pervert. Hooligan, pervert. Pervert, humph. I don't want to fight 3,000 rounds with you anymore. Chun Chun, be good. You had to stay away from him in the past. He's a big bad guy. Holy F***ck. What's wrong with me? I didn't even say a single word and I became a big bad guy. Pervert. Is there even a place for you to be reasonable? Luo Tian was filled with resentment. He then looked at Qin Yuer's huge twin peaks and complained even more. I remember that you said that when I came to the Heaven Sword City, you would take off all your clothes and wait for me on the big bed. Are you going back on your word? A gentleman's word is not something that can be chased by 10 horses. Qin Yuer snorted, didn't I say that I'm not a gentleman? I'm just a woman with big breasts. So what if I go back on my words? Bite me then. Bite me if you have the guts. As Qin Yuer spoke, she puffed up her chest and stood before Luo Tian, looking as though she was saying, go ahead and bite me. Luo Tian really wanted to take a bite. But, there were so many people here. Luo Tian heaved a long sigh in his heart. Heavens, earth, how can you treat me like this? What did I do wrong? I didn't do anything. You won't even let go of a 7-year-old girl, and you still say you didn't do anything? Tang Tang said angrily. Xianxia immediately chimed in, that's right. And Chun Chun is so innocent, so cute, and so beautiful. Do you think I don't know what you're thinking? You must be very dirty. Humph. Suddenly, Luo Tian had a feeling of being unable to defend himself. He used to be the king of quarrels. But right now, he couldn't say a single word at all. He lamented in his heart. What sort of a world was this? And Chun Chun's big eyes sparkled as she said, why do you guys always say that big brother Luo Tian is a big baddie? Gangster. But you guys still like him that much. Huh? Huh? We don't like a big baddie like him. Xianxia and Tang Tang replied in unison. As they spoke, their faces were flushed red. Clearly, they didn't mean what they said. Ha ha ha. Chun Chun, you've said it so well. Finally, there's someone who's speaking up for me. Luo Tian was so touched that he nearly cried. And Chun Chun giggled out, big brother Luo Tian, you're the best man in the world. Mummy said that if I were to marry someone, I would marry a man like you. Therefore, big brother Luo Tian, you'll marry me when you grow up, right? So direct that Luo Tian did not know how to reply. Was this a proposal? Luo Tian gulped down his saliva and chuckled out, when you grow up and understand things, you'll find the best man in your life. Oh. And Chun Chun was a little unhappy as she murmured, big brother Luo Tian, I miss Mummy. Luo Tian's heart sank as well. Patting in Chun Chun on the head, he said, Chun Chun, be a good girl. Big brother Luo Tian will definitely help you find your mummy. There was less than a month left until the S-class mission. Within this month, he had to think of a way to rescue Chun Chun's mother. This was no longer a mission. It was something that Luo Tian had to do. He had sworn that he would not let Chun Chun live on in unhappiness. If he couldn't find her mother, she might not be happy for the rest of her life. Dow Merchant Alliance, Luo Tian's heart sank, no matter the price, I have to rescue her. Whether it's auctioning or robbing, I have to do my best. This is my promise to Chun Chun. A promise to make a pinky promise, at this time. Tang Jiu walked over. An old man followed behind him. The old man was a little dejected. He looked up at Luo Tian and sensed that he was indeed in the 3rd level of the Mystic King realm. He couldn't help but wonder, how did he break through to the 3rd level of the Mystic King realm? Can he break through? In just half a month, even if his talent is heaven-defying, he can't reach this level so quickly. He couldn't understand. Wang Jinka really couldn't understand what kind of existence Luo Tian was. In his heart, these were all small matters. What made him the most unhappy was that the 10 jars of dragon saliva jade wine were gone. That was a top-quality wine, and it was gone just like that. Luo Tian also went up and cupped his hands, Brother Jiu. Tang Jiu couldn't contain the excitement in his heart, idol. Idol? She heard the word idol extremely clearly. Tang Tang turned his head and stared at Luo Tian, you are Brother Jiu's idol? Tang Jiu also realized that he shouldn't have said that word, and couldn't help but laugh, breaking through to the 3rd level of the Mystic King realm in half a month, even if it's any warrior, they would treat him as their idol, wouldn't they? So it's like that. Tang Tang laughed lightly, and said, I thought you were Brother Jiu's idol, humph. I'm the man who wants to marry Brother Jiu's idol, you're not the man I want to marry, humph. Luo Tian laughed bitterly, and said, I was afraid that your Brother Jiu's idol would beat me up until I was looking for my teeth on the ground. Then. Luo Tian was too lazy to bother with Tang Tang, he cupped his fists and said heavily, thank you, Brother Jiu, for your help during this time. Then. Luo Tian turned and bowed 90 degrees to Chendong Lai, and thanked him, thank you, Senior, for secretly protecting Chun Chun, thank you. Tang Jiu was startled, and said unhappily, what are you doing, back then? He wanted to say that Luo Tian had saved him in the Shadow Mountain Corpse City, but when he thought about how Tang Tang was by his side, he changed his words, you don't have to be polite with me, this is what I should do. Chendong Lai also smiled indifferently, and said, it's nothing. At the same time, he was also seriously sizing up Luo Tian, but he didn't find anything special about him. How did he break through so quickly? Wang Jingke also walked forward, circled around Luo Tian, grinned, and said, "Brat, what exactly did you eat to grow up? The speed of your breakthrough is a little too fast, you've caused me so much trouble." Sigh. While they were talking, a white figure floated down like an immortal. Nangong Hao, Chapter 9, 240 votes plus chapter. Thank you, Brother Wang Bin, for your 10,000 book coins, I am extremely grateful. He looked like a celestial being. His movements were graceful and his white robes made him look like a celestial being. The moment he landed, two other old men in dark green robes also landed silently. Tang Jiu's expression changed. He went up and greeted them, "Elder Son, Elder Zhao." Qin Yuer's expression changed as well. She went up and bowed, "Elder Son, Elder Zhao." The two old men glanced at Tang Jiu and returned the greeting with a smile. As for Qin Yuer, they did not even look at her. Nan Gonghao smiled politely and said, "Brother Jiu." He called him Brother Jiu directly. He did not refer to him as a member of the Yunhai sect. To Nan Gonghao, Tang Jiu was his brother because he was going to marry Tang Jiu's sister, Tang Tang. Tang Jiu's expression did not change. He just smiled. There were many meanings behind his smile. However, there was one thing that only Tang Jiu knew. It was disdain and contempt. Tang Tang took a step forward and shouted coldly, "What are you doing here? Who is your brother Jiu? Please don't call us brother Jiu. We can't afford to be your brother Jiu, young master of the Yunhai sect." "Tang Tang, are you still angry with me?" Nan Gonghao frowned slightly. There was anger between his brows. However, no one noticed it. He hid it well. Tang Tang laughed coldly and said, "Angry? What do I have to be angry about? No matter how many women you fool around with outside, it has nothing to do with me. Why should I be angry? I don't have the right to be angry with you, young master of the Yunhai sect." Nan Gonghao frowned again. He wanted to step forward. As soon as he stepped forward, Tang Tang retreated. He stepped forward. Tang Tang walked to Luo Tian's side and grabbed his arm. She stared at Nan Gonghao coldly as if she was saying, "Come at me." Nan Gonghao did not continue to step forward. Instead, he stared at Luo Tian coldly and shouted, "Take your dog's paw away." Without waiting for Luo Tian to speak, she gently said to Tang Tang, "Tang Tang, don't make trouble. I will never provoke those women again. They were the ones who provoked me. I really have nothing to do with them. I only have you in my heart, and in this life, only you." F***ck. Luo Tian immediately cursed. He dug his ears and murmured, "I can't listen anymore. My ears are going numb. What the hell is he talking about? My ears are ringing. I don't even need to think to know that he's lying. Bro, women are not meant to be tricked." Nan Gonghao's eyes suddenly turned cold. He stared at Luo Tian and shouted, "You dog, you don't have the right to speak here. Get out of my way. Nan Gonghao, don't be too presumptuous. This is the Celestial Sword City, not your Yunhai sect. You should get the hell out of here." Tang Tang said angrily, "Who you have a relationship with has nothing to do with me. I have never liked you. Don't think too highly of yourself." From the beginning to the end, Tang Tang had never liked Nan Gonghao. She had only visited Tang Jiu a few times in the Yunhai sect, and it was Nan Gonghao who received her those times. After a few times, the two of them could be considered to be familiar with each other. But for some reason, suddenly, there was a rumor that Tang Tang liked Nan Gonghao. Because of this, Tang Tang was very angry. Just a while ago, someone even revealed that Nan Gonghao was a prostitute in the Full Flower House in the Celestial Sword City. Furthermore, his reputation in the Yunhai sect was extremely bad. He had once pursued Qin Yuer. The rumor spread more and more fiercely. The sect leader of the Yunhai sect, Nan Gongju, directly brought Nan Gonghao to the Celestial Sword City to propose marriage. The Yunhai sect had a good relationship with the Tang dynasty for many generations. In addition, Nan Gonghao was very handsome and talented. He had reached the Xianxia layer at the age of 27. Therefore, the Yunhai sect had silently agreed to the marriage. Who would have thought that on the day of the engagement, Tang Tang would run away? No matter how good Nangonghao's heart was, at this moment, his expression was somewhat ugly. He coldly stared at Luo Tian and said disdainfully, "He's the one who kidnapped you? You dog even dared to kidnap my woman. Let's see how I cripple you today." "You dare?" Tang Tang glared angrily and shouted. "Elder son, this is the Celestial Sword City. He is also my friend." Tang Zhou's voice was also slightly deep. There was a hint of anger in his words. If it wasn't for the Yunhai sect, he would have already ordered his men to take action. Bullying his idol was equivalent to bullying him. In the Celestial Sword City, who was he afraid of? Sun Feng said faintly, "Your Highness, he is a wanted criminal. The arrest warrant has already been issued. He is a wanted criminal anywhere in the Great Tang Dynasty. Arresting a wanted criminal is the responsibility of every citizen of the Great Tang Dynasty." Zhao Kongxing immediately echoed, "Kidnapping the princess is a serious crime. This kind of fugitive should be killed on the spot. Killing one as an example to the rest will also prove to the world that whoever dares to kidnap the princess will only face death." "Aya. When did the Yunhai sect become a citizen of the Great Tang Dynasty? How come I didn't know?" Wang Jinke smiled faintly and walked up to Luo Tian's side. Then, an invisible force was released from his body. He was protecting Luo Tian. The strength of Sun and Zhao was not simple. They were elders of the Yunhai sect and trusted aides of Nan Gongjue. If the two of them were to make a move, Luo Tian would be instantly killed. Chen Donglai also walked up and said, "We are not in a hurry. Why is your Yunhai sect so anxious? Does Princess Chongping look like she was kidnapped? Anyone with eyes can see that. Also, do you think that His Majesty doesn't know that his daughter is here? Celestial Sword City is only so big. Do you think you can escape the senses of a profound sage expert? The reason why he didn't send the Imperial Guards is because he knows that Princess Chongping was not kidnapped." The two of them invisibly sent out a force, secretly guarding against Sun and Zhao's sudden sneak attack. Luo Tian naturally knew and was secretly grateful. Sun and Zhao's faces darkened. They had noticed this as well. There was a profound sage realm ancestor in the Great Tang Imperial Palace. How could he not notice? The two of them had indeed thought of ambushing and killing Luo Tian, but it would be useless even if they said it out loud, because Luo Tian was a wanted criminal. However, when Wang Jinke and Chen Donglai walked forward, the two of them no longer had the chance. At this moment, Nangonghao's expression had already become very ugly. A pair of cold eyes stared straight at Luo Tian, and said, "Who do you think you are? What qualifications do you have to fight with me, Nangonghao, the future young master of the Yunhai sect for a woman? Nangonghao, don't be too presumptuous." Princess Tang Tang's dignity exploded. Luo Tian did not say anything, and only laughed coldly. Nangonghao disdainfully said, "You dog, what are you laughing at? Do you have the right to laugh?" Then, Nangonghao disdainfully said, "Aren't you very good at fighting? If you have a fight with me, then scram. The loser should never appear in Celestial Sword City." At this moment, Tang Tang did not say anything else, but looked at Luo Tian very seriously. Luo Tian was also looking at her blazing eyes. He chuckled lightly, then turned to stare at Nangonghao, and shouted with incomparable domineering anger, "Son of a bitch, you want to die, right? I'll fulfill your wish." Chapter 10 delivered, 250 monthly votes plus chapters. Do you want to add more to make it more intense? Please crazily vote for Old Cow, and give me some recommendation votes. Right now, Tang Tang was still an ignorant young girl. In her heart, she had always hoped for a great hero to appear to protect her. She had once thought that such a great hero should be the idol that her brother Jiu had talked about. That was because only men like him could be the greatest heroes of the world. Right now, her heart was about to melt. That was because the great hero in her heart had appeared. Luo Tian was enraged for her beauty. She was that beauty. Tang Tang's heart was thumping furiously. Her heart was filled with sweetness as though she had just eaten honey. Every young girl would dream of someone standing in front of them when they were in trouble and fighting for them. Tang Tang had dreamed of many such scenes. However, this was something that she had never imagined before. Tang Tang looked at Luo Tian in a daze. Luo Tian glared at Nangong Hao coldly and shouted out in an overbearing manner, Mother **Ker. You want to die, right? Yours truly shall grant you your wish. Arrogant, unbridled, absolutely domineering. Actually, Luo Tian was truly enraged right now. This lad Nangong Hao had put on a superior expression in front of him. His words were filled with disdain, contempt, and disdain. Furthermore, he was using his status as the future young master of the Cloud Ocean sect to suppress Luo Tian. It was as though he was saying, "You country bumpkin. Get the hell out of my way. What rights do you have to fight with me for a woman? Who do you think you are?" Therefore, Luo Tian was enraged. For the sake of Tang Jiu, Qin Yuer, and Tang Tang, he had not done anything. However, Nangong Hao's arrogance was unbearable. He roared out, "Do you believe that I can kill you in a matter of minutes?" Luo Tian felt that his temper was still all right. At the very least, there were many occasions where he could suppress it. However, there were people who had challenged his bottom line time and time again. When his temper exploded, it was truly like an erupting volcano. No one could stop him. Suddenly, there was a loud shout. Nangong Hao was stunned. His eyes shone with a cold-killing intent. Ever since he was young, no one had ever dared to speak to him in such a manner. He was the rare genius of the Cloud Ocean sect. For the sake of becoming the Grandmaster, his status was extremely noble. Speaking to him would raise his status. Being insulted, however, this was the first time in his life, and he was facing a country bumpkin with no status at all. This made him furious, and his face became cold as he shouted heavily, "Bastard, let's see who lives and who dies today." As soon as he finished speaking, a series of explosions came from behind Nangong Hao. Boom, 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 every time there was an explosion, a longsword would appear behind him. The longsword would flash with a raging flame. This flame moved along with Nangong Hao's breathing. His sword intent had already reached a supreme level. This made Xianxia frown, and he couldn't help but walk over. In less than a second, 8 swords appeared behind Nangong Hao. Every single one of them emitted an incomparably terrifying aura that was extremely oppressive. The sword intent condensed from the 8 swords formed a sword intent pressure that rushed straight into Luo Tian's sea of consciousness. At this moment, Xianxuanyi's body suddenly moved, directly blocking in front of Luo Tian. The gigantic sword in his hand fiercely pierced into the ground, leaving only the sword hilt, one hand grabbing onto the gigantic sword's iron chain, the other hand forming a fist, and heavily clenching it. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Boom. The gigantic sword released. A tiger-like sword intent that instantly pounced forward. Xianxuanyi's eyebrows sank, and his body slightly pressed down. At this moment, his body was like a taut giant sword, and the aura on his body had completely fused with the gigantic sword, and his body was filled with the power of the sword. One with the sword, the true supreme realm of one with the sword. Nangong Hao was the same. Both of them had reached the supreme realm of one with the sword. The difference was, the sword intent released from Xianxuanyi's body was even more mellow and ferocious, as if there was a kind of divine power on his body. However, the gap between Xianxuanyi and Nangong Hao's realm was too great. Although Xianxuanyi's sword intent was better than Nangong Hao's, his cultivation was not just a little bit weaker. "You dog! How dare you block my sword intent, get lost!" Nangong Hao frowned deeply, his sea of consciousness shook slightly, and a vigorous force rushed out, crashing into Xianxuanyi's chest. Xianxuanyi's chest caved in, and his entire body was about to fly out. It was also at this moment Luo Tian's feet sank, and he used one hand to block Nangong Hao's back. His sea of consciousness moved as well, and a force like Mount Tai pressed down on Nangong Hao's power, completely crushing it. Boom! There was a dull explosion in the air. Nangong Hao's 2 consecutive attacks were blocked, which made him even angrier, and the 8 swords behind him suddenly moved. Tang Jiu's face darkened, and he smiled slightly, walked forward, and said, "Young sect master, this seems a little unfair." Fair? There is no such thing as fairness in this world. In the world of cultivators, the weak are prey to the strong. How can there be fairness? Nangong Hao saw Tang Jiu walk forward, and his sword intent was slightly reduced, but the 8 swords in the air were still constantly making sounds, as if they had eyes, staring at Luo Tian. Being stared at by the 8 swords, Luo Tian was a little unhappy. Nan Gongha did not give Tang Jiu any face. Tang Jiu did not care much, and smiled. Brother Luo Tian, you just had a big fight, and your Xianxia was used up too much, and you also have some minor injuries. Isn't it a bit unfair to challenge him now? If this matter spreads out, it will damage the reputation of the Yunhai sect. As a disciple of the Yunhai sect, I have to think about it. Young sect master, shouldn't you think about it too? Without waiting for Nan Gongha to speak, Tang Tang suddenly stood up and said, "Don't you want to marry me? 10 days from now, at the peak of the Imperial City, if you can defeat him, I will marry you. But please remember, I want a fair fight. If you dare to use underhanded means, then don't blame me, Princess Chongping, for falling out with you. Don't even mention the fact that you are the young patriarch of the Yunhai sect. Even if you were Nan Gongju, I would still be able to make the ancestor come out of seclusion." Imposing manner. The princess' imposing manner was extraordinary. In front of any superior person, she had an imposing manner. Hearing Tang Jiu's words, Tang Tang realized how selfish she was. Luo Tian had used up too much Xianxia in the fight with Du Yuansong, and had also suffered some minor injuries. If he went out now, he would definitely not be Nan Gongha's opponent. It was very unfair. However, Tang Tang was worried that Nan Gongha would use his status as the Yunhai sect's young sect master to attack Luo Tian. If Luo Tian was really injured, she would never be able to forgive herself. Nan Gongha laughed arrogantly, and deliberately shot his 8 swords in front of Luo Tian, waving them in front of Luo Tian, provoking him. He was very proud of himself, and said, "Good, 10 days later, I will come and take your dog life. Let's go." The first chapter has been delivered. I want to say that I am so moved that I want to cry. Thank you. Brother's second gift of 100,000 book coins, and looking at the long string of zeros, Old Ox was really moved to tears. Thank you, thank you. Today I will update all the chapters for you. Thank you to Soul, Moonfall for a series of 1888 book coins. Old Ox is very grateful. It's a new day. Brothers, please vote for Old Bull with your monthly votes and recommendation votes. With that, the 3 of them disappeared on the spot. Luo Tian blinked his eyes in a daze. Damn, what's going on? How did it become the 10 days promise? I didn't agree. He was inexplicably involved in this political marriage, and was inexplicably involved in the 10 days promise. He didn't even have time to say anything before Nan Gongha flew away. What the hell was this? Hearing Luo Tian's words, Tang Tang's expression was a little downcast. You don't want to fight? Huh? It's not that I don't want to. Luo Tian muttered. Oh yeah. As long as you're willing to fight, it's good that you're willing to fight. Look at how good I am to you. I knew that you used too much profound chi just now, so I immediately asked him to postpone the battle to 10 days later. Moreover, it was in front of the entire Imperial City, he. I'm really too smart. Tang Tang's expression instantly changed. Luo Tian's heart sank. Damn, I've been tricked again. Of course. He also knew that Tang Jiu and Tang Tang were doing this for his own good. He didn't know what Nan Gongha's cultivation was. He also didn't know what kind of cultivation technique he was cultivating. And he had revealed his strength twice, but Nan Gongha was very clear about him. Facing such a predicament, Tang Jiu immediately stood up. He didn't think too much, because he knew that the current Luo Tian wasn't Nan Gongha's opponent. The reason was simple. Nan Gongha's cultivation had already reached the peak of the 6th stage of the Profound King Realm. They were both at the 6th stage of the Profound King Realm, but Nan Gongha was much stronger than Du Yuansong. Comparing the two, one was like a pheasant, the other was like a phoenix. Du Yuansong belonged to the unorthodox path, and was only at the 6th stage of the Profound King Realm, while Nan Gongha was a legitimate disciple of the Yunhai sect. Every breakthrough he took was very successful, and he was much stronger than Du Yuansong. Tang Jiu couldn't let Luo Tian take the risk. In his opinion, Luo Tian still couldn't defeat Nan Gongha. And Tang Tang, on the other hand, wanted Luo Tian to defeat Nan Gongha in front of everyone in the Heaven Sword City. She wanted this annoying fly to never appear in the Heaven Sword City again, and she also dreamed of someone who was willing to stand up and challenge everything for her. Luo Tian looked at Tang Tang's happy expression and gently smiled. Why wait for 10 days? I can cripple him right now. Tang Tang stared blankly for a moment, then patted Luo Tian's shoulder and said, if you can say that, this princess is deeply gratified. Don't worry, after 10 days, you can defeat him. During these 10 days, try to break through again. This princess is very optimistic about you. Tang Jiu glared at Tang Tang and said, 13th sister, stop fooling around. Brother Luo, Nangonghao is very difficult to deal with. He is the peerless genius of the Cloud Sea Sect's Nangong family that hasn't appeared in 100 years. On the day he made his move, the yellow dragon sword that had been silent for 10,000 years broke out of the ground and flew to his side. The 8 swords he summoned just now were only the clones of the yellow dragon sword, and their strength wasn't even 1/10 of it. His comprehension of the way of the sword has even surpassed that of his father, Nangong Ju. That's why he's so arrogant and doesn't put anyone in his eyes. He does indeed have the qualifications to be arrogant. Putting aside his identity, he comprehended sword intent at the age of 10, and at the age of 15, he became one with the yellow dragon sword intent and reached the heaven realm. This kind of comprehension ability is extremely rare in the entire continent. Because of his appearance, the Cloud Sea sect has become even more powerful in the past few years. There are even people who predict that the Cloud Sea sect will have a chance to squeeze into the ranks of the immortal sects within 100 years. His high comprehension of the way of the sword is only one of them. He has cultivated a set of earth-level sword techniques, and this set of sword techniques was passed down to him by the sword spirit of the yellow dragon sword that had been silent for 10,000 years. Rumor has it that this set of sword techniques can kill experts of the profound sect stage. In a world where cultivation techniques were king, a good cultivation technique indeed had the power to defy the heavens. There were only a handful of earth-level cultivation techniques in the entire continent. Furthermore, the sword techniques that Nangonghao had cultivated were imparted to him by the sword spirit of the yellow dragon sword. With that, this set of earth-level sword techniques would be even stronger. Coupled with the yellow dragon sword, it would be able to unleash an even greater amount of power. Luo Tian's body froze up slightly. Hearing Tang Jiu's words, he frowned. However, he was laughing in his heart. Earth-level sword techniques? Is it that awesome? Yours truly has cultivated quite a few sets of earth-level cultivation techniques. Qin Yuer's brows were furrowed as well. She continued, he's really strong. None of the inner sect disciples are a match for him. Furthermore, he has never once revealed his full strength. You've got to be careful in the duel 10 days later. She knew Nangonghao well. Luo Tian had snatched away his woman. Therefore, he could not wait to tear Luo Tian into shreds. In the duel 10 days later, he would definitely unleash all of his strength. He would use his strongest strength to crush Luo Tian so that Luo Tian would have to kneel down before him without any strength to retaliate. Nangonghao had always been sinister and ruthless. Tang Tang could also sense the severity of the situation. She retracted her excited expression and looked at Luo Tian. How about I go look for him to cancel the duel 10 days later? After all, I'm a princess. I can do whatever I want. Hearing Tang Jiu and Qin Yuer's words, she started to worry. Luo Tian asked in a serious tone, do you like him? Tang Tang replied immediately, no, I don't. I hate people like him the most. Furthermore, he's a despicable and shameless person. Luo Tian continued, since you don't like him, I'll make sure he disappears from your world forever. If you like him, I'll admit defeat. The decision lay with Tang Tang. Tang Tang was extremely important to Luo Tian. However, Luo Tian would respect Tang Tang's choice. Tang Tang understood Luo Tian's intentions. She was so touched that her heart was in a mess. She mumbled, stinky bastard. You'd better spank my little butt. I can't stand you being so nice to me. Boo-hoo. Luo Tian chuckled. He then looked at Tang Jiu's solemn face and said, Brother Jiu, don't worry. Just trust me. 10 days later, I'll make sure he can't get up from the ground. I'll do what I say. Wang Jinke laughed out loud and said, not bad, kid. You've got guts. This old man likes you a lot. Don't worry. Even if you lose one day, no one will dare to kill you. If that kid Nangonghao dares to kill you, I'll be the first to not let him off. Chen Donglai smiled faintly and said, me too. Tang Jiu wanted to say something but stopped. In the end, he didn't say it. The opponent this time was really different. Nangonghao's strength had exceeded everyone's expectations. The reason why his father agreed to the marriage between him and Tang Tang was because he saw the potential in him. His father's foresight was the sharpest in the world. Tang Jiu couldn't help but worry for Luo Tian. At the same time, he secretly made up his mind that no matter the price, he couldn't let Luo Tian die. Qin Yuer's expression was similar to Tang Jiu's. She was also very solemn. Her heart was in her throat. She was worried for Luo Tian. Luo Tian looked at their expressions and sighed in his heart. He thought to himself, why are they all worried for me? If not for you guys stopping him, he would have been trampled under my feet. Chapter 2. Luo Tian wasn't the least bit worried about the battle 10 days later. If they hadn't stopped him, Nangonghao would probably be lying on the ground like a dead dog. However, everyone believed that Luo Tian wasn't Nangonghao's opponent. This made him feel helpless. Tang Jiu had repeatedly urged Luo Tian to break through to the Fourth Order Mystic King realm. Only then would he have the strength to fight Nangonghao. Luo Tian was forced to do so. He could only do as he was told. That night, Luo Tian once again left for the Ghost Forbidden Grounds. He once again asked Tang Jiu to take care of Chen and the others. And Chen was reluctant to part with them. She even hugged Luo Tian's thigh and begged him to bring her along. Her big eyes were filled with tears that could melt anyone's heart. In the end, Luo Tian didn't bring her along. Because compared to the Ghost Forbidden Grounds, this place was safer. Originally, Luo Tian wanted to go alone. However, Wang Jingke insisted on following him no matter how hard he tried to persuade him. In the end, he couldn't win against him and could only allow him to come along. However, there was one thing that Luo Tian said in advance. Once they entered the Ghost Forbidden Grounds, they would have to listen to his orders. Wang Jingke agreed without hesitation. This made Luo Tian a little suspicious. In his heart, he really wanted to know how Luo Tian managed to survive in the Ghost Forbidden Grounds, and even more so, how did he manage to break through? Every small realm in the Mystic King realm was extremely difficult to break through, and how did he manage to break through in just 10 short days? If it was that easy, the streets would be filled with Mystic King experts. There was another reason. He had lost the bet with Tang Jiu. As long as Luo Tian didn't leave the Sky Sword City, he had to secretly protect him. Entering the Ghost Forbidden Grounds was no exception. At night, two figures shuttled through the air at high speed, heading in the direction of the Ghost Pit, Sky Sword City. East City, Prime Minister Li Wenzong's residence. Li Wenzong furrowed his brows and clenched his fists. He was in a very bad mood. Quicksand is an organization that I've been running for many years. I didn't expect it to be so weak. They were killed before they even got close to the target, and then came back with their cultivation crippled. They died after saying a few words. Just who is this kid? Who is protecting him? He was very annoyed. The Quicksand Assassination Organization was one of his trump cards, but he didn't expect it to be so weak. They were all experts of the Profound King realm. Since 7 of them had died in a single night, and the 8th had died before the sun had even risen the next day, this was a great humiliation to Li Wenzong. What made him the most displeased were the words that were passed on. He was the Grand Chancellor of the Great Tang Dynasty, and his daughter was the Emperor's favorite concubine. Who dared to warn him like this? The more he thought about it, the more upset he felt. Shortly after, Li Wenzong looked at the pitch-black night and said softly, asking Dragon to come out of seclusion. You must deal with that brat for me. If you don't, I won't be able to. Swallow this anger. Behind him, Advisor Bai was taken aback. He replied immediately, yes, sir. East City, another place. Dao Merchant Alliance, the headquarters of the Great Tang Dynasty. The manager of the Dao Merchant Auction House, Chi Fu, narrowed his eyes into slits. His plump body trembled slightly as he looked at the man in front of him. Suppressing the excitement in his heart, he asked, "Are you sure it's the demon fox girl?" "I'm sure." The man nodded. He was a servant sent out by Du Yuansong. He was also the butler of the Du family, Du Ting. When he found out that Du Yuansong had been killed, his heart ached. He immediately ran to the Dao merchant auction house to see Chifu. Chifu asked again, "Have you seen her before?" Du Ting said, "Yes." Chifu asked again, "Can you recognize her?" Du Ting said, "Yes." Chifu laughed, laughing with incomparable excitement. The adult demon fox girl in the cage was the treasure of this auction. The starting price was 50 million, and the price would definitely be raised to hundreds of millions, or even hundreds of millions. If there was another demon fox girl, then the price, Chifu did not dare to think further. His face was full of smiles as he muttered, "No matter what, this demon fox girl must be found. She might be the demon fox with the mysterious power." Thinking of this, Chifu's eyes narrowed, and a trace of coldness flashed past. Du Ting's body trembled slightly. He immediately lowered his head, not daring to look at Chifu. "No one else knows about this, right?" "No, not a single one." "Good, very good. Now you can die." Ah, a corpse fell in a pool of blood. Chifu didn't move, but a black shadow appeared beside him. Chifu said coldly, "I'll give you 3 days to find the little girl from the Fox Demon clan. This is the person that the vice president wants. Don't mess it up." "Understood." The black shadow disappeared. The corner of Chifu's mouth curled up, revealing a harmless smile. "Demon Fox Girl, what kind of mysterious power do you have? Even the president is interested in you." Interesting, ha ha ha." After an hour of trekking, Luo Tian and Wang Jinka arrived at the dark gate of the Ghost Forbidden Grounds. Because of the restrictions of the array, only humans could enter and exit freely. Luo Tian reminded again, "Uncle Wang, don't wander around. Listen to my orders, or else none of us will be able to come out." There were too many ghosts in the Forbidden Grounds. If they were not careful, they would wake up. At that time, they would have nowhere to run. Moreover, after being killed by the ancient dragon-slaying array last time, Luo Tian could vaguely feel that there was a very powerful aura hidden in the depths of the Forbidden Grounds. If this aura was awakened, he would not be able to come out even if he had 10,000 lives. Wang Jinka also knew the dangers of the Ghost Forbidden Grounds, and said, "Don't worry, I will not do anything rash." Alright, let's go down." Luo Tian stepped into the gate of the array, and his figure gradually disappeared into the darkness. A few seconds later, the two of them appeared in the Forbidden Grounds. Just like the last time, the ghosts were still in a deep sleep. Only a large area was charred black, as if it had been struck by thousands of lightning bolts. Wang Jinka's face darkened, and said, "So this large area is empty, all the ghosts here were killed by you?" Luo Tian carefully approached, step by step, extremely careful, and said, "Uncle Wang, you just stay here and watch. Leave everything else to me. Remember, don't wander around." Luo Tian could not explain so much. Even if he explained, he might not understand. After all, this was the experience of the game in his previous life. Wang Jinka was a little impatient, and said, "Why are you being so wishy-washy like a woman? I said I would listen to your orders, so I will listen to your orders. Why would I wander around? In this Ghost Forbidden Grounds, I am even more afraid than you." Luo Tian was a little embarrassed. He laughed awkwardly and said, "Sorry, I was too nervous." He was really afraid. If Wang Jinka took a wrong step, then all his chances would be ruined. Suddenly, Luo Tian, who was close to the specter monster, was startled awake. Luo Tian instantly moved and punched it with both fists, killing it in a few moves. Wang Jinka was slightly surprised, and muttered, "Damn, so easy." Immediately, with a laugh, he shouted, "Let me try too." Thus, Xianxia swiftly changed his speed and landed beside one of the specter undead. Luo Tian was stunned. At this time, a large number of ghosts woke up from their deep sleep, and their scarlet eyes slightly raised, staring at Wang Jinka and Luo Tian. Damn it. Chapter 3, Smash this old cow to death with the monthly votes. F***ck, the thing that Luo Tian was most worried about had happened. The moment Wang Jinka's body moved and disappeared, his heart sank as he shouted, "Uncle Wang, don't do anything rash." Before Luo Tian could finish speaking, the surrounding specters and specters woke up from their slumber. Their blood-red eyes opened slightly as they stared at Luo Tian and Wang Jinka. Their deep voices sounded as if they had come from hell itself. Humans! Damned humans! Die, humans, die! A large group of specters woke up. Luo Tian was dumbstruck, his heart was dead silent as he thought, this is bad. Wang Jinka also realized that he was wrong. He smiled awkwardly and said, Brother Luo, I'm sorry. I saw that you killed them so easily, so I wanted to try. I didn't expect to provoke so many of them. What do we do now? He had lost all his face. If this was outside, he would definitely be laughed at. His heart tightened as he asked, why can he do it, but I can't? Could it be that this brat has some kind of treasure on him, or did he find the weakness of the specters? Uncle Wang, don't think so much, run. Luo Tian didn't think too much about it as he started running. Wind shadow step. Whoosh, whoosh, he jumped continuously, pulling the distance between him and the specters behind him a little. He shouted again, Uncle Wang, run. Why are you still in a daze? Wang Jinka did not dare to stay any longer as he ran madly towards the exit. Luo Tian was the same. All he had to do was to shake them off first, which was to get out of their aggro range just like in the game. Then, he would have to think of a way to kill them one by one. There was no other way. This was the only way. There were simply too many specters this time. There were at least thousands of them. That was 1,000 Xian King experts. F*CK, wouldn't he still be smashed into meat paste? Wang Jinka did not think that it would be like this, so he purposely slowed down a little compared to Luo Tian to protect him from the specters. He had to protect Luo Tian. This was what he promised the 9th prince. Moreover, this was all because of him in the first place. Uncle Wang, we're almost at the exit. Don't worry about them for now, just go straight out. Luo Tian reminded. He increased his speed, wanting to rush out of the exit in one go. Wang Jinka did not dare to be negligent. He immediately nodded and said, all right. Who? The two of them increased their speed to the maximum and reached the exit in the blink of an eye. Wang Jinka was a bit slower than Luo Tian, but he was the first to rush out. As for Luo Tian, he stopped in his tracks the moment he stepped out. It was also because of this that Wang Jinka rushed out ahead of Luo Tian. Luo Tian was dumbfounded, because at that moment, the system beeped. Ding! Unable to leave while in combat. Unable to leave while in combat. Luo Tian was speechless. He cursed the system, F*CK, are you trying to kill me? What the hell is this? I can't. Leave while in combat. F*CK, I'm going to be played to death by you. This kind of situation was very common in the game. Because you have yet to escape the aggro of the undeads, you have yet to escape from the battle. In this kind of situation, there are some map restrictions, so you can't leave. Luo Tian also understood, but now that his life was on the line, was it possible for him to fight against more than 1,000 profound King Realm undeads alone? Isn't this a joke? After trying a few times, it still didn't work. F*CK. I'll fight you to the death. Luo Tian frowned. There was no way out, he could only fight with his life on the line. He looked left and right. His gaze locked onto a corner. His body suddenly moved, and he directly stood in a corner. His gaze was gloomy as he coldly stared at the undeads that were rushing towards him like a tide. He roared in a deep voice, come, bite me. Immediately, Luo Tian bellowed in his heart, level 4 berserk, come out. Golden bell cover, come out. Magma raging fire, 4th stage, come out. Previous chapter next chapter boom. Previous chapter next chapter boom. Previous chapter next chapter boom. Every time he roared, a strong thunderous sound would erupt from Luo Tian's body, and a powerful force would be released without restraint. His right hand gripped the tightly, and the magma on his left hand dripped down. In the sea of consciousness, the power of the death god's way was also released. Luo Tian laughed sinisterly, and said angrily, you can't control my fury. Tyrannical slash. His right hand held the hilt of the blade, and slashed down at the undeads that rushed up first. Bam! With a slash, it turned into fine powder and disappeared in an instant. The system sounded out. Ding. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for killing undeads. You've gained 2000 experience, 1000 profound chi values. Ding. Demon Clan Undead +1. After killing one, hundreds of others rushed forward. Luo Tian once again slashed down, rumble. A few more fell. At this time, those undeads had already rushed in front of Luo Tian. The golden bell cover on Luo Tian's body emitted a golden light, and a huge golden bell-like air shield protected his body, causing the attacks of the undeads to fall heavily. Luo Tian did not block it, because he did not have the energy to do so. Instead, he allowed the three undeads to attack him, while he himself continued to attack outwards. There was no other way. He could only use the corners to block them. This was a very common method of blocking in online games. Out of the thousands of Spectre undead, only 3 of them could attack him continuously. The rest of the Spectre undead were all stuck outside, constantly roaring and cursing. They did have the strength of the demon race, but their intelligence was too low. Kill. Die. Ding, 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 the system crazily sounded out. His experience points were soaring. The Demon Clan's undead value was also soaring. And Luo Tian's profound chi value was also desperately decreasing. The worst thing was that the 3 undead surrounding him were still attacking his body with the power of the Shan King expert. Although the golden bell cover could block most of the attacks, there were still many attacks that hit his chest. Luo Tian's face was pale, and he spat out mouthful after mouthful of blood. While attacking, he was also constantly using healing technique on himself, but his heart secretly tightened. If this continues, I won't be able to hold on. He raised his head and swallowed more than 10 demon cores of different attributes. The profound chi in his body crazily rose, but it was still unable to match the consumption. Damn it. I have to use an AoE attack technique. Luo Tian's eyebrows twitched, and his voice heavily roared, level 4 berserk. 10,000 Thunder Blast. Thunderbolt, blast these dogs to death for me. Rumble. Rumble. 10,000 lightning bolts fell, and those undead's HP only decreased by about a tenth. This allowed Luo Tian to see hope. Heh heh, you bunch of beasts, go to hell. Wang Jinka, who was standing at the entrance, was dumbfounded, and muttered, this brat is so awesome. Chapter 4, Monthly Votes, please give me a monthly vote. Awesome. Too awesome. Wang Jinka sighed again and again as he muttered, no wonder the 9th prince said that he was extremely ferocious. Now it seems that this brat is not only ferocious, he is so ferocious that even the heavens and earth cannot tolerate him. He can even think of such a method to kill the undead. How awesome is he? Huh? Suddenly, Wang Jinka was surprised again. This kid wants me to go out first and stay behind. Is he worried that I will be injured and he will bear it alone? Wang Jinka was moved. Tears almost flowed out of his eyes. Looking at Luo Tian fighting with all his might, his heart secretly tightened. He shouted, kid, today I will accompany you to fight to my heart's content. Wang Jinka rolled up his sleeves and looked like he wanted to go all out. Luo Tian immediately stopped him, Uncle Wang, Ancestor Wang, just take it as I beg you. You can rest and watch from the side. Leave everything else to me. If Wang Jinka rushed in at this time, what would happen? After scattering the specters and specters, they would be chased all over the place. After that, Luo Tian's plan would be disrupted. At that time, it would be very difficult for them to do the same thing again. The old man and the young man would really lose their lives in this dark place where no one would enter for decades. Wang Jinka was surprised. He scratched his head and smiled, kid, I want to help you. Luo Tian also knew, Uncle Wang, I know you want to help me. You can rest and watch from the side. That is the biggest help you can give me. I can bear it alone. You rest first, let me get rid of these damn undead. With Wang Jinka's strength as a mysterious ancestor, he could indeed speed up the process. But, these were all experience points, these were the undead points of the demon race, how could he let others kill them? He absolutely could not. Therefore, no matter how painful it was, Luo Tian had to grit his teeth and bear it. He absolutely could not let go of a single undead. He absolutely could not let go of a single bit of experience points and undead points of the demon race. These were very important to him. Especially the great bedevilment art. Xianxia was a little bitter. He sat on a rock and was slightly depressed as he muttered, "Sigh, I'm old and useless. Even a profound king realm brat doesn't put me in his eyes." Sigh. His voice wasn't loud. Luo Tian heard it very clearly. For a moment, Luo Tian didn't know whether to laugh or cry. However, he still didn't let Xianxia come forward to help. Instead, he sped up the process and said in a low voice, 10,000 thunderbolts, fall for me. Level 4 Berserk. 16 times the attributes were released at a crazy rate. Luo Tian's chest was torn apart, and dark red blood gushed out. There was not a single part of his body that was still intact, and his flesh was badly mutilated. The attacks of these specters were extremely powerful, and even though Luo Tian had the protection of the Golden Bell canopy, he was still seriously injured. Heal. Heal. As he spoke, he grabbed a handful of healing pills that he had refined himself and stuffed them into his mouth. Once he felt slightly better, he roared, 10,000 lightning blast. Half an hour later. The HP of these specters gradually dropped to the bottom. Xianxia watched for half an hour without blinking his eyes. He completely couldn't understand what Luo Tian was doing. Those lightning bolts couldn't kill those specters, but he still kept releasing them. What was the use of killing these specters? It was better to take the opportunity to get rid of them. The more he watched, the more Xianxia couldn't understand Luo Tian. He didn't know what Luo Tian wanted. Is he going to continue like this? Is this brat crazy? Xianxia muttered. The only thing that shocked him was the amount of profound chi Luo Tian had. A question arose in his mind, even a mysterious ancestor realm expert wouldn't be able to sustain this kind of consumption for so long. How did he do it? Could it be that his Dantian's capacity has already surpassed that of a mysterious ancestor realm expert? Holy sh*t. Where did this brat come from? His entire body is filled with mystery. I've lived for hundreds of years and have never seen such a person. Could it be that he's not human? He should be. Xianxia was really bored out of his mind. He kept asking himself, and kept having questions in his heart. He wanted to ask them several times, but he still held it in. After half an hour, not a single specter had died. He really couldn't hold it in any longer, and asked loudly, "Brat, what the hell are you doing? You haven't killed a single specter after so long, how can I sit still here? I promised the 9th prince that I would guarantee your safety. If you continue like this, you will definitely die." It was also at this moment. Luo Tian chuckled, looked at the surrounding specters that had almost emptied out, and said loudly, "Uncle Wang, just watch, it's time to reap." After waiting for the profound chi to recover, it was just enough to release the 10,000 thunder blast, and then it struck down heavily. Rumble. Rumble. 10,000 lightning bolts fell, and the lightning wreaked havoc in the undead. One by one, the ghosts were struck and disappeared from where they stood. Ding. 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 The system beep was like a machine gun firing, exploding non-stop. Experience points was soaring. The undead value of the demon clan was soaring. Xianxia suddenly stood up. His eyes were wide open as he looked at the thousands of specters falling down one after another. He was shocked once again and muttered, "My mother, this brat. I can't even find the words to describe him." After a long time, 2 words came out of Xianxia's mouth, change. Abnormal. Hearing the system beep, Luo Tian became even more excited. Several more 10,000 thunder blast fell from the sky, and the original thousands of specters died, leaving only 100 or so, and all of them were on the verge of death, no longer having the arrogant look they had when they woke up. Luo Tian picked up the blood-drinking broadsword, and killed them one by one like slaughtering dogs and chickens. Mother *cur, I told you to chase after me, now chase after me, chase after me. 1/1. His hand rose and the blade fell. It was as if he was cutting cabbage. In less than 10 minutes, thousands of specters were cleaned up. Luo Tian sat down on the ground, panting heavily. "I'm so keen tired, if I do this again, I'll lose my life." At this time, Luo Tian reminded again, Uncle Wang, do you want to see a more exciting scene? Wang Jingke was stunned, and muttered, does this brat still have strength that he hasn't shown yet? Then he nodded and said, brat, what other unique skills do you have? Luo Tian laughed, yes, of course, but this time you really can't move, just sit there and watch. We still have 9 days, within these 9 days, I must break through to 4th Order Mystic King, or else, you don't want to see me lose to that despicable Nangong Hao, right? Wang Jingke's face sank, and he breathed out heavily, I won't move again, even if you die, I won't move. Heaven Sword City, Prime Minister's residence. Beside Li Wenzhong stood a person with an incomparably strong killing intent. Quicksand Assassin King, Ink Dragon. That brat went to the Soul Forbidden Grounds, I want you to twist his head off. Understood. Chapter 5, Today's monthly votes are not enough, please help. Since the day Li Wenzhong became the Prime Minister, he had been secretly cultivating his own forces. Although he was the ruler of civil officials, he knew very well that this world was a world of martial arts, a world of power. No one could change this fact. If he wanted to stay in this position for a few more years, he had to build his own forces. Quicksand had been established for 20 years. In these 20 years, he had completed countless missions for Li Wenzhong, allowing him to live a calm life as the Prime Minister. Of course, there were also failures. However, he had never failed like he did a few days ago. Therefore, he was unhappy. This was far worse than Qiu Badeo's death. It was because someone had touched his reverse scale. It was also because of those words. In the Heaven Sword City, he was above tens of thousands of people. How many people dared to say such words to him? Maybe those people were very strong, but Luo Tian did not have any status or background, and he had even investigated the 18 generations of Luo family's ancestors very clearly. He was just a country bumpkin. Since someone wanted to protect him, he had to kill him and slap the face of Luo Tian's descendants. Therefore, he called out Mo Long, who was in seclusion. Mo Long was the king of Quicksand. He was cultivated by Li Wenzhong and was extremely powerful. In the 20 years of Quicksand's history, he had never failed a mission. This was also the reason why he was called the King of Quicksand. Tonight, he led a Quicksand team and rushed to the Ghost Forbidden Grounds 800 kilometers away from Skysword City. At the entrance of the Ghost Forbidden Grounds, Mo Long hesitated for a moment before he shouted, "Go in." The few people behind him hesitated. One of them said, "Boss, this is the Ghost Forbidden Grounds. Even those mystic sect elites don't dare to enter. What if that person isn't inside? Isn't it too risky for us to go in like this?" "Yeah, we're not afraid of death, but we have to make sure our deaths are worth it. If we go in like this, we won't be able to escape if those undead demons entangle us. The undead demons are still all right. Have you all forgotten that there is a demon emperor in this pit of vengeful spirits, the Blood Demon Emperor? He also left a strand of his primordial spirit here. Although his primordial spirit was severely injured, who knows if he has recovered in the past 10,000 years. If he recovers, even a Mystique Venerable rank powerhouse is no match for him, let alone a Mystique Venerable rank powerhouse. Boss, should we wait here? If he's really inside, he'll die as soon as he comes out. If he's not inside, we don't have to take the risk. Everyone chimed in. Ink Dragon's eyes darkened slightly, and he frowned as he looked at the dark entrance. The entrance was constantly releasing powerful demonic power. He hesitated in his heart. Just as these people had said, what if that brat was not inside? After a long time, Mo Long shouted, "Set up the formation and wait for him to come out." Huh. A few black shadows quickly jumped up. Everyone's position was very hidden and very strange. This was the Quicksand killing array, everyone's eyes were locked on the entrance. As long as someone came out, they would be killed in an instant. Ink Dragon gently took a step forward and looked at the dark entrance. The demonic aura that was as black as ink seemed to devour everything in the world. He paused for a moment, then leaped on the spot and disappeared. Even his aura dissipated with the wind, and he could no longer be sensed. Inside the forbidden area, Wang Jingke was half lying down. He had found a stalk of hay somewhere and was chewing it gently in his mouth. He was so bored that his balls hurt. From time to time, he would get up and look at Luo Tian. He was a little annoyed. This brat wants me, To watch him kill the monsters one by one. What the hell is he doing? It's been 8 days, and he's still doing this. I think this brat is about to go crazy. 8 days. For an entire 8 days, Luo Tian was constantly clearing the spectre undead. This time, the arc cleared was even wider, and the sleeping spectre undead were densely packed. Luo Tian killed a spectre undead. He raised his head and looked at the spectre undead in the circle. He was overjoyed. This time, there are at least 300,000. Adding the last time, I can definitely gather 500,000 spectre points. Hehe, bedevilment technique, I will definitely complete this mission. Dual professions were very tempting. If he could obtain dual professions, Luo Tian's ability would have an unprecedented increase. This would give him another layer of capital to crush Morong Wanjian in the near future. Brat. It's been 8 days. Are you done yet? If you can't break through to 4th level Mystic King, we'll go back. In this damn place, there's no wine to drink and no meat to eat. It's very irritating. Wang Jinka said impatiently. He raised the wine jug at his waist and poured it into his mouth. Not a single drop came out. His expression became even more dejected. Luo Tian smiled slightly. Uncle Wang, just wait a little longer, it'll be done soon. F***CK. Brat, do you think I'm a 3-year-old child? You've said that more than 180 times, do you think I'll still believe you? Wang Jinka felt bitter. He regretted making that bet with the Ninth Prince. If he didn't make the bet, he should be enjoying himself in a tavern in Heaven Sword City. Luo Tian also knew that it was boring, not to mention Wang Jinka, even he himself felt that it was boring, but there was no other way. If he wanted to kill on a large scale, if he wanted to collect 1 million spectre points in a short 2 months, he could only use this method. This was the only way. Luo Tian also felt embarrassed in his heart, and said, Uncle Wang, if you don't want to wait, then go back first. I can do it alone, when the time comes, I will definitely rush back, don't worry. What the hell am I worried about? I'm not worried about you. Wang Jinka rolled his eyes, and said in a low voice, if I didn't lose the bet, I wouldn't have bothered to come to this godforsaken place with you, you changed so much. It's good enough that you don't worry about an old man like me. When he thought about how he had almost killed the 2 of them when he first came in, he became a little unhappy. Luo Tian shook his head and laughed. He did not say anything else, but sped up. Who? The 9th day, Luo Tian placed all the attribute demon cores out, and quietly waited for the array to cool down. When Luo Tian took out one attribute demon core after another, Wang Jinka's saliva almost flowed out, and he said excitedly, Brat, you brought so many demon cores, and every single one of them is an attribute demon core. Luo Tian did not say much, and directly took out a large number of them from the space wooden tablet and handed it over to Wang Jinka, and said, do you want it? I'll give it to you. It was completely like giving away radishes and cabbages. There was no trace of heartache. On the other hand, Wang Jinka was a little stunned, and thought that he had misheard, but looking at Luo Tian's serious expression, he smacked his lips and shouted, it's a waste not to take it. Ding. The system sounded out a notification. Luo Tian stood up, and muttered, the cooldown is over, Uncle Wang, I will let you see what ancient power is. Chapter 6, this chapter is for Alliance Master. Thank you for the reward. The ancient dragon slaying array's cooldown had ended. Luo Tian suddenly stood up, turned around and looked at Uncle Wang, and said, Uncle Wang, no matter what, don't step into that circle, and don't care about my life or death, I will be fine, remember, don't step into that circle. This was a matter of life and death. If Wang Jinka walked into the ancient dragon slaying array, he would definitely not be able to kill him, but it would not be good to be injured. Wang Jinka waved his hand, and said, got it, hurry up and do your work, I don't have time to bother with you. At this time, he picked up an attribute demon core and put it into his mouth, biting it, and said excitedly, hee, it really is a fire attribute demon core, eh. There's also a wood attribute demon core worth 3 million gold here, damn. I'm rich, this time old man Chen is going to be jealous to death, ha ha ha, the attribute demon core was incomparably precious. Even Wang Jinka, who was a mysterious ancestor realm expert, viewed it as a treasure. However, even to Luo Tian, they were extremely precious, and he couldn't afford to waste a single one. He gave them to Wang Jinke because Wang Jinke had accompanied him for so many days, and he felt a little embarrassed. Wang Jinke was also very good to him despite his nagging. Especially on the day Nangong Hao appeared, the aura of the two elders fluctuated slightly, and he stood by Luo Tian's side to protect him. It's starting. This time I will definitely be able to break through to the fourth stage of the mysterious king. Luo Tian looked at the densely packed undead in front of him, his heart tightened, and then he shouted heavily, "Level 4 Berserk." Buzz. A dull thunderous sound came out from his body. 16 times the attribute energy was released, and his entire body was scarlet red, incomparably dense. Whether it was strength, speed, or defense, they all received a 16-fold increase in attributes. Following that, Luo Tian shouted again, "Golden bell cover." Previous chapter. Next chapter. Boom. A huge golden bell enveloped Luo Tian's entire body, forming a shield. Luo Tian's brows twitched, and he activated the wind shadow steps and rushed out. The moment Luo Tian rushed out, Wang Jinke was dumbfounded. He suddenly stood up and landed at the position where Luo Tian had been standing. With a serious face, he shouted, "Little brat, you don't have to do this even if you want to die. If you die, how am I going to explain it to the ninth prince? Hundreds of thousands of specters. Even a Mystique Venerable rank powerhouse would die if they came, let alone a Mystique Monarch powerhouse." Luo Tian had charged into the group of spirit undead without any regard for his life. Was this not courting death? Wang Jinke wanted to step in, but he suddenly remembered what Luo Tian had said. He withdrew his foot and frowned, "F***ck, you brat, you're making things difficult for me. If you die, I won't be able to explain myself to the ninth prince. But if I go in and ruin your plan, you'll scold me again. How should I go in? Or not?" It was very difficult. Wang Jinke had lived for hundreds of years and had never been so conflicted. In the end, he still chose to stay where he was. However, his mind was following Luo Tian closely. As long as he was in any danger, he would immediately rush out. He would not let Luo Tian die here even if he had to risk his life. It was obvious that he liked this brat. Luo Tian was extremely fast. He woke up all the spirit undead as quickly as he could, then returned to the center of the formation. His eyes darkened as he roared at Wang Jinke in the distance, "Uncle Wang, take a good look at this. What is this ancient power? Wind. Rain. Thunder. Lightning. 8 directions, 6 directions, ancient door, open for me." As soon as he finished speaking, Luo Tian's right palm slammed into the ground. 16 runes shot out at lightning speed, connecting to the demon cores that were arranged. The demon cores shone with a sparkling light. The light reflected in the sky and formed a sky full of stars. At this moment, a stone door slowly opened, and a ray of power shot out from within. Rumble. The power of the ancient era began to surge out without restraint. Wang Jinke raised his head and looked at the ancient door in the sky. His heart was moved. His sea of consciousness was like a huge wave. This power, this formation, could it be, is it really the omnipotent ancient dragon slaying array that killed the giant dragon? The secret technique of the gnomes. This brat, oh my god, how did he learn the art of engraving formation? How did he comprehend the profound meaning of the ancient dragon slaying array? Crazy, this is really crazy. Wang Jinke's expression was distorted. He couldn't understand. He couldn't understand how Luo Tian did it. Is this brat still human? He finally understood why the ninth prince worshipped Luo Tian so much. Even he couldn't help but worship Luo Tian. The ancient power surged out. Luo Tian roared, "Ancient dragon slaying array, activate. Blast these dogs to death." His left hand controlled again. Burrowing technique. He disappeared from the spot and went deep into the ground. It was also at this moment the ghosts in the array began to flee in all directions, as if they had seen a ghost. They were scared to death. Ancient dragon slaying array. How can this damned human know the secret technique of the gnomes? Rumble. 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 The array began to wreak havoc crazily. The ancient power directly killed these ghosts and undeads. In the true sense, wherever it went, not a single blade of grass would survive. Ding! 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 The system beep was as deafening as the sound of thousands of cannons firing shells at the same time. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for killing Ghost Undead, obtaining 2000 experience, 1000 profound chi values. Ding! Demon Undead value +1, current Undead value, 289700. They died in droves, and the experience bar was increasing rapidly. Luo Tian laughed from ear to ear, and said excitedly, "This array is simply too awesome, ha ha ha. The only thing is that it takes too long to set up the array. If it could be set up in seconds, then why would I need to do anything? I would just kill the array." The ancient dragon slaying array had changed. It was a complete mess. If the time to set up the array was reduced, then Luo Tian would be able to be as arrogant as he wanted. Outside the Forbidden Grounds, Ink Dragon's face was ugly. Hearing the rumbling sounds coming from the Forbidden Grounds, he shouted in a deep voice, "All of you, come out and go in." These 8 days, he had waited for a full 8 days. Seeing that Luo Tian hadn't come to the Ghost Forbidden Grounds at all, he started to get impatient. He even thought that Luo Tian hadn't come to the Ghost Forbidden Grounds at all. However, when he heard the rumbling sounds coming from the Forbidden Grounds and the trembling of the ground, he knew that he had waited for 8 days in vain. This was the worst time he had ever been on a mission. Suppressing the anger in his heart, he did not want to wait a moment longer and directly rushed in. Chapter 7, this chapter is for the Alliance leader. To add an update. The old cow was extremely grateful. The previous chapter was chapter 264, I typed the wrong chapter name, sorry. Motherf ****. Laozi's horizons have been broadened today. What true dragon's son Murong Wanjian, what young phoenix Li Shuer, what Yun Hai Sex Nangong, how that hasn't appeared in 100 years. These people are all dog shit, even worse than dog shit. Wang Jinka scolded. Looking at the specters and specters collapsing one after another, he finally understood one thing. Luo Tian was a change. Abnormal, change. Abnormal madman. 10 minutes passed. The ground was charred black. There were no undead spirits, not even a strand of hair could be found. Luo Tian's idea moved, and he stood up from the ground. He smiled faintly and said, "Uncle Wang, isn't this scene very shocking?" Wang Jinka grinned and laughed loudly, then shouted, "Shocking, it's more than shocking, it's simply too damn shocking. Even if I don't drink for 10 years, I'm still willing." Suddenly, Wang Jinka's complexion became even more shocked. His mind swept over Luo Tian's body, and his heart sank. Breakthrough, this kid actually made a breakthrough. Could it be that what the ninth prince said was true? This kid can make a breakthrough by killing, and doesn't need to cultivate at all, he can just rely on killing to make endless breakthroughs. I'm afraid only the devil race can make such a breakthrough, but even the devil race doesn't have such an evil technique. 4th level Profound King, using 10 days, to break through from the 9th level Profound King to the 4th level Profound King in less than a month. Who could compare to this speed? Luo Tian couldn't help but want to roar out, "Motherf ****, who else is there?" Suddenly, a thick murderous aura permeated the air. Luo Tian's brows twitched. And at this moment, Wang Jinka's eyes darkened, and the corner of his mouth drew back slightly. He smiled and said, "Brat, it's my turn to perform now. You can rest on the side." Luo Tian shrugged and said, "Do as you wish, I'll be an audience for a while." "But Uncle Wang, I have a small request, can you agree to it?" Wang Jinka smiled and said, "Let alone one request, even if it's 1,000 requests, as long as you don't ask me to stop drinking, I'll agree to anything." Luo Tian smiled and said, "Can you beat these people half to death and then let me deal with them?" Wang Jinka smiled. "No problem." In his heart, he thought, could it be that this kid is really a member of the demon race? But this is the demon race's forbidden land of the undead. If he is a member of the demon race, he should find a way to bring these ghosts out instead of killing them. Forget it. I'm too lazy to think about this. Anyway, this kid's temperament is similar to mine. I don't care if he's a demon or a human. Anyway, he's my brother. Immediately, Wang Jinka's brows twitched slightly as the aura radiating from him grew increasingly arrogant. He released the energy of the Xian sect as he coldly spoke, "You guys really don't know the meaning of death. I've already warned you guys the last time and you still dare to come here this time around? Let's see what kind of strength you have this time." As soon as his voice fell, Wang Jingke's voice suddenly disappeared. In the air, a voice as fast as lightning rang out continuously in the dark air. Each time, it carried an incomparably heavy power. Each time, it was a punch into the void, followed by a muffled cry of agony. 7 consecutive punches, the 6 of them descended from the darkness. Bang, 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 there was no room for retaliation. Absolute crushing of realms, the profound king realm was like a 3-year-old child in front of a Xian sect ranker. Wang Jingke clapped his hands and roared, "You reckless fool, this time, none of you should even think about returning alive." In that instant, Wang Jingke's face suddenly changed as he cried out in alarm, "Brat, be careful." Before he could finish, the ink dragon's sinister face suddenly appeared in front of Luo Tian. His sinister expression carried a hint of a cold smile as he said coldly, "Go to hell." Ink dragon claw. Whoosh! The ink dragon's claw struck out, grabbing towards Luo Tian's heart. Too fast, his speed was unimaginable, moreover. Luo Tian did not have the slightest reaction. He never thought that someone would ambush him, and this person's strength had already exceeded what he could withstand. The moment the ink dragon appeared, Luo's heart suddenly sank. There was no time to react. A claw fiercely clawed at Luo Tian's chest. The fiery power directly pierced through his heart. This power wrapped around his heart, and with a sudden pull, Luo Tian felt as if he was being uprooted. It was incomparably uncomfortable and terrifying. At this moment, Luo Tian could almost see the god of death descending, ink dragon, profound sect realm. He was powerless against such an expert. Even if he used all of his strength, he still wouldn't be able to resist. The difference between a mystic king and a mystic ancestor was simply too great. Luo Tian couldn't even release the slightest bit of strength to resist. Crush, complete and utter suppression. He couldn't move at all. The 6 people just now were only there to attract Wang Jingke's attention. The ink dragon's attack was the main point. With this claw, the ink dragon used the strongest power of the profound sect. His goal was to kill Luo Tian in one move. This was his style of killing people, in the profound sect realm, and as an assassin, the ink dragon knew how to hide his aura and was extremely good at sneak attacks. In his world, there was no such thing as being open and aboveboard. In his world, there was only one goal, death. Those who offend my master will die. It's your honor to die at the hands of my quicksand king. Ah, ha, ha, the ink dragon laughed sinisterly. At this moment, Wang Jingke released all of his strength, but the distance was too far. No matter how fast he was, he couldn't feel it. At this moment, he felt a sense of powerlessness in his heart, and even more so, a powerful anger erupted. Everything happened too quickly. Luo Tian's face was as pale as death as he muttered, "Am I going to die? Am I going to die? I can't die, I definitely can't die." His mind was racing. He didn't want to die, but he really couldn't think of any way to counterattack or protect himself. Facing the strong suppression of the profound ancestor realm, he really couldn't do anything. This feeling was very unbearable, even more unbearable than death. Although he was in a desperate situation, with one foot in the gates of hell, Luo Tian still didn't give up. He roared in his heart. "I definitely can't die. Definitely can't. I haven't saved in Chun's mother, I haven't fought 3,000 rounds with Qin Yuer, I haven't killed Murong Wanjian, I haven't fulfilled the promise I made to Li Shuer. I can't die, I can't die." The signs of life were getting weaker and weaker. The ink dragon's expression became more and more ferocious, and more arrogant. His sneer was like a ghost's cry, echoing in the dark ghost forbidden grounds, all the way to the deepest part of the forbidden grounds. At this moment, in the deepest part of the ghost forbidden grounds, a pair of incomparably huge blood-red eyes suddenly opened. It was furious. Human. At this moment, a drop of blood essence dripped from Luo Tian's heart, landing on the silent dragon egg. Chapter 8, Alliance Masters. Thank you for the tip. An assassin that came out of nowhere, a mysterious ancestor realm assassin, unstoppable. Luo Tian was filled with helplessness and unwillingness. He roared again and again in his heart, roaring again and again, I can't die, I definitely can't die, I definitely can't die, I still have a lot of unfinished business. His heart was crying blood, the power of the Een dragon claw pierced through his heart. His entire body suddenly sank. It was also at this moment. A drop of essence blood dripped down. Like a stone thrown into a calm lake, it blocked out a slight ripple. The ripple spread out. It quietly fell on the dragon egg in Luo Tian's body, on the dragon egg that had been hatched for 9,999 years. Suddenly, that string of light ripples suddenly changed. In an instant, it became a monstrous wave. The moment the dragon egg absorbed Luo Tian's essence blood, it seemed to feel the unwillingness in Luo Tian's heart and the danger he was facing. At this moment, the dragon egg suddenly exploded with an incomparably intense light. The light was like a holy light from the ninth heaven, directly attacking the power of the ink dragon's Een dragon claw. A power like a meat grinder began to madly rotate. In less than a 10,000th of a second, the Een dragon claw's power was completely crushed. This was far from being accepted. Just as Ink Dragon's heart was shaken, that power of a meat grinder shot out from the depths of his heart. Along his 5 fingers, it directly attacked his entire body. It was still the same as before, madly twisting. Ink Dragon's 5 fingers rapidly disappeared. His right arm rapidly disappeared. His body was rapidly disappearing. Ink Dragon let out a pig-like howl, roaring towards the sky. His face was extremely pale. He looked at Luo Tian as if he was looking at the most terrifying creature in the world. His teeth trembled, his lips turned white, and he said in a trembling voice, Please, 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 spare my life. Very pitiful. Very sad. Just like a dead dog. No, no, don't kill me. It's not me who wants to kill you. It's Prime Minister Li Wenzong who wants to kill you. Don't kill me, don't kill me. Black Dragon was extremely scared. A mixture of feces and urine flowed down from his crotch. His eyes were filled with horror. He tried his best to block this power, but it was completely useless. Any power he had was like dust in front of this huge holy light power. It was not even comparable to dust. He was very afraid of death. He was very, very afraid of death. The higher one's cultivation, the more one feared death. This was because they knew that death meant disappearing. It meant that they would never have the chance to make a comeback. However, Luo Tian looked at him coldly. His gaze was even colder and more ferocious than Ink Dragon's. The corner of his mouth curled into a grim smile like that of the Grim Reaper. Don't worry, your master will come looking for you soon. I will reunite him with you. The killing intent in Luo Tian's heart was indescribably strong at this moment. He wished he could kill Mo Long 1,000 times, no, 10,000 times. That feeling just now really made him feel incomparably uncomfortable. Wandering back and forth in front of the gates of hell, struggling under the scythe of the Grim Reaper. He never wanted to experience that feeling again in his life. Now, it was Ink Dragon's turn. The Ink Dragon was in despair and kept roaring. Wang Jinke, who was standing at the side, was stunned. What exactly happened? He was deeply shocked by everything in front of him. He looked at Luo Tian's eyes that were almost spewing out killing intent. His fists were clenched so tightly that his nails dug into his flesh. Blood dripped out. Looking at his trembling body, what exactly was the feeling under that expression, Wang Jinke did not know. However, he knew that no matter who he offended, he should never offend Luo Tian. The killing intent on Luo Tian's body made even him feel a trace of fear. His mind was faintly trembling. This was not directed at him. If it was directed at him, he was afraid. Wang Jinke's heart tightened again and again. Looking at Ink Dragon's body that was slowly disappearing, he said softly, Relax, relax. He's already dead, already dead. If he continued to be so tense. With such a tense killing intent, Wang Jinke was worried that Luo Tian would go berserk. Luo Tian did not move at all, his eyes staring straight at Ink Dragon who only had half of his body left, his eyes staring straight at him, his killing intent creating huge waves in his sea of consciousness, constantly roaring. At this moment, Luo Tian's heart was almost bedeviled. The frenzied blade in his body suddenly appeared. With a move of his primordial spirit, a wave of energy rushed into Luo Tian's sea of consciousness. At this moment, the power released by the frenzied blade was instantly strangled, not even causing a single wave. Azura killing path. Azura, come out. The frenzied blade's voice sank, and the Azura killing path that he had refined for many years rushed into Luo Tian's sea of consciousness. It was also at this moment. An incomparably huge death god rose from Luo Tian's sea of consciousness, holding onto a death scythe, and the moment the Azura killing path entered, the scythe slashed down, and roared in a deep voice, "Scram!" Pfft! Frenzied blade's heart sank, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. His primordial spirit was severely injured, and he felt extremely uncomfortable. However, no matter how uncomfortable it was, Frenzied Blade did not give up, and roared, "Brat, if you don't calm down, you will be bedeviled, your heart is about to be taken over by the demon in your heart, your willpower is about to disappear. Brat, did you hear what I said? If you don't stop now, you will become an inhumane demon. A mere mysterious sect rancor has already caused you to become like this, how are you going to walk on your path in the future? Don't be looked down upon by me, hurry up and wake up, you stinking brat, do you still want to walk down this path with me? Wake up." Roar, Frenzied Blade continued to roar. His aura was extremely weak, and he had been injured by the killing intent in Luo Tian's sea of consciousness twice in a row. His primordial spirit had been severely injured, and it was even more unbearable than the last time he had exhausted himself in Jade Mountain City. However, he didn't listen. They were already roaring and shouting non-stop. It was the same for Wang Jinke, he could sense that the killing intent on Luo Tian's body was getting stronger and stronger. At this time, the black dragon's body had already been completely minced and disappeared, but the killing intent rolling out from Luo Tian's body was several times stronger than before. At this moment, traces of scarlet blood vessels began to appear in Luo Tian's eyes. The blood vessels extended towards his pupils. Slowly, Luo Tian's eyes turned blood red, incomparably sinister blood red, and at this moment, the aura on his body began to change. Other than the churning killing intent, there was also the incomparably powerful aura of the demon race. Huff. Inhale. Huff, his chest rose and fell. Breathing in and out, it became very thick. Chi deviation, in that instant, Luo Tian's heart was about to collapse as the demonic nature invaded. His hair was turning blood red. His entire body was filled with an incomparably arrogant demonic nature. His willpower was gradually fading, and he was almost completely occupied by the demonic will. At this moment, Luo Tian raised his head, his blood-red eyes suddenly widened, and laughed wildly towards the sky, "Ha ha ha. I, the blood demon, have finally come out, ha ha ha." In a distant place, Sky Soul Mountain. On a unique altar, a pair of breathtakingly beautiful faces looked at the stars in the night sky, her eyes filled with longing as she muttered, "Big brother Luo Tian, are you alright? Schwer misses you so much." Suddenly, Chapter 9, this chapter is for the Alliance Master. Adding chapters, the old cow is extremely grateful to his brother for the 200,000 book coins reward. Originally, he had one more chapter to add, but his arm was in so much pain that he couldn't do anything about it. It wasn't that he couldn't write, but that he couldn't type, all 10 of his fingers were in pain. In these 8 days, the old cow had updated 71 chapters, more than 150,000 words. He had never worked as hard as he did now, and his arm couldn't take it at all. Tomorrow, the old cow will work hard to ensure that there are 5 chapters, and there is no way for me to add more. Brothers, you are really too fierce, my arm is really going to break, let me rest for 2 days before fighting again. Give me some monthly votes to sympathize with this injured old cow, woo-woo. The moment the blood demon was awakened, he instantly fell behind Luo Tian. His original plan was to enter the body of Mo Long, who had a higher cultivation level, and then take the opportunity to seize his body and occupy it. But, with a quick glance, he discovered that the killing Dao that Ink Dragon cultivated was simply dog's hit. In fact, it was even worse than dog's hit. He hadn't even touched upon the threshold of the killing Dao. He had only managed to form a tiny bit of the killing Dao's power from killing people over the years. However, all heaven was completely different. The killing Tao that all heaven cultivated shocked him greatly. At this moment, the blood demon was excited. The demonic nature was bloodthirsty. Only humans who cultivated the killing Tao had a way to stimulate the inextinguishable bloodthirsty nature of the killing Tao in their bodies and completely control them. Just when he wanted to help Luo Tian kill Mo Long when he was on the verge of death, something shocking happened again. There was actually a dragon egg hidden in Luo Tian's body. The aura released by the dragon egg was like a meat grinder. Even he was afraid. Suddenly, the blood demon was even more excited. At this moment, he was grateful for the demon god emperor's gift to him. Physical body, an extremely perfect physical body. There was also a dragon egg that was about to hatch. As long as the last drop of essence blood was his, the dragon egg would hatch and become his war pet, a real Mo Long. Controlling the Mo Long, he would lead the demon race to regain the glory of the demon race. For this, the blood demon's blood boiled. Under his deliberate guidance, the bloodthirsty killing intent in Luo Tian's sea of consciousness began to grow wildly. His mind and sea of consciousness were filled with killing intent. At this moment, Luo Tian's heart began to slowly demonize. Even he did not notice it. Because Luo Tian was crushed by Mo Long, and endless anger accumulated in his heart. The feeling of being suppressed suddenly found a breakthrough. At this moment, his temperament quietly changed. Moreover, the killing intent occupied his mind and sea of consciousness. Even his origin was about to be occupied. Frenzied blades shout. Wang Jingke roared. The voice in Luo Tian's body gradually weakened as it traveled further and further. Slowly, the human heart disappeared as the demonic nature of the devil race was born, growing wildly within Luo Tian's body. At this moment, the blood demon was incomparably proud and arrogant as he roared towards the sky, ha ha ha. I, the blood demon emperor, am about to see the light of day once more. Human, your doomsday has arrived. The entire forbidden area shook. The spirits raised their scarlet eyes one by one, as if they had heard the call of the blood demon. All of them woke up from their deep slumber. He let out a deafening roar, blood demon emperor, blood demon emperor, blood demon emperor, in the land of extreme demons. In the depths of the dark sky peak, the demon race who had been silent for thousands of years suddenly raised their heads to look at the blood-red sky. Their eyes darkened as their faces lit up with excitement. They roared, the blood demon emperor is about to awaken. The blood demon emperor is about to see the light of day once more. The demon race is about to be revived. Ha ha ha, the entire continent was in turmoil. All kinds of experts were watching from the void, and all of them had gloomy expressions. The sky turned blood-red. The aura of death rose from the ground. The blood demon emperor was one of the 10 great emperors of the demon race 10,000 years ago. His cultivation base was infinitely close to the legendary mystic god realm. His ability was enough to split the heavens and earth. In order to kill the human race, he had sacrificed 9 mystic god realm experts. And now, he was about to see the light of day once more. Who could stop him? How could this be? What is happening? Didn't the blood demon die 10,000 years ago? How could he see the light of day once more? Those experts who survived 10,000 years ago are no longer on this continent. Who else in this continent can stop the blood demon? Calamity. The calamity of the human realm is about to descend once more. The human race was shaken. All the races in the Xianxia continent were shaken. How could this be? No one knew. Even if those experts were to use their powers to spy on everything, how could the human emperor Hung Wanfu, who had used his own primordial spirit and spirit blood as the price to create an array formation that was not something that ordinary experts could spy on, therefore, everything that was happening in the ghost forbidden grounds was unknown to the outside world. However, there was one person who knew. And Chen, at this moment, her face was pale and her body was trembling non-stop. She was so anxious that she was about to cry. Brother Luo Tian, please wake up. Brother Luo Tian, please wake up. Please wake up. Feng Lei was looking at her. Xian Yuani was looking at her. Tang Jiu, Qin Yuer, Blind Lu, and the others were all looking at Chen. They did not know why Chen was acting like this all of a sudden. Looking at her terrified expression and hearing her words, all of their hearts sank. Something has happened to Luo Tian. Young master. Feng Lei's eyes were wide open as he rushed out without caring about anything else. Xian Yuanyi followed closely behind. The two of them rushed out like mad demons, turning into two streaks of light as they rushed in the direction of the ghost forbidden grounds. Tang Tang summoned Yun Yun and rode on it. Your boss is in danger. Hurry up and bring me to him. Otherwise, I'll kill you immediately. Qin Yuer also sat on the back of the red cloud Qilin. Get there as fast as you can. Otherwise, I'll let you have a taste of the lineage-ending scissors. The red cloud Qilin was scared out of its wits and ran out. And Chen Chen also ran out in a hurry. However, she was stopped by Tang Jiu. He knew Chen Chen's identity very well. She must not go out. She must not go out at this time. And Chen Chen's white furry tail had appeared out of nowhere. Tang Jiu hugged Chen Chen and said, Chen Chen, be a good girl. Your brother Luo Tian will be fine. Blind Lu's fingers were twitching crazily, and the cold sweat on his forehead was as big as soybeans, rolling down his face. His face was filled with terror, and his eyeballs kept rolling around. He was mumbling something that no one else could understand. I can't see his tomorrow. Again. It was another series of nervous movements. Blood flowed out from the corner of Blind Lu's mouth. It still can't. Could it be that Master lied to me? That the heaven-defying fate-changing technique recorded in the heavenly scripture can't change one's fate at all? Or could it be that the danger dragon head is too strong and there's no way to change it at all? No. Even if I have to risk my old life, I want to defy the heavens once. Blind Lu clamped the arrow between his legs. His left hand pulled the strings while his right hand's fingers kept twitching. His entire body was drenched in cold sweat. He had fallen into a state of madness as he constantly displayed the heaven-defying fate-changing technique in the heavenly scripture. Suddenly, the string of the arrow snapped. Buzz. The arrow fell to the ground and smashed into two halves. Blind Lu's eyes suddenly opened. He smiled gently and said, Your Highness, please take Chen Chen away from here. The further the better. Don't come back and don't care about my life or death. Tang Jiu's expression changed. At this moment, Blind Lu had already walked into the courtyard. Under his skin, an extremely ferocious demon was struggling and charging. It was also at this moment. In the courtyard, a black shadow landed. The first chapter was delivered. I'm an injured old cow. Can't you guys give me a monthly ticket? Just one ticket? Just one ticket to comfort me. Without any hesitation, Tang Jiu carried in Chen Chen and fled. Hearing the fierce beast from another time and space wreaking havoc behind him, roaring and releasing a soul-shaking power, Tang Jiu's back was drenched in cold sweat. And Chen Chen, who was lying on Tang Jiu's shoulder, cried, Uncle Blind. Ghost forbidden grounds. Luo Tian's original will began to waver. His mind was slowly being controlled by the blood demon. Just as the last trace of his original will disappeared, a voice suddenly sounded from the depths of Luo Tian's heart. Light and graceful. And gentle voice. This voice carried longing, the joy of longing, and an incomparably huge purifying power. Li Shuer's voice, in that instant. Luo Tian's mind shook, and he suddenly woke up, discovering the blood demon in his body. The blood demon laughed wildly, and shouted, You've only just woken up, it's already over, even if this power can help you, but I am the demon clan's blood demon emperor, you are just a mere mortal, it is your honor to be possessed by me, submit, lowly human. Luo Tian guarded his original will, and shouted, Scram. Ha ha ha, scram? The killing devil in your heart is incomparably strong. Even if I leave your body, you will not be able to escape from the killing devil's dormitory. Enter my demonic path and become my blood demon. I will let you reach an unprecedented height. You want to save Chen Chen's mother, right? You want to defeat Yunhai Sek's Nangong Hao and make him scram out of Heaven Sword City forever, right? You want to find the ancient treasure, right? You want to trample Duan Tian City's Murong Wanjian to death and take back your beloved woman Li Shuer, right? I can help you do all of this, and I will do it perfectly. Luo Tian, become a part of me, the blood demon, wahahaha. The blood demon said arrogantly. He saw through Luo Tian. These things had been in Luo Tian's heart for almost a year. This was something that he had always dreamed of accomplishing. Therefore, this was his weakness. The purifying power in Li Shuer's voice was still increasing rapidly. When Luo Tian felt this power, he immediately thought of how Frenzied Blade had tried to take over his body in Jade Mountain City. However, he had been suppressed by Li Shuer's words. The blood demon was indeed very strong. However, at this moment, the blood demon was only a strand of his blood demon origin spirit. Moreover, he had been seriously injured 10,000 years ago and had yet to fully recover. Otherwise, he would not have needed so much time to erode Luo Tian's mind and sea of consciousness. Immediately, Luo Tian guarded his origin consciousness. He kept thinking about Li Shuer in his mind. He thought about her voice, her appearance, and everything about her. It was because Luo Tian missed her. The purifying power in Li Shuer's voice grew even more frantically. The blood demon's face darkened as he shouted in a deep voice, "Do you think that with just this little phoenix's star purification power, you can purify my blood demon emperor's demonic nature? Ha ha ha. Is she even worthy of purifying my demonic nature?" Blood shadow fills the sky. Demon slaughters the world. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Boom. From Luo Tian's body, a powerful wave of blood demon energy rushed out. At this moment, Luo Tian did not know if it was useful or not, but he roared in a deep voice, "Level 4 Berserk. 9 dragons and 9 elephants, crush." Rumble, rumble, the power of the ancient dragon and the ancient demonic elephant directly surged into Luo Tian's body. The power to suppress all evil auras crazily grew, releasing a series of dragon roars and the sound of the demonic elephant trampling on the ground. Ancient dragon, ancient demonic elephant. Good boy. You actually cultivated this kind of cultivation technique. The blood demon was secretly shocked. It was also at this time. Frenzied Blade's weak voice sounded again, and with a heavy roar, he said, "Slaughter world, descend." Clang. Once again, a loud sound came out from Luo Tian's body. Frenzied Blade directly summoned the slaughter world and added it to Luo Tian's mind, shouting in a deep voice, "Brat, I'll leave the slaughter world to you, kill him for me, and turn over the graves of his ancestors for 18 generations." Frenzied Blade was furious. He was indescribably angry. After being heavily injured twice, countless roars and shouts were still unable to wake Luo Tian up. Now that Luo Tian had woken up, the powerful purifying power and Luo Tian's 9 dragons and 9 elephants had merged into a sea of power. At this moment, Frenzied Blade did not hesitate to summon the slaughter world at the risk of exhausting his primordial spirit. As soon as Frenzied Blade finished speaking, a blood-red world appeared in Luo Tian's mind. The world was filled with corpses and scarlet blood. It was filled with endless slaughter, and the sound of thousands of soldiers and horses fighting could still be heard in the distance. A huge blood-drenched sword stood on top of the mountain of corpses. Draw Slasher, in the slaughter world, its power completely erupted, truly reaching the realm of the #1 tyrant blade in the world. Luo Tian moved in the air, opened his right hand, and said in a heavy voice, "Draw Slasher." Frenzied Blade landed on Luo Tian's palm with an endless amount of domineering power. Raising both of his hands, he activated Li Shuer's purifying power and the power of the 9 dragons and 9 elephants, and once again roared towards the sky, "Level 4 Berserk. Rumble. Rumble. Rumble." The 3 forces gathered together. Under the support of the Level 4 Berserk and 16 times the attribute strength, these forces caused Luo Tian's entire body to tremble uncontrollably, as if he was completely unable to control them. This was because his sea of consciousness had been strengthened by 10,000 times, otherwise, his body would have long been broken by this huge force. Blood Demon's face was incomparably ferocious. Luo Tian laughed coldly, raised the giant blade with both of his hands, and laughed wildly. "You didn't expect this, did you? Blood Demon dog, you want to take my body? Go and cultivate another million." Tyrannical slash. Chop. The blade almost broke the slaughter world apart as it slashed down heavily. Blood Demon's eyes bulged out, and the demonic power in his body burst out to the highest point. He gritted his teeth and shouted, "You want to kill me with just you? I will never die, I am the Blood Demon Emperor." Go to hell. Luo Tian slashed down with his blade. Bam! The entire slaughter world was shaking, the earth was shaking, as if the end of the world was coming. The combination of these three forces was too powerful. Blood Demon couldn't resist at all. His face changed greatly as he raised his head to look at the incomparably huge draw slasher, bringing with it the power to destroy all demonic power. Blood Demon formed a seal with both of his hands and shouted, "Blood Demon Wutian, Great Rebirth, come out." Buzz. As soon as he finished speaking, the blade slashed down. The purifying power penetrated Blood Demon's entire body, including his Great Rebirth. In the distance, Li Shuer's altar was filled with stars, as if all the stars in the night sky had gathered in the sky above her head. At this moment, Li Shuer's pale face smiled, looked at the stars in the sky, and said, "Thank you all." Then he fainted. Luo Tian also fainted, but his body was extremely tired, but his mind was still clear, and he shouted excitedly, "Explode, explode, you must explode for me." The second chapter has been delivered. I am an injured old cow, and I am about to become an old cow whose chrysanthemum is about to explode. My monthly votes are in urgent need, brothers, please give me monthly votes. Don't forget the recommendation tickets too. Blood Demon was dead. Frenzied Blade's primordial spirit was extremely weak. In the distant altar of Soul Palace, Li Shuer's aura was weak. After exhausting all the energy in his body, he finally fainted. Luo Tian's mind and sea of consciousness were both heavily injured. His body was extremely tired, as if a train had run over him. It was very uncomfortable, but his heart was extremely excited, abnormally excited, because he was waiting for the system notification. Blood Demon Emperor. One of the 10 great demon emperors under the demon god. Although it was only a wisp of primordial spirit, it was still an incomparably powerful existence. The things that he dropped, wow. Luo Tian couldn't help but swallow his saliva. It was also at this moment. A pleasant notification sounded out. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for killing Blood Demon's primordial spirit, obtaining 800,000 experience, 100,000 profound chi. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for obtaining Blood God Ring. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for obtaining Blood God Armor. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for obtaining Blood God Heavenly Domain Sword. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for obtaining 10,000 Demons Great Art. Do you wish to cultivate it? Stupid. Awesome, excited silly. Awesome, if it weren't for the fact that he was unconscious, Luo Tian would have jumped up and laughed like a madman. This F** King explosion. This F** King explosion is 2 F** King awesome, it can't be more awesome. Set. Blood God set. This F** Cur, a set that would only appear in a game. How powerful am I to have it drop? Moreover, it's just a wisp of the Blood Demon's primordial spirit and it dropped so many items. If it's the real body. Oh my god, the legendary 10 great demon emperors are indeed different. They're even richer than the rich. There were sets in the game. But in the real world, Luo Tian had never thought that any set would drop. He didn't expect that killing a wisp of Blood Demon's primordial spirit would actually be heaven-defying. How could he not be excited, immediately after? Luo Tian couldn't wait to open the system to check. Item, Blood God Ring Grade, Demigod Description, this ring was refined from the blood essence of the Bloodseeker. It contains 1% of the Bloodseeker's power. It can be buffed with every attack. Note, the Blood God set can increase strength by 10 times. Ding. Occupation restriction, unable to equip. Item, Blood God's Armor Grade, Demigod Description, this armor was refined from the blood essence of the Blood Demon. It possesses 5% of the Blood Demon's defensive strength. It can block 50% of the same level of attack and 20% of the same level of attack. Note, completing the Blood God set will increase your defense by 10 times. Ding. Occupation restriction, unable to equip. Item, Blood God Heavenly Domain Sword Grade, Divine Description, this sword was forged from the fusion of the Heavenly Domain God Stone and the Blood Demon's essence blood. It possesses 10% of the Blood Demon's power and 1% of the Heavenly Domain God Stone's power. Each attack can be stacked up to 5 times, and each attack doubles the damage. It consumes 1/5 of the user's HP. Note, the Blood God set can increase strength by 10 times. Ding. Occupation restriction, unable to equip. F*CK, 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 F*CK. Heaven Defying. Heaven Defying, 2 semi-artifact, 1 divine artifact, this. The excitement in Luo Tian's heart could no longer be described with words. The 3 heaven-defying items were simply too amazing. The only thing that made him unhappy was that he couldn't equip them. Occupation restriction? Could it be because I'm a human? Yes, that must be the reason. Otherwise, there wouldn't be a notification about occupation restriction. Luo Tian was certain in his heart, and then his heart tightened. Thinking about the mission to collect the Demon Clan's undead, he thought to himself, there's still a month's time. No matter how difficult this mission is, I have to complete it. I have to obtain the bedevilment great method, and I have to obtain a second occupation. Otherwise, the Blood God set will be wasted. Right now, he had already collected more than 500,000 undead demons. After a few more ancient dragon slaying great arrays, he would be able to gather 1 million undead demons and complete the mission. However, due to the blood demon summoning, the specters and specters in the forbidden land of drifting souls had all awakened. It would not be easy to set up the ancient dragon slaying formation again. Most likely, he would have to kill them himself. No matter what, this mission must be completed. Luo Tian's heart tightened. Looking at the 3 items in his body that were emitting a purple-red light, he became excited in his heart. Holy artifact. Does Morong Wanjian have a holy artifact? Can Morong Wanjian be bewitched? Damn it, just you wait. Right. There's still Nangong Hao. This dog still dares to be cocky in front of me, snatching my woman. Just you wait, see how I kill you when I get back. Luo Tian became ruthless in his heart. Thinking that the day after tomorrow was the promise of 10 days, his heart couldn't help but sink as he muttered, damn, I won't be unconscious for a long time this time, right? This was something that worried him a lot. Luo Tian was a little worried. After a long time, Luo Tian felt relieved in his heart again, and said, it shouldn't be. It was also at this time. There was still one more thing in the system that had not been confirmed. It had been flashing with a red light in Luo Tian's body. An ancient book with a scarlet blood light. Cultivation method. Luo Tian could not help but be startled, and casually said, I almost forgot that a cultivation method was dropped. Let's see what kind of cultivation method you have. Item, 10,000 demons great method grade, divine level consumption, 0 cooldown, 0 description. This cultivation method is a blood demon sacred art. Every time you kill a demon, you will be able to obtain a layer of power. It can be stacked up to 10,000 layers, and it is called 10,000 demons. Ding profession restriction, unable to cultivate. Luo Tian was once again deeply shocked. If the Blood God set was said to be awesome, then they were simply dog shit in front of this cultivation method. They were not even comparable to dog shit. What kind of heaven-defying existence was a superimposed attack of 10,000 layers? This kind of attack could probably cut through the heavens. You've played LOL before, right? You've killed people before, right? Then, think about the 10,000 layers of the killer book. This power was crazy. Luo Tian's blood boiled to the point that it was about to spurt out. His heart was already unable to withstand this kind of shock, and he was about to have a heart attack. He was dumbstruck, and could not say a single word. After a long while, he finally muttered, awesome, awesome, awesome. I really want to wake up soon. I really want to immediately obtain the bedevilment great method. Even if I become a demon clan soldier, it doesn't matter. With these things, who the hell would dare to fight me? A heaven-defying explosion. Even in his dreams, he was laughing so hard that he was about to cry. Wang Jinka carried Luo Tian's body and crazily escaped. The millions of ghosts chased after him. Damn it. Brat, don't die. If you die, there won't be any excitement in the profound sky continent. Brothers, the chrysanthemum is in danger, please protect the chrysanthemum. Outside the ghost forbidden grounds, boss, I'm here. Boss, I'm here. Stinky Lou. Gangster, please don't let anything happen to you. Dead man, if anything happens to you, who's going to fight me for 3,000 rounds? Sister Yue, are you going to fight with Stinky Lou? Gangster, are we going to fight? Yes, let's fight. That dead man promised me that he would fight me for 3,000 rounds. That's not good. What if you get hurt? Let's not fight. You're not Stinky Lou. Gangster's opponent is a Mystic Emperor now. You'll be defeated in a single move. Hee, that's not for sure. It's hard to say who will win. So what if he's a Mystic Emperor? I'm not afraid of him. Sister, let me tell you a secret. When I said that we would fight 3,000 rounds, I meant on the bed. Huh? The image of the two of them naked on the bed flashed through Tang Tang's mind. Her face flushed red immediately, and she did not ask any more questions. Qin Yue giggled, Sister, do you want to join us? Sister Yue, you're so naughty. I'm not joining you. Tang Tang's face became even redder, so red that water could drip from it. Even her ears were bright red. However, a strange feeling emerged in her heart. In her mind, she couldn't get rid of all kinds of scenes of naked people rolling around in bed. Qin Yue chuckled and stopped teasing Tang Tang. Instead, she said worriedly, I wonder how Dead Man is doing now. The four of them, at about the same time, they arrived at the entrance of the Ghost Forbidden Grounds. All sorts of ghostly cries could be heard coming from within the Forbidden Grounds. Feng Lei was the first to arrive. Without any hesitation, he rushed in. His entire body glowed red. Other than his head, every part of his body was covered in blood-red scales. After devouring the essence blood of the beasts, the fatty had evolved yet again. Young master, I'm here. The second was Shan Yuanyi. With a swing of his gigantic saber, the sword intent on his body surged out. With a swing of his sword, he rushed in as well. Tang Tang and Qin Yue did not show any signs of fear as they rushed in together. The four of them stood in the dark forbidden area and felt the roar of 10,000 demons. The soul-shaking power caused the entire forbidden area to tremble. In the depths of the darkness, a huge dark aura swept out. It was as though there was an army, their faces sank at the same time. Feng Lei clenched his fists tightly. Under the blood-colored scales on his body, an extremely strong ferocious beast seemed to be about to break out. Feng Lei's blood-colored eyes darkened slightly. He leaned forward and roared loudly, Whoever dares to touch my boss, I will kill his entire family. His voice shook the heavens. With an incomparable domineering aura. Shan Yuanyi was startled. He looked at the red light covering Feng Lei's body and the ferocious blood-red scales. He suddenly thought of the blood-red tattoo on the back of Feng Lei's head. Ancestor of the monster race. Could he be the successor of the demon ancestor? Or the reincarnation of an ancestral demon? If news of this gets back to the demon clan, I'm afraid, Shan Yuanyi's eyes flashed with excitement. He waved his titanic pagoda godly sword in the air, and his powerful sword intent destroyed the darkness around them. He then shouted, Count me in. And me. And me. The two girls shouted at the same time. It was also at this time. Wang Jinke carried Luo Tian's body and ran out desperately, appearing in their line of sight. Seeing that there was someone, Wang Jinke immediately shouted, Run, run, run out. Behind them, a large group of specters and undead all went berserk as they madly charged at Wang Jinke. Wang Jinke hated his mother for not giving him 18 more specters to retreat. This chase caused him to piss his pants in fear, and he was in an extremely sorry state. He had never been in such a sorry state before. His heart was filled with anger as he shouted fiercely, You undeads, don't let me live. If I live, I will definitely kill all of you next time. Damn it, I am already alive. At this moment, Luo Tian's mind was very clear. Feeling Wang Jinke's anger, he could not help but secretly say, Next time, bring him along to kill the ghost undeads. No matter how fast one person is, he can't be faster than two people. Ugh. Since you want to bring him along. Damn it, I will form a group and clean up this ghost forbidden grounds. It can be considered as a dangerous forbidden ground for the human race. He made up his mind, next time, he would form a group and kill his way over. There were still close to 500,000 demon clan undeads left. If Luo Tian were to kill them all by himself, it would probably be difficult to do so within a month. If it was a group of people, it shouldn't be a problem to beat all the ghost undeads half to death for him to kill. Uncle Wang. It's Uncle Wang. When Tang Tang saw Wang Jinka's face, he was overjoyed. Then, he saw the unconscious Luo Tian on his shoulder, and couldn't help but worry. Stinky Lu. Please don't let anything happen to you. I'm still waiting for you to help me defeat Nangong Hao. Then I'll ask my father to betroth me to you. All of you, get out. Hurry up. Uncle Wang is a profound sect stage ranker. He will definitely be able to bring the boss out. We will wait outside. Feng Lei immediately shouted, and quickly rushed out. Facing these ghost undeads of the profound King realm, they would only cause unnecessary trouble for Wang Jinka if they stayed. He made a prompt decision. The four of them quickly rushed out. Wang Jinka's brows relaxed, and cursed at the ghost undeads who were just a few meters away from him. Come and bite me, come, you bunch of damned things that have been dead for tens of thousands of years. Next time I will definitely send you all to hell, and never let you reincarnate. Luo Tian was extremely anxious in his heart, and said, Brother, Grandpa, I'm calling you Grandpa, can you hurry up? If you get entangled by a ghost, forget about coming back to kill them, I'm afraid they will become undeads for the rest of their lives. What a pity. Luo Tian was unconscious. Wang Jinka had exhausted too much of his profound qi, and was almost gritting his teeth as he rushed out of the forbidden grounds. Just as he left the forbidden grounds, he sat down on the ground, panting heavily, and said, I'm so tired, so tired. Damn it, I didn't think that I, Wang Jinka, would be in such a sorry state one day. You better not die, otherwise I would have been tired for nothing. Feng Lei took Luo Tian, and looked at Luo Tian's pale and powerless face. He gritted his teeth, and tears flowed down uncontrollably. Boss, nothing must happen to you. Boss. Damn hooligan, wake up. Damn it, do you still want to fight with me for 3,000 rounds? Wang Jinka panted heavily, and shouted, it should be fine. Just now his mind was occupied by the blood demon, and suddenly the blood demon's aura disappeared, probably leaving his body. He should be extremely tired right now, and his body can't withstand the power of the blood demon's primordial spirit. He should wake up after resting for a few days. Rest for a few days? Then what about the 10-day agreement with Nangong Hao the day after tomorrow? If he doesn't fight, then I will have to marry that bastard Nangong Hao. Ancient giant demon has appeared in the North City. Black Dragon Army, go support him. Ancient giant demon has appeared in the North City. Royal Army, go support him. Ancient giant demon has appeared in the North City. Yunhai sect disciples, go support him. Disciples of the heavenly sect, heed my orders. All of you, head to the North City to provide support. Celestial Arcanum sect disciples, go support him. Chaos, complete chaos, the North City was in a mess. An ancient ogre had actually appeared. It was not a creature from the Xianxia continent. It was huge. No one knew the name of this giant demon. No one had seen it before. However, the entire North City was filled with ancient power. Without a doubt, this was an ancient giant demon from the ancient world. North City, it was a hopeless situation. One of them was tens of thousands of meters tall. Its entire body was like black iron, and it had large fleshy wings. It let out thunderous booms that sounded like the rumbling of thunder from the 9 heavens. Fierce to the extreme, it was stepping on a corpse. The corpse of a man in black. The corpse of a mysterious ancestor. This made Chifu's face turn ugly. He had sent that mysterious ancestor to capture the girl from the Fox clan. Who would have thought? The ancient giant demon kept stepping on the corpse. It kept stepping on it, and stepping on it again. It was as if it had killed its father and was afraid that it would crawl back up before it was completely dead. On the ancient giant demon's body, there was a strange arrow that was broken in two. It was very uncoordinated. Ancient giant demon, oh my god, why would an ancient giant demon appear in the Sky Sword City? It's in the yard of the Flame Dragon Gang. They just killed Du Yuansong and got another ancient giant demon. Where did they come from? Let's run for our lives. If we don't run now, we'll die here. The North City was in a mess. Everyone was running for their lives. Another large group of people was charging towards the ancient giant demon. Black Dragon Army. Royal Army. Disciples from various sections. There were also countless adventure teams. There were also some experts hiding in the corners. They were waiting for an opportunity to make a move. The ancient giant demon's body was full of treasures. Bloodlines could be fused. Devouring flesh and blood could strengthen one's physical body. Essence blood could strengthen the cultivation. Bones could be used to refine profound weapons. All of them were precious treasures, and many people coveted them, especially those powerful adventurer teams. There were even people who offered high prices to harvest the ancient giant demons. However, the ancient troll stood proudly in North City. It stood in the courtyard of the Flame Dragon Gang and didn't go out. It was still desperately trampling the corpse under its feet. The corpse had already been trampled into meat paste, but it still didn't stop. He didn't go out. But there were people who rushed in. They were desperados who wanted money. The moment they attacked the ancient giant demon's ancient aura suddenly pressed down and crushed them instantly. Half of the courtyard was dyed red with blood like a giant spider web. Scram! Scram! Otherwise, all of you will die, 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 the ancient troll roared. There was a trace of helplessness and pity in his eyes. At the same time, there was also the ferocity and thick hostility that only the ancient troll had. In a corner. And Chun cried until her eyes were blurred, Uncle Blind, don't be like this, don't be like this. Tang Jiu's face darkened as he shouted, Uncle Chen, take care of this little girl for me. No matter what, you can't let her fall into the hands of others. I'm going to stop the Black Dragon Legion and the Imperial Army. Chen Donglai naturally knew who the ancient giant demon was and immediately said, Your Highness, you have to be careful. He has already become an ancient giant demon and doesn't recognize the 6 emotions. You must not get close to him. Tang Jiu nodded, and said, I know. Immediately after, Tang Jiu increased his speed to the limit and quickly rushed in the direction of the Black Dragon Legion. Black Dragon Killing Formation. 18 people in a group, 180 people in a small team, form a huge Black Dragon Killing Formation. No matter the price, we must kill him. We must not let him threaten the safety of the Heaven Sword City. Ha! Ha! The Black Dragon Legion quickly formed a formation. Tang Jiu landed, Where is the Black Dragon General? Black Dragon is here. Your Highness, why are you here? It's very dangerous here, hurry back. Men, escort the 9th prince out of here. One of the 18 generals of the Black Dragon Legion, Black Dragon, his face was as black as ink, with thick eyebrows and big eyes. His body carried an incomparably arrogant aura as he quickly commanded the Black Dragon Legion. Tang Jiu anxiously said, General Black Dragon, please don't attack. He is my friend, don't attack him, he will not endanger the safety of the Imperial City, please believe me. Black Dragon was startled, then said, 9th Prince, are you joking? This ancient giant demon has killed so many people, you say he won't endanger the Imperial City? The entire North City is about to be destroyed by him. Every time the ancient giant demon stomped on the ground, some of the houses in the North City would collapse. His strength was too strong. A single stomp was like a violent earthquake. Black Dragon continued, Your Highness, you said that he is your friend. How is that possible? This ancient giant demon must be killed no matter what, or else he will definitely endanger the safety of the Imperial City. I absolutely cannot let anyone or any creature threaten the Imperial City. Then Black Dragon shouted again, Black Dragon Legion, listen to my orders, advance at full speed. Tang Jiu's face was incomparably anxious. Blind Lu had no choice but to let the demon in his body out for him and in Chun. He absolutely could not let him get hurt. Tang Jiu directly knelt down and said, General Black Dragon, I beg you, please let the Black Dragon Legion retreat. Hei Long's expression changed. Before Tang Jiu could kneel down, a force lifted him up and said, 9th Prince, the Hei Long Army's mission is to protect the safety of the Imperial City. I'm really sorry, but I really can't let them leave. Men, take this prince away. Tang Jiu was powerless. Seeing wave after wave of people rushing towards blind Lu, his heart was crying blood. Then, he suddenly rushed towards the direction of the royal army. Just like the Black Dragon Legion. No one in the royal army listened to him. Everyone advanced at full speed. Taiha Palace, a middle-aged man looked towards the north city, frowning. A eunuch behind him bowed slightly, not daring to breathe loudly. In an instant, the middle-aged man said faintly, "Pass down the order, have the Black Dragon Legion and the royal army listen to the ninth prince's commands. The disciples of the various sects are to immediately withdraw from the north city." The old eunuch's brows twitched, and said, "Ah. But your majesty, if we allow the ancient giant demon to wreak havoc in the north city, what if something happens?" The middle-aged man smiled indifferently, and said, "This time, that brat owes me a favor." At the same time, Luo Tian and the rest quickly rushed towards the Heaven-Sword City. The 5th chapter has been delivered. Brothers, there are still monthly votes for Old Cow. The enemy's firepower is too strong. Please support me, my arm really hurts, let me rest for 2 days. In these 2 days, I will still update 5 chapters, and then I will make up for the monthly votes and update chapters when the 10th chapter explodes. Stop attacking. Black Dragon Army, Royal Army, stop attacking. Disciples of the Yunhai sect, withdraw from the North District immediately. Withdraw from the North District. The reinforcements that were rushing towards the North District suddenly retreated like the tide. Many people were confused. Were they giving up on the North District? If this continued, the North District would soon be in ruins. How could they let him continue like this? Where was the great Tang's authority? The civilians in the North District were crying and yelling, thinking that the government had abandoned them. The ancient giant demon continued to trample on the corpse in the courtyard of the Yen Dragon Gang, turning it from a pile of meat into a meat patty. Many adventurer teams risked their lives to enter, but they were instantly killed by the ancient giant demon. 100 million. I'll pay 100 million, as long as you can get me the ancient giant demon, I'll pay immediately. I'll pay 200 million, I only want the ancient giant demon's essence blood. I'll pay whoever can get it for me. Demon cores, mystical stones, whatever you want. In a high-rise building outside the North District, the rich merchants were constantly offering high prices. From 2 million to 200 million now. The more ferocious the ancient giant demon was, the more excited they were. Everyone wanted the ancient giant demon's essence blood, bones, and flesh. After a series of operations, these things could be auctioned off at a shocking price. Many adventurer teams once again entered the North District for the huge benefits. The strong cultivators who were hiding in the dark started to ponder. At the beginning, there was only one Xian ancestor who went in. After that, no other Xian ancestor went near the ancient gigantic demon. They were all thinking. Just how powerful were the ancient trolls? It was obvious that he was being suppressed by some kind of power. Otherwise, with the ancient giant demon's temper, the entire North District would have been destroyed. What made them feel even more strange was that the government had stopped attacking. Why, the ancient giant demon had appeared in the imperial city, but the great Tang Emperor had not sent out any of his consecrated experts, much less the ancestors. Now, even the most basic of city guards had been withdrawn. Was there some secret behind this? Tang Jiu looked at the people crying and wailing and immediately ordered, "General He Long, have your men move these people out. Royal guards, surround the entire northern city and prevent the ancient ogres from rushing out. Also, don't let anyone enter the northern city. If they don't listen, they will have to bear the consequences." Understood. Everyone quickly dispersed. Black Dragon was somewhat puzzled as he asked, "Your Highness, are we just going to watch like this? What if this ancient demon?" Without waiting for him to finish, Tang Jiu immediately said, "No, he's my friend. He became like this because of me. Also, didn't you notice that he didn't leave the courtyard at all? Also, don't his eyes look a little like a human's?" Black Dragon looked over and carefully observed for a while, then nodded and said, "It really is as you said. But no matter what, he is still an ancient giant demon. He is a threat to the safety of the imperial city. Your Highness, you must think carefully. This may also affect your own future. If this matter was not handled properly, Tang Jiu would probably not have any future." The other princes were all looking at him coldly. If something went wrong with this matter, Xianxia would definitely be banished to the cold palace or even sent away. He would probably never be able to take a step into the Heaven Sword City again in his lifetime. Xianxia did not think too much. He only thought of one thing. If Blind Lu had not released the ancient giant demon in his body, he would probably be dead now. Even Qin Donglai felt a lingering fear. He did not even notice the aura of the black-cloaked man. It could be seen that the black-cloaked man was much stronger than him. The Dao Trade Alliance, the #1 assassin of the Tang dynasty's headquarters, was naturally very strong. However, in front of the ancient giant demon, not to mention attacking, he did not even have the chance to escape. He was directly smashed to the ground by the ancient giant demon's claws, his internal organs ruptured. After a series of attacks, he was directly killed. Xianxia frowned slightly and said, "Thank you for your reminder, General. I know what I'm doing. For a friend, no matter the price, it was fine." Moreover, other than helping him, Blind Lu was also Luo Tian's brother. If that was the case, he could not give up on him. "Blind Lu, you have to hold on." Xianxia secretly said in his heart, "I wonder how Luo Tian and Uncle Wang are doing. Could they be in the ghost forbidden grounds?" Anxious, he was in a terrible fix. Xianxia was like an ant on a hot pan. He really did not know what to do. Other than the fact that the ancient giant demon was suppressed by Blind Lu, what if he could not suppress it? North City, Imperial City. Xianxia's face darkened again as he shouted in his heart, "Luo Tian, hurry up and come back." Roar, suddenly. The ancient giant demon roared towards the sky. Under the sound, it formed a visible energy stripe that shot out like a shockwave, enveloping the entire Sky Sword City. His eyes slowly turned bloodshot, and that trace of human eyes gradually disappeared. The ancient giant demon was about to go berserk. Roar! 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 Another 3 loud roars rang out. The ancient giant demon did not continue to trample on the meat patty in the deep pit. Instead, he flapped his wings, creating a hurricane. The hurricane swept up the stones, wreaking havoc in the sky above the North City. At this moment, those adventurer teams that had not yet gotten close were directly crushed by the ancient giant demon's powerful aura. They were completely unable to withstand the pressure of this ancient power. Moreover, it carried an incomparably fierce aura. "Your Highness, the ancient giant demon has gone berserk. If we don't act now, I'm afraid not only will the North City be destroyed, but the Imperial City will also be threatened. Your Highness, give the order. If you don't, it will be over. Give the order. Even if he is your friend, he definitely wants you to kill him now. He does not want to kill the innocent. Your Highness, quickly give the order." The generals beside Xianxia anxiously said. There was still a chance before he completely demonized. If he waited for the ancient power in his body to fully erupt, even the Black Dragon army, which was 10 times stronger, would not be able to stop the ancient giant demon. In the Hall of Supreme Harmony, the middle-aged man frowned slightly. His gaze was not on the ancient giant demon, but on Xianxia. He was waiting for Xianxia's decision. "Ming-er, what decision will you make?" The old eunuch behind him bowed and said, "His Highness Ninth Prince will probably let the Black Dragon army attack. If they don't attack, the North City will be gone. His Highness Ninth Prince must have some considerations in his heart." The middle-aged man faintly smiled and did not speak. However, Xianxia was also waiting. His fists were tightly clenched. It was also at this moment. An imperial guard reported, "Your Highness, Princess Chongping is bringing a few people to enter the North City. Should we stop them?" Xianxia's eyes suddenly widened. The 10,000 gene boulder in his heart was finally put down. "Quickly let them in." Chapter 1. The monthly votes were so high that his chrysanthemum was about to burst. 5:55 It was finally here, he had finally arrived. Xianxia really couldn't hold on any longer. Not only were these generals looking at him, his father, his brothers who wished for something to happen to him were all looking at him. Even the entire Imperial City was looking at him. The pressure he was under was extremely huge. If Luo Tian still did not appear, he did not know what choice he would make. However, now that Luo Tian had appeared, he did not need to make a choice. In Tang Jiu's heart, Luo Tian was omnipotent. No matter what difficulties he encountered, as long as Luo Tian was here, nothing would happen. Everything would be solved. However, what he did not expect was that Wang Jingke carried the unconscious Luo Tian here. He was dumbfounded. How was Luo Tian going to deal with this ancient giant demon that Blind Lu had transformed into when he was unconscious? How was he going to solve it, at this moment? Chen Donglai also walked over with Chen in his arms. Feng Lei looked at the ancient giant demon not far away and shouted, "Your Highness, what exactly is going on? Why did something happen here? Where did this fierce beast come from? It doesn't seem to be a demonic beast from the profound sky continent. Could it be that it shattered the void and rushed out from the black hole, or was it because of the chain reaction caused by the blood demon breaking the restriction in the ghost forbidden land, causing a demonic beast to fall from the sky?" Wang Jingke's face also darkened, and said, "Old Chen, what happened?" And Chen cried, He is Uncle Blind. In order to save us, Uncle Blind let the demon in his body rush out. Don't kill him, okay? He is Uncle Blind. Blind Lu? Half-immortal Lu? The faces of Feng Lei and the others suddenly sank. Although they had known each other for less than a month, this blind man was usually afraid of death, with a wretched face and a mouth full of big yellow teeth, but this guy had never cowered. Even when he met a profound king like Luo Kuan, he did not cower. Immediately after, Tang recalled what happened that day and her expression changed. She muttered, "No wonder he told me to leave quickly and never look back. It turns out. Tang Jiu's face darkened and he let out a heavy sigh. He did it to save us. A 5th-level mystic great master suddenly appeared and his target was Chen. Blind Lu rushed out of the courtyard and released the ancient giant demon in his body. If it wasn't for him, we would all be dead. And Chen would have been captured as well. What should we do? What do we do now? Shan Yuanyi's long sword moved and his heart sank. He shouted, "No matter what, we can't let anyone hurt Blind Lu. We also can't let him go berserk and hurt the innocent. If you encounter a violent demonic beast in the demonic race, there is only one way to make them submit." "What is it?" "Shan Yuanyi, hurry up and say it." Everyone looked at him. Wang Jingke and Chen Donglai were slightly shocked. They didn't expect the young man with a sword in front of them to be a demonic beast. Wang Jingke muttered in his heart, F***ck, there isn't a single ordinary person around this brat. Bloody Baldy's mysterious power, Shan Yuanyi's demonic body, and Blind Lu is even more awesome. He's an ancient demon. Even His Highness worships him, said Lin Yun. Well, even I can't help but want to worship him. What kind of mysterious power does this brat have that could make all these extraordinary and insufferably arrogant characters follow him? Wang Jingke couldn't understand. He couldn't understand, and Chen Donglai couldn't understand either. Shan Yuanyi frowned and said, "Use a stronger power to suppress it. Demonic beasts and humans are different. They believe in power. This ancient giant demon is probably the same. As long as there is a power stronger than him, he will definitely submit. Blind Lu must know that he has this ancient giant demon in his heart. That means something like this has happened before. In other words, he can still recover. I'm afraid there is a time limit here. Is it 2 hours, a day, or a year? It's hard to say." As a demonic beast, Shan Yuanyi was very clear about the nature of demonic beasts. The ancient giant demon was also a demonic beast. It was just that he came from the ancient world and had an unparalleled ancient power. As long as there was a power that could suppress him, he would definitely be able to calm down. As long as the time limit was up, Blind Lu would naturally transform back. Okay. Then what should we do? Feng Lei clenched his fist. Without waiting for anything, he stomped his right foot and flew directly towards the ancient giant demon. In midair, he roared, "Beast form! Roar!" As his roar fell, his body began to transform crazily. His skin turned blood red, and savage-looking scales appeared on his skin. The scales flashed with a scarlet light, and his body doubled in size in an instant. His body released a bloody aura that was incomparably powerful. Demonic ancestor, Xianxia was extremely shocked. Sensing this power, he was even more certain that Feng Lei's power was the demonic ancestor's power. The beast at the back of his head was in the form of a demonic beast. His entire body was scarlet red. Although the beast form had not completely evolved, the body that was revealed was the same as a demonic beast. Demonic ancestor, the ancestor of all demonic beasts. Damn. Another transformation. Abnormal. This fatty. Just what kind of background does he have? At the same time, Xianxuanyi's eyebrows twitched. His breathing was synchronized with the gigantic sword. Man and sword became one. His body was filled with boundless sword intent. At this moment, his entire body rushed out. Damn, another one. Man and sword become one. This kid's comprehension of the sword principle has reached the highest level of man and sword. They are all teenagers. They are too strong. Old Wang, are we old? Everyone was dumbfounded. The generals beside Tangjiu were all dumbfounded. They weren't afraid at all. They didn't have a single trace of fear as they rushed forward. That was an ancient giant demon. How could they be so confident that even the mysterious sect experts couldn't handle it, or could it be that they weren't afraid at all? Wang Jinke smiled lightly and said, "Old Chen, the one on my shoulder is even more ferocious. You didn't see that scene, but if you did, you would definitely think that you have lived all these years in vain. This group of brats is really something. We are really old. We can't keep up with these people at all." Tang Jiu grinned, and said, "Of course, how can I, Tang Jiu's idol, be an ordinary person?" At this moment, and Chen Chun looked at Luo Tian, and said, "Grandfather Wang, what's wrong with big brother Luo Tian?" Without waiting for Wang Jinke to reply. Suddenly, there was a loud explosion in the sky as Feng Lei was sent flying. He crashed into the ruins of a house and the ruins exploded. Feng Lei flew out again and shouted, "Damn it, I don't believe that I can't control you." It was also at this time. Luo Tian's voice sounded in Wang Jinke's mind, "Uncle Wang, bring me there." Chapter 2. Luo Tian wanted to wake up, he risked his life to wake up, but his body could not. The Gorfine's suppression had almost destroyed his body. Once the Gorfine's primordial spirit died, his body, which had been stretched taut, suddenly relaxed. It was like a rock falling from a height of tens of thousands of meters. The feeling was unbearable. He was conscious. His body could not take it. No matter how hard Luo Tian tried, he could not wake up. Because of this, he could only use telepathy to send a message to Wang Jinke, asking him to bring him to the ancient troll. Luo Tian heard their conversation clearly. No matter what, blind Lu could not die. He had saved in Chen Chun, and he was his brother. They were brothers. There was no doubt about it. Even if he had to go through a mountain of knives, a sea of fire, or a pot of oil, he had to go through hell. Furthermore, even the mystic sect powerhouses were no match for the ancient troll. Feng Lei and Xianxuani, who were in their half-beast forms, were no match at all. They would definitely be in danger. There was one more thing. Was Blind Lu's sudden appearance just a coincidence? He was known as a half-immortal and could predict everything in the world. Did he not know his own fate? Luo Tian could not help but think about all of this. Perhaps, all of this was related to him, Luo Tian was not sure, but it was more or less related to him. This was an intuition, an inexplicable intuition, also known as a sixth sense. "Uncle Wang, bring me there." Wang Jinke was slightly stunned, but he was secretly relieved. "You're finally all right. You're conscious. Why haven't you woken up?" Luo Tian did not explain further. Instead, he said, "Uncle Wang, there's no time to explain. Bring me there. If we're late, I'm afraid Fatty and Xianxuani will be in danger. The ancient troll has already gone berserk. Blind Lu can no longer suppress it. If we're late, I'm afraid the Imperial City will be in danger." The ancient troll. It had an unparalleled ancient power. The ancient power was so powerful that even a mystique venerable rank powerhouse would be crushed in an instant. If he was allowed to go on a rampage and completely break free from Blind Lu's control, then no one would be able to stop him. Wang Jinka didn't ask any more questions. His brows furrowed as he silently said, "Brat, think carefully. You can't launch any attacks right now. If you go over like this, only death will await you. Moreover, Princess Chongping and the ninth prince definitely won't agree to this." He was already unconscious, so how could he face the ancient giant demon? So what if he had a clear mind? If he couldn't release even the slightest bit of power, he was no different from a piece of trash. Luo Tian had never thought about this. He didn't have time to think about these things. He only knew that blind Lu was his brother. He couldn't let him die. Moreover, he believed in his intuition. Although his intuition had never been accurate, this time, he firmly believed in it. Luo Tian said, "Don't tell them. Uncle Wang, take me there. If there's any danger, don't worry about me. Just leave me behind." Wang Jinka shouted, "What nonsense are you talking about? Am I, Wang Jinka, that kind of person?" Immediately after, Wang Jinka released the power of the mysterious sect and laughed, "Brat, I'll go crazy with you this time." Immediately after, with a movement of the air, he disappeared from his original spot and rushed towards the ancient giant demon in the air. "Uncle Wang, what are you doing? Old Wang, are you crazy? You're so stinky. Where are you going? Don't think that I won't dare to scold you just because you're an elder. You old thing, bring my dead man back. Do you want him to die? He's already injured, and you're bringing him to such a dangerous place. You're crazy." Everyone was dumbfounded. Wang Jinka's sudden rush towards the ancient giant demon was something that none of them had expected. What exactly had happened? They looked at each other, completely clueless. At this moment, and Chen suddenly said, "Uncle Chen, bring me over too." His expression was very serious. He had never been so serious before. He didn't want to joke at all. Childish. Chen Donglai was stunned and said, "What did you say? You want to go too?" And Chen said firmly, "I want to go over and help big brother Luo Tian. With my strength, I'm afraid it will take me a long time to get there, so can you bring me over? Just leave me there, you don't have to care about me." Chen, what nonsense are you talking about? Uncle Chen, you can't bring her over. This place is already very dangerous. If you go over, it will be even more dangerous. You are the most beloved person of Luo Tian, nothing must happen to you. If something happens to you, none of us can bear the responsibility. Everyone rejected it. And Chen was grateful in his heart, and said, "Big sister, big brother, Uncle Chen, I," and Chen looked at the generals beside Tang Jiu, hesitated for a moment, and said, "I can understand what the ancient giant demon is saying." Huh? What? You can understand what the ancient giant demon is saying? How is that possible? And Chen gathered his courage and nodded, "I can understand the words of any living creature in the world, including trees, flowers, and any race that I have never seen before. Even if it's not a creature from this continent, I can still understand it." Shock, incomparable shock. And Chen ability had finally exploded. This caused everyone present to be incomparably shocked. However, this ability was only one of her tens of thousands of abilities. The vice chairman of the Dao Commerce Alliance had spent a lot of money to find her, and had almost succeeded in the Ghost Prison mountain range. However, in the end, and Chen had escaped. He knew the ability of this young girl from the Fox Demon clan, an ability that could make people go crazy. Another one. Chen Donglai was the first to wake up from his shock, and thought to himself, "The people around this brat are all incredible." Tang Jiu only knew that Chen was from the Demon Fox clan, but he never thought that she would have such a heaven-defying ability. He was extremely shocked, and thought to himself, no wonder they sent out an expert of the 5th stage of the profound sect. It seems like Chen is not simple. Then Tang Jiu laughed loudly, and said, "All right, let's go crazy today. Everyone will go." Your Highness, don't be rash. Your Highness, please reconsider." The generals immediately knelt on the ground. Tang Jiu smiled faintly, and said, "General Black Dragon, you don't have to go, all of you stay here and guard us." If we die, all of you retreat, and let my father invite the old ancestor out of seclusion. If we don't die, you have to ensure that the Black Dragon Army and the Imperial Guards are not allowed to attack. Your Highness. Tang Jiu immediately shouted, "This is an order." Tang Tang and Qin Yuer looked at each other, and the two beautiful figures flew up at the same time. "We'll be leaving first." It was also at this time. Chen Donglai hugged in Chen Chen, and laughed maniacally. "These old bones of mine have lived long enough, today I'll accompany you to go crazy." Tang Jiu followed closely behind. Bang, bang. With two loud sounds, Xian Yuanyi and Feng Lei were sent flying. It was also at this time. Wang Jinke rushed over while carrying Luo Tian. His heart sank again and again. The might of that ancient power was too strong, he almost couldn't withstand it. The ancient troll's eyes suddenly moved, and stared at Luo Tian, who was on Wang Jinke's shoulder. His mouth moved slightly, and a series of sounds came out. And Chen Chen, who was on Chen Donglai's body, quickly landed, raised his head to look at the ancient troll, and asked with some confusion, "Are you calling him king?" The third chapter has been delivered. To be the first to know the update time and the movements of the old cow, please add the QQ group, 528-5308 Thunder. This was 10,000 times more shocking than thunder. And Chen Chen's words shocked everyone. Be it those around her, those in the North City, those in the Supreme Harmony Palace, or those hidden experts in the entire Imperial City. Everyone. When they heard the words, "Are you calling him king?" everyone was stunned. They were so shocked that they could not understand what was going on. To think that an ancient demon would call a human king. What sort of existence was the ancient world? What sort of identity did this lad have? Confused, other than shock, there was confusion. What is she saying? The ancient demon is calling a human king? What kind of joke is this? Who is that girl? How does she know what the ancient great demon is talking about? She's definitely talking nonsense. She must be. The ancient great demon is arrogant and untamed. Not to mention making him submit, there aren't many people in the Xianxia continent who are his match. With that kind of ancient power that can destroy everything, how could he call a human king? Everyone who heard this was going crazy. Wang Jinke was dumbfounded. Chen Donglai was dumbfounded. Tang Jiu, Tang Tang, and Qin Yuer were all dumbfounded. They could not take their eyes off the gigantic ancient demon. The shock in their hearts was something that no outsider could understand. Under the pressure of that ancient power, they had an urge to kneel down. And this ancient demon was actually calling Luo Tian king. What was going on? And Chen Chen's face was serious as she turned around to look at everyone. Yes, that's right. He's calling big brother Luo Tian king. And Chen Chen's confirmation shocked everyone once more. Their outlook on life, their worldview, and everything else was toppled. Their brains were all warped. What sort of world was this? How could this be? What sort of a domineering existence was this ancient demon? He could even kill a black sect expert in seconds. How could he call a human king who was still unconscious? Crazy. This world had gone crazy. Or was it because they could not keep up with this bunch of freaks? Were they freaks, at this moment? Wang Jinke shook his head with a bitter smile and said helplessly, "I'm old, I'm really old. Old Chen, shouldn't we find a place to live in seclusion? This world doesn't belong to us anymore. These kids are too crazy, so crazy that my heart can't take it anymore. I feel like I've lived for hundreds of years in vain." Chen Donglai also had the same feeling. He smiled bitterly and said, "Old Wang, it's time for us to withdraw." Actually, before they could get here, the first to arrive was Wang Jinke. Luo Tian's consciousness was inexplicably sucked into the ancient giant devil. He didn't understand why, but at this moment, various scenes of the ancient world appeared in his mind. An ancient almighty who could destroy heaven and earth. It was an incomparably huge ancient demonic beast. Therefore, everything here revealed the power of the ancient world. However, the last scene was fixed on a cave abode named Pangu Cave. At this moment, Luo Tian's heart sank. He thought to himself, could it be the almighty Pangu who created the world? Just as he was feeling puzzled, a very soft and low voice came out from the Pangu Cave, "Save me." 2 words. Save me, save who? Luo Tian didn't know how to save, how to enter the ancient world, he didn't know anything at all. However, when this voice came out, it made him extremely impulsive, as if all the blood in his body had been stirred up, surging with the urge to immediately kill this person in the ancient world. Other than the voice. Strangely, the voice was very low, very soft, like a woman's. Could it be that Pangu is a woman? Holy sh*t. Could it be Nua? I'm thinking too much. I'm really thinking too much. Luo Tian shook his head and immediately stopped his wild thoughts. He couldn't help but say, how can I save you? I don't even know where you are. I don't even know where the ancient world is. How can I save you? He complained in his heart. At the same time, a voice came out from the Pangu cave again. Mystic Emperor, break the sky, all techniques return to one. Mystic Emperor, break the sky? All techniques return to one. You want me to break through the Mystic Emperor, this? Alright, although it's difficult, I'll think of a way to break through. Can the Mystic Emperor break through the sky and enter the ancient world? Luo Tian couldn't help but ask. Yes. That's not possible either. Luo Tian rolled his eyes, and said directly, damn, can you be more clear, can you or can't you? Mystic Emperor, break the sky and enter a supreme world. Luo Tian asked again, enter the supreme world, and then? The supreme forbidden land of the supreme world has a door to the ancient world. Open it and you can enter the ancient world, but with your strength, it's impossible for you to open the ancient door. You can't even get close to the supreme forbidden land. Luo Tian asked, Mystic Emperor, break the sky, I already have the cultivation of the Mystic Emperor, and I still can't enter the supreme forbidden land? Mystic Emperor, the weakest cultivation in the 3,000 worlds. F*ck. The weakest in the 3,000 worlds, you bastard. Luo Tian almost cursed. If the Mystic Emperor was the weakest in the 3,000 worlds, then he was still in the Mystic King realm. Compared to the supreme world, wouldn't he be worse than an ant? However, Luo Tian smiled slyly, and said, Great God, you want me to save you, I don't have that kind of strength, you know that. Hee. That person was not pretentious. He directly said, I will pass on a strand of my ancient divine sense to you. It can help you open the ancient door. As for the rest, it will depend on your luck and fortune. Ancient divine sense? Just to open the ancient door? F*ck. Then what's the use of lousy and profound sky continent? I don't dare. Luo Tian immediately rejected, and said, depends on my luck? It depends on your luck. You're still waiting for me to save you. If you don't give me more power, how can I save you? Silence ensued. There was no sound from the Panga cave. It was as if what he had was gone. Luo Tian felt a wave of resentment in his heart, and felt a little regretful as he thought to himself, the ancient divine sense is very awesome, but now it's gone, sigh. Following that, he said, Great God, are you still there? Great God? About that, ancient divine sense. It would be a waste if he didn't want it. Although she said that she would open the ancient door, the divine sense was on him. Wasn't it up to him how he wanted to use it? Thinking about this, Luo Tian's intestines turned green with regret, and he immediately wanted to agree. Just as Luo Tian was about to accept it, a voice came out from the Panga cave once again, I will pass on a strand of my primordial spirit to you. From now on, you will be the disciple of the ancient king. Are you willing? The ancient king? Gudong. Wow, this guy is awesome. Luo Tian didn't even think about it, he nodded his head like a chicken pecking at rice, and said, yes, master, I am willing. At this moment, the voice disappeared. Luo Tian's idea moved, and directly flew into the Panga cave. Before he could see the situation in the Panga cave clearly, his idea was teleported back. When he arrived, there was an additional strand of power that he could not imagine. This power could no longer be described as powerful. It was also at this moment. The ancient giant demon's mouth trembled slightly, and his huge body directly knelt in front of Luo Tian, using words that humans could understand. He said, King. Chapter 4. Thank you, brother, for your 10,000 book coins. Thank you very much. This time, there was no need for Xianxia to translate. This time, it was the ancient giant demon who said it directly. This time, it was even more shocking than in Xianxia's translation. Translation. Many people didn't believe it. Many people suspected that they would never believe that an ancient giant demon would call an unconscious human king. But now, they had no choice but to believe it. This kind of shock was even worse than death. Countless experts were unable to accept it, and kept asking themselves in their hearts, why is this, why is this, why is this? It doesn't make sense. It really didn't make sense. Luo Tian himself didn't know why he was chosen. To obtain the ancient inheritance. To be accepted as a disciple by the ancient king of the Pangu cave, some things really didn't make sense. Luo Tian thought for a long time and muttered in his heart, could it be this guy's problem? Or could it be that there was some awesome person in the Luo family who said that he was the ancestor of the Luo family and wanted him to save him? Was it like that? Luo Tian was not sure, but he soon forgot about it. He giggled and said, it's definitely because of brother's character, brother's looks, that's definitely the case, ha ha ha, laugh. The laughter was very cheap and joyful. He laughed until he was in a mess. What kind of awesome existence was this? To be able to make the ancient devil kneel and call him king? Luo Tian hated the fact that he was unconscious. If he had, he would have shouted to the entire imperial city, did you see that? I'm awesome, right? Luo Tian's eyes were wide open as he stared at Luo Tian. Luo Tian was furious that he was unconscious. If Morong Wanjian was here, Luo Tian would point at his nose and say, despicable is not enough, you still have to be extremely despicable. UF** king want to steal my woman, I will kill you at any time, do you believe me? Then again, he would definitely put on an incomparably eye-catching expression and say to all the women in the Heaven Sword City, hubby, you should find a man as eye-catching as me. If that was the case, all the women in the Heaven Sword City would probably be captivated by him. How awesome was that? Unfortunately, damn it, why can't I wake up? Luo Tian was very unhappy in his heart. He was very hurt, very hurt. How could he faint at such an exciting moment? He wanted to see the expressions of those people. Seeing their shock made him excited. When it was time to be proud and smug, Luo Tian was never stingy. He lived a happy and carefree life. When it was time to be high profile, he would be high profile. He wanted to show his enemies that if they wanted to touch him, they would have to think twice. The ancient troll knelt down. It was clumsy, but it was very clear. His voice was filled with sincere respect as he said, King. The moment he spoke, Luo Tian said telepathically, return to your human form. Yes. The ancient giant beast's body curled up and slowly became smaller. In less than half a minute, a bare-chested blind Lu with a broken arrow hanging from his neck appeared. His face was incomparably pale, and there was a thick layer of transparent mucus on his body. Seeing that everyone was here, he grinned, revealing his big yellow teeth, and said softly, great. As soon as he finished speaking, he fainted. Xianyuani stepped forward and hugged him. Blind Lu was laughing wildly in his heart. He was even more ecstatic than Luo Tian, and said, it's really him, it's really him. Master didn't lie to me, ha ha ha. I, Blind Lu, am going to be reborn. I don't have to suppress my life anymore. All these years, he had been suppressing the demons in his heart. Every night, he would dream of killing the abbot of the Demo Hall. That was a lifetime of demons, but now that the demons were gone, he smiled. Even though he was unconscious, the corners of his mouth couldn't help but curl up. He smiled very happily, and his eyes were filled with tears. Today. It was the day that he, Blind Lu, was reborn, ha ha ha, ha ha ha. In front of the Hall of Supreme Harmony, the middle-aged man laughed very happily. He had never laughed so happily in all these years. He laughed and said, Hong Wanfu, I'm afraid that even you weren't as ferocious as him back then, ha ha ha. He laughed and left. The old eunuch behind him trembled slightly, and then laughed lightly. The Tang dynasty is finally going to have someone who can compare to Morong Wanjian. God bless my Tang dynasty, Dao Merchant Alliance. Chifu was very unhappy, very, very unhappy. The death of his number one expert made him unhappy. And Chen Chen had so many experts by his side, he was not happy. He was not happy that the ancient troll had actually knelt down to that person. In short, everything that happened today made him extremely unhappy. However, there was one thing that made him very happy, because Vice Chairman Wang Rolai was coming to the Heaven Sword City. Then again, the Dao Merchant Alliance's annual auction in the Heaven Sword City was about to begin. That little girl from the Fox clan must have come for her mother, so this time, he would definitely catch her. Thinking of this, the originally unhappy Chi Fu laughed happily again. It was just that his laughter was very sinister and sinister. Cloud Sea Sect. Young master, the 10-day agreement the day after tomorrow, I think, there's no need to look. I will definitely defeat him. Luo Tian had completely overshadowed him, the sword genius of the Cloud Sea Sect that had only appeared once in 100 years. A few days ago, he had mocked Luo Tian for being a country bumpkin, but now, his identity was completely different. Compared to Luo Tian, he was like a country bumpkin, which made him extremely unhappy. Just you wait. The day after tomorrow, I will definitely trample you to death in front of the entire city. It will be as simple as stepping on an ant. Finished. Nangong Hao took out a dark green pill from his bosom and placed it in front of Elder Sunday. He sneered, "Are you still worried about me now? Xian exploding pill? Spirit level pill? After swallowing it, one's strength will increase by 2 realms. This pill," Nangong Hao chuckled and said, "my master gave it to me yesterday. Tomorrow, you guys better watch carefully. I will make that dog Luo Tian kneel in front of me. I will humiliate him in front of that bitch Tang Tang and let him live in my shadow forever. Ha ha ha." On the 9th day, Luo Tian was still unconscious. His physical body had not recovered yet. Blind Lu, on the other hand, was full of energy. He had gotten an old arrow from somewhere. He showed his big yellow teeth and played a series of ear-piercing sounds from time to time. His face was filled with intoxication, completely ignoring the feelings of the people around him. At night, in the room, Tang Tang, Qin Yuer, and Luo Tian who was lying on the bed. "Stinky. If you don't wake up, I will be engaged to that Nangong Hao tomorrow. Dead man, if you don't wake up, Sister Tang Tang will become someone else's wife. Do you really want to see me get engaged to Nangong Hao?" Tang Tang's tears flowed down. Qin Yuer closed the door and took off her outerwear. She was only left with a doo-doo and panties. Her body was snow-white and flawless. Then, she took off Tang Tang's outerwear. Then, she touched her chest and slowly untied the ribbon on her doo-doo. She said seductively, "Are you still not awake? We have to take off all your clothes." Chapter 5. Thanks to Soul. Yu Yun has rewarded me with 20,000 book coins. Today's monthly votes are really bad. Old Bull has updated more than the average author for the past 2 days. Is the monthly votes that bad? Alright, brothers, give it your all. Starting tomorrow at 10 p.m., brothers who want 10 p.m., please push up your monthly votes. They were all hoping that Luo Tian could wake up sooner. Otherwise, Nangong Hao and the forces behind him would be even more complacent. Not only that, the royal family would have to bear even more pressure. Tang Tang didn't want that. She hated it. Right now, she was hoping that Luo Tian could wake up sooner. How could she not? Tomorrow was the date of the 10-day promise. If Luo Tian didn't wake up, what was she going to do? Furthermore, this matter had already been made known to the entire city. If Luo Tian didn't wake up, Nangong Hao would definitely be incomparably complacent and arrogant. She would even want to get engaged with him. No matter what, she was hoping that Luo Tian could wake up sooner. But, Luo Tian was in a daze as though he hadn't slept with anyone for tens of thousands of years. The fact that he couldn't wake up had her feeling extremely anxious. Qin Yuer smiled charmingly. Looking at the peaceful face on the bed, her eyes were somewhat moist. "Damned brat, if you don't wake up soon, she's going to be mine. She's going to be naked soon. Aren't you going to open your eyes and take a look?" Open, Luo Tian tried his best to open his eyes. But, his eyelids felt as though they weighed a ton. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't open them at all. Holy F***ck. Oh, God. You can't do this to me. This is the best time for me to get rid of my virginity. Ah. But these are the legendary peerless beauties. Holy F***ck. Beauties. Do you understand? Can't you take pity on this poor virgin who has lived 2 lifetimes? It was really bitter. This sort of bitterness was something that no outsider could understand. 2 great beauties were about to strip naked in front of him, and yet, he couldn't wake up from his coma. What the F***ck was going on right now, it didn't matter if he couldn't wake up. Luo Tian's consciousness was extremely clear. His mind was extremely clear. Even though he couldn't see, he could feel it. But, that wasn't the main point. The main point was that these 2 girls were using such a method to wake him up. Just how much courage did they need? Luo Tian's heart was filled with bliss once more. This feeling was truly comfortable. Really, really comfortable. Xianxia pursed her lips into a smile as she pulled Tang Tang over to sit on the edge of the bed. She then grabbed onto Luo Tian's hand tightly with one hand. Her grip was extremely tight and forceful. Her face was flushed red with shyness. However, she was still as charming as ever as she said, "Damn you, can't you give me some face and wake up?" With that said. With a gentle grasp of his hand, a teardrop dripped down. Bang! Luo Tian's heart trembled as he felt the teardrop. His heart was filled with rage. He was like a volcano that was about to erupt. Magma was rolling, rolling, rolling. He was filled with hatred. Nangong Hao, I'll definitely beat the shit out of you. I definitely will. Luo Tian's heart trembled as he felt the teardrop. His heart was filled with hatred. This was all because of him. How dare you touch my woman? You'll definitely die. Tang Tang looked at Xianxia and grabbed onto Luo Tian's hand with one hand as she murmured, "Please wake up quickly. As long as you can wake up, I'll do anything. Even if you want me to marry Nangong Hao, I'm willing. Please wake up quickly." In her heart, she was no longer important. She only hoped that Luo Tian could wake up safely. Even though Luo Tian couldn't see, he could feel it. With the strength of a mystic king, he could naturally sense everything around him. His anger was boiling. It was also at this moment that Luo Tian wished that he could wake up immediately and rush out to find Nangong Hao so that he could kill him instantly. At the same time, he was thinking of a million ways to kill Nangong Hao. Every single one of them. Tang Tang's emotions were even more complicated than Luo Tian's. She was even more nervous. Even though she had been calling out for Luo Tian, wanting him to wake up and wanting Luo Tian to stand up for her, but she also wanted Luo Tian to be safe and sound. She wanted Luo Tian to not fight with Nangong Hao because Nangong Hao was way too strong. He was way stronger than Luo Tian. For her sake, Luo Tian would be in danger. She didn't want Luo Tian to take the risk for her, nor did she want to see him get hurt. Stinky. Gangster, hurry and wake up. I don't want you to do anything. I just want you to wake up. What else do you want me to do? Tang Tang pretended to be angry. She pouted and said, "As long as you wake up, I can give you anything." At the time of saying this sentence, Tang Tang's voice was getting softer and softer. Her head was about to fall onto her knees, and her face was so red that water could drip out. It was also at this moment. Xianxia's right hand tightened as she tightened her grip on Luo Tian's hand. "Since little sister Tang Tang has already said so, do you still have the heart to continue being unconscious? If you continue being like this, I won't like you anymore. Don't you know that she likes you? Don't you want to protect your woman? Hurry and wake up, you bastard." Tang Tang's tears streamed down her face as she mumbled, "Big sister as long as he wakes up, I'm willing to do anything." Xianxia smiled faintly and said, "Don't worry, he will definitely wake up. If he doesn't, I'll break his third leg." Pfft. Tang Tang was so amused that she let out a bitter laugh. Looking at how Luo Tian didn't show any signs of waking up, the smile on her face gradually turned into worry. She was praying in her heart, praying silently. Wake up. Finally, Xianxia was stunned for a moment. It was only then that she realized that the 2 of them were here to agitate Luo Tian. She then grabbed onto Luo Tian's crotch and spoke in a coquettish voice, "Dead man, hurry and wake up. We're all waiting for you." Don't you want to come back sooner? Hurry up, alright? Can you really bear to see Tang Tang being snatched away by that man? We've got two great beauties to accompany you. If you don't wake up now, you'll miss this opportunity. You'll regret it for the rest of your life. Luo Tian's heart was filled with tears as he mumbled to himself, if there's anyone in the world who has it the most miserable, it's none other than me, Luo Tian. Bloody demon, King hell. If not for you, your daddy would have already ked the two of them. His heart was filled with hatred. But in the end, he still couldn't wake up. The sky was getting darker. Tang Tang's mood was getting worse as she mumbled, seems like I'll really have to get engaged to Nangong Hao tomorrow. That won't happen. The dead man will definitely wake up. Qing Yuer consoled her. She did not know what Luo Tian had been through. But, she knew that Luo Tian was really, really tired. Otherwise, he would definitely wake up no matter what. Let's hope so. In the dead of night, unknowingly, both of them had fallen asleep. Each of them rested their heads on one of Luo Tian's arms and fell into a deep sleep. Luo Tian's consciousness did not sleep for the entire night. He was waiting. He was waiting for the moment he woke up so that he could *ck the heavens. But, he still did not wake up the next morning. A series of knocks came from outside the house. Both of them hurriedly put on their clothes. Tang Tang looked at Luo Tian with an extremely dejected expression. Stinky bastard. Goodbye, gangster. Thank you for the joy you've brought me these past few days. Thank you. I'll remember you forever. The first chapter has been delivered. A new week, a new day. Brothers, old Miao is begging for some recommendation votes. Brothers with votes, please come on up. Currently, I have 408 monthly votes. I'm just short of 2 more votes to add a chapter. Are you not going to vote for me? Previously, I had 250 monthly votes. I still have 15 more chapters to add. Today, I'm going to add 10 chapters. Please support me, brothers. I'm recommending a book by a good friend of mine, Shanghai Miracle Doctor. Old Miao is begging everyone to search for it and add it to your bookshelves. I'm extremely grateful. Thank you. At the peak of the imperial city, Nangong Hao stood in the air with a trace of cold arrogance on his face. His white robe fluttered in the wind, and the motionless yellow dragon sword beside him released a dense sword intent. It was extremely domineering. Today, it was a big day for him. It was the time to trample Luo Tian, who had been in the limelight for a long time, to death. He wanted to prove to the world that Luo Tian was just a country bumpkin with a little luck. In front of him, Nangong Hao, other than trash, he was still trash, a salted fish that would never be able to make a comeback. Early in the morning, Nangong Hao arrived. After his deliberate exaggeration, the battle between him and Luo Tian was known to the entire city. He wanted to trample Luo Tian under his feet in front of the entire city. He wanted to ruthlessly humiliate him. He wanted to release all the resentment that he had accumulated over the past few days. He wanted to warn the world that there was only one outcome for snatching a woman from him, Nangong Hao, and that was death. Early morning. The sky was blue, and the sun was slowly rising. The huge plaza below the imperial city was filled with people. Many of them had rushed here last night to occupy a good spot, looking forward to the great battle. They did not know who Luo Tian was. They knew what had happened in the North City, but they didn't know who had killed the North City king, Du Yuansong, who had created the Ghost Forbidden Ground, who had killed one of the 10 demon emperors, and who had forced the ancient giant demons to kneel and proclaim themselves king. They did not know any of this. They did not know who Luo Tian was, but they knew who Nangong Hao was. The future sect master of the Cloud Sea sect. The current young master, Nangong Ju's only son, broke through to the profound king realm in his 20s. When he was born, he even awakened the yellow dragon sword that had been dormant for 10,000 years. What was even more terrifying was that his sword intent had been cultivated to the highest realm of man and sword. There were even legends that said that he had comprehended a set of super powerful sword techniques through the yellow dragon divine sword. Everyone in Heaven Sword City knew about this. Very strong, among the younger generation, he was ranked in the top 10. Other than Broken Sky City's True Dragon's son, Morong Wanjian, and Seoul Palace's Violet Phoenix, Li Shuer, very few people in the younger generation could compare to him. This was also the reason why Nangonghao was so arrogant. Originally, all of this wouldn't have changed and would continue developing in a good direction. By marrying Princess Chongping, he would be able to obtain the royal aura of the great Tang royal clan. Fusing it with his cultivation, he would soon break through to the mystic ancestor realm. He had become the youngest and strongest patriarch of the Yunhai sect. Becoming the third person on the heavenly profound golden list, all of this was planned by Nangonghao. Everything was perfect. However, Luo Tian appeared. His appearance caused all the good things in him to start pouring out and distorting. He hated Luo Tian. How could a country bumpkin be compared to him? Do you think you're worthy of snatching my woman? Nangonghao was very unhappy that he had snatched the princess of Tang Empire. During this period of time, Luo Tian had been in the limelight, completely suppressing Nangonghao, so he was even more unhappy. However, that feeling of unhappiness had completely disappeared today. Because today, he would use the most humiliating method to knock Luo Tian down with a sword and make him kneel in front of him. Thinking of this, Nangonghao couldn't help but laugh wildly in his heart. Ha ha ha. Luo Tian, you dog, you're dead for sure today. Ha ha ha. Suddenly, the crowd was in an uproar. Princess Chongping has been married. The imperial guards opened the way, their majesty shaking the heavens. Tang Tang changed back to the princess's clothes. Her body was graceful and luxurious, and her expression was dignified. When she appeared, it immediately caused a huge commotion. Princess Chongping is too beautiful. No wonder Nangonghao didn't hesitate to lower his status and fight with a country bumpkin for her. Exactly. Who is Nangonghao? What status does he have? He is the young master of the Yunhai sect. His status is not lower than that of the Tang Empire's princes. Fighting with a country bumpkin really hurts his status. But for the sake of his beloved woman, he lowered his status. This is something that everyone admires. If only I could marry a man like Nangonghao. He's too handsome. He's standing in the air with the yellow dragon sword moving according to his will. He looks like an immortal. He's so handsome that it's a mess. Tang Tang appeared. Her expression was very cold. There was a faint sadness between her eyebrows. Her face was full of worry. Tang Jiao went up to her and frowned. He asked, Luo Tian hasn't woken up yet? Tang Tang shook her head and didn't say anything. Tang Jiao's face darkened. He couldn't help but ask, Uncle Wang, what happened in the forbidden area? It has been almost 3 days, why hasn't he woken up yet? Wang Jinka took a deep breath and said, I don't know what happened, but I know that the pain he is going through is unimaginable. If it were me, I wouldn't have been able to bear it. He wasn't exaggerating at all. He really didn't know what had happened in Luo Tian's body. He only knew one thing. The pain Luo Tian was going through was indescribable. That kind of pain was something he would never be able to touch in his life. He would never be able to bear it. Tang Tang's tears quietly fell. She said, Brother, I don't want to marry Nangonghao. I really don't want to marry him. As she said that, tears flowed down her face. She cried very sadly. Very sadly. Tang Jiao felt his heart ache. He said, I will go and plead with father. Tang Tang shook her head and said, it's useless. Father won't even see me. It's the same if you go and plead. I was the one who said this, so I should take responsibility. She was the one who said the 10 days agreement. She was the one who said that if Nangonghao won, she would be engaged to him. These were all her words. As a princess, she had to take responsibility for her words. Tang Jiao frowned. He couldn't think of a way. It was also at this time. Nangonghao's voice was filled with pride. He said, Your Highness, why hasn't that country bumpkin appeared yet? Could it be that he's afraid of me and doesn't dare to come? Or is he hiding somewhere like a coward? Wasn't he very arrogant back then? Why hasn't he appeared yet? Nangonghao's voice sounded. The surrounding people immediately started discussing. That country bumpkin definitely doesn't dare to appear. Other than Morong Wanjian and Li Shuer, who else among the younger generation is Nan Gonghao's opponent? That's right. That kid must be afraid. Tang Tang's heart sank. She wanted to curse, but was stopped by Tang Jiu. He smiled and said, "Brother Nangong, it's still early. There's no need to be so anxious." Early? It's not early. Didn't His Highness come very early? A country bumpkin like him still hasn't appeared. This is a great disrespect to His Highness. Nan Gonghao said, pretending to be noble. Tang Jiu's face sank. Tang Tang couldn't help but scold, "Nan Gonghao, you despicable person, don't be so proud. Country bumpkin is not something you can call. Who do you think you are? Acting all high and mighty. You think you're so great. In fact, you're the country bumpkin, humph." Immediately, Tang Tang said in a low voice, "Even if I die, I won't be engaged to you." She was already prepared to die. Chapter 2. She was thinking on the way back to the palace. She thought a lot, and her thoughts were very messy. When she thought of Luo Tian, she would smile brightly and happily, but in the end, she would cry. Until the moment she walked into the palace. She was determined in her heart that no matter what happened, she would not be engaged to Nan Gonghao. Even if Luo Tian did not appear and Nan Gonghao won, she would still not be engaged to him. She would rather die. Die, this was her last choice. It was also her only choice. She would rather die than marry someone she hated. This determination in Tang Tang's heart became firmer and firmer. In the end, she clenched her fists and said in her heart, "Bastard. Bastard, you must remember me." Tang Jiu frowned and shouted, "13th sister, what nonsense are you talking about? Luo Tian will definitely come and defeat Nan Gonghao. Even if he doesn't come, don't kill yourself. There are ways to solve everything. I know you don't like Nan Gonghao and I hate him too, but you don't have to joke about your life. I believe father has his own plans. He loves you the most and will never let you marry someone you don't like." Tang Jiu couldn't help but feel anxious. He knew Tang Tang's personality very well. Once she made up her mind, she could not change it. The choice she made in her heart made Tang Jiu worried. In order to not make things difficult for father, she would really do anything. "Luo Tian, why are you still not waking up? Tang Tang has already made the choice to die. If you don't appear, you will never see my sister again. You are her idol. You don't know how much she admires you when I tell her about your deeds. She admires you more than I do." Yen Dragon Gang. Luo Tian's room. "Boss, wake up. If you don't wake up, Tang Tang's sister-in-law will be gone." "Boss, how could you fall unconscious at this critical juncture? Bastard, if you don't wake up, I will go crazy." Brother Luo Tian, sister Tang Tang cried very sadly when she left. "Please wake up." Chun Chun is also sad to see sister Tang Tang. "Boo-hoo, Dragon Head, do you want me to play Requiem for you again?" Scram. The three of them shouted at Blind Lu simultaneously. At the very beginning, Blind Lu played a soul-calming song. The pitch of the song was simply unbearable to the ears. It was a song that could kill. And Chun Chun said with a serious face, "Uncle Blind, don't play anymore. If you play such a terrible song, Brother Luo Tian won't wake up." Blind Lu wasn't afraid of being attacked. He grinned, revealing his big yellow teeth, and said with a smile, "Is it unpleasant to hear? I think it's okay. Could it be that your standards of appreciation can't keep up with mine?" Everyone felt like vomiting. All of them glared at Blind Lu until he was too ashamed to show his face. Only then did they retract their gazes. Luo Tian on the bed. In his heart, he was the most anxious person. Tang Tang was very good and very beautiful. Even if she couldn't marry him, he couldn't let her marry a scumbag like Nan Gonghao. At this time, he wanted to wake up, desperately trying to wake up, but the power of the blood demon's primordial spirit was too great for his physical body. Even if he controlled everything to wake up, there was still no way. His physical body had been overdrawn to the limit. Before he recovered, he couldn't wake up no matter how hard he tried. For this, he hated himself very much. If Tang Tang and Nan Gonghao got engaged because of him, he hated himself even more. However, he would definitely kill his way to the Yunhai sect and then bring Tang Tang back. This was the choice Luo Tian made. No matter what the outcome was, he would not let Tang Tang marry Nangong Hao. If he couldn't wake up today, he would lose. However, as long as he woke up, Nangong Hao would have to lie under his feet. At noon, the scorching sun was high in the sky. Nangong Hao stood at the top of the imperial city. His forehead was covered with sweat. His face was full of annoyance. He said with a reproachful voice, "Your Highness, how long will it take for that country bumpkin to come? I don't think he will come today. He hasn't appeared until now. He doesn't have Tang Tang in his heart, and he doesn't have you, Your Highness. This kind of person who disregards the imperial majesty should be killed." Nangong Hao was very unhappy. What was his status? What was Luo Tian's status? After waiting here for a long time, Luo Tian didn't even appear. The worst thing was that he had to continue waiting. This was too shameful. Tang Jiao suppressed the anger in his heart and smiled faintly. "Brother Nangong, don't worry. You made an appointment of 10 days. The 10th day hasn't passed yet. If I knew earlier, you would have made an appointment of 10 days in the morning. That way, you would have one now." There was no other way. Tang Jiao could only use this method to delay him. He could only use this method to buy time for Luo Tian. After half a day, Luo Tian still hadn't woken up. Tang Jiao's heart became heavier. "Idol, why haven't you appeared yet? If you don't appear, I won't be able to hold on any longer." Tang Tang was sitting there. Her eyes were dull and expressionless. At this moment, the people in the square who wanted to see the battle with their own eyes began to complain loudly. "Isn't this brat too arrogant? What are you waiting for? Just announce that Nangong Hao has won. This brat definitely won't appear. I think he's hiding in some dog hole, shivering. Yes. Announce it. Princess Chongping and young Master Nangong are a match made in heaven. Their union is a match made in heaven. The relationship between Great Tang and the Yunhai sect has deepened. Isn't this good? Why are you still waiting?" The crowd began to discuss loudly. They all felt injustice for Nangong Hao. A battle that they had been looking forward to had ended like this. This made them very unhappy. At the same time, in their hearts, they all knew that Luo Tian didn't dare to appear. He was scared to death. Even if it was them, they wouldn't appear. If they appeared, they would die. Why bother with their own lives? Hearing wave after wave of complaints, Tang Jiao's eyebrows became tighter and tighter. He asked again, "Uncle Chen, Uncle Wang hasn't returned yet?" Chen Donglai shook his head and said, "No. I'm afraid that Luo Tian hasn't woken up yet." "Ai." Tang Tang smiled bitterly and muttered, "Brother Jiao, you don't know how much pain Luo Tian has suffered. His body can't take it. Don't rush him. Let him rest. I can solve my own problems." Tang Jiao looked at Tang Tang and his heart ached. At this time, Luo Tian, who was lying on the bed, suddenly moved. A dragon's power spread throughout his body. His body, after being stimulated by this power, seemed to be 10,000 times less painful. "Brat, if you don't wake up, my daughter will marry someone else." Dragon's power? The Emperor of Great Tang, Tang Zhanlong's voice. The 3rd chapter has been delivered. I will continue to recommend my brother's book Super Cultivation Technique. I hope that everyone can search for it and add it to their collection. Old Ox is very grateful. Luo Tian's body sank. The power of the dragon force flowed through his body. His veins, blood, bones, and skin, every inch of his body seemed to be transforming. The pain in his body was quickly disappearing. This power was very strange. Luo Tian was so comfortable that he almost fainted. "Chant," the voice that resounded in his body caused him to tremble violently. "Daughter? Dragon force? This, the Emperor of Tang Dynasty, Tang Zhanlong?" Luo Tian was extremely shocked. He did not expect the Emperor of Tang Dynasty to care about him and release the dragon force at the expense of his true energy. This? He could not help but feel grateful. "Thank you. You don't have to thank me. My lovely, innocent, and happy woman is very unhappy because of you. If you don't wake up and make her happy, I won't forgive you. Huh? Luo Tian was slightly shocked and said, I'll make her happy for the rest of her life. At least you know what's good for you. Now, wake up. As soon as he finished speaking, the power of the dragon force poured into Luo Tian's body. At this moment, all the pain in Luo Tian's body disappeared. He suddenly opened his eyes and shouted loudly, damn it, I'm finally awake. Everyone in the room stared at him, dumbfounded. They were so excited that they were in a mess. At this moment, it was already evening and the sky was going to turn dark soon. If Luo Tian did not appear, Tang Jiu would not be able to withstand it and Nangong would win. On the same night, he would ask Tang Zhanlong about the engagement again. At this time, Tang Tang had no reason to object. Everything was said by herself. Cough, 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 in the Hall of Supreme Harmony. Tang Zhanlong coughed softly. His face was slightly pale. He said, what did this kid go through? How did he withstand the pain? Is the change in the sky related to him? Or the primordial spirit of the sanguine demon that was imprisoned in the ghost forbidden grounds for 10,000 years was, good kid? Cough, cough, as he spoke, Tang Zhanlong coughed again. He was a mystique venerable. How unbearable was the pain that shocked even him. He did not hesitate to consume his true essence to release the dragon might, but he did not expect that the dragon might would not be able to take away the pain from Luo Tian's body. Originally, he wanted to use the dragon might to transform Luo Tian's body, but he did not expect that it would be completely useless. After all, Nangong was a 7th-order mystic king. Luo Tian's strength was far from his. In terms of strength alone, Luo Tian was definitely not a match for Luo Tian. He wanted to use his dragon's might to help Luo Tian, but he didn't expect Luo Tian's physical body to be in so much pain. He couldn't help but recall what happened in the Ghost Forbidden Land. If he really killed the Blood Devil's primordial spirit, then he would be much stronger than Hong Wanfu. Back then, human Emperor Hong Wanfu could only suppress the Blood Devil's primordial spirit. However, this brat actually killed him. How sharp was that? This made Tang Zhanlong even more optimistic about Luo Tian. For this reason, he did not hesitate to release a second dragon might to completely take away the pain from Luo Tian's body. He was slightly excited. Brat, work hard and let the world tremble for you. The old eunuch behind him was stunned. Never before, the Emperor of Great Tang actually injected 2 dragon might into a person he had never even met before. How lucky was this brat? Your Majesty, you're hurting your body like this for him, ha ha ha, I'm not doing it for him. I'm doing it for the future of Great Tang. This brat is not simple. His potential is probably stronger than the son of the true dragon, Murong Wanjian. Duantian City has been suppressing Great Tang for decades. Now, it's time to return the favor. Tang Zhanlong smiled. Actually, in his heart, although Luo Tian was not as strong as Murong Wanjian, his potential was far beyond that. He even thought of Luo Tian becoming the mystic emperor and breaking into the void. If this person was from the Great Tang dynasty, then in the Tianqian continent, the Great Tang dynasty would collapse after hundreds of millions of years. 2 dragon might could be considered an investment. A successful investment would be a great return. The sun set in the west. At the peak of the imperial city, Nangong had been under the sun for the entire day. His face was slightly charred and he looked a little miserable. At this time, he finally couldn't hold it in anymore. Your Highness 9th Prince, it's time to announce it, right? That country bumpkin will definitely not appear. His heart was incomparably furious. If it wasn't for the fact that there were so many people around, he would have already gone berserk. A country bumpkin made me wait for an entire day. Damn Tangzhou. Damn slut, wait until you marry me. Wait until I control the imperial qi. I will make you pay for everything you've done these days. Slut. Nangong said fiercely in his heart. Tangzhou was also suppressing his anger. The sun in the west was about to set. He smiled and said, Brother Nangong, you've waited for an entire day. What's a little more time? The sun hasn't set yet, right? His heart was about to die from anxiety. idle, hurry up and appear. Tang Tang stood up. Her worry was gone. She had been calm for a long time. She had never been this calm before. She looked at the setting sun and smiled slightly. Her smile was very moving. Looking at her expression, Tang Jiu's heart was even more anxious. Nan Gonghao's eyes were ferocious. He gritted his teeth and said, "All right, I'll wait for a while more." "That's right. Brother Nangong, you are the young master of the Yunhai sect. Be more magnanimous. Don't let outsiders look down on our Yunhai sect," Tang Jiu said. Nan Gonghao sneered and thought, "You also know that you are a disciple of the Yunhai sect? How can the Yunhai sect have such a dog shit like you? Wait until I become the patriarch. I will immediately expel you from the Yunhai sect." Humph. The number of people in the square was slowly decreasing. They were just like Nan Gonghao. They were very unhappy. They had thought that they would be looking forward to the big battle. They had not thought that they would be so stupid. They had been sitting in the sun for an entire day. They had not even eaten a single bite of food. They were afraid that they would miss the big battle. At that moment, they hated Luo Tian more than they hated Nan Gonghao. They felt that they had been played. "Don't let me see that little bastard. Otherwise, I will definitely kill him. Motherfucker, we had to wait for an entire day. I was so hungry that I almost died. That bastard played with us for an entire day. Motherfucker, he is so unlucky. The ninth prince is really too much." There was no suspense in this battle. Why did he drag it out until now? He should have announced that Nan Gonghao had won a long time ago. The result was the same. He even offended the Yunhai sect. I really don't understand. The bright red sun had not yet set. At that moment, Nan Gonghao laughed wildly and said, "Ninth prince, can you announce it now?" "Announce it? Announce what?" "I am here. Can't you see?" Chapter 4, Brother, I hope everyone can search for it and add it to my collection. Thank you very much. Silence. The silence was a little scary. In the huge square of the imperial city, there were tens of thousands of people. They didn't make a single sound. Even their breathing and heartbeats stopped at this moment. They stared blankly at the domineering Luo Tian in the sky. They were all idiots. How could this be? Nan Gonghao, the young master of the Yunhai sect, 7th level mystic king. How could he be so weak? He was knocked down with one punch. What was going on? They couldn't accept this at all. They couldn't understand at all. They had waited for an entire day, anticipated for an entire day. They wanted to see Nan Gonghao instantly kill Luo Tian. They wanted to see the grand engagement ceremony between Nan Gonghao and Princess Chongping. But why was it like this? Damn it. Who told you to be arrogant? Get up and be arrogant again. Luo Tian was incomparably domineering. He didn't give Nan Gonghao a chance to attack at all. He released the power of the 9 dragons and the elephant. The power of the dragon and the elephant was released in an instant. Under the stimulation of 16 times the attributes, how powerful was the power of the 9 dragons and the elephant? His fists formed a hammer, forming a battle axe, and chopped down heavily. Nan Gonghao didn't have time to react and was directly knocked down. Luo Tian was really angry. He hated it when others insulted a woman. Moreover, this woman was Tang Tang. Furthermore, he had been in a coma for the past few days, so he had been suppressing a bellyful of anger in his heart. So much so that the moment he came up, he would fight fiercely. Let's not care about that first. I'll beat you down first. How dare you be so arrogant in front of me? Crazy, quite crazy. After all, he was the young master of the Yunhai sect. He really didn't give him any face. Yeah, win. Smelly. Gangster one. Tang Tang jumped on the spot. Her heart was filled with incomparable joy. Her worry for Luo Tian was swept away. She thought that Luo Tian might not be Nan Gonghao's opponent. She didn't expect that he would be able to knock Nan Gonghao down. It was really too satisfying. Tang Jiu was also shocked. He muttered, so strong, so satisfying. My idol is my idol, so handsome that it's a mess. In the distance, Feng Lei and the others rushed over. Seeing the motionless Nangong Hao on the ground, Feng Lei immediately shouted, "Boss is mighty, boss is magnificent, boss is domineering, oh yeah." Xianyuani was also very excited, but he didn't show it like Feng Lei. On the other hand, Qin Yuer's face was filled with joy as she mumbled, "I've finally caught up." Blind Lu moved his fingers and grinned, revealing his big yellow teeth. He laughed and said, "This is such a good opportunity. Shall I play a song for everyone to celebrate?" Scram. And Chun Chun said with a smile, "Uncle Blind, stop playing your lousy arrow. It sounds terrible. Next time, I'll buy you a good one. You can play it for 3 days and 3 nights. Blind Lu sighed softly and said, "Chun Chun is still the best to me. Chun Chun, be good and let Uncle give you a kiss." Everyone's eyes darkened as they stared at Blind Lu. And Chun Chun immediately hid beside Qin Yuer and stuck out her little tongue, saying cheekily, "No. I'll only kiss big brother Luo Tian." Suddenly. And Chun Chun frowned slightly. Her eyes suddenly shook as she shouted, "Big brother Luo Tian, be careful." It was also at this moment. A yellow phantom rose from the sky. The phantom was like an incomparably sharp sword. As it rushed into the sky, it brought with it an incomparably terrifying power. Luo Tian's brows twitched as his mind tensed up. Without thinking much, he immediately shouted, "Golden Bell Shield." Buzz. Rumble. The yellow phantom directly shattered the Golden Bell Shield on Luo Tian's body. At the same time, it threw another heavy punch. With a stomp of its right foot, it directly blasted Luo Tian down. Bam! A deep pit was formed on the ground. Luo Tian was motionless in the deep pit. "Ha ha ha ha, ha ha, you're still too inexperienced to fight with me, ha ha ha," in midair. Nangong Hao's expression was incomparably ferocious. His face was red and his eyes were bloodshot. His entire being was like a devil. His body carried an incomparably dense profound chi aura that heavily suppressed everything. Elder Sun's expression darkened as he smiled and said, "Looks like the young master has already consumed the mystic explosion pill. This way, the young master's cultivation has reached the peak of the 9th level of the Mystic King realm. The difference between the two of them is already 4 levels. No matter how strong that kid is, he won't be a match for the young master." The moment Nangong Hao was blasted down by Luo Tian, his heart felt extremely uncomfortable. The power on Luo Tian's body completely suppressed him, which made him extremely unhappy. The moment he laid on the ground, he did not hesitate to consume the Mystic Explosion pill. Mystic Explosion pill, it was a stimulating pill, a spiritual rank pill. It could stimulate the physical body for a short period of time and raise one's cultivation by 2 levels. This pill could only be used below the Mystic Venerable realm. It had no effect above the Mystic Venerable realm. However, this pill also had side effects. After consuming one pill, the physical body would be severely injured. If it was a big pill, it could even cause one's cultivation to stop. If it was a small pill, the body would have to endure great pain. In order to kill Luo Tian, Nangong Hao did not care about the consequences. He had been beaten down by a country bumpkin in front of the whole city. How could he accept this? He absolutely could not accept this. At this moment, the disciples of the Yunhai sect were the first to cheer. "The young master is mighty. The young master is mighty. Haha, that's right. How could the young master of the Yunhai sect not be able to defeat a country bumpkin? When he threw that punch, I knew that Nangong Hao would definitely win. That's right. Apart from Murong Wanjian and Li Shuer, who else in the younger generation could be a match for Nangong Hao?" Everyone was wantonly praising. In their hearts, it was reasonable for Luo Tian to be beaten down. Mystic Explosion pill. Chen Donglai's face changed slightly, and said, "He took the Mystic Explosion pill, and his cultivation increased by 2 realms in a short period of time. This is bad." Tang Jiu suddenly stood up and looked at the motionless Luo Tian in the deep pit. He did not care so much now, and immediately shouted, "Uncle Chen, no matter what, you can't let Luo Tian die. He can't die, he definitely can't die." Tang Tang's heart was in her throat again. I'm sorry. Her heart was extremely heavy. It was all because of her that Luo Tian was like this. You want to fight me? You want to rape my woman? What qualifications does a country bumpkin like you have? Who do you think you are? Nangonghao arrogantly roared. Looking at Luo Tian in the deep pit, his right hand moved, and the yellow dragon sword appeared in his hand. His eyes widened, and he shouted, "Yellow dragon sword art, wild dragon overturning the sea, sword cutting the world. Country bumpkin, go to hell." Haha, the yellow dragon sword transformed into an endless power, as if it was turning the entire ocean upside down. It was also at this moment Chen Donglai instantly flew out. Elder Sun laughed coldly, and shouted, "You want to save him? No way." He directly blocked Chen Donglai. At this moment of life and death, Luo Tian stood up. Chapter 6, this chapter is 260 monthly votes. Currently 426 votes, there are still 4 votes to be added. Brothers, support. Life and death, the yellow dragon sword came down with the power to overturn the sea. The entire sky darkened. At that moment, everyone was sure that Luo Tian would die. Yellow dragon sword art. Earth-level sword art. Its power was unparalleled. In addition to the sword intent that Nangonghao had comprehended and the power from the mystic exploding pill, this sword was more than 10 times stronger than usual. In this situation, even a 9th-level mystic king might not be able to withstand it, therefore, Luo Tian would die without a doubt. Chen Donglai wanted to save Luo Tian. However, Elder Son of the Yunhai sect had already anticipated this. He moved in the air and blocked Chen Donglai. Wang Jinke also followed closely behind. Another strong cultivator from the Xian sect appeared from the Yunhai sect and blocked Wang Jinke. Elder Chen, the competition is not over yet. Bang, bang. The two were blocked outside the deep pit. At that moment, Nangonghao's yellow dragon sword came down. Boss. Brother Luo Tian, stinking Lu. Bastard. At that moment, Feng Lei and the others' hearts were in their mouths. Their hearts were filled with fear. Tang Jiao raised his index finger and wanted to bite it. With his blood essence as a seal, he could awaken the old ancestor in the depths of the palace. As long as the old ancestor came out, a thought would be enough. No matter what, Luo Tian could not die. At that moment, Tang Jiao did not think too much. Just as he was about to bite his finger, Luo Tian stood up. He stood up directly, Luo Tian's lips curled up slightly. He casually patted the dust off his clothes and said with a faint smile, "Sudden eruption? Seems like it was stimulated by some kind of pill. Not bad, it's a bit fierce." After he finished speaking, Luo Tian raised his head slightly and looked at the yellow dragon sword that was about to stab down. The sword chi turned into a gale, sweeping up the flying rocks in the deep pit. For a moment, sand and stones were flying everywhere. The sky was dark. Everyone in the imperial capital square was suppressed by an incomparably powerful sword intent. They couldn't even open their eyes. Only profound ancestor realm experts could relax. Wang Jinke and Chen Donglai's eyes narrowed. Their hearts sank. It's over. It's over now. Blind Lu's gaze became strange. Beneath the surface of his skin, the malevolent ancient giant devil began to stir again. A thick ancient power began to faintly be released. However, at this moment, the ancient giant devil within his body suddenly quieted down. Huh? Blind Lu was shocked and immediately said, "Baldy, big guy, Chun, don't move. Dragon head should be fine." Under the sword energy. Endless suppression. The powerful yellow dragon sword smashed down with the power to overturn the sea. Luo Tian only raised his head and glanced at him with disdain. He gently extended his right hand and a light condensed in his palm. It was the light of power. What a strange power, it was a very, very strange power. Almost all of the profound ancestor realm experts were shocked and asked themselves, what kind of power is this? However, the first to react was Wang Jinke. He had seen the ancient dragon slaying great formation and had stayed beside the ancient giant devil. Therefore, he was very clear that the power in Luo Tian's palm came from the ancient world. Ha ha ha, my god, this kid is really something. I want to worship him. From today onwards, I, Wang Jinke, will worship you. The second to react was Chen Donglai. His gaze was even more shocked than Wang Jinka's. He immediately laughed wildly in excitement. What is he laughing about? Has he gone crazy? Or is he laughing in pity for Luo Tian who was in the pit? Who knows? They must have gone crazy. These two are crazy. No one knew why they were laughing. Elder Sun and Elder Zhao did not know. The disciples of the Yunhai sect did not know. Even the experts who were hiding in the dark and secretly observing the battle did not know. Everyone thought that Luo Tian would die. He could not block this sword. But he strangely stretched out a hand with his palm facing the sky. Did he want to block Nan Gonghao's attack with one hand? Was he crazy? Or did he deliberately put on a pose that he thought was handsome and cool because he knew that he would die? The pose was indeed good. It was a standard action of sacrificing oneself to blow up a fort. It was quite sharp. If he could really block Nan Gonghao's attack with one hand, then how domineering, how arrogant, how? This was simply impossible. Even a mysterious sect expert could not block this sword attack with one hand. Nan Gonghao saw Luo Tian's action and laughed complacently. A country bumpkin will always be a country bumpkin. You want to snatch my woman? You don't even have the qualifications to carry my shoes. Die. His voice fell. The yellow dragon sword also fell. For a moment, the dust in the deep pit scattered all over the sky, making it impossible for people to see what was happening inside. They only heard a dull sound. Like a fart. Pop. It was very soft, but everyone could hear it in their minds. The moment the voice fell, the surroundings suddenly became quiet. The dust instantly fell, and everything around them became clear. In the deep pit, Luo Tian's right hand directly grabbed onto the yellow dragon sword. On top of the yellow dragon sword, Nan Gonghao's face was ashen, and his eyes were filled with incomparable fear, as if he had seen the most terrifying thing in the world. Creak, creak. Creak, quang dang lang. The sound of metal shattering. Cracks appeared on the yellow dragon sword's body. The cracks grew larger and larger, and in the end, it completely shattered. Nan Gonghao, who had lost his support, fell down. Luo Tian moved, and shouted in a deep voice, "Kneel down." Bam! Nan Gonghao immediately knelt in front of Luo Tian. At this moment, Luo Tian was extremely domineering. The aura on his body was even more arrogant. Too awesome, too sharp, too domineering. Silence, silence once again. There was no longer any aura in the huge plaza. Their faces were as ugly as if they had eaten. Shit. How could this be? What happened just now? Illusion, it must be an illusion. Not only did he break Nan Gonghao's attack with one hand, he even shattered the yellow dragon sword. What kind of power was this? What kind of power could do this? Other than a few people, no one could understand this question. Ha ha ha, boss is mighty. This time, Shan Yuani could not help but shout out, boss is mighty. And Chen Chen giggled, her smile was very innocent, very bright, and extremely cute, and said, big brother Luo Tian is mighty. Damn it, the heart of the Luan family is about to be stolen by you. Luo Tian looked down at the pale-faced Nan Gonghao and sneered, say the word country bumpkin again and let me hear it. Nan Gonghao remained motionless. Luo Tian's right hand moved, and slapped down, and shouted, F***CK, tell your mother to say country bumpkin again. It was also at this moment. How dare you? A heavy voice sounded out. How dare you? Luo Tian frowned, he kicked Nan Gonghao's crotch, and then heard a series of eggs breaking. Chapter 7, 270 votes. Can I ask for a monthly ticket? This voice carried a very fierce power. It was definitely an expert above the mysterious sect. Luo Tian did not dare to let his guard down, but he did not want to let Nan Gonghao off just like that, so he kicked his crotch fiercely. Nan Gonghao's ashen face suddenly swelled red, his two eyeballs almost popped out, he opened his mouth in pain, but he could not make a single sound, his two hands clutching his crotch, his entire body flew out. No matter how high your cultivation was. No matter how strong you were. As long as you were a man, your crotch would always be your weakest point. Luo Tian's kick was extremely ruthless. As a result, the moment he kicked out, he heard the sound of eggs cracking. Luo Tian's own chrysanthemum could not help but tighten, revealing a trace of coldness, and said, "This foot must be very painful." He kicked out. Luo Tian's figure suddenly turned illusory and bounced away. At this moment, a yellow-robed old man landed. His eyes were filled with killing intent as he stared at Luo Tian, and said coldly, "Brat, you do have some ability, but just because you have some ability, you dare to be arrogant, daring to injure my disciple, daring to destroy the yellow dragon divine sword. Today, no matter how strong you are, I will still kill you." His voice was filled with undeniable majesty. Arrogant. Incomparably arrogant. The killing intent in his eyes caused everyone to feel a chill in their hearts. Fear filled their hearts and minds. Sea of Consciousness. Huang Yun Zhenren. The Supreme Elder of the Cloud Sea Sect? Nangonghao's master. Many disciples of the Cloud Sea Sect immediately knelt down and said in unison, "Greetings, Supreme Elder." Another wave of shock. The Supreme Elder who had not appeared in 100 years had appeared. He was an expert who had surpassed the mysterious sect, and had even reached the mystic venerable realm. He was actually in the Heaven Sword City, and it seemed that when the Cloud Sea sect master, Nangongju, left the Heaven Sword City, he had come for the engagement. But, now, this engagement was probably not going to happen. Luo Tian's back was drenched in cold sweat. Taoist Master Yellow Cloud's suppression of him was very strong. If not for the trace of ancient power in his body, perhaps his spiritual sea would have been crushed. Master Huang Yun didn't look at the surrounding people. His figure moved, and instantly landed beside Nangong Hao, who had fainted from the pain. He checked his injuries, and his brows tightly knitted together. The killing intent in his heart once again surged out. Cut off his manhood. You, the Nangong clan only has one child. You've cut off his lifeline. You. For a moment, Taoist Master Huang Yun was so angry that he couldn't speak. He roared, "Brat, hand over your life." As soon as he finished speaking, a monstrous aura swept over. Luo Tian's body suddenly sank, and his body was about to be pressed down. Feng Lei's eyes flickered as he shouted, "You dare to bully my young master? I'll fight it out with you." Beast transformation. Without waiting for Feng Lei to rush over, Luo Tian hastily shouted, "Don't come over." He couldn't let the fatty come over, or else he would die. Taoist Master Huang Yun's strength was too terrifying. It was not something he could resist at all. His strength was something that he could not even reach. It was very strong, very strong. It was so strong that he was completely suppressed, unable to move at all. Tang Jiu's face turned pale as he shouted, "Great Elder, I'm afraid it's not appropriate for you to bully a junior like this. Little brat, scram to the side. It's not your turn to interrupt me when I'm doing things. Even if your father is here, I will still tear this brat to pieces today." He dared to cut off the Nangong clan's bloodline. Even if he had 10,000 lives, it wouldn't be enough. Taoist Master Huang Yun shouted in a deep voice. He didn't put Tang Jiu in his eyes at all. At his level, he really didn't need to put a prince of a country in his eyes. Chen Donglai and Wang Jinka moved in the air, wanting to block in front of Luo Tian. The moment they moved, Taoist Master Huang Yun flicked his sleeves, and a majestic force rushed out. He shouted, "Scram to the side." Pung, pung. The two of them were directly hit by this force. They flew out a few hundred meters and hit the city wall. They spat out a mouthful of blood. The two of them were gasping for breath. Their faces were extremely ugly. The Xian sect cultivators were like ants in front of him. They were not his opponents at all. Crushed, completely crushed. Luo Tian's body emitted a roaring sound. His bones were exploding. His spine was about to be crushed. He was extremely uncomfortable, but he still clenched his teeth and stubbornly held on. He had a cold smile on his face and said, "Old bastard, if you don't kill me today, I will definitely destroy your Yunhai sect. If I don't peel off your old skin, I will change my surname to yours." Crazy, Luo Tian was still incomparably crazy. At this time, he was still not afraid. If it wasn't for the fact that his body couldn't move, he would have rushed forward and fought with Taoist Master Huang Yun to the death. Luo Tian was a person who would seek revenge for the smallest grievance. He would remember this hatred in his heart. If he had the chance, he would definitely make the Yunhai sect pay the price for what had happened today. However, whether or not he could survive today was still unknown. Taoist Master Yellow Cloud revealed a disdainful sneer and said, "You dog, you still dare to be arrogant in front of me at this time. I want to see how many layers of pressure you can withstand. You've only withstood 1 layer of pressure, now I'll let you try 15 layers." While talking, Taoist Master Huang Yan's eyebrows twitched. His body suddenly erupted with an invisible force. The force was like a huge dragon. It heavily rushed into Luo Tian's sea of consciousness. Rumble. Rumble. Luo Tian's sea of consciousness suddenly sank. It was as if the sea of consciousness had been frozen in an instant. It was extremely uncomfortable. Taoist Master Huang Yan's pressure began to crazily crush Luo Tian. Luo Tian's body was constantly being pressed down. His face revealed a painful expression. His body was trembling. His legs were shaking. It was as if 10,000 mountains were pressing down on Luo Tian's head. He had no choice but to lower his head. However, he did not lower his head. His body leaned forward. His eyes were still staring at Taoist Master Huang Yan. He laughed in a low voice and said, "If you have the guts, kill me. Brother Jiu. Brother Jiu, hurry up and think of a way. Think of a way to save him." Tang Tang cried until her eyes were blurred. She wanted to rush out but was stopped by 2 guards. Feng Lei and the others were the same. They wanted to rush out but were blocked by the Imperial Guards. This was Tang Jiu's order. He was very clear about Taoist Master Huang Yan's cultivation. If any of them dared to rush out, that kind of pressure would directly crush them. Taoist Master Huang Yan walked forward step by step. His strength was constantly increasing. Luo Tian's body was almost on the ground. Several of his ribs were broken. His internal organs were all squeezed together. Bearing this force was extremely uncomfortable. This feeling was even worse than death. Tang Jiu's eyes darkened. There was no other choice. He bit his index finger and squeezed out a drop of blood essence. With the blood essence as a guide, his body circulated a strand of Emperor's Qi. He roared, "Old Ancestor, save us!" Chapter 8, 280 votes. I've cast 33 votes today. Can I get 50 votes? I'll continue tomorrow. Every prince had a chance to use the power of blood condensation to call out to their ancestor from a distance. No matter how far it was. The ancestor would rush over as soon as possible. For a profound sage expert, no matter how far it was not a distance. Not to mention that the prince could use his blood as a guide, and he could use the power of the royal bloodline to travel over. He had been forced into a corner. If no one helped, Luo Tian would die. There was no other way. Tang Jiu released his most precious blood essence that he had not used even in the shady mountain corpse city. "Ancestor, please save my friend." In an instant, Reverend Huang Yan's expression darkened. "Ancestor? Tang Qingtian?" His mind shook. He was slightly shocked. If Tang Qingtian appeared, he would be instantly killed. At this moment, he was like Luo Tian, quickly attacking and killing Luo Tian first. Even if Tang Qingtian appeared, Luo Tian would already be dead. He also had to consider the relationship between the Great Tang Empire and the Yunhai sect. Without the support of the Yunhai sect, the Great Tang Empire would lose an arm. Reverend Huang Yan believed that Tang Qingtian would not do anything that would harm the fate of the Great Tang Empire. Compared to a nameless and powerless brat, the Yunhai sect was naturally much bigger and more useful. Anyone would choose the latter, thinking of this. Reverend Huang Yan's speed suddenly increased, and he appeared in front of Luo Tian in an instant. His 5 fingers formed a claw and heavily clawed at Luo Tian's head. He coldly shouted, "Die, you dog!" The power was unstoppable. Luo Tian could not resist at all. His mind and sea of consciousness were suppressed, and his body could not move at all. He could not even release his cultivation technique. This feeling was like waiting for death. Looking up at the descending palm of Reverend Huang Yan, Luo Tian roared to the sky, "I'm not willing." Rumble. An incomparably ferocious force struck out. A middle-aged man with a dense royal aura appeared out of thin air. He shouted in a deep voice, Huang Yun, that's enough. Bang, the two forces collided, causing a series of explosions. Following which, yellow cloud Shinran was bounced back. The pressure exerted on Luo Tian was also blocked by the sovereign qi. Luo Tian's body relaxed, and he almost fell to the ground. Inwardly, he shouted, healing. Heal. Heal. A series of dazzling white radiance enveloped Luo Tian, and Luo Tian's injuries quickly healed. His injured internal organs and broken ribs were all rapidly recovering. Luo Tian gasped for breath and stared at Daoist Huang Yun, who was not far away. His eyes were filled with dense killing intent and incomparably cold. He ruthlessly said in his heart, as long as I don't die, sooner or later I will skin you alive. Emperor. The Emperor of the Great Tang. Tang Zhanlong of mystique venerable rank. He's helping a nobody. Isn't that the same as offending the Yunhai sect? Everyone knelt down. Upon seeing this, Luo Tian also knelt down, clasped his fists and said, thank you for saving my life. Tang Zhanlong chuckled. Without waiting for Luo Tian to kneel down, a force lifted him up. He slightly checked the injuries on Luo Tian's body. His face was full of shock and he said, boy, I really didn't misjudge you. You are really unpredictable. Luo Tian was slightly stunned and wondered in his heart, this is the first time I met him. Why does it seem like he knows me very well? Immediately, Luo Tian thought of the two dragon auras that were released on his body and his heart was filled with gratitude. He said again, thank you, Your Majesty, for healing my injuries. Luo Tian will remember this and will never forget it. Tang Zhanlong waved his hand and said, it's okay, it's okay. Son greets the Emperor. Tang Jiao and Tang Tang walked forward and said respectfully. Tang Zhanlong chuckled, and said, Ming-er, you did well. The matter you handled last time was also not bad, and you did well today as well. Continue to work hard. Tang Tang, all of this was caused by you. You mischievous brat, wait until all of this is over and see how I'll deal with you. You actually dared to run away from the marriage and even established a gang. Your guts are getting bigger and bigger. Tang Tang stuck out her tongue, grabbed onto Tang Zhanlong's arm, and said coquettishly, Royal Father, I don't like Nangong Hao, I don't want to be engaged to him, anyway, I didn't agree to it, and he lost again today, according to the agreement, he can never step into the Heaven Sword City. Humph. Suddenly, Immortal Huang Yun snorted coldly and shouted, Tang Zhanlong, it's good that you're here. I don't care what agreement this kid has with my disciple. I don't care what relationship this kid has with you or your daughter. Today, I want you to hand him over. You must. Since it wasn't the old ancestor Tang Qingtian, there was no need to be afraid. Then again, according to seniority, Tang Zhanlong still had to call him martial uncle. Once, Tang Zhanlong had also trained in the Yunhai sect for a few years and had even worshipped the sect leader of the Yunhai sect as his master. Huang Yun called him by his name. His voice was filled with majesty, and he did not put Tang Zhanlong in his eyes at all. Tang Zhanlong's gaze turned cold, and he smiled faintly, Martial Uncle Huang Yun, I think we should just forget about this matter. Your disciple's skills are not as good as others, there is nothing to say. The Yunhai sect will not use its power to suppress others. Humph. What bullshit skill is not as good as others? I think you are secretly helping him. If it wasn't for your two dragons' royal qi, he wouldn't have such a powerful strength. Tang Zhanlong, if you don't hand this brat over today, the entire Yunhai sect will not be polite to the Tang dynasty. Huang Yun said domineeringly. He directly used the Yunhai sect to pressure Tang Zhanlong. Immediately, Tang Zhanlong laughed coldly. Anger surged in his heart. With a trace of the domineering aura of a king, he said, Huang Yun, let me ask you, can you represent the Yunhai sect? If not, please get out of the Heaven Sword City. If you can represent the Yunhai sect and your words are the words of the Yunhai sect, then, at this point, Tang Zhanlong paused for a moment. Huang Yunzhenren immediately shouted, then what? Tang Zhanlong swept his gaze across and said, then all of you, don't be scared and step out of the Heaven Sword City today. All of you will die here. His voice was very calm. However, within this calmness, there was an incomparably arrogant and overbearing aura. He truly did not put Huang Yunjinren in his eyes, domineering, extremely domineering. Luo Tian felt the qi on Tang Zhanglong's body, and his heart was faintly shocked. What a strong domineering aura, this is the aura of a superior. Huang Yunjinren's expression instantly changed. With a heavy sound, he glared at Tang Zhanglong and angrily shouted, "You dare!" Tang Zhanglong was not afraid at all. With a cold expression, he said, "See if I dare or not. You dare to behave atrociously in my Heaven Sword City. What qualifications do you have to shout in front of me? If it wasn't for my master's hometown, I would have already sent you to see the King of Hell. You think I'm afraid of you?" Quite domineering. Chapter 9, 290 monthly votes plus updates. Do you think I'm afraid of you? Tang Zhanglong's aura was released after he said that. The Emperor's aura soared to the sky. In an instant, the aura released by Reverend Yellow Cloud was crushed. At this moment, Tang Zhanglong was extremely domineering. Huang Yan's expression changed. Peak of rank 9 Mystique Venerable. Good. Good. Tang Zhanglong, I admit defeat today. However, the relationship between the Great Tang Dynasty and the Yunhai sect, hee. The Huang Yunjinren didn't want to give up. He once again mentioned the Yunhai sect. This matter wasn't over, it was just the beginning. The Nangong clan's geniuses had been destroyed. How could the current sect master, Nangong Ju, let it go? The Nangong clan was the most powerful clan in the Yunhai sect. Out of the 9 elders of the Nangong clan, 6 of them were elders and 2 of them were Taishang elders. Nangong Hao had been crippled by the Nangong clan. Huang Yan looked at Tang Zhanglong and sneered in his heart. You're just the emperor of Tang Empire. Tang Empire has been standing for less than 10,000 years. Without the help of the Yunhai sect, Tang Empire would have ceased to exist. He thought that Tang Zhanglong would give in. At least his tone would not be as strong as before. However, Huang Yan was wrong. Tang Zhanglong was infuriated. His 9th level mystic venerable realm strength exploded in the blink of an eye. It was incomparably precise. The disciples of the Yunhai sect immediately knelt down on the ground. Their faces were pale and they couldn't say a word. Reverend Yellow Cloud's body also trembled slightly, almost unable to hold on any longer. Tang Zhanglong shouted angrily, Huang Yun, you old bastard, you dare to threaten me? Do you believe that I will immediately crush all the people of the Yunhai sect here? Do you think I need to rely on the Yunhai sect? If it were not for the protection of Tang Empire, your Yunhai sect would have been destroyed long ago. You don't even have the qualifications to get a badge. You can't even be considered a second-rate sect. You don't have the qualifications to talk to me now. He did not show any mercy. Tang Zhanglong was completely furious. The Tang Empire had stood for 10,000 years not because of the help of others, but because of its absolute strength. He just did not like it. If he hadn't been worried about the relationship between the Great Tang and the Yunhai sect, he would have let the Great Ancestor come out first. That Reverend Huang Yun would have been killed on the spot, and everyone from the Yunhai sect would have died in the Imperial City today. In the Great Tang Dynasty, other than the old ancestor who was a profound sage, there were also a few old experts who hadn't appeared for thousands of years. They were all profound sage powerhouses, and whether it was in terms of strength or background, they were much stronger than the Cloud Sea sect. This was capital. What qualifications did Reverend Yellow Cloud have to be so arrogant in front of him? Moreover, he was acting all high and mighty. Tang Zhanglong stared at Huang Yun. If he dared to slander him again, he would instantly kill him. Huang Yun could obviously feel Lin Feng's anger. His heart was filled with fear. His face turned pale. He didn't dare to say another word. He didn't dare to use the name of the Yunhai sect to pressure Lin Feng. After a while, Tang Zhanglong said in a deep voice, "Take your Yunhai sect disciples and get out of the Imperial City. If I find out that you dare to make a move against him, no matter who it is in the Yunhai sect, even if it is the current patriarch, Nangong Ju, I will still kill him." While speaking, he looked at Luo Tian. As soon as these words came out, Reverend Huang Yan's heart was filled with shock. Not only him. Everyone in the Imperial City Square, including Luo Tian himself. How could the Great Tang Emperor protect a kid who had no influence and was only a profound king powerhouse? Could it be that this kid was the illegitimate son of the great Tang Emperor? He even wanted to kill Nan Gongju. These words were too arrogant, too overbearing. However, no one would think that Tang Zhanlong was overbearing because when he spoke, he was incomparably serious. He didn't seem to be joking at all. It could be seen that if the Yunhai sect really wanted to deal with Luo Tian, he would definitely make a move and use all of his strength. The strength of a peak 9th rank mystic venerable. What a terrifying existence, Reverend Huanyan said faintly. I will pass on your words to the Patriarch and the Supreme Elders. Tang Zhanlong smiled and said, that would be best. I believe that Nan Gongju will not be as stupid as you. Reverend Huanyan's face turned ferocious again. Without saying anything more, he waved his hand and shouted, take the young master, let's go. Elder Sun quickly carried Nan Gonghao, who was hugging his crotch in pain, and hurriedly left. Just like that, the battle came to an end. Exciting, it was really too exciting. It had exceeded everyone's expectations. The confrontation between the mystic kings, the complete suppression of all heaven, and then the mystic sect powerhouses. In the end, even a mystic venerable rank powerhouse had appeared. Even the emperor of the Great Tang had appeared. This competition was far more exciting than he had imagined. However, they were envious of one person. Luo Tian. In their hearts, they were also wondering what kind of powerful background this man, who was not even 20 years old, had to be protected by the Great Tang Empire. Yeah, get lost, the annoying fly is finally gone. Tang Tang jumped up and hugged Tang Zhanlong's arm, giggling, thank you, father. Long live father, hee hee. Tang Jiu was also excited. He did not expect his father to value Luo Tian so much. He thought to himself, I told you that he was different from the others. Father will definitely not be wrong. Luo Tian's future achievements will definitely be limitless. I'm looking forward to it. Boss. Brother Luo Tian, Dragon Head. The few of them rushed up like a swarm of bees. Luo Tian smiled faintly. Looking at Qin Yu who was hesitating in the crowd, his heart tightened and said, Your Majesty, I still have a friend. She is also from the Yunhai sect. Can you let her stay? Tang Zhanlong knew who Luo Tian was talking about and said, You brat, do as you see fit. Immediately after, Luo Tian waved at Qin Yu, indicating for her to come over. Originally, Qin Yu wanted to leave. But in the end, she chose to stay. Because of her relationship with Luo Tian, she could not return to the Yunhai sect. Qin Yu's eyes were filled with tears. She walked forward and bowed, Thank you, Your Majesty. Tang Zhanlong smiled gently. Then, he looked at Tang Tang and said, Luo Tian has won. Do you have something to say? Huh? Tang Tang was stunned and said, Stinky. The hooligan has won. I'm happy. I have nothing to say. Tang Jiu reminded in a low voice, Engagement. Tang Tang was startled and a little shy, but she still gathered her courage and said directly, Imperial Father, I like him. I want him to marry me. No, I want to marry him. Imperial Father, can you grant me a marriage? Of course, no problem. Haha, Tang Zhanlong smiled faintly. Then, he looked at Luo Tian seriously and said, Brat, are you willing to marry my daughter? Ugh. Luo Tian was unable to react. After thinking for a few seconds, he said respectfully, I'm not willing, brat. Are you courting death? Without waiting for Luo Tian to finish speaking, Tang Zhanlong was instantly enraged. His anger was 10,000 times more intense than when he was facing the Huanyan True Dragon. Chapter 10 has been delivered, 300 monthly votes have been added. I've already voted 40 times today. I'm still short of 10 votes. Tomorrow, I'll continue to update 10 times. Brothers, if you want to update 10 times, then vote for Old Cow. Also, don't forget the recommendation tickets and rewards. What kind of honor was this? Moreover, it was Princess Chongping, the most beautiful princess among all the princesses. She was also Tang Zhanlong's favorite. What kind of high status was this? Was Luo Tian's brain filled with sh*t and he still wasn't willing? This was something that many people wished for but couldn't get. This was something that they couldn't even dream of. Yet he said, I'm not willing. Could it be that he didn't understand the deeper meaning behind Tang Zhanlong's decision? The Yunhai sect was like a giant. If they wanted to kill Luo Tian, it would be a very simple matter. After all, he didn't have any background. Because of Tang Zhanlong's words, the Yunhai sect would not be afraid. After all, in the world of martial arts, hundreds of thousands of people died every day. The sudden death of a Luo Tian was a very normal matter. Even if Tang Zhanlong investigated, the Yunhai sect would be able to evade the blame. However, if Luo Tian was Tang Zhanlong's son-in-law, then he was a member of the royal family. With this relationship, the Yunhai sect would have to consider the consequences. After all, Luo Tian's status had changed. If they wanted to kill him, they would have to consider the consequences. With Tang Zhanlong's protective nature, he would absolutely not let Luo Tian die in vain. He would definitely put all of this on the Yunhai sect's head. At that time, things would not be easy to handle. The Tang dynasty's background was not ordinary. This was something that almost everyone knew, yet Luo Tian refused. Just as Tang Zhanlong said, Luo Tian is really courting death. In an instant, Tang Zhanlong was angry. He thought so highly of Luo Tian and even gave his most beloved woman to him. What kind of honor was this? This little brat actually didn't know how to appreciate favors and refused in front of so many people. Where was the face of a country's ruler? The surrounding people's faces sank. This little brat is really sick. Such a good thing, he actually refused? Fuck, if it was me, I would immediately kneel down and call him father. This little brat must have been scared silly by Huang Yunjinren. His brain is not working properly. This kind of thing is the dream of many people, but he actually refused. It's like sleeping next to a latrine pit, not far from death. Most of the people in the imperial city square couldn't understand why Luo Tian would refuse. They could not understand. It was even more unbelievable than Luo Tian's victory over Nangong Hao. Tears streamed down Tang Tang's face. Looking at Luo Tian, she felt extremely wronged. She was, after all, a well-bred young lady, and her status was that of a princess. Saying that she liked someone in front of so many people, and even asking her father to grant her marriage, was already putting down her pride, but she was still rejected. This made her feel extremely sad and heartbroken. Tears involuntarily gushed out. Qin Yue reminded him softly, Luo Tian, what are you thinking about? Hurry up and agree to it. Look at how sad Tang Tang is crying right now. If you dare to let her down, I won't let you off. Luo Tian was neither servile nor overbearing as he calmly said, Your Majesty, please listen to me. Speak. I'd like to see what kind of great reasoning you can come up with. If the reason doesn't satisfy me, I'll have you die right here. Humph. Tang Zhanlong bellowed out in the capacity of a father. Looking at how wronged his daughter was, he was extremely displeased. Luo Tian continued, I have a wife. Huh? What? A wife. All of a sudden, there was yet another uproar. To think that he had a wife at such a young age, Qin Yue frowned. Tang Zhanlong looked at Qin Yue and asked, It's her? Qin Yue thought that Luo Tian was talking about her as well. However, she was not happy at all. She reminded him softly, Luo Tian, what are you talking about? I'm fine with it. You can talk about it after you marry the princess. It doesn't matter whether I have a status or not. Luo Tian smiled faintly, well, you can say that it's not her. Kid, don't joke around with me. Speak clearly. If you don't make it clear today, you can forget about taking a single step out of the imperial city. Tang Zhanlong's aura was still as sharp as ever. Luo Tian took in a deep breath and looked up into the sky. His eyes were filled with longing as he smiled gently, I have a wife. This wife is Li Shuer. Before he could finish his sentence, Tang Zhanlong's expression suddenly changed as he interrupted, Li Shuer. There are many women in the world with this name. Could the Li Shuer you're talking about be the female phoenix Li Shuer of the Violet of Soul Hall? Yes. Luo Tian did not hide anything. Insolent. Kid, how dare you lie to me? Li Shuer has long been engaged to Murong Wanjian of Broken Sky City. This is something that everyone knows. How dare you lie to me? Tang Zhanlong shouted. This was something that was impossible. How noble was the status of a female phoenix, not to mention that Luo Tian had seen Li Shui'er before. Even if he had, how could an arrogant female phoenix like Luo Tian? Besides, it was impossible. It was a blessing for the human race that a female phoenix could marry a real dragon. Big brother Luo Tian didn't lie to you. My young master really has an engagement with Shui'er's sister-in-law. Feng Lei and Xianxia walked over. Luo Tian laughed bitterly and said, I don't know if that counts as an engagement. When I was very young, when I was still a child, she promised to marry me, and I promised to marry her. After so many years, she has always taken it seriously, and I have also taken it seriously. Everyone in the world knew that a female phoenix was a match for a true dragon. Who would care about a small country bumpkin like him? Tang Zhanglong became silent. He knew that Luo Tian did not dare lie to him. At this moment, Tang Zhanglong's heart was incomparably excited, extremely excited. For so many years, nothing could make him so excited. Haha. It seems like this is going to be fun. True dragon, female phoenix, and now, there was another troublemaker. Given Luo Tian's character, that arrogant and unyielding spirit in the face of any strong enemy, this person could be considered as a devil incarnate. True dragon, female phoenix, and now a devil incarnate. This was really going to be fun. Without waiting for Tang Zhanglong to speak, Luo Tian continued, other than Li Shui'er, there's also her. Luo Tian looked at Qin Yuer. Qin Yuer's heart was about to break from being touched by Luo Tian. This man was simply. I must definitely give birth to a huge nest of children for him. Luo Tian said, Tang Tang is a good girl. She has a noble status and is pretty and cute. As for me, I have been roaming around my entire life and danger will befall me at any moment. If she were to follow me, she would probably have to live a life of fear every day. She is a princess. She shouldn't wander around with me. She should choose a better way of life. These were the words from Luo Tian's heart. He had to say it. Luo Tian wasn't a good person. When he saw a beautiful girl, he couldn't help but take a few more glances at her. He couldn't help but want to take her for himself. However, there were some things that he had to say clearly. This was his principle. I'm willing. I'm willing to be a concubine. I'm willing to wander around with you. Following you is the best way for me to live. Tang Tang cried until her eyes were blurred. She was also touched by Luo Tian's words. Tang Zhanglong smiled bitterly and shook his head, a grown girl can't be kept at home. And Chen giggled and jumped into Luo Tian's embrace, saying softly, Big brother Luo Tian, I'm willing too. Chapter 1. A New Day. Everyone has a recommendation ticket again. Brothers, please vote for Old Cow. Today, there will be another 10 chapters. Your monthly votes will fly. Another 50 votes. Tomorrow, there will be another 10 chapters. The emperor of the Tang Empire granted the marriage, and the whole world celebrated. The engagement ceremony was simple. A large group of people were called over. A large group of nobles, a large group of sect stewards, celebrities from all walks of life, and even those hermit experts who rarely showed their faces were all present and had a big meal. Prince Nan, this is my son-in-law, Luo Tian. Please take care of him in the future. Prince Jin, this is my son-in-law, Luo Tian. Don't you have some high-grade celestial weapons at home? You don't have to give anything on the wedding day. Just bring 2 carts of high-grade celestial weapons. Your family must have a lot of pills. This is my son-in-law, Luo Tian. Do you know that my son-in-law has a first wife? She's a female phoenix. Come. Let's drink together. You've drunk the wine. You know what to give as a wedding gift, right? I heard that your family has a celestial stone mine. You know, Tang Zhanglong was completely like a bandit. What kind of engagement ceremony was this? This was practically robbery. Moreover, he was using Luo Tian's name. Luo Tian felt bitter in his heart, but he did not dare to say anything. No matter what, Tang Zhanglong was still his father-in-law. Could he say anything to him? He was a peak mystique venerable rank powerhouse. What did he dare to say? Kid. These people are all important people. Don't be fooled by them. Their families are very well off, and they all have powerhouses. Many of them are families that have been standing for thousands of years. If you have any problems in the future, just look for them directly. Take whatever you want. Don't be shy, understand? Tang Zhanlong reminded. Luo Tian felt bitter in his heart. He thought of the auction that would be held soon, and he did not have anything to sell. He could not help but say, "Your Majesty, I heard that there are a lot of Millennium Meteoric Iron and some rare spiritual herbs in the National Treasury. I wonder, F***CK. Kid, you're actually thinking about your father-in-law?" Tang Zhanlong said angrily, "I collected those things myself. You can ask them for them. What do you want from me?" F***CK, them, no matter how rich they were, how could they compare to the great Tang's national treasury? Tang Zhanlong was the one who had everything. He was extremely rich. If he didn't rob him, who would he rob? What's more, it wasn't against the law to take something from his father-in-law, was it? Luo Tian smiled slyly and said, "When the time comes, all of their gifts will belong to you. I don't want much, I just want to refine some elixirs, forge some profound weapons, and then sell them at the auction to get some money to spend. Of course, if you are willing to give me money directly, you also know that there is a mature demon fox woman at the auction, then, go to the National Treasury tonight. Just say that it was me who said it. They will let you in. If you want Millennium Black Iron or 10,000-year spiritual grass, you can decide for yourself. As for asking me for money to buy a demon fox woman, you can stop dreaming. I want to buy a demon fox woman myself," Tang Zhanlong said directly. The starting price for a demonic fox was 50 million gold. If they were to auction it off, a conservative estimate would be 200 million. F***CK, 200 million, how much gold was that? Tang Zhanlong could only let Luo Tian go to the National Treasury to find the Millennium Black Iron that had not been touched for hundreds of thousands of years. As for the Millennium Black Iron, there were plenty of them in the National Treasury. They were piled up like mountains. If they were not removed, they would become moldy. The great Tang dynasty had stood tall for 10,000 years. Its foundation was so strong that it was a complete mess. Just the offerings from the various states and counties could pile up like a mountain. Compared to gold coins, Tang Zhanlong did not care that much about these things. Of course. He did not know the speed and methods of Luo Tian's alchemy and forging. Otherwise, he would definitely choose to give Luo Tian a few 100 million gold flowers. He would definitely not let him enter the National Treasury, even if he was beaten to death. Luo Tian was secretly happy in his heart, and said, "Forget about it tonight, I still have something important to do tonight. Tomorrow, I'll go to the National Treasury tomorrow, stay there for a few days, and then come out." "Father-in-law, what do you want to buy?" "I'll sell some pocket money and buy you a few good things." He still had to be filial to his father-in-law. However, this guy needed to be filial? Luo Tian only said that, but Tang Zhanlong immediately said, "I heard that there is an adult demon fox woman at the auction, why don't you buy her and give her to me?" Luo Tian stared at Tang Zhanlong, staring, not saying a word. Finally, Tang Zhanlong was truly scared by Luo Tian's stare, and said, "I'm just joking, why are you being so serious? Don't think that I don't know what you're doing in the Heaven Sword City, I know it very well, but there's one thing I have to remind you of. The Dao Commerce Alliance is not the Cloud Sea sect. They are much stronger than the Cloud Sea sect, and I even know some things about the Dao Commerce Alliance. Their president is related to the Immortal sect, and they are existences that even I, Tang Zhanlong, cannot afford to offend. You have to be careful, I've already helped you investigate the black-clothed man in the northern part of the city, he is indeed from the Dao Commerce Alliance, and the little girl's mother was indeed captured by them. Actually, their goal was that little girl, but she escaped, and the Demon Fox clan swore to resist to the death, to the point of being exterminated. Many things. Tang Zhanlong was paying attention. It was just that he did not personally investigate these matters. The Tang dynasty had an organization that specialized in collecting information. He naturally knew a lot of things that outsiders did not know. For example, the reason why the Dow Commerce Alliance was able to quickly rise to become one of the three great chambers of commerce in 1,000 years was mainly because their president's strength was exceedingly high, and was already a disciple of a powerful immortal sect. Because of the support of the immortal sect, the rise of the Dow Commerce Alliance was like a rocket soaring into the sky, unstoppable. And the strength of the Dow Commerce Alliance was also like that of a supergiant, unshakable. Even Tang Zhanlong did not dare to easily offend them. His words were very clear, the meaning of which was to remind Luo Tian not to act recklessly, and that the Dow Commerce Alliance could not be offended. Luo Tian was slightly startled, he nodded and said, "I know what to do." However, in his heart, he said coldly, "It's you guys who want to capture Chun, right? Damn it, just you wait." He would never let a threat exist. The best way was to kill him. It's good that you know. Tang Zhanlong thought that Luo Tian had really listened to him, and laughed faintly, "But don't worry, if I give you another 100 years, you will definitely be able to surpass the Dow Commerce Alliance. You brat, you are the most special, awesome, and surprising warrior I have ever seen. Your future is limitless, and you might even be able to become a disciple of the immortal sect within 100 years. 100 years? Luo Tian chuckled in his heart. In 100 years, I want the profound emperor to break through the sky. No, 100 years was too long. Luo Tian muttered a few words in his heart, and said, "Thank you, your majesty, for your praise." Tang Zhanlong laughed, and said, "You don't have to be so polite with me, you are indeed strong enough." Finished. Tang Zhanlong was about to leave, and said with a smile, "The night is still long, I won't disturb you." He took a few steps away. Tang Zhanlong suddenly stopped, and said in a soft voice, "Morong Wanjian is also a disciple of the immortal sect." Chapter 2. Can I ask for a monthly ticket? Morong Wanjian. He has already become a disciple of the immortal sect? At this moment, Luo Tian's fist suddenly clenched tightly. His gaze became incomparably firm as he looked at the dark night sky, unable to say a single word. What kind of existence was the immortal sect? It was a true colossus, a place where the true experts of the profound sky continent stayed. To the immortal sect, they were just like ordinary people. They could truly look down on them, like looking down on ants. Li Shuer is the same, Tang Zhanlong finally said it out. After he finished speaking, he slowly disappeared into the night. A soft sigh came from the darkness. What was there to sigh about? Luo Tian's heart sank deeper and deeper into the abyss. He couldn't even see himself. This feeling wasn't good, it was very unpleasant. He wanted to be angry, but he realized that he couldn't do so. It was as if he had always treated someone as a target, but that person treated him as if he didn't exist. He completely ignored him and didn't even think of paying attention to him. This was the difference. Luo Tian thought that during this period of time, his cultivation had improved by leaps and bounds. It wouldn't take long for him to catch up to Morong Wanjian. 2 years later, he would definitely be able to step on him. And all of this was what he thought. When he thought that his improvement was fast, Morong Wanjian had already become a disciple of the immortal sect. This, Luo Tian's heart surged with a sense of helplessness. However, after this, his gaze became even more firm as he muttered, "Very good. Immortal sect disciple, right? 2 years later, I will definitely step on you to death." This was a kind of belief, it was also a kind of confidence. Morong Wanjian, this huge mountain, suddenly became bigger and pressed on his heart. This made him even more motivated. "Aren't you just a disciple of the immortal sect? Just wait for me." Luo Tian gritted his teeth. His gaze relaxed slightly as he shouted in his heart, "So what if you are a disciple of the immortal sect? The higher you stand, the more painful it will be to be stepped on by me. See how I overturn your broken sky city 2 years later." Luo Tian stood in the darkness for a long time. He thought a lot. Until 2 people came from behind him. 2 peerless beauties that could cause the downfall of a country. Both Xianxia and Tang Tang were dressed to the nines. With light makeup on, they appeared even more beautiful and alluring. Xianxia was fiery hot while Tang Tang was pure. When the 2 of them were paired together, it was simply, wow. Stinky flow. "Gangster, what are you thinking about? Why are you so engrossed?" Tang Tang followed Luo Tian's gaze and looked at the stars in the night sky. Qin Yuer smiled gently and said, "You can't be thinking about your first wife, right? Li Shuer?" Tang Tang was not jealous. She was even happy for Luo Tian. A female phoenix. How cool was that? Who else in the world had the qualifications to compete with a female phoenix? A man that even a female phoenix fancied was enough to prove that they had not fallen in love with the wrong person. Therefore, the two of them were not jealous at all. Instead, they were looking forward to the day when they would meet their big sister. Luo Tian smiled faintly. Indeed, he was thinking about Li Shuer in his heart. However, he was no fool. To mention another woman in front of these two beautiful women, even if they did not care, it would be an act of courting death. No. I'm thinking about the two of you. Tang Tang was stunned. Thinking about us? What are you thinking about? Aren't we by your side? What's there to think about? Stinky Flo. Gangster, you're thinking about big sister, right? We won't be jealous. Hee hee. Qin Yuer added, that's right. Just think about it. You don't have to care about our feelings. These two women were really open-minded. This could only be the case in the other world. If this were his previous life, he would have long been pinched by the ears and beaten up. Luo Tian turned around and chuckled. I'm thinking about how the two of you looked like when you took off your clothes last night. I'm trying my best to open my eyes to take a look. How about tonight, Stinky Flo. Gangster, you. The cheeks of the two women flushed red immediately. Thinking about how they were lying naked beside Luo Tian last night, they could not help but blush. It was a very, very blush. Even their necks were bright red, as though fresh juices could drip out of them. I heard that the beds in the palace are really big. Tonight, the two of you can roll on the bed with me. Luo Tian could not help but gulp down his saliva. Thinking about what had happened last night, he grumbled in his heart, bloody hell. Why did I faint? It was such a good opportunity for a threesome. How could I faint? Dream on. Humph. Stop dreaming. We don't want to roll on the bed with you, you pervert. Stinky Flo. Gangster. You're full of bad ideas. Tang Tang said shyly. Qin Yuer added on, dead man, there's nothing I can do about it. With such a good opportunity placed in front of you yesterday, you didn't wake up. If you had woken up, let alone 3,000 rounds, even if it was 30,000 rounds, we would have cooperated. Look at you now. Hee hee. With that said, the two of them ran off while holding hands. Luo Tian stood rooted to the ground in a daze as he mumbled, F***ck. What's with this situation? Are we just going to stay here like this? No matter what, it's still an engagement. Shouldn't we get things done in advance? Oi, oi. Don't leave, you two. The night is long. How am I going to fall asleep? The two girls had long disappeared without a trace. Huff. Huff, Stinky Flo. The gangster didn't chase after us, did he? You want him to chase after us, right? Do you want to roll on the bed with him? Today is the day of your engagement. You can roll on the bed with him as well, you know? Qin Yuer said in a teasing tone. Tang Tang pouted her lips and said, Sister you're bullying me too. I don't want to roll with that Stinky Flo. Roll on the bed with that gangster. But you, Sister haven't you always wanted to have 3,000 rounds with him? Today is a good opportunity. Qin Yuer was stunned for a moment before she giggled out coquettishly, I remember it. Sooner or later, I'll have to fight him till he can't even get out of bed. Hee hee, Sister you're way too strong. Then I'll go with Sister as well. Fight that Stinky Flo. Roll on the bed for 3 days and 3 nights. We haven't met Big Sis yet. I don't think that's a good idea. Then, we'll wait for Big Sis together? Eh? That's a good idea. Then, wouldn't the 3 of us have to keep him in bed for 7 days and 7 nights? Wouldn't that be a little too vicious? Would it? Seems like it. Ha ha ha. The 2 girls burst out laughing. Happily. They were laughing really, really, really happy. If Luo Tian were to hear these words, he would definitely feel bitter as he reared his head into the sky and sighed out, "Bloody hell. Is it that hard to break a virgin's body?" It was a silent night. Luo Tian did not sleep for the entire night as well. Early in the morning, he headed to the National Treasury. He had to make preparations for the auction. The time for the S-class mission was approaching. The guards of the National Treasury were two mystic king pinnacle state powerful beings. When they caught sight of Luo Tian, they smiled respectfully and opened the gates of the National Treasury without asking anything. The moment Luo Tian took a step in, he was dumbfounded. Chapter 3, Seeking Recommendation Tickets. Monthly tickets. What Yunhai sect, what 10 great forbidden lands and 10 great treasures, what heavenly palace and celestial races treasures, all of these were weak. Everything in front of him was awesome. There were all kinds of good things, and they were piled up like mountains. Row after row, he could not see the end of it. How big was this treasury? Shocking. Luo Tian was completely shocked by everything in front of him. Not only were there spiritual herbs and black iron, there were also techniques. There were techniques from all kinds of races, black weapons, and all kinds of high-level black weapons. Demon cores. Black stones. Luo Tian was someone who had seen the world. The goblin's mountain of demon cores was a mess, but compared to this, it was nothing. Perhaps the value was not as high as the mountain of demon cores, but there were all kinds of things here, and all of them were good stuff. Spiritual grade spiritual herbs? 10,000 years black iron? Half-beastman's techniques? Oh my god, Tang Zhanlong, you're too rich. Luo Tian finally understood that no matter how rich he was, he could not compare to a country. A country was the one with the most money. Moreover, the Tang dynasty had stood tall for 10,000 years. One could imagine the treasures collected in these 10,000 years. I'm rich. I'm rich. I'll take as much as I can. This time I won't have to worry about not having enough money, ha ha ha. Luo Tian laughed excitedly. All these good things could be sold for a good price. Why would he worry about not having enough money to bid for Chun's mother? Why would he refine pills? Why would he refine black weapons? There was no need for that. Luo Tian was overjoyed. Just as he was about to go on a rampage, a person suddenly appeared in front of him. An old man with white eyebrows. He appeared out of nowhere and did not sense any aura. Luo Tian was a level 4 mystic king. Even if the mystic sect was so close, he would still be able to sense it. However, this old man did not sense any aura at all. Could he be a mystic venerable? Luo Tian did not dare to be rash. He said respectfully, "Grandpa," not waiting for him to finish. The white-browed old man said faintly, "I know. Aside from the profound weapons and spiritual herbs, you are not allowed to touch anything else. Otherwise, scram." After saying that, he glanced at Luo Tian and instantly disappeared. A questioning voice sounded in the empty treasury. I really don't know what's so special about this brat that he actually entered the treasury. Humph, there was a hint of disdain in his tone. Luo Tian was stunned and his heart was about to break. No matter how the old man appeared, the old man's words hurt him greatly. I can't touch anything other than the black iron and spiritual herbs. Isn't this asking me to lie down and sleep in a pile of money, but I can't take a single cent? F***ck. Luo Tian cursed. He was very unhappy, but he did not dare to act recklessly. Entering the national treasury was already a very heaven-defying thing. Allowing him to casually use black iron and spiritual herbs inside was already very accommodating. Luo Tian didn't push his luck. First, he took a closer look at the shelves filled with spirit herbs. Then, Luo Tian looked at the alchemy technique's attributes in the system and muttered, "It's just a little bit away from the 5th level of the alchemy technique. I'll raise its level first and then see what kind of pills I can refine." He made up his mind. Luo Tian did not waste any time. He found a large bundle of slightly lower-level spiritual herbs and sat on the ground to cultivate. He was calm and peaceful. He used his alchemy skills and activated his profound qi. He extracted the profound qi from the spirit grass and fused them together. In less than half a minute. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for successfully refining. Proficiency +1 ding. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for successfully refining. Proficiency +1. The system kept ringing. The alchemy technique that Luo Tian cultivated was similar to the alchemy technique in this world. It was just that his alchemy technique was a cultivation method that Xiaoyan had cultivated before, so it had a special attribute buff. Time, speed, purity, and all other aspects were buff. As a result, his refining method was different. A few hours passed. A pile of things that looked like rabbit feces appeared beside Luo Tian. These were all finished pills, and because it was a single spiritual herb, its appearance was not very good, but the profound qi contained within the pills was extremely dense. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for successfully refining. Proficiency +1. Congratulations to player Alchemy Technique for leveling up. Current level, 5. Luo Tian rejoiced slightly when he saw that the large bundle of spirit herbs beside him had been refined. He couldn't help but say, rank 5 spirit herbs are worth over 10,000 gold per stock outside. Here, they are like cabbages. However, no matter how much my heart aches, it has nothing to do with me. Now that I have reached level 5 alchemy technique, with my alchemy technique, I should be able to control a rank 8 spiritual herb. I'll refine a few first. If it doesn't work, I'll level up my alchemy technique. Anyway, there are a lot of spiritual herbs here. It would be a waste not to use it. It was his money again, so it would be a waste to leave it there. If Tang Zhanlong knew about this, he would definitely be heartbroken. Now that it was a peaceful era, these spiritual herbs were of no use to him. If there was a big war, these spiritual herbs would be strategic materials, and he would have to take them all out to refine pills for the soldiers. Luo Tian completely treated them as big idiots. Luo Tian got up and walked to the high-grade spiritual herbs shelf again to choose spiritual herbs. After he left, the white-browed old man appeared where he had just sat down. His eyebrows were dark and his face was unhappy. Waste, it's a complete waste. Do you really think the things in my Tang dynasty's treasury are cabbages on the street? What the hell is Zhanlong doing, to let such a person in? The old man was very unhappy. Looking at the big nest of rabbit feces on the ground, the anger in his heart could not be vented. He looked at it coldly and wanted to immediately take it, but out of curiosity, he took out one and looked at it lightly, saying, "Can this be called a pill?" The quality was very bad. Just as he was about to throw it out, the space between his eyebrows suddenly moved. He slightly sensed it with his mind, and his expression was secretly shocked. It actually stimulated all of the profound energy of the 5-colored spirit grass, and then merged it with his own profound energy. The fusion of the two profound energies completely released the medicinal effect of the 5-colored spirit grass, and the medicinal effect was more than doubled. This medicinal pills grade is at least the 5th grade. No, it should be the 6th grade, or even the 7th grade, but it only has one medicinal effect. This boy, the white-browed old man's expression became dignified. I'm afraid that a person who can refine a spiritual herb into a pill can't do it even with a level 8 alchemy skill. Where did this boy come from? Or did Zhanlong throw him into the treasury to let me see him? For a moment, the white-browed old man's expression became complicated. And at this time, Luo Tian was once again carrying a large bundle of spirit grass as he skipped back to the group. Seeing the white-browed old man, Luo Tian put away his expression and said respectfully, "Hello, my name is Luo Tian. How should I address you?" The white-browed old man smiled slightly. Interesting. Immediately, the white-browed old man said, "My name is Tang Tian." Luo Tian was stunned. He felt that he had heard this name before. Chapter 4. Thank you to the Alliance Master for the 100,000 book coins reward. I am extremely grateful. I have already voted 34 times today. If I reach 50 votes, I will continue to update 10 times tomorrow. Tang Tian? The name was very familiar. It was really familiar, but Luo Tian couldn't remember who it was. He just felt that he had heard it somewhere before. Of course, he would never compete with himself. If he couldn't remember, he wouldn't think too much about it. He immediately said with a smile, "Senior Tang, can I find a medicinal cauldron for refining elixirs?" Luo Tian used a broken jar to refine elixirs. This kind of refining equipment was common. Moreover, if he didn't control it well, the qi in the spiritual herbs would be lost. It would be difficult to fuse them and the success rate would be reduced. After all, this was the national treasury and there was a mysterious old man guarding it. Luo Tian knew that his every move was under his surveillance. If he wanted to take something else, he would definitely be discovered. That was why he asked the old man. Tang Qingtian frowned again. Looking at him, Luo Tian immediately smiled awkwardly and said, "It's okay if you don't have it." Immediately, Luo Tian sat down and took out the medicinal cauldron that had been refined 50 times. The jar was cracked and could break at any time. Tang Qingtian looked at the medicinal cauldron in Luo Tian's hand and his heart sank again. He asked, "Did you use this thing to refine these elixirs?" Well, I haven't changed to a better cauldron. I'll make do with it. Anyway, it's for proficiency, Luo Tian said indifferently. As he spoke, he put the spiritual herbs neatly one by one. Could he refine elixirs with such rich qi with a medicinal cauldron? If Tang Qingtian hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he would never have believed it. Looking at the child in front of him who was less than 20 years old, his heart faintly moved. He, who hadn't been excited for thousands of years, was a little excited. He began to understand why Tang Zhanlong let him into the national treasury. He secretly smiled and said, "It seems that there will be a great person in the Tang Empire. His ability to refine elixirs is unparalleled." Ha ha ha, indeed. In the Tianxian land, there were not many alchemists. A martial artist's cultivation was inseparable from the assistance of the dantian. A good dantian could allow a martial artist to quickly break through the shackles. Some dantians could even transform the body and obtain incomparably powerful strength. There were also some dantians like the profound exploding dantian that could allow a martial artist to instantly advance several realms. It could be said to be a must-have item for travel. Tang Qingtian's figure disappeared, and in less than half a breath, a bronze cauldron landed. She fell right into Luo Tian's arms. Tang Qingtian said, "Take the green dragon medicine cauldron." Huh? Luo Tian looked at it slightly and found that the medicinal cauldron was filled with a rich fragrance of profound qi. He sensed it with his mind and was shocked. Spiritual weapon medicinal cauldron? With this thing, not only will the Xianxia in the spirit grass not be lost, but it will also be doubled. This is a good thing, something that alchemists yearn for even in their dreams. How could the national treasury be simple? Any one of them was a spirit artifact. Of course. Tang Qingtian had deliberately taken out the best cauldron. "Thank you," Luo Tian said heavily, secretly rejoicing. Tang Qingtian waved his hand and said, "Kid, hurry up and refine your elixir. I won't disturb you by standing here, right?" Luo Tian immediately said, No, Senior Tang, please feel free to stand. Go about your business." Tang Qingtian stood silently on the side, still without any aura. Luo Tian did not waste time. He sensed each spirit grass slightly and said to himself, "It should be these spirit grass." Immediately, Luo Tian abandoned the distracting thoughts in his heart. His mind and sea of consciousness were completely silent, like the calm surface of a lake. His breathing rhythm became light and steady, and then his right hand moved gently, releasing profound qi. Immediately, spirit grass began to be placed into the cauldron one by one. Slowly, the profound qi increased, and a blue flame appeared on his palm. The profound qi was fully activated. The green dragon medicine cauldron also began to show its power, completely cooperating with Luo Tian to stimulate the profound qi in the spirit grass. At this moment, Luo Tian had completely entered a state of selflessness. Tang Qingtian's eyes widened slightly, and his heart was moved. He said to himself, "The highest realm of the oneness of heaven and man." He can comprehend the oneness of heaven and man at such a young age. It seems that this kid was born with alchemy skills. He should be a grandmaster. Even those alchemy grandmasters who have been famous for thousands of years may not be able to reach the oneness of heaven and man realm. Watching Luo Tian constantly refining elixirs, Tang Qingtian's expression became more and more shocked. Looking at the elixirs he selected, he said to himself, "This kid wants to refine the mysterious explosion elixir?" Indeed. Luo Tian wanted to refine the mysterious explosion elixir. But the mysterious explosion elixir he refined was different from the one Nangong Hao took. The mysterious explosion elixir he envisioned was not limited by the level and had no effect on the physical body. This required a lot of transformation. Extract the medicinal properties that affected the physical body from the elixir. Extract its level restriction. Not long after, a cloud of green smoke suddenly rose from the cauldron. Boom! Luo Tian frowned and said to himself, failed? Is there a problem with my idea? Or is there a problem with the choice of spirit grass? He failed. When Luo Tian was operating the medicinal cauldron, Tang Qing Tian had been paying attention to the changes inside the medicinal cauldron. Just as he was about to succeed, the elixir was destroyed. His heart was in a complete mess, not because of the failure, but because Luo Tian's idea was too awesome. He actually wanted to improve the bad parts of the mysterious explosion elixir. If he wanted to refine the mysterious explosion elixir, it would be very easy for him to succeed, but he actually wanted to improve the damage to the body within the elixir. This brat was really amazing, too amazing, and the alchemy Grand Master was not even worthy of carrying his shoes. Luo Tian was not depressed, but pondered for a full half an hour, and then tried again. Ever since Nangong Hao used the mysterious explosion elixir, Luo Tian had thought of refining this kind of elixir. Moreover, once the new mysterious explosion elixir was developed by Luo Tian, it would definitely be auctioned off at a high price. Everyone wanted to have this kind of elixir. Following that, Luo Tian once again entered the realm of the unity of heaven and man, and started refining again. Ding! Refining failed. Still not working? Where's the problem? After failing, Luo Tian concluded again. After a few minutes, he threw himself in again. Ding! Refining failed. Ding! Refining failed. A series of failed notifications rang out. Tang Qing Tian smiled slightly, and thought to himself, it's impossible for the mysterious explosion elixir to not have any side effects. How can this kind of elixir not be restricted by one's realm? Then wouldn't this world be a mess? This kid's alchemy skills are indeed awesome, but his brain isn't too bright. It's obvious that he can't improve things, but he has to keep trying. Isn't this making things difficult for himself? He might as well refine a few profound explosion pills. The mysterious explosion elixir had existed since 10,000 years ago. If it could be improved, someone would have already improved it. Why would they wait for him to improve it? It was also at this time. Luo Tian's brows moved, and the profound qi in the azure dragon medicine cauldron continued to expand. After expanding, it crazily fused together, and the profound qi flame under Luo Tian's palm turned into a colorless flame. Suddenly, Luo Tian bellowed, "Do it for me." Chapter 5, 13 votes away from 50 votes. 50 votes tomorrow, 10 more chapters, brothers who want 10 more chapters, monthly votes. The value of the mysterious explosion pill was very high. A spirit-level pill that could raise one's realm by 2 realms in a short period of time was heaven-defying. It was reasonable to say that this kind of pill should be above the spirit rank, or at least an earth rank pill. It was because of its negative effects that its rank was lowered. For many years, many almighty alchemists wanted to improve the mysterious exploding pill, but no one succeeded. At this moment, following Luo Tian's shout, Tang Qingtian's expression changed slightly, and he sneered in his heart. "Kid, no matter how much you refine, you won't succeed. This is impossible. Even if your ability is special, it's still impossible. In 10,000 years, there was no alchemist better than Luo Tian, even they couldn't improve it, let alone a kid less than 20 years old." Tang Qing Tian. As a profound sage, what kind of pill had he not seen? What kind of scene had he not seen? He knew far more things than Luo Tian. He was sure that Luo Tian couldn't improve the mysterious explosion pill. Boom! Green smoke burst out from the green dragon cauldron. Tang Qing Tian smiled. "Kid, you won't succeed. How can you improve the mysterious explosion pill? If it was to be improved, someone would have done it long ago. How can it be your turn?" Luo Tian smiled and didn't care about Tang Qingtian's words. "It's done. It was done, it was really done. A black pill lay quietly in the green dragon cauldron, emitting a thick mystical aura fragrance and a black luster. Tang Qingtian frowned and was shocked. He took a step forward and took out the mysterious explosion pill from the green dragon cauldron. With a thought, his heart was like a huge wave. He said in shock, "Impossible, absolutely impossible. How is this possible?" After living for thousands of years, he had seen all kinds of things. This kind of thing was absolutely impossible. Even Tang Qingtian couldn't accept it. Luo Tian smiled bitterly and said, "It's just that I don't have a way to raise its realm to infinity. Otherwise, it would be better. However, it won't cause any damage to the body, so there won't be any side effects." The mysterious explosion pill had a level restriction. It was only effective for those below the Mystique Venerable realm. It was useless for warriors above the Mystique Venerable realm. However, Luo Tian did not improve it to the limitless realm and could only slightly raise it by one realm. In other words, this mystic explosion pill that he refined could also be used by Mystique Venerable rank powerhouses, and it was equally effective. Hearing Luo Tian's words, Tang Qingtian was even more shocked. He stared at Luo Tian as if he wanted to see through Luo Tian's soul. How could he not be satisfied with such an awesome improvement? Was this kid crazy? One had to know that no one had been able to do it in 10,000 years, but he had done it. How awesome was that, of course. This was closely related to Luo Tian's alchemy technique. If it was the alchemy technique of this world, it would be very difficult to accomplish. Furthermore, this was also closely related to Luo Tian's hard work. Who would be like a madman and try to refine an impossible pill, after a long while? Tang Qingtian finally spoke. He chuckled and revealed a kind expression. Luo Tian trembled slightly and shrank back. He said, "Senior Tang, don't look at me like that. I am not gay. I won't do it no matter how much money you give me. Don't even think about forcing me." Tang Qingtian's face was full of smiles. He looked at Luo Tian with sparkling eyes. This expression was like a gay meeting a gay friend. Tang Qingtian naturally did not know what being gay was. He was just excited, extremely excited. He chuckled and said, "Kid, how about you be the grand tutor of the Tang dynasty? I'll satisfy you whatever you want. Anything in the national treasury, I can even pass on the Tang dynasty's royal aura to you." Huh? Grand tutor? Anything in the national treasury? Luo Tian had a bad feeling. He immediately chuckled and said, "I'd better refine my pill. Senior Tang, I'm going to refine my pill. If possible, please don't disturb me." "Thank you." He rejected directly. Without the slightest hesitation. It should be known that the grand tutor of the Tang dynasty was treated the same as those experts at the executive level. He could cultivate the royal aura and his strength could be improved unprecedentedly. However, for Luo Tian, this was not as good as a demon beast for him to kill. At least he could gain experience by killing a demon beast. Huh? The conditions are not good? Then the grand tutor of the nation, whose status is like an imperial uncle? How about it, kid? With this power, even the current emperor would not dare to do anything to you. Tang Qingtian did not give up. He still had that kind of kindness on his face, but for Luo Tian, it was a sinister smile. It was as if he wanted to trap Luo Tian and his people. Luo Tian smiled awkwardly and said, "I still have to find a few kinds of spiritual herbs." Then Grand Tutor of the Nation? Still not enough? Then I'll let Tang Zhanlong marry all his daughters to you. What do you think? His daughters are all full of life and are very beautiful. Little brat, this should be enough, right? Still not enough? Damn, what exactly do you want? Do you want me to give you the heavenly sword left behind by my ancestors? Tang Qingtian couldn't stop talking. Luo Tian was not interested at all. Moreover, looking at Tang Qingtian's expression, he really suspected that there was something wrong with his sexual orientation. In the end, Tang Qingtian really had no choice and muttered, "Kid, I don't believe that there is nothing in my Tang Empire that can tempt you." The fire was getting bigger. Luo Tian did not give him any face at all. He was a supreme expert of the profound sage realm, but this junior did not give him any face at all. He almost knelt down and begged Luo Tian, Tang Qingtian blew his beard and glared. His heart was filled with anger, and he secretly said, "I'm so angry." It was also at this time. A voice penetrated Tang Qingtian's mind. Tang Qingtian smiled slyly. Haha. So you are already the son-in-law of my Tang Empire. Good, good, good. That kid Zhanlong did very well in this matter. This kid is very good, ha ha ha, he laughed a few times. Then, Tang Qingtian disappeared from where he stood, and his laughter echoed in the treasury. Luo Tian muttered to himself, "This old man is crazy, one look and I can tell that he's sick. I really suspect that he's gay." Luo Tian looked around. Then he began to refine pills again. All of them were profound explosion pills. 2 days passed. Luo Tian had refined all the spirit grass that could be used to refine the profound explosion pill. He was not interested in the other spirit grasses. However, Luo Tian chose a few spirit grasses that were full of yang energy and refined a few aphrodisiac pills. This kind of pill was definitely in high demand, and those nobles would definitely fight for it. Finally, Luo Tian walked to the side of the 10,000-year black iron that was the size of a mountain, smiled lightly, and said, "With this 10,000-year black iron, it should be good to forge a few profound weapon." On the 5th day, the 10,000-year black iron that was as big as a mountain was refined until only a small lump was left. It was a pitiful sight. Behind Luo Tian, a large pile of profound weapon was piled up. The refining technique had been upgraded to the 6th level, and Luo Tian took out the dragon bones that he had hunted in the Ghost Prison Mountain Range, Chapter 6. The 6th day. Luo Tian walked out of the National Treasury with an excited and satisfied smile on his face. These 6 days were very important to him. He looked back at the gate of the National Treasury, greeted the 2 guards, and then left. In the National Treasury, the spiritual herbs were basically harvested and controlled. The 10,000-year black iron turned into a small camel, not even as big as cow dung. As for the 1,000-year black iron, it was not touched, but what was the use of these things? Change. Pervert. Bandit, robber. But, I like it, ha ha ha. Tang Qingtian's figure flashed out. When he saw that the spiritual herbs and black iron were used up by Luo Tian, he was not angry, but laughed. Thinking of last night when Luo Tian refined that long bone, his heart was shocked again. Alchemy at the Grandmaster level. Alchemy at the Grandmaster level. These 2 professions were very rare, and there were even fewer people who could combine both professions, and even fewer who could reach such a terrifying level. The first person in all of history, looking at Luo Tian's disappearing figure, Tang Qingtian smiled and said to himself, "Zhanlong is right, this kid is indeed much fiercer than the human emperor Hong Wanfu. Just these 2 aspects alone are something that brute Hong Wanfu can't compare to. I just don't know if his strength is really like what Zhanlong said. Less than 20 years old, 4th level mystic king, very terrifying cultivation. Kid, go and do your best." Tang Qingtian's heart was filled with anticipation. Boss. Boss is back. Brother Luo Tian, I miss you so much. Boss, I miss you too. Shall I play a return song for you? Blind Lu, you'd better rest. Luo Tian walked into a side courtyard of the palace, and Feng Lei and the others immediately came to greet him. All of them were very happy. Luo Tian and the others did not return to the Yen Dragon Gang in the North City. And there was no need to go back. After killing Du Yuansong, he was already the king of the North City. There was no need to go, no one could shake his position, and no one would compete with him for the top 6 positions in the Heaven List battle and the Earth List battle. No one in the North City was qualified. Of course, Luo Tian didn't know about this. However, he wasn't in the mood to care about these things right now. The auction would begin in 3 days. He had to gather as much money as possible. After all, he had used the ancient dragon slaying array twice in a row in the Ghost Forbidden Grounds, which had consumed a lot of demon cores. Right now, he didn't have enough demon cores. Thinking about how powerful the Dao Trade Alliance was, it was so powerful that he was unable to do anything to it. He could only buy in Chun Chun's mother through normal means, and he hoped that this auction would go smoothly. Nothing must go wrong. damn it, you're finally back. Stinky Flo. Bastard, if you don't come back, we will go crazy. Tang Tang and Qin Yuer walked in from the courtyard, looking displeased. Luo Tian asked, what's wrong? Qin Yuer said, we've been grounded. They said that no one is allowed to leave the palace until you're back. This cage is suffocating us. Now that you're out, hurry up and bring us out for a walk. The Dao Trade Alliance's annual auction in the Great Tang Empire is about to begin in 3 days. There must be a lot of big shots in the Sky Sword City. It must be very lively. Hurry up and bring us out. I want to go too, I want to go too. Tang Tang said excitedly. And Chun Chun giggled. She opened her big eyes and looked at Luo Tian with sparkling eyes. She said cutely, Big brother Luo Tian, I want to go too. Bring me along, hee hee. Luo Tian looked at Feng Lei and the others. All of them were staring at him. It seemed like the past 6 days had really suffocated them. Luo Tian had no choice. And Chun Chun's identity was already known by many people. Many people had their eyes on Chun Chun. The palace was the safest place. In the Sky Sword City, the royal family still had the final say. No one dared to act rashly in the palace. Luo Tian raised his arm and said, all right, let's go shopping together. Oh. Oh yeah. Long live big brother Luo Tian. Boss, you're really too good. If I stay any longer, I'm going to fall sick. Feng Lei said with a bitter face. He had not taken a step out of the courtyard for the past few days. He had been suffocating. Luo Tian bellowed, but... Feng Lei, Blind Lu, the two of you will support Chuan's safety. Shan Yuanyi, you will support Princess and Yuer's safety. If anything happens, don't panic. Come find me immediately. Also, if you meet an expert, don't act recklessly. Bear with it and remember his appearance. Then come back and call for help. I don't believe that anyone would dare to provoke us in Heaven's Sword City. Count me in. Tang Jiu walked into the courtyard dressed in casual clothes. When he heard that Luo Tian had come out of the treasury, he immediately reacted. Of course. His message was sent by Tang Zhanlong. His meaning was very simple, to let Tang Jiu take good care of Luo Tian. Even if Tang Zhanlong did not instruct him, Tang Jiu would still do it. It was not for any other reason, but because Luo Tian treated him as a brother, and he also treated Luo Tian as a brother. In his heart, Luo Tian occupied a very high position. Luo Tian laughed, Brother Jiu. However, Tang Tang's face was filled with unhappiness as she said, Brother Jiu, don't come with us. You were the one who ordered those guards not to let us out these past few days. Don't go out now, Tang Jiu laughed, and said, 13th sister, this is what Brother Luo told me. Huh? He was betrayed in an instant. Luo Tian immediately ran out, and said, let's go shopping. Tang Tang was startled. Just as she was about to flare up, she realized that everyone was running out like a swarm of bees. She stomped her feet in anger and could only follow. Fatty Lei and Blind Lu will protect Chun Chun. Shan Yuanyi will take care of the two of us. What about you? Qin Yuer could not help but ask on the way. Luo Tian smiled mysteriously, and said, I naturally have my own matters. Tang Jiu asked, Brother Luo, do you need my help with anything? Luo Tian laughed, no need, I need to make a trip to the Dao Merchant Alliance and put up some things for the auction to get some pocket money. Oh. Right, I have prepared some small gifts for each of you. I will give them to you tonight. Gifts? What kind of gifts? Brother Luo Tian, Chun Chun also wants a gift. Chun Chun loves receiving gifts the most, hee hee. Feng Lei and the others were also looking forward to it. And they all knew. Luo Tian's gifts would definitely be extraordinary. Luo Tian had already prepared for it. Before entering the treasury, he had already prepared for the auction. If everything went well, there would be no need for it. But if not, there would definitely be a fierce battle. Luo Tian had to raise their strength slightly. And the gifts he had prepared were all very useful to them. If they were to use their strength well, they would be able to raise their strength by 1 level. Auction, let's hope everything goes well. Chapter 7, 8 more monthly votes away, brothers, work harder. The group of people left the palace in a mighty manner. Wow. The air outside the palace is so fresh. I can smell the scent of freedom. What a comfortable feeling. Luo Tian glared at them and said, "Don't talk about those useless things. You guys should be thanking Brother Jiao. If I hadn't asked him to ground you guys, who knows how much more trouble you guys would have caused me. You guys should lay low for a while." They had offended the Cloud Ocean sect. If Reverend Huan Yun was still in the Heaven Sword City, he would wait for them to leave the palace and kill them one by one. Everyone's faces were stunned. Qin Yuer and Tang Tang took in Chun Chun and ran away. New clothes on the market. Elf races jewelry. Wow. So many candied haws. The three women walked on the streets like people who had just been released from prison. They had completely forgotten what Luo Tian had said half an hour ago. Feng Lei hurriedly followed them. Eh? There's a century-old restaurant here. Blind Lu, hurry up. How about we go in and have a drink? Blind Lu hurriedly kept his arrow and grinned, revealing his big yellow teeth, just what I wanted. Ha ha ha. Fatty, I'm going to make you drunk today. Tisk. You? Don't you know that I'm not drunk even after 1,000 buckets? Feng Lei took a step into the restaurant and shouted, "Shopkeeper, give me 10 jars of top-quality wine first. Hurry up. My wine worm is about to be hooked out by this aroma." Luo Tian was stunned again. He was dumbfounded. Unknowingly, Xian Yuan had disappeared as well. He ran directly to a shop that sold Xian weapons. Luo Tian could not understand. His titanic godly sword was a weapon on the god weapon ranking board. Why would he need to choose a Xian weapon? Tang Jiao stood beside Luo Tian and smiled, "Let them go and have fun. Don't worry about their safety. I've already arranged everything. You can go and do your own things. I'll take care of them." Tang Jiao was very thorough in his work. He had been prepared since the very beginning. Even if he did not secretly protect Luo Tian and the others, Tang Zhanlong would have arranged it. After all, no one knew if all the people from the Cloud Sea sect had left the Heaven Sword City. If a few killers really came out, then the consequences would be unimaginable. Luo Tian smiled and said, "Thank you, ninth brother." Tang Jiao said, "Why are you being so polite with me? You're my future brother-in-law." Luo Tian smiled and didn't say anything else. Instead, he walked towards the tallest and most luxurious building on the street. The Dao Trading Alliance. This was a branch of the Heaven Sword City. This place was specifically responsible for the reception work, as well as the ticket sales area for the auction. There were many people lining up here. Countless people were paying attention to the Dao Trade Alliance's auction. Other than the various powerful profound weapons, profound armors, and various powerful elixirs, the most anticipated item was the demonic fox woman. Many people had only heard of the demonic fox clan women and had never seen them before. Just how beautiful was she? Was she really as seductive as the rumors said? Her charming eyes were unforgettable. Only after spending a night with her did he know what it meant to be a man, what it meant to make love, and what it meant to be in heaven. These were all things recorded in the books. Not many people knew what was going on. Not many people had slept with a demonic fox woman, and many things were hyped up. Luo Tian stepped through the door and saw a large group of people fighting to buy tickets. "Give me 10. I'm sorry, each person is only allowed to buy one. F***CK, I have money. Isn't it just 10,000 gold per ticket? I'll give you 200,000, I want 10. Customer, this is the rule given to me by the higher-ups. Each person can only buy one ticket. I can't satisfy your request, I'm very sorry. F***CK, the Dao Trading Alliance is awesome, right? Amazing, right? You don't know how to earn money, right? You bunch of dogs, I'll smash your face with money today. 200,000 isn't enough, right? Is 300,000 enough? Is 400,000 enough? One ticket was worth 10,000 gold. What the F***CK, how much money was this? The Dao Trading Auction House could accommodate 10,000 people. How much money would they earn in such a short period of time? Tycoon. In the world of tycoons, just the tickets alone could earn them hundreds of millions. Luo Tian secretly clicked his tongue, and took out bundles of gold notes from the space ring from the tycoon and threw them at the ticketing lady's face. The ticketing lady did not retaliate and continued to smile. It could be said that she was a role model in her profession. Luo Tian could not bear to watch any longer, and was about to go up and stop them. Suddenly, a middle-aged man walked out of the room. Before that person could react, he kicked him fiercely, and directly sent him flying. The middle-aged man did not even look at that person, and coldly snorted, "Causing trouble in the Dow Trading Alliance, you're courting death." Then he turned around and walked back, looking extremely domineering. Just this middle-aged man's cultivation alone was not below Luo Tian's. Luo Tian could not help but be shocked, and thought to himself, "Seems like this Dow Trading Alliance is indeed awesome, just one of their hired thugs is at the profound king realm." The middle-aged man glanced at Luo Tian, and casually said, "Buy a ticket and line up." Luo Tian said, "I don't want to buy a ticket, I want to auction something at the auction, I don't know who I should look for." The middle-aged man was slightly startled. Looking at Luo Tian's attire, he did not look like a rich person, but instead looked like a country bumpkin. What could this kind of person have to auction? However, he did not reveal it, and said indifferently, "We won't auction any Xian weapon below the spirit artifact, we won't auction any pills below the spirit rank, we won't auction any spirit grass below the 9th stage. There are also some miscellaneous things that we won't auction." The middle-aged man said a lot in an instant. Luo Tian listened very seriously, and said, "My item meets the requirements." "Huh?" The middle-aged man was slightly surprised. Since that was the case, he could not let Luo Tian take out the item, and then said, "You come with me." The two of them walked to the backyard. The middle-aged man respectfully shouted into the house, and said, "Steward Lu, someone wants to auction something, please appraise it." A person came out of the room. He looked about 50 years old, and was similar to an ordinary old man. He first looked at the middle-aged man, and said, "I know, you can go back to work." Immediately, the old man walked in front of Luo Tian, revealed a professional smile, and said, "I don't know what little brother wants to auction?" Luo Tian did not beat around the bush, and directly took out a mysterious explosion pill and handed it over. The old man glanced at the pill, and was not shocked. The mysterious explosion pill was not too precious to him, and said, "Is this the pill?" Luo Tian nodded, and said, "N." The old man smiled lightly, and said, "This mysterious explosion pill is indeed good, but the things in this auction are all peerless, I'm afraid this pill won't be able to get on the stage." The old man said. Luo Tian laughed, and said, "It is not an ordinary mysterious explosion pill, its realm is restricted to experts below the profound sage realm, and there are no hidden dangers." The old man's brows twitched, and his idea slightly sensed it. Following which, his expression changed greatly, and his heart was incomparably shocked. Even his voice became somewhat trembling. You, wait a moment, I will go and call our manager over." Chapter 8. Violent winds and torrential rain, thunder and lightning roared at the same time. "I wonder if a fellow Taoist is undergoing a tribulation, it's too scary. I reckon that the internet will be disconnected later, and I won't be able to update chapter 9-10. But it doesn't matter, old cow will update 12 times tomorrow. Currently, I'm still short of 3 votes, whether or not I can update 12 times tomorrow will depend on you." The old man was moved, the shock in his heart could not be any greater. He checked the medicinal properties with his mind, and it was indeed the same as Luo Tian said. Anyone below the profound sage realm could use it without any side effects. To some extent, it could even strengthen one's body and strengthen one's physical body. The old man was also an alchemist. He had come into contact with the mysterious explosion pill before. This kind of pill was indeed good, but if one did not use it well, it would cause endless trouble in the future. Unless it was absolutely necessary, he would never use it. After all, no one would joke about their own martial cultivation. It was precisely because he knew this that he was even more shocked. An improved mysterious explosion pill, what kind of awesome existence was this? The old man was so excited that his body was trembling slightly. He kept saying, You, please wait a moment. I will immediately ask the manager to come down. Don't worry, we will definitely raise the price of this pill to an unprecedented height. It will definitely shock the world. It will definitely shock the martial arts world. It will definitely be an epic breakthrough. I can't wait anymore. It's amazing. The old man muttered excitedly as he walked, and he almost fell down several times. Luo Tian smiled faintly and said to himself, damn, is it that strong? Isn't it just an improved mysterious explosion pill? There's no need to be so exaggerated. If this sentence was heard by the old man, he was afraid that the old man would fly into a rage and fiercely criticize him. Only alchemists knew how difficult it was to improve a pill. Whether it was the heat, the spirit grass, the release of Xianxia, the medicinal cauldron, or even the surrounding air, it would all affect one's mood. It was really not easy. Luo Tian naturally did not know this. To him, it was just a good pill. He stood in the courtyard and looked around casually. There were all kinds of strange flowers and herbs in the courtyard, and all of them were of extraordinary quality. He was shocked by the Dao Trade Alliance. Young Master Lu, this way please. Please be careful. It rained yesterday, so the ground is a bit slippery. The middle-aged man from before brought in a handsome man. The man was thin and lean. It was the kind of lean that was caused by excessive indulgence. He was dressed in white and held a jade fan in his hand. He was gently waving it with a smile on his face. The middle-aged man walked into the courtyard and glanced at Luo Tian. He frowned slightly and then shouted into the room, Head Steward Lu, young Master Lu is here. He wants to auction a spirit weapon and a spirit armor. Luo Tian stepped forward and kindly reminded him, the butler has gone upstairs. The middle-aged man's face sank slightly as he muttered in his heart, upstairs? Did he look for the head chief? Why is this brat still here? Could it be that the item he took out made Head Steward Lu unable to set the price? The middle-aged man smiled. Lu Junfeng closed his fan, smiled coldly, and said disdainfully, Where did this country bumpkin come from, Li Lu? Is this the cleaner you hired? Luo Tian frowned. The middle-aged man's name was Li Lu. Li Lu smiled respectfully and said, Young Master Lu, he is also here to auction something. Lu Junfeng was startled. He used his fan to point at Luo Tian's nose and laughed loudly. Ha ha ha. Just him? A country bumpkin like him actually has something to auction. Is it a trash Xian weapon or a trash fire rod? This is too funny. Li Lu, it's not that I want to criticize you, but this kind of person should be chased out like a dog. Letting this kind of person enter your Dao trading pavilion is simply an insult. This kind of trash can only pick up feces. Luo Tian grinned and laughed coldly, ignoring Lu Junfeng. Li Lu smiled apologetically at Luo Tian, and then smiled at Lu Junfeng. He was clear about Lu Junfeng's background. He was the brother-in-law of the Prime Minister of the Heaven Sword City's Eastern District, and his background could be considered very strong. He could not afford to offend him. As for Luo Tian, he was not sure, so he did not want to offend him. Lu Junfeng looked at Luo Tian and sneered. He immediately took a step forward and instantly landed in front of Luo Tian. He said disdainfully, You dog, what are you laughing at? Do you believe that I won't turn you into a dead dog? Luo Tian was enraged. The space between his brows moved, and a wave of energy burst out from his body. At this moment, two people came down from the pavilion. One of them was Head Steward Lu, and the other was about the same age as Head Steward Lu. His face was flushed red as he shouted, Who dares to make a fuss here? There was a strong power in his voice. Luo Tian retracted his power, and coldly glanced at Lu Junfeng from the corner of his eyes. Lu Junfeng's expression changed as he welcomed him with a smile. He revealed a fawning expression and said, Head Steward Qing, I am Prime Minister Li's brother-in-law, Lu Junfeng. I am here to ask your Chamber of Commerce to help me auction 2 spirit artifacts, huh? Before Lu Junfeng could finish speaking, Head Steward Lu had already brought Head Steward Qing over to Luo Tian. The pill is this little brother's. Ignored, he directly ignored Lu Junfeng's existence. He didn't even look at him, as if he didn't exist. As for what he said, Head Steward Lu and Head Steward Qing didn't care at all, not even a fart. Qing Danian's expression was also extremely excited. He said excitedly, little brother, are you really going to auction this mysterious explosion pill? This is a good thing, something that can't be better. Ha ha ha, ha ha, I thought it was something big. Isn't it just a mysterious explosion pill? Mailu residence has plenty of this kind of pill. I knew this country bumpkin wouldn't be able to take out anything good. Get out, this is not a place for people like you. Lu Junfeng laughed wantonly. Qingdanian's eyes darkened as he shouted at Li Lu, who allowed you to let this lowly person in? Without waiting for Li Lu to speak, Lu Junfeng pointed his fan at Luo Tian again and laughed, you dog, I'm talking to you. I've already told you that someone of your status doesn't have the qualifications to enter the Dao Trading Pavilion. Hurry up and scram, you damned country bumpkin, just looking at you makes me feel disgusted. Qingdanian tensed up once again, his eyes revealing a trace of undisguised killing intent. He looked at Luo Tian and said, little brother, do you want to kill him? It was a very casual sentence. However, his killing intent became incomparably strong. He didn't care about Lu Junfeng's identity or background at all. What kind of existence was the Dao Trading Alliance? In the Heaven Sword City, they weren't even afraid of the great Tang dynasty, so why would they be afraid of a prime minister's brother-in-law? Luo Tian remained calm and composed. He chuckled and said to Qingdanian, thank you. Then, Luo Tian's gaze turned cold, his body releasing a cold killing intent. He directly stared at Lu Junfeng and shouted, if you dare point your fan at me again, I will make you lie down and become a dead dog. Killing intent was dense. It exploded out like a raging tide. Lu Junfeng was forced to take a few steps back by the aura that burst out from Luo Tian's body. His face was slightly pale as he angrily shouted, you, just as he was about to point his fan at Luo Tian again. Steward Lu gave Li Lu a look, and Li Lu instantly hugged Lu Junfeng and laughed, young Master Lu, let's talk outside, let's talk outside. Lu Junfeng's face was filled with anger as he shouted, brat, just you wait, you're dead today. Chapter 9. The wind stopped, the rain stopped, the thunder and lightning stopped, the electricity came, the internet came, the old cow, I have a new chapter. Seeing how diligent I am, why don't you give me a monthly ticket, a recommendation ticket, there will be another chapter tonight. Lu Junfeng cursed as he walked out of the courtyard. From afar, he could still hear his angry roars and shouts. Qingdanian was slightly displeased and said, there's no need to let such uncultured people in the future. From today onwards, he's not allowed to take even half a step into the Dao Trading Pavilion. He looks like a human, but he's worse than a dog. Steward Lu said, understood. Luo Tian also smiled. Qingdanian gestured for him to enter and said politely, little brother, let's talk inside. Luo Tian didn't say anything and followed him into the room. The decoration in the room was very simple. Everything in the room was not ordinary. Any one of them would be worth tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of gold. Qingdanian placed the mysterious explosion pill in an exquisite box and asked excitedly, little brother, can I ask where you got this pill from? Is it, at this point, he hesitated for a moment before continuing, did he come from the immortal sect? In this world, only the Grandmaster-level alchemists in the immortal sect could improve the mysterious explosion pill. Luo Tian said straightforwardly, I refined it myself. You refined it yourself? Refined it? Qingdanian and Steward Lu were so shocked that their tongues almost fell off. They looked at Luo Tian at the same time without blinking as if they didn't hear him clearly. Luo Tian also thought that they didn't hear him clearly. I refined it myself and improved it a bit. However, there were still some failures. I couldn't get rid of the realm restriction. Maybe there is something I haven't figured out yet. Gulp. Qingdanian swallowed his saliva. He was not an alchemist, but he had come into contact with countless high-quality pills and had seen countless alchemy grandmasters. He knew that improving a pill required a lot of time, spirit herbs, and all sorts of other costs. It was very difficult to succeed. Not to mention the mysterious explosion pill, even the lowest level pill was extremely difficult to improve. And what did Luo Tian say? It hadn't been completely improved, and he felt that it was still a failure. His expression was very serious, and he didn't seem to be boasting. Moreover, the meaning behind his words seemed to be that the mystic explosion pellet could be improved further, and completely remove the restriction of the realm. In other words, if a mystic the Arch-Realm expert consumed the Mystic Explosion Elixir, he would be able to instantly increase his cultivation by 2 levels. What kind of existence was this? Crazy. Was Luo Tian crazy? Or was the world crazy? Or were they crazy? Qing Danian was extremely shocked. He rubbed his hands excitedly and said, "Little brother, since you refined this pill, how many more do you have? Are you planning to auction only this one?" Luo Tian asked, "How many can you sell here?" Qing Danian immediately said, "This kind of pill is definitely very popular. We can sell as many as you have at the auction, and the price will definitely satisfy you. How many do you plan to sell this time?" Even Qing Danian wanted to get his hands on such good stuff. Even if he didn't take it out for auction, the Dao Merchant Court would have no problem digesting it internally. Furthermore, once this kind of thing spread out, the world would go crazy for it. The mysterious explosion pill could even be used by a martial artist of the profound sage realm. This was simply heaven-defying. Luo Tian took out a small porcelain bottle, and said, "There are 19 pills here, and adding the ones you have, it's exactly 20 pills. I wonder what you think." 20? Oh my god. Qing Danian's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. His hands trembled as he took the small bottle from Luo Tian. After opening it slightly, his heart was in a mess, and he said, "What fox demon woman, what divine weapon, it's nothing compared to these 20 pills." When he heard the words fox demon woman, Luo Tian's eyes trembled slightly. Qing Danian put away the mysterious explosion pill and immediately said, "I will personally write a receipt for you later. How much do you want to sell these mysterious explosion pills for? What is the starting price? Also, can you still refine this improved mysterious explosion pill? The spirit grass will be provided by our Dao Merchant Court, so it doesn't matter how many spirit grass there are. We want to monopolize your mysterious explosion pill. In addition to providing the spirit grass, we only ask for a dividend. What do you think?" Qing Danian was excited. He had never made such a condition before, and he even had to apply for it from the president. But today, he made the decision himself. One could imagine how great the market value of the mysterious explosion pill was. Head Steward Lu was secretly shocked, and his expression changed slightly. Luo Tian was also shocked by Qing Danian's conditions. He smiled faintly and said, "I don't know much about the price of the auction, but you guys are experts, so you should know the market. As for monopolizing the mysterious exploding pellet, I'll tell you the truth. I don't have much time to refine it, and my focus isn't on it. I won't put too much effort into it, so I can't keep refining this kind of pellet." Refining pills was only Luo Tian's interest. It was not an interest, but he needed it. Moreover, it was Xianxia method, so he practiced it. Plus, he needed a lot of pills himself. Practicing alchemy was not to make money. But Luo Tian's words shocked Head Steward Lu and Head Steward Qing. Refining pills was not his focus, it was just his interest. If he put all his energy into refining pills, what kind of heaven-defying pills would he refine? This kid was too arrogant, or was he really that strong? Qing Danian sighed in his heart and said, "Okay, but if you want to sell mysterious explosion pills next time, please come to our Dao Merchant Court." Luo Tian said, "I will." "Oh right. Do you still accept mysterious weapons?" Luo Tian asked again. "Mysterious weapons? Did you forge them yourself again?" Qing Danian asked curiously. He thought to himself, is this kid even human? Alchemy is just a hobby, but he can still improve spirit-level pills. Now, he is even using them to forge mystic weapons. Could it be that his main focus is on forging mystic weapons? Luo Tian nodded his head and said, "Yes, I have forged a few mysterious weapons. Take a look and see if they are good enough for this auction." As he said that, Luo Tian took out a shiny black sword. The sword did not have a hilt and was completely black, just like a tang saber without a hilt. Qing Danian took a look and was once again shocked by Luo Tian. Peak spirit weapon, mysterious weapon. Huh? This mysterious weapon also faintly emits an untamed power. The power of a powerful demonic beast. Could it be that this is the skeleton of a powerful demonic beast? Luo Tian nodded his head. It was refined from the bones of the cold pond flood dragon. If it can be auctioned, then sell it together. It can be sold. It can be sold. Qingdanian's heart was blooming with joy. Thinking that his limelight was suppressed by Chi-Fu, he was extremely unhappy. This time, he was finally going to make a comeback. He immediately took out a golden card and said, "This is the VIP box of the auction. A distinguished guest like you should have a VIP box." Luo Tian did not hesitate. Just this golden card alone could be sold for millions. He would be a bastard if he did not take advantage of it. After that, Qingdanian personally sent Luo Tian out. At the entrance of the Dao merchant court stood a row of powerful men. The leader was Lu Junfeng. Seeing Luo Tian come out, he immediately snorted and said, "Kid, you have calculated it." Chapter 10, completed. His 10 fingers were extremely sore, and he could only place his hands on the table and could not lift them up at all. Old Cow was suffering. "Brothers, take pity on me. Give all your monthly votes to Old Cow, and give all your recommendation votes to me. If you guys are more ferocious, I will continue to update 10 times tomorrow. You dog, you're finally out. Men, beat him to death." Lu Junfeng was incomparably arrogant. There weren't many people he was afraid of in the Heaven Sword City. Who was he, the current Prime Minister Li Wenzhong's brother-in-law, who dared to provoke him? All these years, he had been tyrannical in the Heaven Sword City, relying on Li Wenzhong's power. He had committed all sorts of crimes. Just now, he wanted to take out 2 spirit artifacts to auction, but these 2 items were also forcefully snatched by him. Luo Tian frowned slightly. He did not expect Lu Junfeng to really bring people to block him. He could not help but sneer, and muttered to himself, "You really don't know what's good for you." Qingdanian was very unhappy. He was extremely unhappy. Luo Tian was his very important guest, blocking him in front of the Dao Commerce Pavilion's shop. Wasn't this slapping his face, slapping the Dao Commerce Pavilion's face, immediately? Qingdanian's gaze turned cold. He looked at Lu Junfeng playfully and said, "Little brother, do you need my help?" He was furious, but he had to ask Luo Tian for his opinion first. This was a form of respect. Luo Tian laughed lightly, and said, "Thank you for your kind intentions, Chief Steward Qing. I can still deal with this kind of mongrel dog." Huh? Qingdanian's face changed slightly. Not to mention Lu Junfeng's cultivation, just these brawny men were all at the Profound King realm, and there were 6 of them. These people were just mongrel dogs in front of Luo Tian? Furthermore, Lu Junfeng's strength was at the 6th stage of the Profound King realm. Although he did not like to cultivate, his talent was not bad, and his strength was also very strong. Luo Tian could even deal with these people. He was not even 20 years old, yet he could refine pills, forge profound weapon, and even have such a strong cultivation. Was this kid even human, at this moment? Qingdanian had his suspicions, and so did Steward Lu, who was beside him. He suspected that Luo Tian was not a dead opponent. At this moment, Luo Tian had already walked out of the Dao Commerce Pavilion's door. Qingdanian's face darkened, and said to Steward Lu beside him, "You go out too, protect him." Steward Lu nodded and disappeared from where he stood. It was unknown when he had reappeared in the crowd. Because someone was causing trouble at the entrance of the Dao Trading Court, which was located in a bustling area, the surroundings were immediately filled with people who were watching the show. In the distance. "Hey, there's something interesting over there. Quick, let's go and take a look. It must be fun. Sister Yuer, hurry up. If you're late, you won't be able to see it." It was also at this moment. In the shop owner chased Xianxia out and scolded, "If you don't want to buy, then don't touch it. You poor bastard, you dare to say that the Xian weapons in my shop are not up to standard. You are the one who is not up to standard. Look at the broken iron sword on your shoulder, you are clearly a country bumpkin. Get out." Xianxia didn't argue. He walked to the street and saw a crowd of people in the distance. He couldn't help but rush over. In the restaurant, Blind Lu and Feng Lei, the 2 wine barrels, had almost finished all the wine in the restaurant. Wine jars were piled up beside them, and all the customers in the restaurant were looking at the 2 of them. The shopkeeper's face was pale with fright, and he kept saying, "Our shop is out of wine, out of wine. The restaurant across the street has good wine, a lot of good wine, I'll treat you to it." Feng Lei licked the alcohol at the corner of his mouth and laughed, how satisfying. Blind Lu's face was flushed red as he said, I haven't felt so good in so many years. This place is out of wine. Let's go next. Today, we must drink all the restaurants in the Heaven Sword City, ha ha ha. Feng Lei threw down a silver note and walked towards the street with large strides, just in time to see Xianxia anxiously walking towards the group of people. Feng Thor's expression tensed up, he thought about the mission that Luo Tian had given him, his heart sank, and he thought to himself, crap, I forgot about the task that boss gave me. Blind Lu, you drunkard, hurry up. Something might have happened up ahead. Blind Lu was stunned as well. He muttered to himself, today is an auspicious day, so there shouldn't be any problems. But they did not dare to stay any longer as the two of them hurried over. In the dark, Tang Jiu's expression froze for a moment before he ordered someone, bring the Black Dragon army over. No matter who it is, if they provoke Luo Tian and any of the others, kill them immediately. Yes, sir. Tang Jiu hurried over as well. Make way, make way. Everyone, make way. Water. Water is here. Everyone, make way. When the surrounding people heard that it was water, they subconsciously opened up a path. Qin Yuer and Tang Tang held in Chun Chun's hand and walked to the front. They caught sight of Luo Tian immediately. And Chun Chun was about to shout out. However, Lu Junfeng walked up instantly. Waving his fan, he put on a pose that he thought was suave and elegant. He smiled faintly. His smile was somewhat lustful as he said, hello, beautiful ladies. His eyes were fixed on Qin Yuer's chest. Lu Junfeng's eyeballs were about to pop out as he thought to himself, holy F***ck. Your daddy has been in the Heaven Sword City for so many years, but I've never seen such a beautiful and hot woman. One is hot and the other is pure. If these two were to get on the bed together, it would definitely be great. There are still beautiful women in the Heaven Sword City that I don't know about. These two women are definitely not from the Heaven Sword City. They should be outsiders. Thinking of this, Lu Junfeng felt a sense of superiority. Beautiful ladies, this must be your first time in the Heaven Sword City. Do you want me to bring you around? I can bring you anywhere. I guarantee that you'll be satisfied. Tang Tang rolled her eyes at him and said, anywhere? Lu Junfeng smiled, of course. Just because I'm the brother-in-law of Prime Minister Li Wenzong, I can bring you anywhere in the Heaven Sword City. Tang Tang sneered, and said, can you bring us to the palace? Huh? Lu Junfeng's face changed, he looked as if he had suffered a loss, and for a moment, he didn't know what to say. Tang Tang said with disdain, a mere prime minister's brother-in-law dares to act cool in front of us. Didn't your parents teach you that it's best to keep a low profile in the Heaven Sword City? Compared to Tang Tang, Lu Junfeng wasn't even a fart. Lu Junfeng's face was filled with anger, he was extremely unhappy. Qin Yuer laughed lightly, and said, is it your men who surrounded him? Lu Junfeng laughed complacently again, and said, they are all my family's hired thugs, all of them are experts of the profound king realm. This country bumpkin dares to contradict me, in the Heaven Sword City, no one dares to provoke me. Finished. Lu Junfeng wanted to show off in front of Qin Yuer and Tang Tang, so he kept his fan and pointed at Luo Tian with an arrogant look, and shouted domineeringly, you dog, you dare to contradict this young master? Today, I will let you know the consequences of contradicting this young master. Men, attack. Break his legs first and make him kneel in front of me, Qin Yuer giggled, and said, you're going to die. Lu Junfeng's face was incomparably pleased with himself, and said, I am indeed going to die, those who provoke me, Lu Junfeng, will die. Qin Yuer laughed even more happily, and said, I mean, you're going to die. When he woke up, he couldn't even lift his hands. Old cow has been played to death by you guys. On a new day, the recommendation votes came up, the monthly votes, the old cow was blown up again. What did you say? I'm going to die. Ha ha ha, who dares to touch me in the Heaven Sword City? You two little bitches have repeatedly angered me. Today, the two of you and this little thing, don't even think about leaving. Tonight, I'll let you know how powerful I am. Lu Junfeng was enraged, he laughed lewdly, his laughter was extremely wretched. At this moment, Luo Tian's gaze became sinister. He walked forward step by step and said, I've said it before, if you point your fan at me again, you will die. F***ck. You country bumpkin, who do you think you are? So what if I point at you? I'll point at you. If you want to be arrogant in front of me, then you have to see where this is and who I am. Lu Junfeng said arrogantly. As he spoke, his fan kept pointing at Luo Tian, and he even stretched it forward with all his might. He laughed disdainfully, I'm pointing at you, what can you do? Arrogant. Extremely arrogant. Luo Tian himself had never been so arrogant before. The surrounding crowd also began to discuss in low voices. A wise man doesn't fight when the odds are against him. Lu Junfeng is Prime Minister Li's brother-in-law, he can't be offended. That's right, hurry up and leave. These two girls are the same. They're still adding fuel to the fire. Don't they know that this is a matter of life and death? Little brother, hurry up and run. Lu Junfeng was tyrannical in this area, and could be said to be committing all sorts of crimes. Many people were afraid of him, and did not dare to provoke him. Who dared to provoke Li Wenzong's brother-in-law? Furthermore, Li Wenzong had a daughter who was a concubine in the palace, and Lu Junfeng could be said to be a relative of the emperor. With this relationship, no one dared to provoke him, and would usually avoid him. Hearing these voices, Lu Junfeng became even more complacent, the expression on his face became even more arrogant than before, and said in disdain, the people who dare to provoke me in the Heaven Sword City area have yet to make a move, you brat, a country bumpkin. Before the word turtle could be said, Luo Tian's figure suddenly disappeared. In the next second, he appeared in front of Lu Junfeng and threw a punch out. He coldly shouted, bastard, your whole family's turtle, F***ck. He immediately cursed. Luo Tian was not a saint. He had emotions. When he was unhappy and angry, he would also scold people. He was just an otaku who had transmigrated from Earth. When he was unhappy, he would swear one sentence after another. Because he was unhappy now, very unhappy. Bang, Lu Junfeng didn't have any reaction at all. With a punch from Luo Tian, he was sent sprawling on the ground. Two of his teeth fell out, and he spat out mouthfuls of blood. A mystic king was so weak, at this moment. Qing Danian suspected that Lu Junfeng's cultivation was not at the mystic king realm at all. How could there be such a weak mystic king expert? He was too weak, so weak that there was no way to explain it. Or was it that Luo Tian was too strong? Just where did this brat come from? He couldn't see clearly. He could not see clearly at all. Qing Danian wanted to see through Luo Tian, but the more he interacted with him, the more he couldn't see through Luo Tian. Lu Junfeng fell to the ground and twitched. His face was pale and he looked like he was about to die. His eyes stared at Luo Tian. There was not the slightest sound in the surroundings. His mouth was wide open, and he stared at Luo Tian with his mouth agape. His mind was filled with thoughts, what happened just now? Kill him for me. Lu Junfeng said with difficulty. He was incomparably furious in his heart, but the expression on his face was still incomparably arrogant. He crawled up from the ground with difficulty. His eyes seemed to be spewing flames of anger. You dog, you dare to hit me? I will let your entire family die. Go, kill him, hurry up and kill him. Luo Tian shook his head and sneered, you really don't know what's good for you. Just as he was about to attack again, a huge sword flew down, and a big guy descended from the sky, blocking in front of Luo Tian. With a sweep of the huge sword, he coldly snorted, try and touch my boss. Xianxia stood in front of Luo Tian like a Vajra guard. Those who touch my boss will die. A furious roar. A big fatty rushed into the crowd with a destructive aura and stood on the other side of Luo Tian. He said with incomparable ferocity, who the F***ck is it that dared to provoke my boss? I will kill him. And me. Blind Lu was wearing a pair of slippers as he walked over, holding an arrow in front of him. Suddenly, two fierce generals appeared. And one. Blind Lu, who looked a little funny. All of a sudden, Lu Junfeng frowned, the muscles at the corner of his eyes twitched, and he coldly shouted, you want to compete with me in terms of numbers? Fine, I will let you know what it means to have more people. It was also at this time. 2 rows of Black Dragon Legion's guards rushed over with the power of the Black Dragon. Lu Juanfeng's face lit up, and he sneered, "You're all dead." As he spoke, Lu Junfeng revealed a fawning expression, and said, "Black Dragon Legion's guards, I know you're Black Dragon General, I am Prime Minister Li's brother-in-law. This group of country bumpkins disturbed the security of the Heaven Sword City, take them all down." The Black Dragon Legion all rushed towards them. Their momentum shook the heavens. Lu Junfeng was incomparably pleased with himself. He pointed his fan at Luo Tian again, and mocked without restraint, "You country bumpkin, give me more people, I'll scare you to death if I call them out, ha ha ha," before the laughter could fade. Suddenly, he realized that something was wrong. Because, the guards of the Black Dragon Legion surrounded him, and the black steel spears were all pointed at his head. This feeling made him extremely afraid. Lu Juanfeng's face turned pale white. No matter how arrogant he was, he did not dare to provoke the Black Dragon Legion, and said while trembling, "Officers of the Black Dragon Legion, you are mistaken, it's them, it's this group of country bumpkins." The leader bowed to Tang Tang, then looked at Luo Tian and said respectfully, "Prince Consort, do you want to kill him?" "Prince Consort? This kid is Prince Consort? Could it be the person who knocked Nangong Hao down at the peak of the Imperial Palace a few days ago?" Instantly, the crowd burst into an uproar. Their expressions all darkened. Lu Juanfeng's heart was dead silent, and he did not dare to look at Luo Tian again. To be able to make the Black Dragon Legion act like this, Luo Tian's identity was definitely not fake. Luo Tian smiled politely and said, "I want to do it myself." "Yes, sir." The commander shouted slightly and said, "Leave." "Huh." As the Black Dragon Legion retreated, Lu Juanfeng's legs went soft. He immediately knelt down and kowtowed. "Spare me. Spare my dog life, I won't dare to do it again." Luo Tian walked forward step by step, walked to Lu Juanfeng's side, squatted down, and laughed sinisterly. "I said that if you point your fan at me again, you will die, but this is not the main reason for your death. The main reason for your death is because you are Li Wenzong's brother-in-law. If not for the Emperor's face, your Li family would have been overturned by me long ago. There's another reason. You have a trace of golden light on your body, you should be a small boss." "Heh heh." Luo Tian punched out and shouted, "Explode for me." It was also at this moment that Chun-Chun's body emitted a little bit of holy light and flew into Luo Tian's body. It was very subtle, and could not be seen under the sunlight. Chapter 2. Only 8 monthly votes today? Don't tell me none of the brothers have any monthly votes? Come up. The shadow of the fist covered the sky as it struck down heavily. Bam. Lu Junfeng instantly laid on the ground like a dead dog, no longer making a sound. Dead, it could also be said that it was an instant kill. Because this fellow did not use the power of the profound king to defend himself, he was afraid, extremely afraid, to the point that he forgot to defend himself. In a situation where he was defenseless, Luo Tian's strength could naturally kill him in an instant. At this moment, Luo Tian did not expect Lu Junfeng to drop anything good. After all, he was just a mini-boss, so even if he dropped anything, he wouldn't be able to drop anything. So, he did not listen seriously. He only sneered and said disdainfully, "What good things can a piece of trash like you drop?" Ding. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for killing Lu Junfeng. The reward is 10,000 experience, 2,000 profound chi values. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for obtaining the 7-star sword. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for obtaining the 7-star armor. When these 2 notifications sounded, Luo Tian's eyes suddenly shook, and his heart trembled. 2 items dropped, and it was a set. Luo Tian immediately opened the system to check the 2 unparalleled attributes. Item, 7-star sword grade, spirit weapon. Description, the 7-star sword was forged from the power of the 7 stars of the Big Dipper. It was a weapon used by the 7 stars great emperor 10,000 years ago. It contains the power of the 7 stars. Description, this sword has 7-star grooves. When 2 grooves are filled, its grade will increase by 1. When the 7-star grooves are filled, it will become a divine artifact. It will possess a trace of the power of the 7 stars great emperor. There was nothing special about the sword body. It was a very ordinary sword, but there were 7 grooves on the sword body, just like the grooves used to inlay gems in the game. It was very old, as if it had been there for tens of thousands of years. Luo Tian was secretly happy. Divine artifact, F*CK, a divine artifact actually dropped. As long as the power of the Big Dipper was filled up, it would be able to release the power of the 7 Stars Great Emperor. This was very awesome. The 7 Stars Great Emperor became famous 10,000 years ago. How terrifying was his strength? At this moment, Luo Tian was excited. Then, he looked at the 7-star armor. Just like the Big Dipper sword, the Big Dipper armor also needed to be filled with the power of the 7 stars. It could also be upgraded to a divine armor. In other words, both of these items could be considered divine artifacts. Luo Tian couldn't believe his eyes. Previously, when he killed powerful bosses, he hadn't obtained any celestial equipment. Not even spirit-grade equipment had dropped. Now, however, he had obtained 2 celestial equipment. How could he not be excited? These 2 items were obtained by Lu Junfeng after raiding a merchant's house in the south of the city. He didn't know that these 2 items were backup divine artifacts. He only knew that they were spirit artifacts. He didn't have time to appraise them before he entered the Dao Commerce Pavilion to auction them. He didn't expect to meet Luo Tian. It was also because he met Luo Tian. Otherwise, his 2 items would definitely shock the entire Heaven Sword City. It might even attract powerful saints who had not appeared in 10,000 years to come and snatch it. It was a profound weapon used by a 7-star Great Emperor, so the power it contained was extremely powerful. This kind of power was enough to turn the tide of an evenly matched battle. However, he didn't expect that it would fall into Luo Tian's hands now. If not for the system, Luo Tian definitely wouldn't have known that these 2 items were backup divine artifacts. He couldn't tell what was so special about them at all. They were just 2 very ordinary items. If I were to fill the Big Dipper sword and the Big Dipper armor with the power of the stars, that would be quite amazing. Luo Tian laughed slyly. Thinking about how the 7-star groove needed the power of the 7 stars to fill it up, he couldn't help but ask, how do I obtain the power of the 7 stars? He looked at the item description again. The description did not say how to fill up the groove or how to obtain the power of the 7 stars. This, Luo Tian was puzzled. If you don't say anything, then how do I know how to fill them up? Do I have to find the 7-star gem? I've been in this world for so long, but I've never heard of the 7-star gem. Little brother, you are indeed amazing. Defeating Namgong Hao and not showing any weakness in front of Huang Yinzhenren. Facing the Cloud Ocean sect, you are not afraid at all. In just a few days, you were able to uproot the northern district that Du Yuansong had controlled for many years, and even made the ancient giant demon kneel down and call him king. You are even more powerful than the human emperor Hong Wanfu back then. I admire you, I truly admire you. Qing Danian said sincerely. From the moment the Black Dragon Guard called Luo Tian Prince Consort, Qing Danian's heart changed and became even more shocked. All the major events that happened in the Heaven Sword City in the past month were related to him. Even if Qing Danian did not want to know, it would be difficult. And when he said these words, he also sincerely admired him. Of course. If such a person could be included in the Dao Merchant Alliance, if he could establish a friendly relationship with him, then Chi Fu's side could forget about suppressing him. Even if the vice president came, it would be useless. Qing Danian thought about this in his heart, and thought to himself, this person must not be offended. Luo Tian cupped his fists and smiled, Manager Qing, you praise me too much. I am just someone from a small place and have not seen much of the world. That is why I am able to cause so much trouble here. I have become a joke to the people of Heaven Sword City. Manager Qing, you are too distant. I am too arrogant. If you don't mind, you can call me Big Brother Qing. Qing Danian wanted to make friends with him, so he smiled politely. Luo Tian hesitated for a moment. He was thinking about the matter of the Dao Merchant Alliance sending people to capture in Chunchun. Could this Qing Danian be a part of it? However, he did not look at In Chunchun, so he should not know who In Chunchun was. If he knew, then this person's acting ability was too good, and he was also very shrewd. Luo Tian smiled and said, Big Brother Qing. Danian smiled happily in his heart. At this moment, everyone walked up. The leader of the Black Dragon Guards asked, "Prince Consort, what should we do with these Lu Estate's hired thugs?" Luo Tian looked at them, seeing their fearful expressions. They did not do anything to him. Furthermore, his current identity was different. He could not bring shame to the great Tang dynasty, and said, "They didn't do anything to me, let them go. From now on, don't help the tiger do evil, and bully the common people." "Yes, yes, yes. We will leave Heavensword City immediately and never come back." The few of them quickly disappeared into the crowd. Everyone praised Luo Tian loudly. "Good Prince Consort. Magnanimous and kind-hearted. He's handsome and has a high cultivation. If only I could marry him. Killing that bastard Lu Junfeng and getting rid of an evil person for Heavensword City is truly satisfying." Hearing this, Luo Tian could not help but laugh, and thought to himself, "It feels good to be a good person." Prime Minister's Mansion. Li Wenzong was so angry that his face turned red, revealing a fierce look. "It's this brat again, I must kill you." Chapter 3. Can I ask for a monthly ticket? Just one is enough to encourage me. Extra, extra. The mysterious Grandmaster Alchemist has improved the mysterious exploding pill that has been passed down for tens of thousands of years. It has no side effects and can be used to raise one's realm. Any expert below the profound sage realm can use it. Once the pill enters the body, it can instantly raise one's realm by 2. Extra, extra. The mysterious Great Grandmaster killed the ancient Flood Dragon and used its blood essence and bones to forge 4 Xian weapons with the power of the Flood Dragon. There are only 4 Xian weapons left in this world. This is a rare opportunity. They will be displayed at the auction tomorrow. Extra, extra. Shocking, the first person in history, Grandmaster Alchemist, Grandmaster Blacksmith, and Grandmaster Dual Materials. He is definitely the first person in history. The things that come from his hands are worth having and have a high collection value. Don't you want to have one? There was an overwhelming amount of publicity. The streets and alleys were all about the mysterious exploding pill and the Flood Dragon's bones. It was even more powerful than in Chun's mother's publicity. In order to suppress Chi Fu, Danian spared no effort in publicity. He believed, when the news of the mysterious exploding pill and the Flood Dragon's profound weapon spread, it would definitely cause a sensation. Tomorrow, there would definitely be a scramble. He could definitely suppress Chi Fu. After all, the only thing he could take out was the demon fox woman. Chi Fu. Just you wait. Don't think that you can play with me just because you have the vice president's support. If you want to play with me, you don't even have the qualifications to carry my shoes. You only know how to play tricks. Humph. Danian stood in the attic, looking at the bustling street, and laughed happily. Publicity. Everyone, from an 80-year-old man to a 3-year-old child, knew of the overwhelming number of choices, not to mention those martial artists who cultivated. For a time, almost everyone in the city was talking about this matter. Who is so powerful that he can improve the mysterious exploding pill? I'm afraid that this kind of grandmaster can only be found in the immortal sex. Even the alchemists of the immortal sex may not be able to improve it. If they could improve it, they would have done so long ago. This mysterious alchemist must be amazing. Even if he is not from the immortal sex, he is definitely an almighty. Mysterious exploding pill can be taken by anyone below the profound sage realm, and there are no side effects. This is too powerful. Tomorrow, people will definitely fight for it. Hurry up and buy a ticket. Buying tickets? Can you afford the things in the auction? Damn. What do you know? Even if you spent 100,000 gold, you wouldn't be able to see such a sensational scene. Spending 10,000 gold to see such a lively scene is simply worth it. That's right. Hey, 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 wait for me. Wait my ass. Wait until all the tickets are sold out. All the retail stores in the Heavensword City were filled with people. In less than an hour, the remaining few thousand tickets were all snatched up. Those who didn't manage to buy tickets went to the Gao family to buy tickets. The price of the tickets had already risen to 80,000 gold per ticket. At the headquarters of the Dao Trade Alliance, Chifu's fat face looked unhappy. His eyes darkened. Qingdanian, you want to fight with me? Humph, you don't even have the qualifications to fight with me. Do you think that you can make a comeback by coming up with a few improved pills? Then you're underestimating me, Chifu. Isn't it just a profound explosion pill? I still have the immortal pills from the immortal sect. With your meager strength, just obediently stay below me. At this moment, someone walked in through the door. He bowed slightly and said, Head Chief, I've done everything you asked of me. Not a single person was left out from the list of 30 names. I've told you the auction price and transaction time of the little fox girl. The corner of Chifu's mouth curled and he smiled in satisfaction. Very good. The little fox girl could be auctioned for hundreds of millions. The price of the little fox girl could be increased several times. I'd like to see what you're going to use to fight with me. Chifu then asked, have their private rooms been set up? That person immediately replied, everything is set up. Even a mystique venerable rank powerhouse can't resist the netherworld soul-devouring smoke. They'll fall as soon as they smell it. Don't worry, Head Chief. Chifu laughed again. He laughed until his belly shook. The netherworld soul-devouring smoke is an earth-rank knockout agent. I spent 5 million gold to buy this knockout agent. I prepared it for today. Very good. You've done very well. They've all fallen. Immediately send the little girl to the Sky No. 1 private room. Put her down immediately. You don't have to worry about anything else, understand? I understand. With that, he quickly retreated. The corner of Chifu's mouth curled up and he became sinister. He thought to himself, as long as the vice president extracts the hidden ability of the little girl, I can auction it. By then, no one will be able to shake my position in the Dow Commerce Alliance. You're just a mere Qingdanian, and you want to fight with me? I'll kill you. The Grand Chancellor's residence. Inside Li Wenzong's room. Advisor Bai bowed and said respectfully, Old Master, I've found out everything. That kid will be in the No. 5 private room tomorrow. Our people happen to be in the No. 6 private room. Once the order is given, we'll kill them all immediately. Li Wenzong's brows relaxed. He laughed coldly and said, Luo Tian, let's see how you're going to escape this time. Let's see who can save you. Don't think that I won't touch you just because your status is different. This time, I spent 3,000 upper-grade magnetite just to buy your head. Advisor Bai laughed excitedly. He's ranked 18th among the Skynet assassins, a 4th-level mystique venerable rank powerhouse. No matter how powerful they are, they won't be able to escape death. This time, we can avenge young Master Qiao and young Master Liu, but the Emperor, humph. I'm the current Prime Minister. As long as Luo Tian dies, the Emperor won't hold a grudge against me for a dead and useless person. Don't worry, no matter what, I won't be blamed for this. Don't forget, the young master of the Yunhai sect broke his genitals. They hate Luo Tian more than I do. When the time comes, we'll push the blame to those useless people of the Yunhai sect and we'll be done. Ha ha ha. Li Wenzong laughed excitedly. This time, Luo Tian must die, the Imperial Palace. In the courtyard where Luo Tian was. Yesterday, Luo Tian had used the spiritual herbs he brought from the National Treasury to refine some special elixirs. At night, it was as dark as ink. There was not a trace of starlight in the sky. Everything was covered by dark clouds, and the air was somewhat oppressive. In the middle of the hall, Luo Tian frowned and said, if tomorrow goes well, everything will be fine. If not, I'm afraid there will be a fierce battle. This time, we can only rely on ourselves. Ninth brother, you and Tang Tang don't show up tomorrow. No. I don't want to. The two of them refused immediately. Luo Tian said in a deep voice, you know the power of the Dao Trade Alliance better than I do. I don't want Tang Dynasty to be involved in this. Both of you are not allowed to show up at the auction tomorrow. Before they could say anything, Luo Tian took out a large pile of things and distributed them to everyone. There's a brocade pouch that I wrote. You can open it when you enter the auction. Rest well tonight. Shan fatty. Ninth brother, let me borrow your Uncle Chen and Uncle Wang. The four of you, follow me. Luo Tian said. Qin Yuer could not help but ask, "Where are you going?" Luo Tian smiled mysteriously and did not say anything. The five of them flew towards the direction of the ghost forbidden grounds. Chapter 4, only one more vote away from being able to add more chapters. Early morning. The east was a little slower than usual, and the sun was rising. The sunlight was very gentle, with a hint of coldness. On the streets, people were rushing towards the Dao Merchant Auction House in the East City. Today was a big day for many people. For Qingdanian. For Qifu as well. For Li Wenzong. For Luo Tian, it was also a big day. At the entrance of the imperial city, Qin Yuer, Blind Lu, and Xianxia were waiting anxiously. It was also at this time. Tang Jiao and Tang Tang walked out anxiously. They did not listen to Luo Tian's advice to stay in the palace. Putting aside his identity, Luo Tian was his brother, his friend, and his brother-in-law. No matter what happened, he would always stand by Luo Tian's side. If he could not help Luo Tian in the Heaven Sword City, where else could he help, originally? Tang Jiao wanted to bring Luo Tian to the Cloud Ocean sect to give him a broader platform. But now, it seemed that the Cloud Ocean sect was too small to support Luo Tian's future. Ever since Luo Tian came to the Heaven Sword City, Tang Jiao had never thought about this matter. After bringing Nan Gonghao out, he did not want Luo Tian to go to the Cloud Ocean sect to take a look. It was the same for Tang Tang. She could not watch her man fall into danger. Even if they were to die, they had to die together. So, the two of them did not listen to Luo Tian's words at all and sneaked out early in the morning. Tang Zhanlong did not interfere, which showed that he had already tacitly agreed to it. Perhaps he had already arranged some things before Luo Tian and the others. Stinky. Why isn't the hooligan back yet? What did they do last night? They're still not back yet. Don't they know that it's the day of the auction? Tang Tang looked and said. Qin Yuer was equally perplexed as she said, I wonder what that damned ghost is up to. Why hasn't he appeared even at this time? And Chen tilted her head and muttered, didn't Brother Luo Tian tell us last night to open the brocade pouch if he didn't come back in the morning? Oh, right. How could I have forgotten about that? Qin Yuer immediately opened the small package that Luo Tian had given her. There was a letter, some pills, and an exquisite dagger. It was a dagger forged from the bones of some demonic beast. Blind Lu and Chen did the same. After opening the package, Chen suddenly burst into tears. Mommy, it really is Mommy, no one told her about the news of the demon fox woman being auctioned. Luo Tian had purposely instructed them not to do so. He didn't want Chen to be unhappy, and even more so, he didn't want her to worry. Chen, don't worry. I will definitely save your mother. We've hooked up before. Now that you've grown up, you're not allowed to cry. You have to learn to be strong. There are some things here that I've specially prepared for you. Once you're in danger, you don't have to do anything. Just take these pills. I personally forged this dagger for you. I used the hardest part of the flood dragon's skull to forge it. Moreover, I fused the power of the peak of the 8th rank flood dragon's demon core into it. If you encounter any danger, just use your mind to activate it. Remember, this power is very strong. You must be very careful when using it. Also, here are some profound exploding pellets. Brother Blind Lu, your arrow is really not that good. It's better if you don't stray too far in the future. Here are some black explosion pills, a bone sword, and 2 packages for Tang Tang and Brother Jiao. Pass them to them. Take it as me, Luo Tian, thanking them for looking up to me. Thank you for taking care of me during this period of time. Brother Blind Lu, I've asked you to stay because I need your help with something. No matter what, help me stop Yuer and Chen and the Tang siblings. Don't let them enter the auction. If everything goes well, I'll be back soon. If not, I hope you can help me take care of them. Please. What's going on? Is this his last words? Qin Yuer's eyes were about to blur from crying. And Chen was the same. Tears were falling down her cheeks. Tang Tang and Tang Jiao took the packages. Inside were pills and weapons forged from the bones of a flood dragon. All of them were of the upper grade of the spirit level. Each of them had the power of a flood dragon that had cultivated for 10,000 years. Stinky bastard. Bastard, what do you want? Tang Tang stomped her feet angrily. Tang Jiu frowned and said to himself, Brother Luo wants to enter the auction alone. No. We can't let him go alone. I want to go too. I want my mother. I want Brother Luo Tian. Everyone immediately wanted to leave, but Blind Lu blocked them. This was the first time Blind Lu had released his power. He said in a deep voice, I'm sorry. I can't let you go. Although I want to go, the dragon head has instructed me to stop you from entering the auction. Blind Lu's eyes were filled with shock. Blind Lu's eyes were filled with shock. Luo Tian had a premonition that this auction was going to be a disaster. And Chen Chen and the rest must not be put in danger. He had planned this from the beginning. No matter what, he could not let them go. If he let them go despite knowing the danger, wouldn't Luo Tian be a fool? Blind Lu's strength was enough to stop them. This was the reason why Luo Tian let Blind Lu stay. He was the calmest among them. Usually, he was like a clown. However, when it came to critical moments, he was absolutely calm. If it were Shan Yuani or Feng Lei, they would have led them all to the auction by now. Blind Lu, you. Get out of the way. Get out of the way. We can't let Stinky flow. It's dangerous. Blind Lu stood in front of them without moving. His eyes were filled with determination. In Blind Lu's bag, there was a small pouch. He had asked him to open it when he could not stop Qin Yuer and the rest. Dao Trading Auction House. There was a sea of people at the entrance. There were long queues at the 4 main entrances. Chifu stood at a high point and asked calmly, have those people appeared? Not yet. Inform me immediately if they appear. Understood. Li Wenzong had also sent people to watch the entrance of the auction. He frowned and said, Kid, if you appear today, you're dead meat. Ghost Forbidden Grounds. Rumble. 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 The 5 of them were extremely tired. They were killing the ghost spirits in a frenzy. When they were half dead, they immediately handed them over to Luo Tian. Luo Tian looked at the ghost spirit points and thought to himself, soon, soon. Just a little more. This auction was not ordinary. Ever since Luo Tian came out of the treasury, he felt that there was a strong killing intent hidden in the calmness of the auction. For this, he wanted to complete the ghost spirit mission. He wanted to become a demon. He wanted to equip the Blood Demon set. Chapter 5. There was only so much to update today. My hands really hurt, and my typing was surprisingly slow. The old cow was really played to death by you guys. If you have monthly votes, comfort the old cow. Phew, finally made it. Uncle Chen, Uncle Wang, thank you. This is a small gift from me, you must accept it. Luo Tian stood at the entrance of the Dao Trading Auction House. His forehead was covered in sweat, and he was slightly out of breath. He had rushed all the way here at top speed, and it was a bit tiring. As he spoke, Luo Tian took out 2 small bottles. Inside were all the improved profound explosion pills, 5 for each person. Chen Donglai and Wang Jinka took a look at them, and both of them were shocked. Their 4 eyes stared straight at Luo Tian. Improved mysterious explosion pills? Kid, didn't you take them to the auction? Why do you still have so many? You're giving so many at once, how do you expect us to accept them? These 5 mysterious explosion pills are probably worth hundreds of millions. The 2 of them were indeed shocked. Luo Tian took out 5 mysterious explosion pills at once, and this was a bit too much for him to accept. Luo Tian smiled faintly, I can refine as many of these things as I want. You 2 can take them without worry. If it wasn't for your help last night, I wouldn't have been able to break through to the 5th level of the Mystic King realm, and I wouldn't have been able to complete. Luo Tian didn't finish his sentence. He was secretly grateful. If it wasn't for the help of these 2 Mystic Ancestor realm experts, he wouldn't have been able to complete the Undead Demon mission in one night, and he wouldn't have been able to obtain the Bedevilment Technique's reward. Hearing Luo Tian's words, Wang Jinka directly stuffed the pills into his clothes and grinned, anyway, this kid is a freak. Let's just accept it. Kid, the auction is about to start. If we don't go in now, it'll be too late. Luo Tian said seriously, Uncle Chen, Uncle Wang, thank you for your care during this time. We'll go to the auction ourselves. You go back to Ninth Brother's side, he might have something for you to do. Luo Tian really didn't know what would happen at the auction. But, Luo Tian didn't want the Tang government to get too involved. Once any country's economy was in trouble, the country would fall into a crisis. The Dao Trade Alliance controlled 1/3 of the trade and wealth of the continent. If the Dao Trade Alliance went all out against the Tang dynasty, the Tang dynasty might fall into a crisis in less than a month. No matter what, Luo Tian didn't want the Tang government to get involved. Chen and Wang didn't notice anything. After hearing Luo Tian's words, they decided it was time to go to the Ninth Prince. Immediately. The two of them did not stay for long and headed towards the palace. Luo Tian turned around and looked at the towering building that looked like a gymnasium in his previous life. He took a deep breath and asked, "Are you ready?" Once they step in, it's very likely that they will die. Boss, I've been ready for a long time. Me too. Ha ha ha, Luo Tian smiled excitedly and said, okay, once there is danger, if the opponent is too strong, you can run away immediately. Don't worry about wasting the mysterious exploding pellet during the battle. It doesn't matter if you use it all the time. If you are in a desperate situation, you can use the invisible pellet I gave you and run away immediately. N. Feng Lei and Xianxia nodded their heads heavily. The two of them thought at the same time, no matter what, we won't abandon the boss, even if we die. Luo Tian saw that there was a ticket scalper in front of him, chuckled, and said, you guys wait for me here, I'll be right back. Not long later. Luo Tian took 3 ordinary admission tickets and entered the auction house. I still haven't found them. Could it be that they won't appear? Impossible, Qing Danian gave them a VIP box gold card, they should have appeared. Chifu could not understand, his brows furrowed, could it be that my plan was leaked? Impossible. Chifu immediately denied it. It was also at this time. A staff member from the auction house walked in and said respectfully, Chief Steward Chi, someone has entered VIP box number 5. Chifu laughed, laughing very complacently, laughing very excitedly, the corner of his mouth hooked up coldly, and said sinisterly, it's finally here. At the same time, Li Wenzong also received the same news, he was also worried that Luo Tian would not appear. Now that he had appeared, he was relieved, and ordered, ask Skynet 18 to kill everyone in VIP box number 5, leave no one alive. Understood. Advisor Bai retreated hastily. In the auction house, there was a sea of people, tens of thousands of spectators. Luo Tian had seen such a big scene on TV, now that he was in it, he could not help but feel excited, but at the same time, he was secretly worried. He said to himself, I hope everything will go well today. 3 tickets, the 3 of us will sit separately, don't expose yourself unless it's absolutely necessary. Yes, boss. Xianxia and Feng Lei took their tickets and sat in 2 inconspicuous corners in the south and west respectively. Luo Tian did not sit down, but ran to the toilet to make some slight changes to his face, so that people would not recognize him at first glance. After that, he returned to his seat. At this time, the host of the auction had finished his speech of self-praise. Good. Next, the first item of the annual auction of our Dao trading house. As soon as the host finished speaking, 2 women in coquettish uniforms pushed out a small cart covered with a red cloth. Luo Tian did not pay attention to the cart, but his eyes were fixed on the 2 women in coquettish uniforms. His heart skipped a beat, and he said to himself, damn it. The 2 of them still came in, looks like blind Lu did not stop them. Wow. Beauties. This Dao Trading Union is indeed one of the 3 major chambers of commerce, even the staff are so beautiful. Just these women alone would be worth tens of millions if they were auctioned. Look at that woman's breasts, they are so big, I feel a little impulsive just looking at them. If it were not for their thick and coquettish makeup, more people would be attracted to them. They also deliberately put on thick makeup so that people would not be able to tell their identities at first glance. The host was slightly shocked, and he said to himself, when did the staff change? But these two women are really much more beautiful than the previous ones. Chief Steward Chi is so thoughtful. Immediately after, the host walked to the side of the cart and said excitedly, the first item was found in an ancient tomb. It is a space ring. The storage area of this space ring is 100 times that of an ordinary space ring. No matter if you are entering the mountain range to train, mining, digging spirit grass, or even transporting goods, it is very easy. Following that, he said a lot of good things. The starting price is 100,000, and each bid must not be less than 10,000. The auction begins now. Just as the host finished speaking, a person suddenly stood up from the stands in the distance, raised the sign in his hand and said, 1 million. Almost everyone turned their heads to look at him, thinking in their hearts, this person is stupid. Force it. It's a new day. Everyone wants to vote for the old cow. 1 million. As soon as the voice fell, the entire auction house was in an uproar. Is this person an idiot? No matter how good the space ring is, it's only a little bigger. Even if it's a spiritual artifact level space ring, it's not worth 1 million. This person is definitely an idiot. One look and I can tell that he's a country bumpkin who has never seen the world. He can't be joking, right? How can a person like him take out 1 million? I don't believe it. The silent venue was filled with discussions. It wasn't that Luo Tian was an idiot, but that he was a country bumpkin who couldn't take out so much money. The host was also very shocked. Just as he finished speaking, someone made a bid, and he even reported the highest price of a space ring in the auction. It was directly 1 million. He had the same mentality as the others. He thought that Luo Tian couldn't take out so much money. If he had the money, he wouldn't have gone so far. Even the bidding number was more than 8,000. It could be imagined that this person definitely didn't have any status or money. He smiled awkwardly and said, little brother, don't cause trouble. This is the auction of the Dao merchant. If you cause trouble again, our staff will kick you out of the venue. While he was talking, there were a few strong staff members staring at Luo Tian. Luo Tian said with a serious face, I'm not joking, I'm offering 1 million, can't I bid? He did need a space ring. He needed it very much. He was at a disadvantage because he didn't have a space ring. If he had a space ring in the Goblin tribe, then he would still be an incomparably powerful tycoon, but he didn't have the space to hold so many demon cores. That was it. In the national treasury, those spirit grass, those black iron, and because he didn't have a space ring. So, he had always been full of resentment. He was determined to get the space ring, even if he had to pay 5 million. Everyone was shocked again and laughed out loud. The people around Luo Tian kept a distance from him, as if they were afraid that his brainlessness would be contagious. 2 staff members had already walked up and stood beside Luo Tian. They shouted rudely, if you dare to make trouble again, I will directly throw you out. Luo Tian sneered and said, is this how you treat your guests? I'm rich, but I'm not allowed to buy anything. If you two have the guts, try touching me. See if I don't beat the shit out of you too. Son of a bitch, she was so angry that she finally found something she wanted. Yet, she was being looked down upon in every possible way. She wasn't even allowed to buy something. What was this? As long as the 2 staff members dared to touch him, he would kill him in an instant. The host was also slightly embarrassed. He didn't know how to respond to Luo Tian's words. It was also at this moment. A manager gestured to the host. The host immediately smiled and said, okay, 1 million going once, 1 million going twice. Is there anyone else? 1 million going 3 times. The host picked up the mallet and slammed it down. Deal. Congratulations to this brother for winning the first item. This item is yours. The host revealed a professional smile and said loudly, brother, please come up to the stage and pay the money. Thank you. Generally speaking, the transactions were carried out at the end. They wouldn't pay the money immediately. Luo Tian was somewhat displeased with the Dao Merchant Auction House's actions. However, he was the only one who was unhappy. Although the people around knew that this was not in accordance with the rules of the auction, no one said a word. They all wanted to see Luo Tian make a fool of himself. Luo Tian didn't care. Whether he paid early or late, he had to pay. He couldn't escape. Besides, he didn't know the rules of the auction house. He immediately walked down from his seat. Behind him, the two staff members who were disdainful of him just now followed closely. They followed very closely. They were worried that Luo Tian would suddenly run away. If that really happened, they wouldn't hesitate to beat up Luo Tian. To their disappointment, Luo Tian didn't run away. Luo Tian walked up to the stage and said, "About that, I don't have that many gold coins," as soon as these words came out. The host's face immediately became extremely ugly. The crowd below the stage laughed even harder. What a joke, he's definitely a joke. Ha ha ha. This must be a show made by the Dow Commerce Alliance to liven things up. It's too funny. I'm convinced. All sorts of mocking sounds could be heard. The veins on the foreheads of the two brawny men behind Luo Tian bulged, their eyes revealing a fierce light. They stepped onto the stage and were about to punch Luo Tian. It was also at this time. Luo Tian took out an attribute demon core from his bosom and said, "I have this thing. I saw your auction's introduction, this thing can also be used as currency, right?" The host suddenly gestured to the two brawny men to stop. He took the demon core from Luo Tian's hands and looked at it. He laughed excitedly and said, "Wind attribute demon core, you can, right? Then this ring is mine." Luo Tian picked up the ring and turned to leave. His gaze stopped on the two women with heavy makeup and continued to stare at them. Xianxia was a little angry, she grinned and shouted, "If you continue to stare at this lady and slash randomly, be careful that I don't dig your eyeballs out." Tang Tang also said fiercely, "You're an idiot, really an idiot. You actually spent so much money to buy a space ring. Is there something wrong with your head? What are you looking at? If you look at me again, I'll break your dog legs." The two women were naturally Xianxia and Tang Tang. Luo Tian kept looking at them and winked at them, but the two women couldn't recognize him at all. Immediately, Luo Tian couldn't stay on the stage for too long. He shook his head and smiled bitterly before walking down the stage. As for the deflated expressions of the people below the stage, Luo Tian didn't even look at them. He just laughed coldly and said in a voice that could be heard by tens of thousands of people in the city, "A bunch of country bumpkins." Everyone's cheeks were burning, as though they had been slapped hard in the face. The tens of thousands of people were stunned and couldn't make a single sound. It hurt. It was very uncomfortable, however, to Luo Tian, it was a different feeling. It was great, really great. Who asked them to look down on him? The host was also a little embarrassed and his face didn't look too good. He reminded himself again in his heart, remember professional ethics. Don't look down on anyone. Everyone here could be rich, strong, or the prince of some country, after a short period of disturbance. The host quickly adjusted his state of mind. After being stunned for a moment, he revealed a professional smile and said, "The space ring just now was sold for a high price of 1 million. That distinguished guest has a good eye. Next up, we'll be auctioning 4 gems. 7-star gem. It comes from the mysterious Star Moon tribe. The starting price is 1 million, before Luo Tian walked back to his seat, his heart was filled with excitement. He turned around and shouted, "I'll bid 10 million. Everyone was dumbfounded once again. Thank you, brothers, for your rewards, subscriptions, and support. Old Cow is extremely grateful." Auctions were meant to be a tense and exciting auction, where the bids would be constantly raised and the final hammer strike would be struck. This was what it meant to be an auction. The moment the item was brought out, Luo Tian called for 10 million. How was he going to let others play? How was he going to have fun, instantly? Everyone was dumbfounded. Where did this guy come from? Looking at his attire, he didn't look like a rich man at all. Or did this guy steal something from a bank yesterday? What was a 7-star gem? If it was money, Luo Tian wouldn't know. But now, he knew very well that he needed it very much. When he heard the words 7-star gem, his heart skipped a beat. Isn't this the gem that I need? The 7-star sword and the 7-star armor all need to be filled with it. For gems should be able to raise it to a very high level, right? Immediately. He didn't think much about it and called for a high price of 10 million. As long as it was something that he cared about, he wouldn't be calculative about money. Furthermore, he was a tycoon right now. A mere 10 million was nothing in his eyes. When everyone looked at him, Luo Tian scratched his head and said, "Is this not very good of me? How about this? Can I go back on my word? I'll call for 2,100,000. The host looked at him. Tang Tang and Qin Yuer looked at him. Everyone in the venue was looking at him. Not a single one of them moved. They were all looking at him. Being stared at by tens of thousands of eyes, Luo Tian really felt a little embarrassed. Eventually, he said firmly, "I was wrong just now. I don't have 10 million. I only have 3 million. I'll call for 3,500,000. All of a sudden, a man in the front row stood up and looked at Luo Tian in disdain. He snorted, "If you don't have money, don't call out random bids. Country bumpkin, don't think that you can act rich just because you spent 1 million on a piece of trash. Compared to me, you're still too inexperienced." Finally, someone couldn't take it anymore. The man was dressed extravagantly. His entire outfit was estimated to be worth more than 300,000. He looked really rich and awesome. When the crowd saw someone stand up, they were elated. That's right. Even if you don't have money, you're still pretending to be rich. Do you really think you're so great? I've seen a lot of nouveau riche like him. He's just trying to attract attention. First, he's just a country bumpkin. He doesn't know how to use the ring he just bought. Raise the price if you have the guts. Of course. Don't you have money? Country bumpkin, why don't you increase the price? Everyone once again ridiculed Luo Tian. The invisible slaps made them very uncomfortable, so at this time, they ruthlessly ridiculed Luo Tian. In their opinion, it was impossible for Luo Tian to take out 10 million yuan. This was a very large number. Ordinary people would not be able to take out such a large sum of money, nor would they use such a large sum of money to buy 4 gems that they did not know how to use. Many people had never even heard of a 7-star gem. As for the Star Moon tribe, they had only seen it in ancient books. As for where it was in the continent, even ghosts did not know. It was a coincidence that the Dao Trade Alliance had obtained these 4 gems. They only found out that these gems came from the Star Moon tribe after a high-level appraiser. As for how to use these gems, very few people knew. However, these gems looked very beautiful. They emitted starlight at night, enough to light up a room. It was much more high-end than any night pearl. Rich people could buy it as a collector's item. The man's face was full of pride. Looking at Luo Tian's shocked expression, he said coldly, "You're just a country bumpkin who wants to compete with me in terms of money. You're too inexperienced. I don't even know the use of these 4 7-star gems. I just can't stand you." All right. Well said. Don't let a country bumpkin ruin the atmosphere of this auction. Good job. Then. The man said proudly, "Host, hurry up and knock the hammer. This country bumpkin can't possibly afford 3,500,000. The host smiled politely. Seeing that Luo Tian did not have any reaction, he concluded that Luo Tian would definitely not be able to afford it. The attribute demon core just now was definitely to show off. Many people liked to spend a high price to bid for the first item to get a good omen, and Luo Tian was definitely that kind of person. In an instant, the host was startled, then said, 3,500,000 going once, 3,500,000 going twice, 3,500,000 going thrice. Is there anyone else who wants to increase the price? The host swept his gaze across the audience. The corner of the man's mouth curled up as he turned his head to look at Luo Tian, who did not move at all. He revealed a rather complacent expression and sneered, "Country bumpkin, you want to compete with me in terms of money?" The host raised the mallet and was about to slam it down heavily. Just as he was about to say the words "successful transaction," Luo Tian suddenly said, "I thought about it, and decided to bid 10 million. Boom. Walala, the crowd was once again in an uproar. The man almost fell off his seat. His face was extremely ugly. He suddenly stood up and shouted, "You dog, do you know who I am? If you compete with me, do you believe that I will smash you to death with money?" Luo Tian completely ignored him and said loudly, "Host, I bid 10 million. The man was also furious at being ignored. He glared at Luo Tian and scolded, "You dog, if you don't take out 10 million today, don't even think about leaving here." Luo Tian turned his head to look at the man, chuckled, and said, "What if I take out 10 million today? Are you going to crawl under my crotch? You're courting death." Suddenly, the two bodyguards behind the man suddenly stood up. He was wearing a black robe with a badge embroidered on his chest. It was a purple mountain peak. Nanshan sect, their power was even stronger than the Cloud Sea sect. Luo Tian was not afraid in the slightest. He stared coldly at the two of them and said, "If you have the guts, try it. If you make a move at the auction, I think you will all die." The faces of the three changed at the same time. They could not afford to offend the Dao Merchant Alliance. If anyone dared to make a move during the auction, the consequences would be dire. Furthermore, they were here for the mysterious exploding pellet. If they were chased out, how would they be able to bid for the mysterious exploding pellet? The host immediately made a move and said with a smile, "Harmony is the most precious thing. Everyone has heard our harmony." "Brother, didn't you just say that you only have 3 million? How did you suddenly have 10 million? Luo Tian giggled and said, "I just wanted to see if anyone would raise the price. It would be fun if someone raised the price." "Look, didn't someone raise the price just now and then be slapped back by me? This is interesting, this is cool, I like to slap faces the most, haha, arrogant, incomparably arrogant." The man's face turned purple from anger. He was so angry that his teeth creaked. He walked towards Luo Tian step by step. "Just one is a monthly ticket, just one ticket is enough." Slap his face, he had to slap him hard, it didn't have to be a slap. There were many ways. For example, just now, Luo Tian's 10 million directly slapped the man's face until it was beyond recognition. He was extremely angry and released a strong killing intent. As he walked towards Luo Tian step by step, his eyes stared fiercely at Luo Tian as if he wanted to swallow him. Luo Tian's face was full of smiles as he stood there motionlessly. The two bodyguards behind the man quickly walked up and advised in a low voice, "Young master, don't be reckless. This is the Dao trading auction. After the auction accepts, I will kill him with my own hands. Please bear with it for now." Indeed, this was the Dao trading auction. No one could make a move or act recklessly. If they dared to make a move, it would mean that they did not put the Dao Trading Alliance in their eyes. Although the cultivation of these staff members was not high, there were many experts in the dark. They had to ensure that the auction would proceed smoothly. The man said, "Elders, don't worry. I know where I am and what I am doing. I won't act recklessly." After that, the man stared at Luo Tian with a cold smile as if he was looking at four people. He looked at Luo Tian and said, "I'd like to see how you can take out 10 million. Whether you can take it out or not, you're dead today." The young master of the Southern Mountain sect, Wu Liang, after many people knew his identity, they couldn't help but sneer as they looked at Luo Tian. "This kid is dead for sure." Wu Liang is the most valued disciple of the Southern Mountain sect. He became the young sect master in his 30s. It can be seen how strong he is. This kid is showing off his stinky money. Now that he has provoked the Southern Mountain sect, he deserves it. The crowd discussed in low voices. Luo Tian grinned and sneered, "How I take out 10 million has nothing to do with you. Looking at your face, I'll give you a chance. If I can't take out 10 million, without waiting for Luo Tian to finish, Wu Liang fiercely said, "If you can't take out 10 million, you'll die immediately." Luo Tian smiled again and said, "Then if I can take out 10 million, will you crawl under my crotch? Do you dare to bet? If you don't dare to bet, then don't show off in front of your father. Damn pauper, if you have the guts, then raise the price. If you don't dare to raise the price, then scram to the side." Anger, Luo Tian's words were full of provocation. Wu Liang's face was filled with displeasure. Luo Tian's heart was even more displeased. At first, he didn't take it to heart, but this guy actually walked over with an infuriating look. Since this was the case, wouldn't he be making things difficult for himself if he didn't give him 2 slaps? The corner of Wu Liang's eyes twitched crazily. His eyes were about to spit out flames of anger. He shouted in a deep voice, "If you want to bet, then let's bet. Do you think I'll slap a dog like you? All right." Everyone heard it. "Later, I'll make you crawl under my crotch like a dog." Luo Tian's heart was filled with anger. He immediately shouted, "Host, get someone to bring the things over. One hand for the money, the other hand for the goods. Hurry up, there's someone here who can't wait to turn into a dog and crawl under my crotch." Wu Lianyang's face was extremely ugly. He had been suppressing the anger in his heart. The host quickly ordered people to bring the 4 7-star gems up. He also quickly walked up. He had to ensure that the auction would proceed safely. There must be no mistakes. "Take out the money. Your father wants to see how you can take out 10 million. If you can't take it out, then die here with me." Wu Liang shouted ferociously. The 2 elders behind him were also ready to attack. Luo Tian smiled coldly. He looked at the host who was walking up and said with a smile, "Well, can I write an IOU? I'll go home and get it. My family has money, a lot of money. What do you think?" "Ha ha ha, brat, you're dead meat." Wu Liang's face was flushed red. He was extremely excited, and the killing intent on his body was released even more unscrupulously. The host's face also changed slightly. He felt that Luo Tian was playing with him. He couldn't help but say angrily, "This auction only accepts face-to-face transactions. This brat really has no money. Damn, I thought he was really rich. I didn't expect him to be playing with us. If you don't have money, then why are you still pretending? You still dare to be arrogant in front of the young master of the Southern Mountain sect. You're simply courting death." Wu Liang became excited and shouted in a heavy voice, "Brat, go to hell." As soon as his voice faded, a fist carrying a powerful force rushed towards Luo Tian. Luo Tian took out some money from his bosom and suddenly laughed, I just remembered that I still have money on me. Do you think this is enough?" While they were talking, Luo Tian took out 10 attribute demon core S from his bosom and handed them over to the supporter. It was also at this moment Wu Liang's face once again became incomparably ugly. This time a few more slaps landed on his face. It was burning hot and very unpleasant. He had been completely tricked by Luo Tian. Immediately, he did not retract his fist. Instead, his strength became even more violent as he shouted in his heart, "Die." In the blink of an eye, the corner of Luo Tian's mouth turned cold, and he said playfully, "You've lost, now crawl under my crotch." Before he finished speaking, Luo Tian shouted in his heart, 9 dragons and 9 elephants, level 4 berserk, come out." Buzz. With the power of a dragon and an elephant supporting his body, the attribute power of the 4th level berserk was stimulated by 16 times. The aura on Luo Tian's body suddenly changed, and before Wu Liang's fist could land, his fist had already smashed forward. Bam! Previous chapter. Next chapter. Boom! Wu Liang instantly laid on the ground like a dead dog. His body was twitching, and he couldn't even let out a scream. Luo Tian grinned, spat on his body, and scolded, F***ck, you're so cheap in front of lousy, you're courting death. As he spoke, he opened his legs and directly stepped over Wu Liang's body, then laughed, "If you agree to bet, you must admit defeat, you have already crawled under my crotch, ha ha ha. Nanshan sect, dog shit." It was a complete mess. Everyone around was stunned by Luo Tian. Wu Liang, the young master of the Nanshan sect, was knocked down in an instant. Who the hell was this person? The host's mouth was wide open as he looked at Luo Tian in disbelief. Then, he looked at the 10 attribute demon core in his hand and swallowed a mouthful of air as he thought to himself, what exactly is the background of this kid? Luo Tian swept his gaze across the audience and said disdainfully, "Don't think that you're amazing just because you have some money, don't King look down on people." Another 2 slaps landed on those people's faces. It was burning hot, and it was quite uncomfortable. The 2 elders of the Nanshan sect were on the verge of going berserk, their bodies erupting with an incomparably violent aura. However, Luo Tian revealed a look of fear. He took the 4 7-star gems from the staff and said to the host in a despicable manner, "They want to hit me, don't tell me that your Dao Commerce Alliance doesn't care?" What a cheap look, and after he finished speaking, Luo Tian had already jumped far away, his heart secretly excited. With the 7-star gems in hand, should I upgrade the 7-star sword or the 7-star armor? Anger soared to the heavens. The two elders of the Southern Mountain sect wished that they could tear Luo Tian into pieces and cut off his flesh piece by piece. However, in the end, they helped Wu Liang back to his seat. When they turned around, they glared fiercely at Luo Tian, as if to say, "Brat, when the auction is over, you're dead meat." They wanted to be angry. They wanted to kill Luo Tian, but their minds were much clearer than Wu Liang's. This was the Dao trading auction. The consequence of making a move here was that none of them would be able to leave the venue. The reason why no one stopped Luo Tian from attacking was because Wu Liang attacked first. He was only defending himself, so no one from the Dao Trading Alliance would touch him. Luo Tian returned to his seat and did not even look at them. Instead, his eyes slightly sank, as if he had fallen asleep. At this moment, he did not have the mood to care about the Southern Mountain sect, or what bullshit young sect master. Right now, he was only thinking about one question. Should he upgrade the 7-star sword or the 7-star armor? Just as he was thinking about this question, the auction continued. Luo Tian did not bid again. However, every time someone bid, they would look at Luo Tian behind them, as if they were afraid. No one knew where this brat came from, but someone who could casually take out more than 10 demon cores with no attributes was definitely not simple. Seeing that he had fallen asleep, everyone's hearts couldn't help but relax slightly. When they thought of the scene where Luo Tian knocked Wu Liang down with a single punch, their hearts trembled slightly. With lingering fear in their hearts, they no longer dared to ridicule him. 7-star sword. The 4 7-star gems must be placed on one item. 2 of them can upgrade the 7-star sword to a heaven-ranked profound weapon. In the same situation, the 7-star armor can also be upgraded to a heaven-ranked armor. How should I choose? Luo Tian really didn't know what to do for a moment, because he didn't know what kind of enemies he would face next, or what kind of difficulties he would face. However, there was one thing that he was sure of, and that was that the 4 7-star gems must be placed on one item. There was no doubt about that. After pondering for a long time, Luo Tian made up his mind and filled the 7-star armor with all 4 7-star gems. He still had the blood-sucking broadsword in his hand, so he was not in a hurry to change his weapon. Furthermore, his current cultivation was not that strong. If he were to encounter a Mystique Venerable rank powerhouse, it would be difficult for him to protect himself. The 7-star armored vest could increase his chances of survival. He was still alive, everything had a chance. If he lost his life, there would be nothing left. With this in mind, Luo Tian did not hesitate any longer. He immediately opened the system and began to fill in the data. Buzz. 7-star gem embedded successfully. Buzz. The 7-star gem has been successfully embedded. The 7-star armor has been upgraded to an Earth-ranked armor. Buzz. The 7-star gem has been successfully embedded. The 7-star armor has been upgraded to a Heaven-tier armor. Will you equip it? They were all successful. Luo Tian was greatly surprised by the 100% success rate. He couldn't help but think to himself, could it be that I'm so lucky that I can succeed twice in a row? But I succeeded 4 times in a row. Just how awesome is my luck? He was very surprised. Luo Tian, who had played countless online games, knew very well that the success rate of embedding gems was very low. Many players spent money crazily. It was impossible to improve the attributes of a piece of equipment without hundreds of gems. After 4 successes, the 7-star armor had been upgraded to a Heaven-tier armor. At the moment of success, Luo Tian faintly felt that there was a wisp of the 7-star Emperor's power flowing on the 7-star armor. It was very strong, as if the power of the entire star was inside. His heart was faintly excited. However, he did not equip it immediately. Once this kind of magic treasure was worn, it would emit waves of divine light. At a glance, one would be able to tell that there was something good on him. Luo Tian was very clear about this kind of thing. The moment Luo Tian embedded the gem, a little bit of holy light flashed in a corner of the venue. It was very slight. It was so slight that no one noticed it. Only blind Lu, who was at the side, frowned. Looking at Chun, who was dressed as a plush doll beside him, his heart skipped a beat, but he did not think too much about it. At this moment, the host at the beginning was suddenly replaced. Danian walked up directly with a face full of excitement. Many people's expressions immediately changed when they saw him appear. It was as if they had been injected with chicken blood. Ancient Flood Dragon Xian Weapon. Black Explosion Pill. We are determined to get these two things. We must get them. It's finally time for the good stuff to appear. No matter what price we have to pay, we must get at least one Black Explosion Pill. They all knew very well why Danian appeared. For the warriors in the venue, they only had one goal, the Black Explosion Pill. The Southern Mountain Sect came for the Black Explosion Pill. So did the Snow City of the Northern Kingdom. So did the Southern Barbarian Sect. So did the Heavenly Star Sect. Many big forces and sects came for the Black Explosion Pill. Danian walked onto the stage, smiled gently, and said, "Next, I will host." I believe everyone knows that as warriors, they are pursuing the Supreme Saint Realm all their lives, but most people are stuck at a certain stage and it is difficult for them to improve. Today, the mysterious alchemy grandmaster has appeared. He improved the Black Explosion Pill that has been passed down for 10,000 years with the power of an almighty. It no longer has any side effects, and it is no longer restricted by the mystique venerable rank. Instead, it is restricted to the Tao Profound Saint Realm. This is the greatest breakthrough in 10,000 years. This makes those warriors who are stuck at the Mystique Grandmaster rank and Mystique Venerable rank warriors unable to experience the power of a higher realm. Today, the good news for these people is here. The improved Black Explosion Pill will give you a different feeling. Everyone was excited. Their blood was boiling. At this moment, those peak Mystique Grandmaster rank warriors were looking forward to it. They knew their strength very well. They would probably never be able to reach the Tao Profound Venerable rank in their lifetime. However, with this Black Explosion Pill, they could feel the power of the Mystique Venerable rank, and even find the opportunity to break through. Other than this point, there was another point. With this Black Explosion Pill on them, they could completely crush opponents of the same level once they consumed it. This pill was so good that it could not be described with words. Everyone's enthusiasm was aroused. Luo Tian listened to the noise and opened his eyes slightly. Looking at their excited faces, he was secretly shocked. The Black Explosion Pill caused such a big commotion? Luo Tian was a little surprised. Of course, he was a pervert. His cultivation was not restricted by the realm, as long as he had experience. However, other warriors were different. Danian succeeded in rousing everyone. He smiled faintly and deliberately kept them in suspense. Of course, we'll save the good stuff for later. However, the next profound weapon is made from the bones of an ancient flood dragon. It contains the power of an ancient flood dragon, in a private room. Chifu looked at Danian's high-spirited look and was very unhappy. He smirked and said in a deep voice, "Do it. Thank you to all the brothers who tipped me. Thank you to all the brothers who voted for me. Old Niao is very grateful. Thank you. Please give your monthly votes to Old Niao. I will update 5 chapters in the next few days. When my arm recovers a little, I will immediately update 10 chapters." Before Chifu gave the order, Li Wenzong had ordered the Skynet assassin to take action. VIP room number 5. A man in a long black robe with a cold expression and a faint murderous aura emanated from his body. He held a machete in his hand that was still dripping with warm blood. The blood dripped onto the floor, sounding particularly ear-piercing in the silent room. The black-robed man frowned slightly. According to the information he had secretly given him, these people should not be so weak. They did not even put up a token resistance and were all killed by him in an instant. This surprised him a little. However, this surprise did not stay in his heart for long because he was the strongest assassin in Skynet. Thinking of this, a smug sneer appeared on the black-robed man's face. At this moment, he wanted to walk out of the room to hand in the mission and collect the remaining magnetite. However, at this moment, a faint fragrance wafted into his nose. The black-robed man's gaze darkened and a light flashed in his eyes. His nose twitched and he immediately stopped breathing. He sat down cross-legged and the power of a mystique venerable rank rolled out from his body. All of his strength was used to resist the knockout fragrance that had already entered his brain. Have I been tricked? Could this be used against me? At this moment, countless thoughts flashed through the black-robed man's mind. His expression grew colder and colder. Veins popped out all over his body and every pore opened slightly. He inhaled and exhaled, using his strength to expel the knockout fragrance from his body. This was a difficult process. The power of this kind of sleeping incense was too strong. If he had discovered it a few seconds later, he would have fallen to the ground. Fortunately, he was a mystique venerable rank powerhouse. Fortunately, he had discovered it early. As an assassin, strength was important, but the ability to react was even more important. Even the slightest abnormality could cause them to be on guard. Huff. Huff, a few minutes passed. A few low voices came from outside the room. It should be about time now. I heard from Chief Steward Chi that this knockout fragrance can even knock out a mystique venerable rank. The strongest in this group isn't even a mystique zone. They'll all be unconscious in 10 seconds. I'm afraid they'll be lying on the ground by now. That's right. Chief Steward Chi is very reliable. Stop talking. Hurry up and find the child that the head chief wants. Don't waste any more time. While speaking, 2 auction house staff members walked into the room. The lights in the room had been destroyed, so it was very dim and difficult to see clearly. Why is there no light? Don't worry, I brought a match. With a light stroke, a flame lit up. In front of them, a pair of man-eating eyes were staring at them, at the auction. The starting price is 2 million, and each increment is 200,000. The bidding starts now. A pitch-black longsword without a hilt appeared. It was surrounded by a dense energy, the energy of a demonic beast. From time to time, one could also hear the roars of the flood dragon towards the sky, bringing with it the sound of a dragon's cry. Since the ancient times, a flood dragon can cultivate to become a dragon. This flood dragon is about to reach the dragon transformation realm. This profound weapon also has a trace of draconic aura. I believe everyone here knows the value of this weapon better than me. Qingdanian said with a smile. If he didn't use a sword, he would have bought one as well. 3 million. 5 million. 5 million. 2 million. There were naturally many people with good things. This profound weapon was indeed not bad. It had the power of a peak spirit weapon and the power of a flood dragon. Once it was used in battle, it could form a kind of pressure. It could be considered a very good profound weapon. Moreover, this profound weapon was very suitable for the use of the savage beastmen. They understood the use of the demon clan better than others and knew how to use this power better. I bid 8 million. Suddenly, a person suddenly stood out from VIP room 7. To be exact, it should be a beastman. He was wearing a beast trap, and his muscles were bulging as if they had exploded. His entire body was filled with an unstoppable pure power. His voice shook the entire venue. Even the savage beastmen were here? And his status was not low either. Looking at the jewelry on his neck, one could tell that he was most likely a prince or a prince. Qingdanian laughed excitedly, and said, "All right, Prince Clay of the Savage Beastmen has bid 8 million, is there any higher bid? 8 million going once. 8 million going twice. 8 million, deal." With a clang, Qingdanian slammed down the hammer and smiled, "Congratulations to Prince Clay for winning the first profound weapon. It is definitely worth it." Qingdanian asked the staff to take down the long sword. He did not do the same thing as before. He did not even mention the matter of money. This was the difference between them. Qingdanian cleared his throat and continued, "The next profound weapon is also made from the bones of an ancient flood dragon. It is a pair of battle axes. It has not been named yet. If anyone wins it, they can name it. The starting bid is 8 million. It was another round of bidding. In the end, it was won by Prince Clay again. This time, it was 10 million. The third item was a giant battle blade. It was also won by the Beastmen for 14 million. The fourth item was a long spear. Prince Clay still won it for 16 million. Luo Tian's profound weapon made from the bones of a flood dragon were all won by him. It was a total of 48 million gold. It was a huge sum. Luo Tian was overjoyed. I'm rich, I'm rich. I'm really rich this time. It was completely out of his expectations. In his opinion, these 4 profound weapons could be sold for 10 to 20 million at most. He did not expect to win 50 million. After deducting 2 million, he still had 46 million. This gave Luo Tian confidence in winning the bid for Xianxia's mother. He had a huge sum of money. This feeling was great. Inside private room 7. Clay's expression was also extremely excited. Looking at the 4 profound weapons in front of him, he murmured, Savage Lord, I pray with my most sincere heart that our savage half-beastman race will become powerful and dominate the entire savage domain from now on. I pray for the blessings of the master who forged these 4 profound weapons. Thank him for bringing us the strongest beast bone battle weapons. I am extremely grateful. His face was filled with sincerity. The other half-beastmen in his private room were the same. They were extremely grateful to Luo Tian. Because of these 4 profound weapons, the half-beastmen began to rise in the wildlands. They haven't started yet? Why isn't anyone paying me back? Chifu was very unhappy. Standing in private room 2, he was very unhappy when he saw Qingdanian's red face. Seeing the 4 profound weapons being sold at such a shocking price, he was even more unhappy and unhappy. Suddenly, the door of the private room was pushed open. A staff member walked in trembling. His face was pale and his body was trembling as he said, Chief Steward, no, no, no. Before he could finish, a cold blade pierced through his chest and his body fell down. Behind him, a pair of cold eyes with a sinister smile appeared at the door of the private room. It's a new day. Everyone has a recommendation vote. Vote for Old Bull. 20 minutes later. The Heaven's Net assassin walked out of the private room. His face was calm, but there was a hint of ferocious excitement. In the private room, Chifu was safe and sound, with a smug smile on his face. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. Although Luo Tian isn't qualified to be my enemy, what's the harm in having one more friend? Head steward, since they aren't in the 5th private room, where are they? Chifu turned around and looked at the entire venue. His eyes narrowed as he smiled and said, they must be in this venue. Go and find them one by one. Send all of my people out. You must find them, especially that little girl. You must find her for me. Yes. Luo Tian didn't quite believe the people from the Dao Trading Alliance. Qingdanian was the same. People's hearts were sinister. You didn't know whether the person standing in front of you was a human or a ghost. There was no harm in being more cautious. Therefore, it was good to enter the venue. Luo Tian exchanged the gold card for the VIP room and only exchanged it for 3 ordinary tickets. But those scalpers, in order to celebrate the sale of the tickets, they made a lot of money and then enjoyed themselves together in the 5th VIP room. They didn't expect to die just like that. They didn't even know how they died. What? The people in the 5th private room aren't Luo Tian and the others? Li Wenzong's face darkened. His gaze tightened as he said, he must have come to the auction. Find him, you must find him. He killed my nephew and my brother-in-law. Does he really think that I, Li Wenzong, am easy to bully? He doesn't put me in his eyes at all. No matter what, he must die today. Yes, sir. For a moment, there were a few odd gazes in the venue. The staff members of the 4-layered Heavens search team, as well as some martial artists wearing strange clothes, were all searching. Luo Tian naturally noticed this slight change. He frowned slightly and said to himself, it seems that something really happened in the 5th private room. I just don't know if it was Qingdanian who did it. If it was really him, Luo Tian looked at the excited and proud Qingdanian on the stage and narrowed his eyes. On the stage, Qingdanian was very excited. His voice was trembling as he said, the next item is the explosion pill. We have invited the president of the Tang Empire's Alchemist Association, Xia Long. He is a rank 8 alchemist. I know some people don't believe me. But you shouldn't doubt President Xia's words, right? While speaking, An old man with white eyebrows walked out with a smile on his face. He walked up to the stage and said, "I don't believe that someone can improve the mysterious exploding pellet that has been passed down for 10,000 years. I definitely won't believe it until I see the pellet." Qingdanian smiled and said, "President Xia, will you only believe me if I tell you?" Xiaolong stroked his white goatee and said, "Unless you can find someone to test it on, I definitely won't believe it. No matter how old you are, you won't believe it either. Doing business is all about self-praise. I'm afraid your Dow Commerce Alliance is the same. The mysterious exploding pellet has been passed down for 10,000 years but nothing has changed. I've been refining pellets for hundreds of years and researching pellets for hundreds of years. Naturally, I've also studied the mysterious exploding pellet. It's impossible to improve it and stimulate the body to increase cultivation. There are pros and cons. It's impossible for the body to have no side effects. In addition, the alchemist ancestor has limited the usage of the mysterious exploding pellet to those below mystique venerable rank." Qingdanian was not angry. It was normal that there would only be climaxes if there were doubts. Although he did not purposely arrange it, he had already found Xiaolong long ago that he did not believe that the mysterious exploding pellet had been improved. That was why he invited him to this auction. Qingdanian smiled and said, "In your opinion, we need someone to test the true effect of the mysterious exploding pellet. Who do you think we should invite? This person better be a mystique venerable rank fighter. Otherwise, we won't be able to test the effect of the mysterious exploding pellet. Are there any mystique venerable rank fighters here willing to try? Try, be a lab rat." After being questioned by Xiaolong, many people began to doubt it. Was it really that magical? Even the president of the Alchemist Association did not believe it and began to doubt it. After thinking about it seriously, it was really impossible. However, the Dow Commerce Alliance would not use such a thing to deceive people. Otherwise, no matter how strong the Dow Commerce Alliance was, it would collapse within a month. Qingdanian's words echoed in the auction hall. No one was willing to step forward. Because once they tried it, if there were side effects and it stimulated the body or even caused the body to stagnate and cultivation to stagnate, they would never be able to break through in their lifetime. Moreover, mystique venerable rank fighters were supreme. There were only a few of them in the auction hall. Qingdanian saw that no one said anything and said, "It's a free trial." Still no one. Qingdanian turned to look at Xiaolong and said, "President Xia, what should we do if no one is willing to try it?" Xiaolong pondered for a moment. He was the one who made the request, so he should be the one to solve it. For the sake of the pill industry, his heart sank and he said, "I'll try it. Although I'm not a mystique venerable rank, my cultivation is at the peak of mystique venerable rank. As long as the pill works, I'll be able to release the power of a mystique venerable rank. This way, I'll be able to test if the mysterious exploding pellet has been improved." The limit of the mysterious exploding pellet was the peak of mystique venerable rank. Even if a peak mystique venerable rank took it, they would still not be able to surpass the mystique sage rank. This was a shackle that could not be broken. Qingdanian smiled. Everything was going according to his plan. Xiaolong would definitely try it himself. This was even better as the impact would be greater. He immediately said, "Bring the mysterious exploding pellet up." Xiaolong took the mysterious exploding pellet and sensed it. He frowned and said with a shocked expression, "It's indeed different from a normal mysterious exploding pellet." After that, he swallowed the mysterious exploding pellet. As soon as the pellet entered his mouth, it quickly melted. In less than 10 seconds, an extremely dense energy rushed out of his body like a ferocious beast. Xiaolong's face flushed red and he was extremely shocked. He did not say anything and immediately released the power of a mystique venerable rank. Mystique venerable rank, mystique venerable rank. I. It's been more than 100 years. I finally feel the power of a mystique venerable rank. Ha ha ha. This pill is too unbelievable. Who made it? I want to be his disciple. Xiaolong was excited. He was in a complete mess. The people in the auction hall instantly went into an uproar. Luo Tian sat quietly at the side. His gaze was as sharp as a knife. He opened his mouth and muttered, "F***ck, I'm not going to take you as my disciple." Hurry up and bid. Hurry up and bid. I can't wait. Hurry up and bid. Many people shouted loudly. Qingdanian was not in a hurry. He looked at Xiaolong and smiled. President Xia, how long will the pill last? Will there be any side effects? At that moment, Xiaolong sat cross-legged with a calm expression. After a few seconds, a light gathered on his body. It was a light formed by celestial qi. The light suddenly shone brightly. Xiaolong's eyes suddenly opened and he was ecstatic. Haha. I've broken through. I've broken through. I've stepped into the mystique venerable rank. At that moment, the entire auction hall went crazy. A sudden breakthrough, the entire venue was in an uproar. No one would have thought that Xiaolong would break through. Even Qingdanian himself did not expect it. If he were to break through at this time, then the value of the profound explosion pill would definitely double or even higher. Qingdanian laughed in his heart, Chi Fu, I will definitely suppress you this time. How dare you be so arrogant in front of me? Don't think that you are amazing just because you have the vice president backing you up, humph. Everyone saw that Xiaolong had broken through. It was not easy to break through from the mysterious ancestor realm to the mysterious sovereign realm. It required an opportunity. It wasn't even an opportunity, but a pill. Qingdanian immediately laughed, everyone, quiet down. Let's first ask President Xia how he feels. Let's see what he says. Is there really a side effect? What are you asking for? Don't waste time. Let's auction it immediately. What side effect is there? He broke through in an instant. I must get this pill. Hurry up. Excitement, he was extremely excited. If you don't take it out for auction, I won't let you off. Do you believe that I won't snatch it? Qingdanian did not panic. Looking at this scene, he became even happier. The atmosphere was completely stirred up, and it had already reached the point of bursting. Then, Qingdanian did not beat around the bush, and directly said, all right. Then I won't be long-winded. The bidding begins now. The starting price is 10 million. Each bid must not be less than 500,000. Finished. Qingyuer smiled as she welcomed them. She took out a small box, and inside the black box was the improved profound explosion pill. She thought to herself, the dead man is really amazing. A small pill can make so many experts excited. 12 million, 13 million. 16 million, 18 million. Damn it, no one is going to fight with me. I'll pay 20 million, 20 million is awesome? You're just a small sect, and you dare to bid? Aren't you afraid of losing face? 25 million. You want to compete with my Nanshan sect? I'll pay 30 million. Wu Liang recovered. He did have the money to buy the 7-star gem just now, but all his money was prepared for the profound exploding pellet, so he had to get it this time. Qingdanian's face was beaming with joy. He kept urging, 30 million, 30 million. Is there anyone who wants to go higher? You should know that this mystic explosion pill can help you step into Mystique Venerable rank from Mystique Zone. How can you buy it with just a few tens of millions? 30 million going once, 30 million going twice, 30 million going thrice. 35 million. Suddenly, Luo Tian gently extended his right hand as he spoke in a very calm voice. The crowd was in an uproar again. A medicinal pill, even if it was a heaven-tier medicinal pill, couldn't be auctioned for a high price of 30 million. Yet, someone actually increased the bid to 35 million in one go. Everyone looked at Luo Tian in unison. This time, no one laughed at him. Wu Liang was so angry that he was about to spit fire. He pointed at Luo Tian and shouted, I was too lazy to compete with you for that trash just now. This time, I'll compete with you until the end. I don't believe that my Nanshan sect's wealth can't compare to a country bumpkin's. Luo Tian smiled faintly and said, what are you blabbering on about? Make a bid. Wu Liang immediately said, 38 million. Luo Tian also showed an angry look and roared, I'll fight it out with you, 50 million. Mother Vasterisk Kerr, compete with me if you have the guts. Your Nanshan sect's wealth is nothing in my eyes. You're not qualified to compete with me. Disdain, disdain. He thought the Nanshan sect was worthless. Wu Liang was so angry that his whole body trembled. Looking at Luo Tian's proud face, the anger in his heart almost burned his brain. The two elders behind him kept reminding him, "Young master, 50 million is beyond what we can afford. Don't fight with him. This kid might be someone from the Dao Commerce Alliance. He's deliberately raising the price. Young master, don't fight with him." Luo Tian said with a proud face, "If you don't have money, don't pretend here. Who do you think you are? The Nanshan sect can't even take out 50 million. What a trash sect. What, young master? I think you're just a toilet broom." Ha ha ha, ha ha ha. Many people in the venue burst into laughter. Wu Liang was so angry that his teeth were about to shatter. He roared, "I bid 60 million. Qing Danian immediately said, "Young Master Wu, our Dao Commerce Alliance doesn't accept IOUs. You know this. 60 million is not a small amount. You have to think about it carefully." "There's no need to think about it. I can't beat him today? I'll bid 60 million. Wu Liang was furious, his eyes staring straight at Luo Tian. Luo Tian laughed cheekily, and said, "Damn, you're too honest. I was really afraid that you wouldn't bid, but I didn't expect that you would really bid. You scared me to death. If I really had to take out 50 million, even if I sold myself, I wouldn't be able to take it out. Nanshan sect is indeed powerful, ha ha ha, finished." Luo Tian smiled at Qing Danian and said, "I won't bid 60 million for a pill, only an idiot would buy it." The entire venue was in an uproar again. He had been tricked. He had been tricked once again. Wu Liang's face turned purple from anger, and he coldly shouted, You. Luo Tian laughed proudly, "I'm deliberately raising the price, bite me." Very direct. There was no sloppiness at all. However, in his heart, he was so happy that he couldn't close his mouth. 60 million had entered his account, ha 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 ha. This money came too easily. Qing Danian quickly said, 60 million going once, going twice, going thrice, sold. Without waiting for Wu Liang to have any chance to refuse, the hammer directly fell. In the end, Qing Danian did not forget to laugh. "Congratulations to Nanshan sect's young sect master for winning the first profound explosion pill. Congratulations, young master Wu, pay up later." Finished. Qing Danian was too lazy to look at the miserable Wu Liang, but said loudly, "Everyone's enthusiasm for the profound explosion pill is beyond my imagination. In order to repay everyone, this time we will auction a set of profound explosion pill at once. A set of 5 pills. The starting price is 50 million, and each bid must not be less than 1 million. There was more. Just when everyone thought that there were no more profound explosion pill, Qing Danian's words once again made them go crazy. At this time, Xiao Long stood up and said loudly, "There are no side effects at all. Moreover, it is of great help to one's cultivation. Manager Qing, can I ask you a question? I want to know the name of this alchemist grandmaster. Can you tell me? I want his name to be forever written in the annals of history." Qing Danian smiled and said, "I'm really sorry, it's not convenient for us to reveal his name, this is his personal privacy." Xiao Long let out a long sigh. It was also at this time. In Chi Fu's room. Reporting to the general director, Luo Tian's location has not been found yet, but the fatty beside him, Xian Yuanyi, and a blind man have all been found. Chapter 3. Brothers, your monthly votes are awesome, can you exceed 50 today? There are still 36 left, and there will be 10 chapters tomorrow. The auction continued. Wu Liang of the Southern Mountain sect was ruthlessly scammed by Luo Tian. His vitality was greatly damaged, and he no longer had the strength to bid for the next item. However, they did not leave, but stared at Luo Tian. Wu Liang's hatred for Luo Tian was like a raging sea. He thought that as long as the auction accepted, he would send Luo Tian to hell. Luo Tian's face was filled with satisfaction, and he did not even look at Wu Liang. Idiot, big idiot, 60 million was in his hands just like that. This mysterious explosion pill was simply too great. A new round of mysterious explosion pill auction began. Because it was a set of 5 pills, the competition for the price was even more intense. In the end, it was bought by a veiled woman in room 3 for a price of 90 million. The woman was very tall, and her figure was hidden extremely well under her loose clothes. However, Luo Tian's sharp eyes could still see that she was a peerless beauty. Next, another set of mysterious explosion pills was auctioned. This time, there were even more, 10 mysterious explosion pills. Many people went into a frenzy again. What was surprising was that it was still bought by the mysterious woman in room 3 for a price of 210 million. Qing Danian did not reveal the name of the bidder like he did at the beginning. His expression was very respectful. This made everyone in the venue guess who the owner of room 3 was. Even the Dow Commerce Alliance gave him face. His background must not be simple. After the 16 mysterious explosion pills were auctioned off, plus one experimental product, there were a total of 17 pills. Luo Tian gave a total of 20 pills. There were still 3 pills that Qing Danian did not take out for auction. He kept them for himself and prepared to buy them from Luo Tian at the average market price. He did not discuss this with Luo Tian in advance, and it was also because the improved mysterious explosion pill was too tempting. In addition, Xiao Long's sudden breakthrough made him want to keep a few for himself. As for the money, he would definitely pay for it. Luo Tian didn't think too much about it. He didn't have the time to think too much about it, because he had already sensed a trace of cold-killing intent in the hall. He then looked at Shen Yuanyi and Feng Lei. There were several staff members standing silently beside them. Luo Tian's heart sank. "We've been discovered." Immediately. He didn't show his emotions as he sent a telepathic message to Feng Lei and Shen Yuanyi. "Fatty, Shen Yuan, you two be careful of the people around you. They have already discovered you. Don't move and pretend that you don't know anything. And Chen Chen's mother will definitely be auctioned next. Shen Yuanyi, pay attention to Tang Tang and Qin Yuer who are on the stage. The two of them are in danger as well. They are too far away and my telepathic transmission will not be able to reach them. I'll leave them to you." Shen Yuanyi didn't move. He just nodded. "Fatty. And Chen Chen must be here too. You have to find a way to find her. When her mother appears later, she will definitely lose control of her emotions. Your mission is to take her away from here. The same goes for you. Once you leave the venue, don't come back. Leave everything here to me." Feng Lei frowned and nodded. Luo Tian's telepathic message did not dare to search for Chen Chen's aura too brazenly. There would definitely be mystique venerable rank powerhouses in this venue. He was no match for such powerhouses. If his telepathic message was discovered, his location would be exposed. Once he was exposed, the people hiding in the dark would definitely make their move. Luo Tian had to be careful with every step he took. Looking at Tang Tang and Qin Yuer's confused expressions, Luo Tian could not help but worry. All of a sudden, the porcelain doll beside Blind Lu suddenly moved. It said softly, "Uncle Blind Lu, I can sense Brother Luo Tian's aura. The person who bought the space ring and the 7-star gemstone earlier is Brother Luo Tian." Blind Lu's heart sank. He did not say anything. He was the first to realize that the staff beside him were different from before. Moreover, 2 staff members were standing beside them. Their auras were ready to attack. It was not hard to imagine that his whereabouts had been exposed. Blind Lu tightened his grip on Chen Chen. He thought to himself, no matter what, I can't let anything happen to her. Ha ha ha, it's finally my turn to go up. Chifu walked out of the treasure chest. His face was flushed red. He walked up to the stage and bumped into Qing Danian. "Manager Qing, you've got some tricks up your sleeves. You've created so much with just a small pill. However, it's impossible for you to surpass me," Chifu said with a fake smile. There was a hint of disdain in his eyes. He thought to himself, "You want to compete with me? I'll kill you." Qing Danian countered, "Manager Qi, how much can your fox demon woman be auctioned for? Don't think that just because you have the vice president backing you up, you can cover the sky with one hand and act recklessly. Don't think that no one knows what you've done to the Demon Fox clan. Whatever you do, the heavens are watching. Be careful not to lose your life, ha ha ha." Qing Danian laughed a few times, then left. Chifu turned his head and stared at Qing Danian's back. His eyes flashed with a cold light as he snorted, "Let's wait and see. You don't understand what this world needs. You don't understand what rich people need." In this auction, many rich and beautiful people had their eyes closed the entire time. They had never opened their eyes. They were completely uninterested in the cultivation of these warriors. Even the people in the private rooms were the same. They didn't move at all. They were waiting for the Demon Fox clan woman to appear. These people all had extremely illustrious statuses. Their wealth was comparable to that of a country's. Shifu walked up to the stage. His fat body and fierce face made him look like a Maitreya Buddha. "Now, it's time for the finale of our auction. It's also the time that everyone is looking forward to the most. Demon Fox clan woman. All of them are born with brow bones and are incomparably ecstatic. Just like in the teleportation, only by spending a night with them will one know what a man is, what heaven is, and what high is. In this world, only they can give you a feeling that no other woman can give you." Gudong. Gudong. Those who had not opened their eyes all this time opened their eyes slightly, their Adam's apple rolling. His eyes shone with a golden light. The VIP box began to stir. Many people were standing on the attic of the box. Shifu chuckled, and said, "Today, other than the Demon Fox clan woman, there will also be a mysterious gift. This gift is today's finale item, and will definitely broaden everyone's horizons, ha ha ha. Next. Let's make her more charming than a fairy, more beautiful than a witch. Coquettish, a Demon Fox clan woman who can move any man in the world." Shifu took a step back, walked to the side, and pressed the switch. A square pavilion appeared in the middle of the stage. It slowly opened, and then a transparent glass box covered with a black veil slowly rose up. Shifu walked forward, swept his gaze across the entire audience, smiled excitedly, and pulled out the black veil with his right hand. At this moment, and Xianxia opened her eyes, and tears flowed down uncontrollably. She shouted loudly, "Mom, this is bad." Chapter 4. Today's monthly votes were 19, and there were still 31 votes left to reach 50 votes. For tomorrow's 10 chapters, everyone worked hard to vote, and don't forget to vote for the recommendation. "Mommy," suddenly, there was a cry. It was very loud. However, the noise in the venue was even louder. And Xianxia's cry was not noticed by many. Of course. A few staff members beside Blind Lu came out. Blind Lu's expression changed drastically. He immediately covered in Xianxia's mouth with one hand and said in a low voice, "Xianxia, be good. Don't make a sound. Your big brother Luo Tian will get your mommy out. You have to believe in your big brother Luo Tian. You must not act rashly. Don't you remember what you promised me when we first came in?" And Xianxia tried her best to control herself. Her eyes were filled with pain. She took a deep breath and cried in a very soft voice, I believe in you. I believe in big brother Luo Tian. Uncle Blind Lu, it's Chuanchuan's fault." Xianxia couldn't hold it in. But when I saw my mommy being locked up in the cage and her neck being chained, Xianxia felt like crying. After saying that, and Xianxia turned around and threw herself into Blind Lu's arms. She bit his clothes and did not make a single sound. However, she was crying incomparably sadly. Blind Lu clenched his fists tightly and gritted his teeth. At this moment, his heart was in pain. And Xianxia's crying had hurt him. Inside his body, the ancient giant devil's heart began to tremble. Luo Tian's expression changed immediately. Others might not have heard it, but he did. His heart tightened. Oh no. He immediately sent a voice transmission to Feng Lei. He realized that Feng Lei was no longer in his seat. Unknowingly, he had appeared behind Blind Lu. His gaze was like a ferocious beast as he stared fiercely at the back of the heads of the two staff members. There were 2 corpses below his seat. The moment Xianxia's mother was lifted up, everyone's eyes were on the stage. It was also at that moment that Feng Lei attacked fiercely, catching the 2 of them off guard, instant kill. At the same time, Xianyuani had also left his seat. There were 2 staff members below his seat as well. He was moving forward slowly. The demonic aura emanating from his body exuded an incomparably dense power. Looking at Qin Yuer and Tang Tang on the stage, he was trying to signal them with his eyes. Qin Yuer was the first to spot Shan Yuanyi. She nudged Tang Tang gently and whispered, "Since Shan Yuanyi is here, Luo Tian must be here as well." Look at Shan Yuanyi's weird expression. Is he hinting at something? Tang Tang followed Qin Yuer's gaze and pondered for a moment before saying, "He's asking us to leave." Qin Yuer noticed it as well. Immediately, the two pretended as if nothing had happened and wanted to leave the stage. It was also at this moment that Chifu suddenly turned around. His lips curled into a wide arc as he laughed, "Your Highness, Miss Qin Yuer, since you're already here, why are you in such a hurry to leave? The show has only just begun." As he spoke, two staff members blocked their way. Qin Yuer and Tang Tang's expressions changed drastically. His identity had been exposed. Chifu maintained a smile on his face and said, "Don't worry, I won't hurt you guys. Hurting women has never been my, Chifu's, style of doing things. However, if the two of you don't listen to me, then don't blame me for being ruthless." Hee. With that said, Chifu's gaze turned and landed on the demon fox race woman in the glass box again. This woman was very beautiful, she was so beautiful that words could not describe her. There was not a single flaw to be found on her body. She was even more moving than the fairies in the 9 heavens. Her seductive eyes were filled with endless charm, as though they could hook one's soul out of their body. Her figure was hot and her entire body was soft and boneless. Her slender legs were fair and smooth. Her breasts were plump and firm. Her buttocks were perky and bouncy, giving off an endless temptation. Confusion. Gulp. Gulp. Countless people were drooling. Countless people had set up tall tents under their crotches. Even Luo Tian was the same. She was truly beautiful. Words like devastatingly beautiful were no longer enough to describe her beauty. She had subverted Luo Tian's imagination. How can a person be beautiful to such an extent? Gulp. Luo Tian could not help but swallow his saliva. His heart was filled with evil, and he could not help but secretly blame himself. "You beast, she is Chun Chun's mother, how can you have such evil thoughts? Holy sh*t. If Laozi didn't have such evil thoughts, then Laozi wouldn't be a man. Only men will be seduced by her beauty and be deeply attracted to her. It's as if her beauty is a fatal poison that makes people can't help but fall in love with her." Luo Tian's sea of consciousness moved. His heart quickly calmed down, and he tried his best not to let his thoughts run wild. Looking at the woman in the glass box, his heart was moved. Her eyes were dull. The reason for the dullness was despair. In the midst of despair, there was also a strong sense of longing for her daughter. On her neck, both of her legs were shackled with mysterious runes. It must be a sealed chain that had been processed to prevent her from committing suicide and escaping. Damn it. This is too inhumane. Luo Tian's heart was filled with anger. Chifu looked at the expressions of everyone swallowing their saliva and smiled slightly, saying, "Today, she belongs to one of you. The highest bidder will get it. Please rest assured, she will definitely not escape, nor will she have the ability to commit suicide. Her neck and legs are covered with the soul-locking chains that are Dao Commerce Alliance custom-made for her, and this control machine will be handed over to you in the end, so don't worry, the situation of the fox demon woman committing suicide and escaping in the past will definitely not happen to you. Hurry up. Don't talk nonsense, Laozi can't wait. Laozi will definitely make her feel good tonight, ha ha ha, hurry up and bid." Those men in luxurious clothes were all excited as if they had taken Viagra. Chifu smiled proudly and said in a daze, "Don't worry, everyone, this fox demon woman is just an appetizer. Other than her, there is a final mysterious item. I believe everyone will be even more crazy." Mysterious item? These 4 words secretly moved in Luo Tian's mind. He immediately thought of Chun Chun. Chifu had done everything possible to capture Chun Chun. This time, Luo Tian's heart sank, and immediately transmitted his voice to Feng Lei, "Find an opportunity to act, you must not let Chun Chun fall into their hands. Remember, once you leave the venue, run towards the palace, and do not come back." Feng Lei's eyes darkened. The back of his head glowed with scarlet blood. The blood-red light spread out from Feng Lei's body bit by bit. Power was constantly brewing in his body. The incomparably terrifying thing in his body hungrily licked its tongue. A thick bloody energy began to rise in Feng Lei's body. Under his clothes, hideous blood-red scales had already appeared on his arms. Xianxia stopped at a very strange position, one man and one sword, 2 into 1. Chifu laughed wildly, and looked at a dark corner, his eyes moved, and then he shouted to the crowd, "Now, the auction begins, ha ha ha." Chapter 5, Can you give me another monthly ticket? Today is really miserable, after 3 days of rest, tomorrow at 10 p.m. Don't you want to vote, donate, and subscribe to support? As Chifu's voice fell, the auction hall suddenly quietened down. A second later, 60 million. I bid 70 million, 80 million, whoever wants to compete with me, I'll fight with them. Who do you think you are? 90 million, to think that I'll get this demon fox beauty 100 million. The price continued to rise. Those who hadn't made a move from the beginning to the end were bidding crazily at this moment. The people in the first few rows were all red in the face and neck, and the people in the VIP rooms were the same. Every time they raised the price, it was more than 10 million. Such madness was something that had never happened in a Dao merchant auction before. Chifu was very excited. He once again despised Qingdanian in his heart. You're still too inexperienced to fight with me, it's impossible for you to beat me in terms of performance. Qingdanian, you don't even know what these people need, although warriors are rich, but the truly rich people on this continent are still in the hands of those rich people. And this time, there were still some people who did not make a move. They were waiting for the mysterious thing to descend. In the auction hall, they knew what this thing was from the very beginning. She was even more expectant than the Demon Fox clan. Woman. 140 million, 145 million. You want to compete with my great Tang Skywheel King? I bid 180 million, come and fight with me again. Suddenly, in the private room, a fat man dressed in prince's clothes stood at the entrance of the private room. His face was slightly angry, as if he was saying that if you dare to fight with me again, I'll make sure you won't be able to leave the Heaven Sword City. Tang Dynasty Skywheel King, Tang Qiuyan. He was the uncle of the emperor, Tang Zhanlong. When everyone saw him, they couldn't help but inwardly suck in a breath of cold air. It was said that there weren't as many women in the entire palace as there were in his prince's mansion, which specialized in collecting women from all races in the world. He had once bid for a Demon Fox clan woman, but in less than 2 days, before he could even touch her, that Demon Fox clan woman committed suicide. This time, he would definitely not let go. 180 million. The intense bidding in the auction hall became much quieter. At this moment, an elegant young master walked out from the viewing platform of another private room. Waving a feather fan, he chuckled and said, Skywheel King is really generous, but I also want to get close to her, so I'm sorry, 200 million. Young Master Tianyu was here. F***CK. Why is he here? Isn't he supposed to be in Skyplume City? Rumor has it that he possesses the bloodline of the extraterritorial Golden Condor. The power of this bloodline is extremely valiant. In terms of talent, he is second only to Murong Wanjian. Who would have thought that he would appear as well? Moreover, he even bid 200 million for a demonic fox woman. The wealth of Skyplume City isn't any weaker than that of the great Tang dynasty. Furthermore, young Master Skyplume is the future young city lord. His wealth might even be stronger than Skywheel King. Tang Qiuyan frowned and turned to look at young Master Tianyu, who was on the viewing platform in the next room. He said in a deep voice, Why did you buy her? You should focus on your cultivation. Why do you need a woman? This kind of woman will only make your cultivation stagnate. Give her to me, your uncle. Young Master Tianyu gently waved his fan and smiled. Murong Wanjian is also known as the fledgling phoenix Li Shuer. Rumor has it that Li Shuer is as beautiful as a fairy. No matter how beautiful a female phoenix is, can it be more beautiful than this demonic fox woman? Murong Wanjian is arrogant. In his eyes, all the women in the world can't be compared to Li Shuer. However, my woman is more beautiful and charming than his woman. Is this considered as me suppressing Murong Wanjian? All the Skywheel King, I am truly sorry. Lunatic, spending 200 million to buy a woman just to suppress Murong Wanjian. However, what kind of suppression was this? If young Master Tianyu was to make a move, the Skywheel King wouldn't have much chance of winning. Because of this, Tang Chuyan's expression turned gloomy. He grunted heavily and walked back into the private room in a bad mood. Chifu smiled excitedly and said, "Young Master Chanyu has bid 200 million. Is there anyone who will bid higher than him? This demonic fox woman will turn you into a man among men. You will experience unimaginable happiness." 200 million. It is actually bid for 200 million. What a shocking price. And Chen watched as her mother was auctioned off like a commodity. All the people who were selling her had lustful expressions. None of them were good people. Looking at her mother escaping in the glass box with a dead expression, her tears gushed out crazily. Very sad. Very sad, she kept reminding herself in her heart, "Don't cry, don't cry. Luo Tiangij will definitely save mother. Luo Tiangij will definitely save mother. I have made a pinky promise with Luo Tiangij. He will definitely help in Chen save mother." Inside the venue, everyone was discussing in a low voice. For a moment, no one bid. The price of 200 million also reached Chifu's expectation. He was secretly delighted and immediately said, 200 million going once, 200 million going twice, 200 million going thrice, just as Chifu raised the mallet and was about to knock down heavily. In the distance, a person raised his sign and said coldly, 300 million. Rumble. Everyone's eyes looked at the person who raised the sign, including the Skywheel King who had just walked out of the VIP room. It's him again. It's this person again. Oh my god, he actually bid 300 million. Does he have so much money? Competing with young Master Chanyu, isn't he courting death? Didn't he see that the Skywheel King had withdrawn from the auction? 300 million, he thinks this is a game. I don't believe he can take out 300 million even if I die. Wu Liang laughed and laughed loudly. He shouted, "Bumpkin, do you know how much 300 million is? You actually bid 300 million. I think I don't need to do anything today. You're going to die, ha ha ha." Young Master Chanyu's face sank and looked a little ugly. Everyone knew that he was young Master Chanyu of Chanyu City. Even the Skywheel King of Tang Empire had to give him face. This bumpkin didn't give him any face at all, which made him very unhappy. Young Master Chanyu smiled and said, 300 million is not a small number. Can you take it out? Do you want to think about it again? I think you should think about it. There's no good result in competing with me. Although his voice was very flat. But, there was an overbearing aura in his words. It was as if he was saying, I'm young Master Chanyu of Chanyu City. If you dare to compete with me, I'll make you suffer. Luo Tian's mouth turned cold. He didn't even look at young Master Chanyu and sneered. There's nothing to consider. If you're unhappy, then increase the price. I have plenty of money. You poor bastards are so unhappy to increase the price. If you can't afford to play, then get lost. How boring. You. Young Master Chanyu's face turned sinister. He shouted, all right, 310 million. Luo Tian didn't beat around the bush. He directly bid, 400 million. Walala, the entire venue was boiling. Even the demon fox woman in the glass box turned her head to look at Luo Tian in the distance. Chifu smiled. He smiled until his eyes narrowed into slits. He secretly said, I finally know who you are. Chapter 1, 10 chapters will be updated today. Let Old Bull see your monthly votes and recommendation votes. It's the middle of the month. There are already some monthly votes. Check it and vote for Old Bull. I'm very grateful. 400 million. When Luo Tian shouted out this number, the entire venue went into an uproar. Young Master Chanyu's face seemed to have been ruthlessly slapped. He had only increased the bid by 10 million, but Luo Tian had directly increased the bid by 90 million. This showed that Luo Tian didn't put him in his eyes at all. This was a very, very big gap. Just as Luo Tian said, if you can't afford to play, then get out. Young Master Chanyu's face darkened. When he thought of Wu Liang being cheated for 60 million for a single pill, he looked at Chi Fu on the stage and said slightly, Manager Chi, could he be an internal member of your Dao Commerce Alliance? He raised a question, as soon as his words fell, the crowd also clamored. He must be an internal member. If he really has a net worth of 400 million, would he be able to sit with us? Is the Dow Commerce Alliance so shameless? If you don't want to auction, then don't sell. Does your mother know that you're so shameless? Chifu was not angry, but nodded towards the darkness. The figure in the darkness swayed slightly, and then he smiled and said, "Young Master Tianyu, distinguished guests, my Dow Commerce Alliance will definitely not do such a thing. I do not know this person at all, and it is absolutely impossible for him to be an internal member of my Dow Commerce Alliance. I dare to guarantee it with my head." While they were talking, Chifu's eyes had never left Luo Tian. His eyes narrowed into slits as he stared fixedly at Luo Tian, and thought to himself, "Brat, you're going to die soon, ha ha ha." He had discovered all of them. Now, he was just waiting for the harvest time. Young Master Tianyu's face darkened. He kept his fan and sneered, "Alright, I want to see how he took out 400 million. Luo Tian turned his face to look at young Master Tianyu, sneered, and said, "How I took out 400 million has nothing to do with you. You damn poor bastard, if you can't afford to play, then die to the side. Don't *king fly in front of me like a fly, be careful that I don't slap you." Arrogant, arrogant. He did not put young Master Tianyu in his eyes at all. Luo Tian's words enraged young Master Tianyu. His face darkened as he glared at Luo Tian. He snorted coldly, "A mere fifth-order mystic king dares to be so arrogant in front of me? I think you're tired of living." Luo Tian laughed wildly. He pointed at young Master Tianyu's nose and scolded, "This father is arrogant. If you have the ability, then come down and bite me. If you don't dare, then just stay here. Don't show off in front of this father." A series of disdain, this completely infuriated young Master Tianyu. Chifu's face darkened as he thought to himself, "Not good, at this moment." Young Master Tianyu's body was suddenly covered by a pair of invisible golden torso. A mournful cry of an eagle seemed to come from the ninth heaven. He roared in a heavy voice, "Kid, hand over your life." His rage reached the heavens. He, young Master Tianyu, had never had anyone who dared to speak to him like this. No one dared to despise him, disdain him, or mock him. He, who was high above, was very unhappy. It was as if he was insulted. Luo Tian was delighted as he thought to himself, "Hee hee. You're always infuriated. You're so easily infuriated, and you still want to compare yourself with Murong Wanjian. What a joke. Your tolerance level is simply too weak." After being infuriated, Luo Tian's face was filled with complacency. He only had to do one thing now, mess up the entire venue, take advantage of the chaos and let Feng Lei take away Xianxia. He would then pay a high price of 400 million to buy Xianxia's mother. If everything went smoothly, of course. This was the first step of Luo Tian's plan. It would be best if it went smoothly. If it didn't, quickly leave. Are the people of the Dow Commerce Alliance not going to do anything? Extraterritorial Golden Eagle bloodline. Just look at the golden wings on his body. It's true. This kid is dead for sure. Luo Tian revealed a look of fear and shouted loudly, "Murder! Someone wants to kill me." Didn't the Dow Commerce Alliance say that they want to protect the safety of their customers? If he wants to kill me, shouldn't you stop him? While they were talking, Luo Tian suddenly shouted in his heart, 9 dragons and 9 elephants. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Boom. The power of the ancient dragon and the demonic elephant trampled over, and instantly grew crazily in Luo Tian's body. At this moment, Luo Tian shouted again, "Level 4 Berserk. Rumble." The power of the 9 dragons and 9 elephants became even more violent under the support of the 16 times attribute strength. Luo Tian's aura was released, causing the people around him to flip over. From time to time, his body would erupt with the roar of a dragon flying into the sky, and the rumbling of an ancient demonic elephant trampling on the ground. For a moment, Luo Tian moved his right fist, stepped on the ground with his right foot, and rushed forward heavily, still shouting, "Murder! Bullshit, young master is going to kill people. Everyone run, if you don't run, you'll die." His words caused chaos. Coupled with the berserk power released from Luo Tian's body, the unstoppable killing intent of the death god caused everyone around him to begin to tremble in fear. At this moment, they also began to panic and frantically fled. In the face of such a powerful force, if they continued to stay, they would only be affected and even lose their lives. Seeing Luo Tian rushing towards him, young Master Tianyu sneered and said, "You want to fight with me at the 5th stage of the Profound King realm? Look at my strength, I'm at the Profound Ancestor realm, go to hell." The power of the extraterritorial Golden Eagle bloodline was released. A few shrill eagle cries enveloped the entire venue. Suddenly, Luo Tian did not make a move. The moment young Master Tianyu's palm struck towards him, before the power could reach him, his body suddenly changed and directly landed on the 4 staff members of the Dao Commerce Alliance behind Feng Lei. As he flew, he shouted, "Murder! Bullshit, young master is going to kill people." The moment he landed, the power in his body suddenly erupted, and he threw out 4 consecutive punches. Bang, 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 bang. The 4 punches were incomparably fast. The 4 of them fell to the ground. In an instant, Luo Tian said in a deep voice, "Fatty, take them away, quick." Feng Lei did not dare to delay and immediately grabbed Xianxia, who was beside Blind Lu, and said, "Let's go." Blind Lu also stood up in an instant and said in a deep voice, "Bloody Baldy, you go first, I'll cover you." Luo Tian landed and instantly killed 4 staff members of the Dao Commerce Alliance. The surrounding people were even more flustered. The entire venue began to panic on a large scale. Seeing that someone had died, all sorts of screams rang out. At this moment, the entire venue was in a mess. Young Master Tianyu, who was in midair, was slightly stunned and said gloomily, "Did I hit him?" It was also at this moment Xianyuani slashed out with his gigantic K-godly sword. In the blink of an eye, his sword will turned into a crushing force as sword chi gushed out. Following closely behind, he killed Tang Tang and the 2 workers beside Qin Yuer instantly. He shouted in a deep voice, "Run!" Seeing that the venue was in chaos, Chi Fu did not stop it in time. In fact, he did not panic at all. Looking at Luo Tian in the crowd, he laughed coldly and said, "None of you can escape." Chapter 2, there are 8 more chapters today, begging for a monthly ticket. Chaos, great chaos, the more chaotic, the better. For Luo Tian, this was the effect he wanted. He was now certain that the ultimate goal of this auction was Xianxia. He absolutely could not let Xianxia suffer the slightest bit of harm. Seeing Feng Lei's violent Xianxia mixed into the panicked crowd, Luo Tian's heart slightly relaxed. But when he saw that Chi Fu's face was not flustered at all, and even had a complacent smile, he knew that things were bad. Luo Tian's figure moved, jumped down, and stood beside Chi Fu. He smiled and said, "Manager Qi, can you give her to me now?" While talking, Luo Tian glanced sideways at Xianxia's mother in the glass box. His heart was thumping wildly, as if his heart was about to jump out. That kind of feeling was really going to take away his soul. She was really too beautiful, too tempting. Chi Fu smiled gently and said, "The rule of the auction is that the highest bidder gets it. You've offered the highest price, so this item is naturally yours. But, there's an exception today, because you, Luo Tian, have broken the rules of my Dao Trading Alliance." Luo Tian's face changed slightly, and said, "It seems that Manager Qi knows my identity. That's the best. I don't want to pretend anymore. I don't care who you are, and I don't care what you've done to the Demon Fox clan. Today, I'll buy her, and I'll pay for it. But if you dare to touch Xianxia again, I'll turn you, a fat pig, into a dead pig." His voice became extremely gloomy towards the end. Luo Tian's death god's killing intent also surged out. His voice became even more terrifying, as if it came from hell. Chi Fu's heart secretly moved, and inexplicably a sense of fear rose up, which made him very unhappy. The corner of his mouth turned cold, and he said with a sinister smile, "I sent people to destroy the Demon Fox clan, and I also sent people to capture this woman. That little girl doesn't belong to you. Today, none of you can escape." As soon as he finished speaking, suddenly, there was a loud thud from the panicked crowd. Feng Lei hugged Xianxia tightly and used his body to protect her. His whole body was hit by a huge force and fell heavily on the stage. And Xianxia in his arms was directly knocked unconscious. "You're courting death." The fury in Luo Tian's heart suddenly erupted, and with a wave of his right hand, the power of 9 dragons and 9 elephants gushed out, and he punched towards Chifu. Chifu frowned, took half a step back, and sneered, "You? You're just a piece of trash, yet you want to show off in front of me? I'm not trash like Nangong Hao. If you offend me, not even the great Tang Emperor can save you." His body gently retreated, and a scimitar easily blocked Luo Tian's attack. A black shadow filled with killing intent descended. His eyes were cold, his expression was cold, and the corner of his mouth revealed a cold smile. He said softly, "You finally appeared. Skynet Assassins, first level Mystique Venerable rank, the strongest realm." He blocked Luo Tian's attack with a casual move. It was very easy, the gap between the two of them was just too big. Li Wenzong stood on the viewing platform of the VIP box and laughed excitedly, saying, "The show is about to start." Luo Tian took a heavy step back, and felt the killing intent from the assassin. Looking at his expression, he could not help but say, "Assassin? The Dao Commerce Alliance is really amazing, they actually hired a Mystique Venerable rank assassin, ha ha ha." The black-cloaked assassin sneered, "My employer is not the Dao Commerce Alliance. He paid me 3,000 high-grade magnetite to cut off your head." Chifu smiled faintly, "There's a saying that an enemy's enemy is a friend. Having a Mystique Venerable rank powerhouse to deal with you is the best. Luo Tian, I really want to thank you for sending this little girl here, ha ha ha." Chifu's eyes flickered, and he said, "Quickly send her to VIP box number 1. "Yes, sir." 2 staff members quickly walked up. Feng Lei suddenly stood up and shouted, "Don't you dare touch her." Bang, clang, a huge sword flew out and landed heavily on the stage. Xianxua's body also fell with it. There was blood at the corner of his mouth, and there were a few holes in his chest. His face was slightly pale, and he looked at Luo Tian with a smile, saying, "Boss, this is a little tricky." At this moment, 2 middle-aged men wearing the Dao Commerce Alliance's uniform walked out from the panicked crowd. The 2 of them looked almost identical, and there was a cold smile on their faces as they stared coldly at Feng Lei. On the other side, one of them carried a 3-meter-long sword on his shoulder. He held Tang Tang in one hand and Qin Yuer in the other. He threw them onto the stage and shouted coldly, "Completely useless. There's another one here." Bang! Blind Lu was also thrown down. Then, a dwarf who was as agile as an ape and was only a little more than a meter tall walked out, holding a Vajra Dharma rod in his hand. Chifu laughed proudly and said, "I said that none of you will be able to leave, ha ha ha. Your every move is under my surveillance. There's nothing that the Dao Commerce Alliance can't get. Boss. Boss." Dragon Head, the 3 of them were all injured to varying degrees, and their faces were all pale. Looking at Luo Tian and the others, they felt very uncomfortable. They had not completed their task, this made them feel very uncomfortable in their hearts. However, what they did not know was that the people who stopped them were much stronger than them, to the point where they could not win at all. Luo Tian squinted his eyes, and stared at Chifu in the blink of an eye, and said, "Do you have to do this?" It was a very calm sentence. Chifu's face was full of muscles, his smile was extremely bright, and he said proudly, "Why can't I do this? Do you think that anyone can save you today? Even if Tang Zhanlong comes, it's useless, no one can save you today. All of you will die here." On the viewing platform, Li Wenzong shouted in a deep voice, "Kill him." Young Master Tianyu sneered as he waved the fan in his hand. Looking at everything on the stage, he said faintly, "Manager Qi, since he is dead, then I am the second highest bidder. Can I buy her?" Chifu smiled and said, "Of course." The people in the other private rooms did not leave. The Beastman Prince Kulei had a look of anger on his face. They, the Beastman race, were often captured as slaves. Seeing the Demon Fox clan being auctioned off, his heart was filled with anger. In addition, there was also a woman who bought 15 mysterious explosion pills who did not leave. Her face was covered with a veil, and her expression could not be seen. However, her body released an invisible aura that was different from the others. It was a completely different aura from humans. The corners of Luo Tian's mouth twitched as he sneered. At the same time, Feng Lei stood up and wiped the blood from his mouth. Xianxua moved his right hand, and the gigantic crescent sword flew into his hand. Blind Lu, who was half dead, also crawled up with his arrow. Under the surface of his skin, the ancient troll was ready to move again. The four of them looked at each other and laughed. Chapter 3. According to Luo Tian's plan, Feng Lei left the venue with Xianxia. Xianxia left with Tang Tang and Qin Yuer. He used 400 million to buy Xianxia's mother and then left. The S-rank mission was completed. This plan could not have gone any smoother. Of course. If an S-rank mission could be completed so easily, it would not be an S-rank mission. Luo Tian naturally knew that, so he knew from the beginning that he had to use force to solve it. Looking at the excited expressions on Feng Lei's and the others' faces, Luo Tian laughed and muttered, "Since you want to do this, then I can't do anything about it. As long as I don't die today, your auction house will be torn down by me." Luo Tian laughed. Shifu laughed as well. He mocked, "You want to overturn the sky with just the few of you? You think too highly of yourselves. Do you know where I am? Even Tang Zhanlong wouldn't dare to say something like that at the Dao merchant auction. A mere mystic king dares to say such words in front of me. You're courting death." The voice shouted. Shifu's brows furrowed as he shouted, "Kill them all." "Wait." Qingdanian snorted and instantly landed on the stage. He stared at Shifu and said, "Shifu, what are you trying to do? Why did you bring out the four demons of Dao trading? What are you trying to do?" Shifu's mouth turned cold. He looked at Qingdanian coldly and said, "You'd better mind your own business. Otherwise, I'll kill you too." He did not give him any face. Qingdanian was not afraid at all. He sneered, "Do you think the Dao Trading Alliance is yours? Let's see if you have the guts to kill me too. Do you know who he is? If you want to kill him, you have to think carefully." Shifu sneered, "No matter who he is, he will die today." Qingdanian frowned and shouted, "He is the one who improved the mystic exploding pellet, the one who forged the ancient flood dragon Xian weapon. He is our Dao Commerce Alliance's VIP customer. He can bring endless benefits to the Dao Commerce Alliance. If you want to kill him, you have to think carefully. If the president finds out about this, you know the consequences." "Huh? What? It's him?" Gasps of astonishment could be heard from all the private rooms. Shifu's expression changed as he looked at Luo Tian. This was something he hadn't expected. However, at this moment, Shifu's lips curled up, revealing a cold smile. "I said that no matter who he is, he will die today. I also said that you should mind your own business, otherwise, I will kill you too. I've changed my mind. You're going to die today too. If you die, no one will be able to tell the president about this matter. If he doesn't, then no one will know either." Ha ha ha. As soon as he finished speaking, Shifu's eyes darkened. "Do it." In that instant, Luo Tian, Feng Lei, Xianxia, and Blind Lu's figures disappeared into thin air. There wasn't even a trace of aura. Shifu's expression darkened. Looking at the unconscious Xianxia on the ground, his heart tightened, and he shouted, "They didn't leave, they're still here, be careful." Qingdanian also noticed this. At this moment, his eyes suddenly widened, his body trembled, and he roared in his heart, "Invisibility pellet, invisibility pellet." He actually refined the invisibility pellet, and the aura in the air did not change at all. "I can't sense it at all," and once again improved the pellet. "Oh my god, this kid is really amazing." He became more and more certain in his heart. He had to help Luo Tian. There were still some people in the venue who had not left. Their faces were filled with shock. "Unbelievable. This is unbelievable." On the stands of the private room, the half-beast man Collet laughed wildly, "Good boy." The tall woman with a veil also chuckled softly, and said, "What a strange pill, I wonder if he still has it." Li Wenzong's face was pale. No matter what, he could not let Luo Tian escape from the venue. Once he went out and the matter was leaked, then everything he had would be ruined. Bribing an assassin, assassinating the prince consort, assassinating the princess, even if he was the emperor's father-in-law, he would not be able to escape death, for a moment. The atmosphere in the venue was extremely stifling. Shifu looked around, his eyeballs rolling around, and roared, "Find them for me, you bunch of good-for-nothings, quickly find him for me." Qingdanian laughed out loud. The strength of the 4 evil spirits of Daoshang is not enough, even the strength of this Heaven's Net killer is not enough, ha ha ha. Little brother Luo Tian, can you let me sell this kind of pellet in the future? I will definitely sell it at a higher price than the profound explosion pellet, ha ha ha. Invisibility. The invisibility pellet was something that Luo Tian had improved after dozens of experiments. He was similar to the profound explosion pellet. Unless it was a profound Sage Realm expert, it was impossible to sense their aura. However, they could not make a move either. Once they made a move, they would be discovered, and the invisibility pellet would lose its effect. The effect of one invisibility pellet was 10 minutes. In these 9 minutes, Luo Tian and the other 3 did not do anything. They all surrounded the Heaven's Net killer. They were waiting for them to become manic, waiting for them to become impatient, and their minds to relax. This killer's strength was a mystique venerable realm expert. If they could not kill him in one blow, then they would have no chance of winning the following battle. They must kill him. Tick-tock, tick-tock, time passed second by second. Chifu's initial panic became manic, and he kept shouting, "You bunch of trash can't even sense a mystique king realm trash, I really don't know what's the use of training you guys. Luo Tian, you dog, come out if you have the guts." Immediately, Chifu looked at Chun on the ground, and sneered sinisterly, and said sinisterly, "You guys don't want to come out, right? Fine, I'll see how long you can hide." As he spoke, he strode to Chun's side. The fox demon in the glass box had already cried herself hoarse. The moment she saw Chun, her heart was about to break. She kept shouting, but the glass box was completely soundproof, and not a single sound could be heard. "No. No. Don't hurt my daughter, don't," the fox demon cried bitterly as tears streamed down her face. Feng Lei was shaken. Xianyuani was also shaken. Luo Tian shouted in a deep voice, "Attack." Suddenly, the 4 of them had already circulated the strength in their bodies to the peak. The 4 of them used their strength at the same time, and heavily attacked. Bang! 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 The 4 sounds were like 4 heavy thunders, completely bombarding the Heaven's Net killer's body. He could not resist the 4 attacks. Although he released the strength of a mystique venerable realm, Luo Tian and the others had not only used the invisibility pellet, but also the mystique explosion pellet. The strength was extremely fierce. Die. Chapter 4, Brothers, where are your monthly votes? Just one more monthly vote to surpass the one in front. Please, one more vote. The 4 of them attacked at the same time. 4 of their strongest attacks were launched. Even a mystique venerable rank powerhouse would find it hard to resist. Because it was too sudden, and they had only attacked after so long, so their defense was a little lax. Moreover, his mission was Luo Tian, so their biggest enemy should be Chifu and not him. What he did not expect was that the 4 of them would attack him at the same time. Boom! 4 heavy attacks were launched. The Skynet killer was sent flying. It was also at this moment that Luo Tian shouted, "Take advantage of his weakness and kill him. Don't give him any chance to make a comeback." As soon as his voice fell, Luo Tian did not pursue. Instead, he suddenly came to Chun's side. His body slid and blocked Chifu. He sneered sinisterly and punched Chifu's big belly. He roared, "Touch my people, you're courting death." Everything happened too quickly. Chifu's eyes darkened as he pushed out both his palms. He blocked Luo Tian's fist. Just as he was feeling proud, Luo Tian's eyes flashed with a cold light. He shouted again, "Level 4 Berserk." Boom! The power on the fist suddenly increased by 16 times, a powerful shockwave directly numbed Chifu's palms. He could not block it at all and the fist landed on his big belly. Pfft, he spat out a mouthful of blood. Immediately after, his body rolled on the ground and only stopped when he bumped into a large pillar. His hair was scattered and his face was pale. He was in a sorry state like a dog. There were traces of blood in his eyes as he shouted, "The invisibility pill has lost its effect. Why haven't you killed them yet? Kill them. Kill them all." His teeth were about to shatter. That kind of anger was about to spurt out from his eyes. Luo Tian sent Chifu flying with a punch. He did not stop and shouted in a deep voice, "Wind Shadow Step, level 4. Whoosh." Without even an illusion, he instantly landed beside the Skynet killer and sat on him. He scolded, "You're the one who wants to kill me, right? Kill, kill, get up and kill for me." His fists were like a rainstorm. The Heaven's Net killer didn't have any chance to make a move, and every time he attacked, he used the power of 9 dragons and elephants and level 4 berserk. He threw out hundreds of punches in a second, and the speed was so fast that it couldn't be seen clearly with the naked eye. Extremely ferocious, boom, boom, muffled sounds rang out from the center of the venue again and again, each time shocking the hearts of the spectators. Wu Liang's eyes were filled with fear. The complacent expression on young Master Tianyu's face disappeared and was replaced with embarrassment. Mystique Venerable rank, to be beaten to such an extent, they couldn't do it. Even if they were given the same people and the same pills, they still couldn't do it. Luo Tian's moves were completely random. He only remembered one thing, and that was to take your life while you were sick. Mystique Venerable ones were still humans. There were times when he was beaten into a daze. At this moment, the 4 of them attacked at the same time, and he was beaten into a daze. However, Luo Tian didn't give him a chance to wake up. The power in his fists and the monstrous killing intent in his consciousness continued to attack. The killer's face was badly mutilated, and he was beaten beyond recognition. However, Luo Tian didn't dare to let go. He wasn't dead yet. Once he let go, he would be the one to die if he counterattacked. No matter how strong a Mystique Venerable ones was, they couldn't possibly be a match for a Mystique Venerable ones. There was no doubt about this. Luo Tian was very clear about this, so he didn't dare to stop or let go. The power in his fists was still maintained at the peak. The power of 9 dragons and elephants and level 4 berserk was released wildly, and his celestial chi value was rapidly depleted. "Kill me. Kill. Your employer is here too, right? Don't let me find out who it is. Otherwise, I'll *CK his 18 generations of ancestors." Boom, boom, boom. Li Wenzong's expression was extremely ugly. Looking at Luo Tian crazily attacking the killer, every punch seemed to hit his mind. It was very uncomfortable. At this moment, he finally realized that he had provoked someone he shouldn't have. At this moment, the only hope left in his heart was that Chifu could kill Luo Tian. He began to pray in his heart. The killer's head was almost smashed, but he wasn't dead yet. Mystique Venerable rank powerhouses were extremely strong in both strength and defense. They were all people who had cultivated for hundreds of years, or even hundreds of years. In Luo Tian's eyes, a Mystique Venerable rank powerhouse had more than 8 million HP. Each of his punches could only cause a few hundred points of damage. Seeing his HP drop to 0, Luo Tian was ecstatic. At the same time, the 4 Daoist Shang demons attacked Luo Tian. Xianxia was the first to attack. He aimed his sword at the person holding the 3-meter-long sword and slashed towards him. "Loser. You're asking for it." The giant sword demon's eyes darkened. His long sword transformed into a huge crescent moon. A huge sword aura that could be seen with the naked eye flew up. His body followed closely behind the crescent moon sword aura. He sneered and shouted, "Die." Phew, Xianxia suddenly closed his eyes and let out a soft exhale. The gigantic sword moved as well. The rust on the sword began to peel off, revealing long, mysterious runes that covered the entire blade. A sliver of light floated above the runes, and slowly, a powerful force began to emanate from the Titanic Gate godly sword. Sword spirit, the power of the sword spirit, this power entered Xianxuani's body through the chains. At that moment, Xianxuani's eyes suddenly shook, and a sword light flashed in his eyes. His entire body turned into a huge sword, and he instantly rushed out. The gigantic sword followed closely behind. Break! Rumble, with a sweep of his sword, he burst forth with boundless power. Rumble! Clang! Long cracks appeared on the 3 swords before they shattered. They couldn't withstand the power of the Juk sword spirit and Xianxuani's combined swords. At this moment, the Juk sword fiend seemed to have seen an unimaginable power. Its pupils dilated as it became extremely scared. His entire body was sent flying by the impact. At the same time, Feng Lei's entire body was dripping with blood-red scales. Even his head was the same. The blood-red tattoo on the back of his head had completely disappeared and entered his body. His body carried an arrogant and fearless power, the primordial power of the demon ancestor. Grabbing one in each hand, he leaped up and then charged down like a battle axe. He directly pressed the twins into the ground. Their heads were completely buried in the ground. With the remaining half of their bodies, Feng Lei kicked down and shouted, "Die!" At this moment, Blind Lu sent the dwarf flying as well. A pair of thick wings appeared on his back. They were the miniature wings of an ancient giant demon. They carried a trace of the ancient giant demon's power as they sent the dwarf flying. Dumbfounded, too shocking. At the same time, Luo Tian leaped up, his fists were like thunder as he punched down. "Explode for me." Chapter 5, there are still 5 chapters to be updated in the afternoon. Brothers, please give me your monthly votes. Being able to defeat a Mystique Venerable rank powerhouse was all thanks to the invisibility pill. In terms of value, it might not be as good as the Black Explosion pill, but it was definitely more useful than the Black Explosion pill. It was the best pill for sneak attacks and escape. Luo Tian and the others won by luck. This was a little unfair to the Skynet assassins. However, in the world of martial arts, the strong preyed on the weak. There was no such thing as fairness. Moreover, the Skynet assassin was a Mystique Venerable rank. If it was a fair fight, 10 Luo Tians would not be a match for him. Luo Tian leaped high. His right fist was covered in thick flames as he struck down. Bang! Boom! The entire venue shook as a shocking explosion sounded. The assassin's head was directly smashed into pieces. His body twitched a few times before he stopped breathing. It was also at this moment that a system notification sounded. Luo Tian's heart tightened as a smug smile appeared on his face. He's finally dead. If he didn't, I would have died from exhaustion. In just a few minutes, Luo Tian's fists had thrown out at least tens of thousands of punches. This kind of speed almost overtaxed him. His arms were numb and his fists were bruised. If he did not die, even Luo Tian's strength would not be able to kill him. Moreover, the consumption of celestial qi was huge. The continuous use of 9 dragons and elephants in addition to level 4 berserk consumed a lot of celestial qi and quickly decreased. This was Luo Tian. If it was any other Mystique King rank 5, it would be impossible for them to have such dense celestial qi ding. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for killing number 18 Skynet Assassin. Obtained 1 million experience points, 200,000 celestial qi. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for obtaining 1000 high-grade magnetite. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for obtaining the Netherworld 8 blades. Will you cultivate it? A series of notifications sounded. Luo Tian didn't care about anything else. Just the fact that there were 1000 high-grade profound stones made him incomparably shocked. He muttered, "What the hell, this guy actually has so many high-grade profound stones on him. Good money." This was the deposit that Li Wenzong gave him. Who would have thought that before he could even use a single one, they would all be dropped to Luo Tian? This was something he couldn't imagine even if he died. Luo Tian rejoiced inwardly and said to himself, "It just so happens that I've used up too much mystic energy. Magnetite replenishes mystic energy much faster than demon cores, so I'll start with 100 pieces." Magnetite. It was a kind of ore that absorbed the profound energy of heaven and earth to form. They had been absorbing for hundreds of thousands of years. Once it was released, there would be an endless supply of profound energy. This was something demonic nuclei couldn't compare with. The demonic nuclei took a long time to release, and the growth was too slow. However, profound stones could quickly replenish it. 100 upper-grade profound stones were swallowed by Luo Tian, and his profound qi value was rising crazily. Luo Tian grinned and turned to look at Chi Fu. He smiled and asked, "Who's the one who died here?" "Ha ha ha, how exciting! Little brother, I have high hopes for you." This fatty took people from other races to be auctioned, which made me very unhappy. "You can beat them up one by one, this is really too satisfying, ha ha ha. Clay laughed wildly. His laughter was filled with explosive power, and the entire venue shook. It was even stronger than Luo Tian's punch. A light laugh could cause such a huge commotion. It was obvious how strong his cultivation was. The masked woman also smiled slightly. A 5th-level Mystic King combined with a Mystic Explosion pill to kill a Mystic Venerable Realm expert. This is the first time since ancient times. You're not simple. If there's a chance, the Southern Elf Forest welcomes you. Her voice was very pleasant, and people couldn't help but want to listen more. Southern Elf Forest? Then wasn't this woman from the elf race? Those who hadn't left were shocked again. They felt strange that someone could take out so much money to buy a Mystic Explosion pill. 10,000 years ago, other than the dragon race and the goblin race, the elf race was the wealthiest. After so many years of development, the elf race was even stronger than 10,000 years ago, and had an unshakable position in the south. A 5th-level Mystic King killing a Mystic Venerable Realm expert. This was simply a myth. If they didn't see it with their own eyes, no one would believe it. Wu Liang's face was extremely ugly. The two elders behind him were the same. At this moment, they didn't want to stay in the venue for a second longer. They couldn't wait to fly back to the sect. They couldn't afford to offend Luo Tian. Young Master Tian Yu was the same. It was as if someone had slapped him hard in the face. Thinking about how Luo Tian suddenly turned and didn't attack him, he thought to himself, if he attacked me, would I be able to block it? He boasted that he was the number 1 person under Murong Wanjian, but it seemed like he couldn't be the number 1 person at all. Luo Tian politely smiled at Ko Lei and the elf woman, then walked to Chi Fu who was still screaming under the pillar. He squatted down and smiled. Can you give me the controller now? In order to open the glass box, one must have the controller on Chi Fu's body. It was like a remote control. It was made by a mechanism master. Without the controller, the glass box couldn't be opened. If it was opened by force, it would detonate the rune chain on Chunchun's mother's neck. It was very likely to explode. Luo Tian didn't dare to take the risk. This was related to a person's life. At the same time, it was related to his S-rank mission. If the person died, the mission would naturally fail. Chi Fu heard the screams and looked at Luo Tian with a sinister smile. His face was still proud. He sneered arrogantly. Do you think you can all leave? I said that all of you will die here. Do you think the Dao Trade Alliance only has the 4 demons of Dao Trade? Let me tell you, the Dao Trade Alliance is so powerful that you can't imagine. Ha ha ha, Chi Fu's face became more and more sinister. He shouted, Guardian Long, it's time for you to appear. Swoosh. The curtain of the first private room moved slightly, and a figure appeared. Qingdanian's face darkened. He said in shock, Long Tian, left envoy Long, why are you here? That vice president, before he could finish. Long Tian stretched out his right index finger. A light flashed from his fingertip and directly shot Qingdanian's head. He said calmly, meddlesome. Bang. Qingdanian didn't resist at all. His head was directly blasted by a force. His body was on the verge of collapse. He held on for a few seconds before finally collapsing. How powerful was this? Luo Tian's face changed slightly. He looked at the old man with an aura that he couldn't sense. A sense of fear rose in his heart. He shouted, Fatty, Xianyuani, blind Lu, don't mess around. Luo Tian didn't finish his words. Feng Lei suddenly raised his head and swallowed an invisibility pill. His body disappeared. At the same time, Xianyuani and blind Lu also disappeared in an instant. Luo Tian's face was filled with shock. He said in a heavy voice, don't mess around. Long Tian's dizzy eyes slightly raised. He said coldly, Die, Chapter 6, thanks to the future can't transfer the Rubik's Cube for 10,000 book coins. Old Bull is extremely grateful. No. Luo Tian screamed hysterically. Chi Fu's eyes were ferocious as he laughed maniacally. Kill them, ha ha ha. As soon as Long Tian appeared, Luo Tian felt an oppressive feeling in his heart. This feeling did not come from pressure. It came from the feeling of Long Tian in his heart. There seemed to be no aura on his body. However, he could not sense it at all. This was his strength. The Skynet assassin just now was also a mystique venerable. His aura was cold and murderous. At least Luo Tian could sense it. However, he could not sense Long Tian's aura at all. Moreover, he could easily kill Qing Danian, who was a mystique ancestor. His cultivation had already reached a terrifying realm. It was very likely that he was a mystique saint, powerless, full of powerlessness. Luo Tian screamed with all his might, but it was all too late. Long Tian's eyes darkened. His figure disappeared as he threw out 3 consecutive palms. 3 figures flew out. Bang! 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 Feng Lei, Xian Yuanyi, and Blind Lu's bodies flew out in a straight line. They crashed into the stands hundreds of meters away. The stands were overturned. The 3 of them were in ruins. No one knew if they were dead or alive. Long Tian smirked and said disinterestedly, "Weak." Chifu stood up again. He was extremely proud. He said to Long Tian, "Guardian Long, this is the daughter that the president wants. Please bring her over." Chifu pointed at Xianxia, who was still unconscious on the ground. Luo Tian suddenly moved. He instantly stood in front of Xianxia and said, "You can't touch her." Long Tian did not have any expression. His fist turned into a palm, and he slammed it toward Luo Tian's chest. In an instant, Luo Tian's mind moved. The 7-star armored vest appeared on his body, and a faint divine light burst out from his body. When the palm came down, Luo Tian's chest was in extreme pain. His body leaned forward, and his feet touched the ground. Under the tip of his feet, there was dust on the bluestone floor. His feet drew a deep mark. Even with the protection of the 7-star armored vest, Luo Tian's internal organs were violently shaken, and his body was pushed back 5 meters. However, he didn't die. Long Tian raised his eyes and was slightly surprised. His eyes narrowed as he revealed a trace of a playful sneer. Armor treasure? His level isn't low either. He should be above the earth rank, right? Luo Tian's body was in turmoil. It was extremely unbearable, but he did his best to endure it. He stood up straight and said, "Can you let her go? I'll double the price, 800 million. By their lives." Long Tian was too powerful. He was so powerful that he could not be shaken. The difference in cultivation between the 2 of them could no longer be described with words. Luo Tian could not even look up to Long Tian's cultivation realm. Chifu laughed complacently, and said, "You are really rich, 800 million to buy 2 playthings, you are even more willing than the Skywheel King." Luo Tian, "I will definitely accept your 800 million, but don't even think about taking away their playthings, because you are going to die today." Luo Tian gritted his teeth and shouted, "They are not playthings, they are also people." Ha ha ha, Chifu laughed a few times, and said, "The demon fox race has always been for humans to play with. Their natural brow bone is to please the human race, and their existence is to let us men know what a true paradise is. They are the best playthings in the world in bed, the most comfortable playthings for you. Playthings, understand? Their demon fox race has been playthings for generations." Ha ha ha. The more he spoke, the more sinister Chifu's expression became. The word plaything kept ringing in Luo Tian's mind, and seeing Chifu's incomparably complacent expression, he roared in his heart, F***ck your ancestors. 9 dragons and 9 elephants. Second stage. Level 4 Berserk. Come out. Roar. Luo Tian's entire body's strength skyrocketed, his skin turned scarlet red, the power in his body was about to exceed the limits of his physical body's endurance, his entire body was emitting a powerful aura. At this moment, Luo Yan recklessly raised his berserk once again. "Are you sure you want to level up?" "Yes." Ding. Congratulations on leveling up the sacred art berserk. Currently at level 5 berserk, you can release 32 times the attribute power. Rumble, rumble, Luo Tian's body almost couldn't bear it, but the anger in his heart was released even more. His eyes were bloodshot, and he was incomparably ferocious. His fist sank again, and he roared towards the sky, level 5 berserk. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Boom. An incomparably loud muffled sound of thunder exploded within Luo Tian's body. His originally scarlet skin had already turned red like a piece of burning iron. Thick flames rose from the top of his head, flames formed from the burning of his power. At this moment, and Chen, who had been unconscious all this time, woke up. Seeing Luo Tian's entire body red, as if his entire body was in a furnace, she cried out, "Big brother Luo Tian, don't be like this, don't be like this, quickly leave, don't worry about me and my mother, quickly leave." She was dumbfounded. At that moment, she didn't know what she could do to help Luo Tian. So she thought of death. She didn't want Luo Tian to suffer such intense pain. Seeing Luo Tian on the verge of madness, with an expression of incomparable pain, her heart felt very uncomfortable, very uncomfortable. And Chen couldn't say anything about that kind of uncomfortable feeling, and tears flowed out of her eyes. Level 5 Berserk, 32 times the attribute power, in addition to the power of 2 dragons and 2 elephants, Luo Tian's body was about to explode. His body simply couldn't withstand such a powerful force. But, he had no other choice. Seeing Chen wake up, Luo Tian smiled and said, "I promised you, I will definitely help you save your mother. We made a pinky promise, don't worry, I will definitely save your mother." In the Ghost Prison Mountain Range, in the Luo family of Jade Mountain City. In the North City, in the Imperial Palace. And Chen's cute smiling face appeared in Luo Tian's mind. "Big brother Luo Tian, let's pinky promise. Big brother Luo Tian, when Chen grows up, I will marry you. Big brother Luo Tian, don't ever leave me, okay? Big brother Luo Tian, Chen will never be naughty again." Every word of hers echoed in Luo Tian's heart. Thinking of these, Luo Tian's heart felt warm. Even if he had to risk his life, he would save her mother and bring in Chen out of here. Because they had made a pinky promise, Long Tian was shocked. Luo Tian's power was almost at the mystique venerable rank. What kind of skill did he practice? Too strong. However, it wasn't over yet. Luo Tian looked up and swallowed a mystic explosion pill. His cultivation immediately rose from level 5 Mystique King to level 7 Mystique King, and his strength doubled. At this moment, he was ready to risk his life. He clenched his fists, a series of air explosions sounded around him. Rumble. Rumble. Luo Tian's lips curled into a sinister smile. His entire person was like a mad demon. Chapter 7 delivered. There was a mistake in the title of the previous chapter. Because it was a VIP chapter, it couldn't be changed. Therefore, Old Neo is at fault, please forgive. Carrot. So terrifying, the power released by Luo Tian's body caused the entire venue to fall into panic. Wu Liang didn't dare to stay any longer. He was so scared that his legs went soft. He was barely able to stand up and walk over with the help of 2 elders. Young Master Tianyu, who had been floating in the air, had also disappeared at some point. Luo Tian, he was no match for him at all. His cheeks were burning. It was extremely painful to be slapped in the face by Luo Tian's power. Ha ha ha, strong enough, brave enough. Boy, I'm starting to like you. Long Tian, he's just a profound King Realm martial artist. You won't be too heavy on him, right? If you seal your power at the peak of the profound King Realm, no, the peak of the profound Ancestor Realm, you won't be his match. Do you want to give it a try? Kulei frowned anxiously. He was anxious for Luo Tian, the elf woman was the same. The power that Luo Tian had erupted with was too shocking. This kind of person shouldn't die here. The elf woman's body darkened, and a 7-colored holy light faintly rose from her palm, at the same time. Cray was holding a huge warhammer in his right hand. Chifu was so scared that he peed his pants. His face was as pale as ash, and his crotch was wet. Looking at Luo Tian, his whole body was red. The power that erupted from his body made his mind tremble. For the first time in his life, fear rose in his heart. This was the second time since he became the general manager of the Dao Commerce Alliance. The first time was in front of the president, that was a crushing aura, but now it was different. In terms of cultivation, his cultivation was higher than Luo Tian's, but now he didn't have the slightest strength to resist the power released by Luo Tian. His whole body trembled, and he urged, "Kill him, Protector Long, quickly kill him, fear, incomparable fear." His heart fell into incomparable panic, and he couldn't wait for Long Tian to tear Luo Tian into pieces. Long Tian frowned slightly and said indifferently, "You are very strong, very strong. If you were given some more time to grow, you might have had the opportunity to reach the peak of the profound sage realm. Unfortunately, it's really a pity that you are going to die today. I don't want to kill you. But you must die." Long Tian's cold expression revealed a trace of pity. Luo Tian sneered and said, "Don't pretend to be virtuous. You're not a good person either. Do you think I'll be grateful to you just because you said a few words? In my eyes, you're the one who's going to die, boss." From the moment Long Tianyi appeared, Luo Tian's eyes flashed. Boss. Without a doubt, he was the ultimate boss. A peak mystique venerable rank powerhouse could see through the invisibility pill at a glance. Their strength was infinitely close to the profound sage realm. Long Tian's cultivation was heaven-defying to Luo Tian. This was also completely in line with the standards of an S-rank mission. If it was not even this difficult, it would not be worthy of being called an S-rank mission. Long Tian's expression turned cold as he snorted and said, "Do you think you're a match for me with your current strength? In my eyes, you're just an ant. Even if you release such powerful strength, you're still an ant. Squashing you to death is a piece of cake." Luo Tian did not waste time talking nonsense with him and directly scolded, "Then King come at me. You're courting death." Long Tian glared as a ball of anger rose in his heart. His figure suddenly disappeared, and in an instant, he attacked. The strength of a mystique venerable rank powerhouse was released, and his palm landed heavily on Luo Tian's chest. "Humph. Is this all you've got?" Luo Tian did not move and allowed Long Tian's palm to hit him. The aura of the Seven Stars Great Emperor flowed within the Seven Stars armored vest. How powerful was the Seven Stars Great Emperor? Moreover, Luo Tian's defense had been increased by 32 times. This time, Luo Tian's body only trembled slightly. Long Tian was shocked, it was also. At this moment, Luo Tian's right hand moved, and the blood-sucking blade appeared in his hand. He slashed out horizontally. Blade chi like fire, the blade cut through the space in front of Luo Tian and continued to slash towards Long Tian's body through the void. Luo Tian's right hand moved and waved heavily. A khaki energy instantly attacked and he shouted in a deep voice, "Break for me." Boom. The incomparably dense blade chi was instantly shattered. Luo Tian also took the opportunity to rush out. The long blade dragged on the ground and made a series of metal-cutting sounds. It was ear-piercing and unbearable. Long Tian retreated slightly, and his expression became serious. He was shocked. Where did this kid come from? The cultivation techniques he cultivates are all incomparably powerful. Even I have never cultivated such a variety of powerful cultivation techniques. How did he cultivate them? Seeing Luo Tian rush over, the space between his brows twitched, and his body suddenly stopped. He clasped his palms together and closed his eyes. Then, he shouted in a deep voice, "Barren earth, power of the netherworld, dragon soaring heaven, appear. Ninefold dragon divine palm. Break for me." The elf woman's expression changed drastically as she shouted anxiously, "Retreat, you're no match for him." Kulei flew down and slammed the warhammer in his hand down. He cursed angrily, "Long Tian, do you have any king shame? You actually used a heaven-tier cultivation technique on a mystic monarch brat. You've completely embarrassed the mystic venerable realm." The warhammer fell, and the entire venue let out a violent rumble. Kulei did not go forward, and he could not go forward. He represented the beast men. Once they became enemies with the Dao Commerce Alliance, the beast men would lose their powerful support. Then, their life in the wildlands would become more and more difficult. However, this violent rumble reminded Luo Tian that it was dangerous. He could not go forward. Long Tian sneered and threatened, "The two of you better not interfere. Otherwise, you know very well how powerful the Dao Commerce Alliance is." As soon as he finished speaking, a khaki-colored power condensed on Long Tian's palms. The power contained a terrifying aura. It was strong, a ridiculously strong power. At this moment, Luo Tian had no way out. He gripped the hilt of his saber tightly with both hands and leaped up. He released all his power on the blood-sucking saber and shouted in his mind, "Let me see the power of the world's #1 saber." Tyrannical slash. Explode. The saber slashed down, with endless arrogance and tyrannical power, the saber slashed down. Long Tian's expression was ferocious as he moved his right palm. Ninefold dragon divine palm, brat, go to hell. His right palm continued to move. 9 palms appeared in the void and superimposed on each other in an instant. The 9 palms joined forces and a divine dragon appeared. A vigorous dragon roar was heard from Long Tian's palm. The power of the divine dragon was imbued with the power of the divine dragon as it struck Luo Tian's tyrannical chop. Brother Luo Tian, boss. Boss. Dragon head. At this moment, the 3 of them climbed up from the ruins with difficulty. Their bodies were covered in blood and were almost crippled. Looking at the battle between Luo Tian and Long Tian, their hearts sank. Rumble. Chapter 8, 2 more monthly votes to catch up with the first place. Begging for monthly votes. 2 more chapters will be delivered tonight. Peak power, the strongest confrontation, a 5th level mystic king against a peak mystic venerable. How great was the disparity in strength? However, Long Tian, who was at the peak of the mystic venerable, had no choice but to use his strongest power, his strongest cultivation technique, the 9 dragon god palm, heaven rank cultivation technique. This set of palm techniques could instantly kill all martial artists below the profound sage realm. This was the cultivation technique that Long Tian was most proud of. It was also because of this cultivation technique that he became the protector of the Dao Commerce Alliance and enjoyed tens of thousands of high-grade magnetite cultivation resources every year. He had never thought that he would use it to deal with a mere 5th-level mystic king youth. Never, however, today, he had no choice but to do so. Luo Tian, the power of 2 dragons and 2 elephants, the attribute power of the 5th-level berserk, and the power of the mystic exploding pill. The 3 powers stacked together and then completely entered the blood-sucking blade, completely activating the power of the number 1 blade in the world. If these powers were on the body of an ordinary mystic king martial artist, their physical body would probably explode. Luo Tian, he felt very uncomfortable, very uncomfortable. It was as if his skin and flesh were cracking inch by inch, his bones were breaking inch by inch, and his internal organs were shattering inch by inch. This kind of pain was indescribable, but for Chun, for his promise, he gritted his teeth, risked his life, and forcefully endured it, holding the 1,800-kilogram blood-sucking blade tightly with both hands. He released all the power in his body into the blade. Rumble. Rumble. The blade soul of the tyrant blade was extremely excited. This kind of power made him extremely excited. A bloody light soared into the sky and slashed down angrily. The domineering power pressed down on Long Tian as if it could destroy the heavens and earth. Long Tian's hair bun was blown into a mess, his robes were fluttering, and the flesh on his face was pressed down by this power. The 9 palms merged into one, and the power of the dragon god poured in. He raised his palm and roared, "Brat, die!" The 2 forces collided. The world lost its color. Flame soared into the sky. Luo Tian, Long Tian, with them as the center, the area 10 meters away from them exploded crazily. Each explosion was stronger than the last, and the entire venue quickly collapsed, turning into dust in an instant. The shockwave of energy swept through the entire Heaven Sword City. It was like a magnitude 10 earthquake, terrifying, it was too terrifying. Clay's face was pale as he slammed the warhammer in his hand into the ground. His long hair fluttered in the wind, and the shockwaves from the energy slashed across his face like knives. He was also a peak mystique venerable rank fighter, and this kind of power made him feel a sense of fear. He was too strong. The elf clan woman's body was covered with a 7-colored holy screen, and the 10-colored barrier trembled slightly. Her face was also pale, and she was completely shocked by this power. Was this still the Mystic King realm? Was he just a teenager who wasn't even 20 yet? It was too unbelievable. At this moment, everyone was filled with admiration for Luo Tian. Regardless of whether he died today or not, his name would cause a sensation on this continent. Bang! Long Tian's body suddenly sank, and he staggered back a few steps. The blood in his chest roiled, and he couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of black blood. His face was pale, but the corner of his mouth revealed a complacent sneer. Boom! Clang! A man and a saber fell from the sky. The bloody light on Wild Drawblade's body dimmed a lot, and its original domineering aura also disappeared a lot, as if it was seriously injured. Luo Tian collapsed in the ruins. His face was pale, and his breathing was weak. His fists were still clenched tightly, and he clenched them again and again. He shouted in his heart, "Can't I? Still can't I? Can I really not do it? Luo Tian, are you really going to admit defeat?" He could be said to be the first person in history to be able to fight a peak mystique venerable rank fighter to this extent. Big brother Luo Tian, boss, boss, and Chen cried until her eyes were blurred, and she screamed at the top of her lungs. Xianxia, Feng Lei, and Blind Lu ran down crazily as if they didn't care about their lives. Each of them was heavily injured, but when they saw Luo Tian lying motionless on the ground, they ignored their injuries and all rushed down. Ha ha ha, ha ha ha, ha ha ha, Chifu laughed. His laughter was extremely ferocious and arrogant. He pointed at Luo Tian on the ruins and scolded, "You dog, you want to fight with me? Don't you know who you are? Who do you think you are? What right do you have to fight with me? Ha ha ha." He laughed crazily. He completely released the fear he had just now. He walked forward step by step, with a cold smile on his face, and walked to Luo Tian's side. Feng Lei blocked it. Slap. A slap came down. Bang. Feng Lei fell to the ground. He got up again and used his body to block Luo Tian. Chifu slapped him again. He fell again, got up again, and blocked it again. He slapped again, and again. Feng Lei's head was full of blood, and it flowed down. His entire head did not look human at all. His eyes, mouth, nose, and even the tip of his hair were all dripping with blood. His body was still motionless in front of Luo Tian, and he grinned and said in a low voice, "Those who touch my boss, die. Get down." Chifu slapped him again. Bang. Feng Lei's head hit a rock, but blood gushed out. This time, he did not get up. Just as Chifu was about to take a new step, Xianxia stood up and grinned. He smiled very happily, very happily. He had never smiled so happily in his life. He said fiercely, "Those who touch my boss, die." Chifu laughed deeply and mocked loudly, "Ha ha ha, there are really people in this world who are not afraid of death, ha ha ha." As soon as his laughter fell, Chifu's palm slapped down. Xianxia did not fall, because he was holding a sword in his hands. Chifu's gaze turned ferocious, and he slapped him again. Xianxia was holding on. He did not move, and his eyes were extremely simple. He held on tightly. He knew very well that this little bit of damage was nothing to his boss, Luo Tian. Under the power of a peak mystique venerable, the damage was unimaginably terrifying. Chifu's hand hurt from slapping, and he was tired. He panted heavily. At this moment, Xianxia was also covered in blood. Only a pair of bright eyes were left. They were as firm as the sword intent that he had cultivated for many years. He stared into the distance. Chifu turned around angrily and found a broken saber. He then turned to Long Tian and said, "Protector Long, I'll have to trouble you to bring that little girl to the vice president. Leave this group of trash to me." Immediately after, Long Tian walked forward and grabbed Chen with one hand, as if he was holding a chicken that had fallen into water. And Chen's tears were about to dry up. She screamed at the top of her lungs, "Brother Luo Tian, save me. Mother, save me. Mother." All of a sudden, Luo Tian, who had fainted, suddenly opened his eyes. He clenched his fists and roared at the sky, "I've become a demon." Chapter 9. There was still one more chapter before 10 o'clock. "Big brother Luo Tian, save me." And Chen's voice woke Luo Tian up. Waking up from the dark abyss, he saw the word hell in the dark abyss, he saw the Grim Reaper smiling at him. At that moment, he thought he was going to die. However, when he heard Chen's cry, he woke up abruptly and thought to himself, "I still have a mission to complete, I still have a promise to fulfill. I can't die, I definitely can't die." At that moment, Luo Tian's heart trembled slightly. The moment he opened his eyes, Luo Tian did not hesitate and immediately activated 1,000,000 undead demons in exchange for becoming a demon. He had no other choice. If he had any other choice, even the slightest choice, he would not choose to become a demon. Because, when he completed the Great Art of Bedevilment mission, when he was about to activate the bedevilment, a system notification popped up. Bedevilment would plant a demon's heart. The demon's heart would make you lose yourself, and it was very likely that you would kill your loved ones. Demon's heart, Luo Tian did not know what it was. However, he knew very well what bedevilment was and what it felt like. When the gore fiend was about to take control of him, he felt the strength of the demon's heart. That killing intent, that ruthlessness, it was a horror that he could not imagine. It was 10,000 times more terrifying than the million corpses in the massacre world. Therefore, Luo Tian hesitated. He did not choose to become a demon the moment he completed the mission. He did not choose to become a demon when he faced the Skynet assassin who was Mystique Venerable rank. However, he had no choice now. Feng Lei's fate was unknown. Xianyuani stood there motionless with his sword in hand. He was the same. The demon's wings on Blind Lu's body grew bigger and bigger. If he did not stop it, he would probably turn into an ancient troll again. Luo Tian knew the pain very well. Blind Lu's injuries when he turned into an ancient troll last time had not completely healed. If he activated the ancient troll in his body again, he would probably die. Luo Tian had no other choice. He looked up at the sky and roared, "I'm going to become a demon." Ding. Reminder, player Luo Tian, is sure you want to become a demon? Yes. Ding. Reminder again, player Luo Tian, are you sure you want to become a demon? Do you want to know what will happen after becoming a demon? Yes, yes, yes. I'm going to turn into a demon. Don't talk to me anymore. Luo Tian rebuked irritably. Half a second later. Ding. Player Luo Tian has chosen to become a demon. Ding. System matching, bedevilment activated. Luo Tian closed his eyes and waited for the random selection. This kind of randomness made him a little irritated. If it was a demon soldier, how could he deal with Long Tian? He was secretly nervous. Luo Tian couldn't help but clench his fists and frown. At this moment, his heart calmed down and he quietly waited for the result. This process felt as long as 10,000 years, so long that he almost fainted from the pain. The moment Luo Tian chose to turn into a demon, and Chen Chen in Long Tian's hand closed her eyes slightly. Suddenly, his entire body shone brightly as a holy light soared into the sky. Following that, it descended from the sky and directly landed on Luo Tian's body. Bit by bit, Luo Tian's body was sucked in. The demon fox woman in the glass box had a dull look in her eyes. Long Tian stopped. His eyes were filled with shock. Cray was stunned. The elven woman was also stunned. Chifu was also stunned, but he quickly reacted and became extremely excited in his heart. The power that the vice president wants. This is the power that the vice president wants. It's indeed extraordinary, ha ha ha. At this moment, his eyes were flashing, his hands holding on to the railing, his heart was filled with unspeakable excitement, and he muttered to himself in a low voice, the legends are true. The demon fox race actually has this kind of divine power, ha 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 ha. This time, I'll definitely be able to break through, I'll definitely be able to, ha ha ha. Because, Luo Tian's eyes were closed, and he did not notice anything. He only felt that the system had some strange changes. Originally, it was a random selection of demons, but in the end, it suddenly stopped at one place. It was also at this moment. The system beep sounded out in his mind. Luo Tian's mind tensed up, the moment to decide his fate had arrived. Ding. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for successfully becoming a demon. Ding. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for becoming the Demon Emperor Xing Tian. Ding. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for comprehending the heaven-punishing sacred art, beheading strike. Ding. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for comprehending the heaven-punishing sacred art, Panga God /. Excited, Luo Tian thought that he had misheard. He opened the system and looked at it word by word. When he saw the words bedeviled Xingtian, his blood boiled. Xing Tian, one of the top 10 ancient demons. He possessed unparalleled power. How could it be him? Could it be that his luck had exploded? This was simply a heaven-defying demon emperor. Xianxia's power was so terrifying and powerful that even Luo Tian himself could not describe it. At this moment, his entire body felt as if it was filled with chicken blood. He was incomparably excited, and every cell in his body was excited. Xianxian. War God Xianxian. One of the top 10 ancient demon emperors, his strength is second only to Qiyu. How heaven-defying is Laozi's luck, to actually be randomly selected as the demon emperor Xianxian. System, I love you for 10,000 years. Luo Tian was extremely excited in his heart. However, he did not know that the reason why he was able to choose the demon emperor Xianxian was all because of Chen. The mysterious power in her body caused the system to change its original choice. This was Chen's power, unparalleled divine power, in that instant. The system sounded out again. Ding. Are you bedeviled? Luo Tian grinned sinisterly, the idea moved, and said, yes. Rumble. An explosive sound came out from Luo Tian's body as he suddenly stood up. He grinned sinisterly as he stared at Qi Fu and said coldly, you will die. Then. He looked at Long Tian and said, you will die too. Luo Tian's gaze, the words he said, were like the god of death. That feeling caused Long Tian's heart to tremble. Qi Fu was so scared that he fell to the ground, and then looked at Luo Tian seriously. He realized that he had become a little different, but he couldn't tell what was different. He scolded angrily, you dog, even if you die 10,000 times, Laozi will not die. Long Tian's brows relaxed, and he laughed coldly, you don't know the immensity of heaven and earth, do you really think that your little bit of strength can kill me? Why don't you take a look at your own cultivation? In front of me, you will always be an ant. An ant that will never be able to turn over. And Chen was very weak. Very weak. Seeing Luo Tian stand up, he smiled lightly and said to Long Tian very seriously, you really will die. In a split second. Luo Tian clenched his fists, and his entire body began to undergo a crazy change. The unparalleled power of the demon emperor erupted from his body. The demon emperor Xianxian had descended. Chapter 10, Delivery, 6 more votes to reach 50. Brothers, can you give me another vote? Don't forget the recommendation ticket. Demon Emperor Xianxian, the dense aura of the demon race emanated from his body. Savage, ruthless, bloody, with an incomparably dense murderous aura. Luo Tian's entire body was changing. He was nearly 3 meters tall, and the muscles on his body had expanded. It was a dark blood-red color, and his hair had all turned blood-red. His 2 eyes flashed with a dense blood-red light. His naked upper body looked as if it was cast from copper, filled with incomparably powerful strength. Every inch of his skin, and even his pores, were filled with powerful strength. Feeling this powerful force, Luo Tian became excited, and laughed wildly, ha 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 ha, the laughter shook the air. Bang! 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 Around his body, a series of explosions came from the depths of the earth like fountains. It was a terrifying mess. It was also at this moment. Luo Tian's right hand moved, and the blood god's heavenly domain sword appeared in his hand. The purple-red light was the symbol of the holy artifact that exploded from the bloodline. It contained the power of the bloodline, and also the power of the heavenly domain immortal stone. Luo Tian gently grasped it, and the power of his body and the heavenly domain sword quickly fused, forming a resonance. The sword released an incomparably ear-piercing sword cry that sounded like the howl of a god, and following that, a ball of red light burst out from the sword, and the purple light became even stronger. Holy artifact? Demon race holy artifact? Isn't that sword the blood demon heavenly domain divine sword that had disappeared for 10,000 years? How could it be in his hands? This brat is indeed not an ordinary person. He is actually the second-ranked war god Xianxian of the 10 great ancient demon emperor. There were only a few people in the venue whose faces were filled with incomparable shock. Just as they were discussing about the blood god's heavenly domain divine sword, Luo Tian had also put on the blood god's armor and blood god's ring. The scarlet blood light on his body became even more terrifying, as if one would be invaded by demons and lose their minds. Ha ha ha, Luo Tian looked up to the sky and laughed wildly. He pointed his sword fiercely at Qi Fu, who was already scared silly, and snorted coldly, I told you you would die. The laughter was very thick. It was very heavy, and there was a domineering aura in his words that could not be defied. It was a domineering aura that only the Demon Emperor could release. Chifu's face was extremely pale. He looked in the direction of VIP room number 1, his body trembling as he shouted, Vice President, save me, save me, save me. Luo Tian followed Chifu's gaze and saw a man standing on the viewing platform of the number 1 private room. The man looked no different from an ordinary person. He laughed arrogantly and said, he's your dog, isn't he? It's you who wants to hit on an Chun Chun, right? Luo Tian frowned. He turned his head and glared at Chifu. Suddenly, he shouted and slightly stomped his right foot. Die for me. Pooh. Bang. Chifu's body was instantly destroyed by a force. His body turned into fine powder. Just a thought was enough to kill him. He couldn't resist at all, and he didn't even have the chance to resist. When the thought entered his body, his eyes darkened, and his body instantly exploded. Not even a drop of blood came out. It directly turned into fine powder. Terrifying, it was too terrifying. Even Long Tian was unable to do it. Cray became excited. Staring at the bedeviled Luo Tian, he laughed out loud, Brat, you're fierce enough, I like it, ha ha ha. The elf clan frowned, she did not say anything, but looked at Luo Tian carefully. The elf clan and the demon clan had an irreconcilable enmity. Seeing Luo Tian become bewitched, her heart sank. However, she was still happy for Luo Tian. This young man was truly amazing. Regardless of whether he was from the demon clan or not, Luo Tian was indeed amazing. The system sounded out. Luo Tian did not pay any attention to it, and once again looked at VIP room 1, laughed coldly, and said, he's also your dog, right? Bang. Long Tian put an Chun Chun down, his expression serious. He did not ask the vice president for help like Chifu, but instead took a step forward, releasing all the power of a peak mystique venerable rank. There was still a disdainful smile at the corner of his mouth, and he said, turning into a demon, I knew you weren't anything good. You're actually from the demon clan, and you think you can defeat me by turning into a demon emperor? Your own cultivation is there, even if you turn into a demon, you'll still have the strength of a mystique king. Indeed, Luo Tian turned into a demon, and his cultivation was still at the mystique king. Although he was the demon emperor Xing Tian, his cultivation could not be changed. He was still at the mystique king. There were many restrictions. He could only turn into a demon once a day, and it could not exceed 10 minutes. Otherwise, the demon heart in his body would take the opportunity to grow, and the demon heart would take over his body. Then, he would never be able to change into a human form again, and he would never be able to take it back. He would only be a puppet of the demon heart. The cultivation of the demon body increased along with Luo Tian's. This was something that could not be changed. However, this was already a pleasant surprise for Luo Tian, because if he had 2 professions in the game, the other profession would have to be reborn from level 1, which would take his life. How could the demon emperor Xing Tian, who was at the mystique king realm, be compared to an ordinary mystique king? Moreover, the most important point. Luo Tian's human body could not use Xing Tian's skills, and the skills of the demon clan could not be used at all. However, the demon body could use all the skills that Luo Tian had cultivated before. This surprised him greatly. So, when Long Tian walked over, Luo Tian laughed. His laugh was very arrogant, and it made Long Tian very unhappy. Long Tian stood 10 steps away from Luo Tian and stopped. He said disdainfully, Laugh? Laugh as much as you want. You'll have the chance to laugh later. You can only laugh in hell. His voice sank. The power of a peak mystique venerable rank was released endlessly. Strong winds blew, and his robes fluttered. There were continuous explosive sounds in the void, and the space around him became distorted. The power of a peak mystique venerable rank was really terrifying. Clasping his palms together, the 9 palm prints landed on 9 positions on his body. Long Tian's long hair flew, and his eyes were like gods. Wave after wave of power burst out from his dantian, circulating on the 9 palm prints. 9 dragon divine palm? It seems a little different this time. It's at least 3 times stronger than before. This old man was hiding his strength just now. Looks like after this chapter, that kid won't be able to withstand it even if he transformed into a demon. The difference in strength is too great. Transforming into a demon can't change it. Kid, be careful. Kulei's heart tightened, and he took a few steps back before stopping. He did not dare to get too close, because the power released from Long Tian's body was too terrifying. Luo Tian's lips curled slightly, and he smiled, revealing a deathly smile, and said, "Still this unorthodox technique? I'll show you what a divine technique is. Level 5 Rage. 9 Dragons 9 Elephants. Black Explosion Pill. Demon Emperor Xianxia, Decapitation Strike, Behead. A new day, monthly votes, recommendation votes, all of them." There were many things to do today, but there would still be 5 chapters to update today. There was only one chapter in the morning, and the updates would be in the afternoon and evening. He once again stacked his strength. Only this time, it was a little different from the previous time. Demon Emperor Xianxia's body was able to easily withstand the power. There was no pain at all, nor was there any swelling pain. Plus, the Blood God Ring and the armor released the power of the semi-artifact. In an instant, Luo Tian channeled all of this power into the Blood God Heavenly Domain Divine Sword. Xianxia's body was not used to that kind of Heavenly Domain sword. He preferred to use rough axes. Holding the sword hilt with both hands, he took a step forward, and the demonic flames on his body surged out like a raging sea. His blood-red eyes stared at Long Tian, and he laughed maniacally, "Die." At this moment, Long Tian's 9 palms merged into one, the power of the dragon god surged out, and the yellow aura also soared to 100,000 feet. Seeing Luo Tian's sword slashing towards him, his eyes darkened, and he shouted, "The one who will die will definitely be you." 9 Dragon God Palm, destroy. Decapitation Strike. Kill. Kill. A sword slashed down, and a palm struck out. At this moment, the earthing yellow energy collided with the dark demonic flames. Just like an antimatter bomb, all the light in the surroundings dimmed and was sucked in. Then, it suddenly exploded, and the shockwave of power rose to 100,000 feet like a tsunami, sweeping out heavily. 10 meters away from the two of them, another series of explosions could be heard. It was as if the earth had collapsed and the world had been destroyed. The entire Heaven Sword City shook violently. This shock wave spread to the netherworld and beyond the 9 heavens, alarming countless experts. Even the demons in the demon territory cheered. A while ago, it was the blood demon's aura that spread throughout the world. This time, it was the demon emperor Xianxia. Could it be that the demon clan was going to sweep through and slaughter the world again? This was the thought in the hearts of those experts. Because Luo Tian's power as a demon emperor was simply too strong, too powerful, they had no choice but to think so. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Boom. The power of the 9 Dragon God Palm collapsed. The power of the decapitation strike also dissipated. This time, Luo Tian's body did not shake at all. He did not even feel the slightest bit of vibration. Long Tian's face was pale and he staggered back. His eyes were filled with fear and the blood in his chest churned. He couldn't help but cough up a mouthful of black blood. At this moment, he raised his eyes and looked at VIP Room 1. Not dead? F***ck, this guy's strength is too weak. Luo Tian shrugged his shoulders and said with disdain. Although he didn't kill Long Tian, he was already very happy in his heart. The decapitation strike was Devil Emperor Xianxia's magical power. It was very powerful. However, Luo Tian's strength was not enough. His current cultivation was only at the Profound King realm, and he was completely unable to unleash the true might of the beheading strike. If it was Devil Emperor Xianxia, let alone Long Tian who was at the Mystic Venerable realm, even a peak-stage mystic the arch-expert would be smashed into smithereens by this attack. How powerful was the divine might? Seeing Luo Tian's frightened appearance, Luo Tian laughed wildly and said, "Weren't you very arrogant just now? Didn't you want to kill me? Come on, come again. Are you scared now? Are you impotent?" Long Tian's face was ferocious, and the flames of fury in his heart were boundless. He shouted, "Brat, don't be smug. Proud? So what if I'm proud of it? Come up and bite me? F***ck. You son of a b asterisk tch, where's your arrogance from just now? Luo Tian was rather proud, and he looked at Long Tian with disdain. He walked forward step by step, and said coldly, I'm proud of it. Come and bite me, come on. They were aggressive. He did not give anyone face at all. Luo Tian was like this. Arrogant, he would be arrogant to the extreme, so what if he was a peak stage mystic venerable realm expert? He still had to kneel before me, seeing his brothers fall into pools of blood one by one, seeing In Chun crying her eyes out, seeing In Chun's mother screaming her heart out but not being able to make any sound. Luo Tian's heart was pressuring him until he could not breathe. His anger had never disappeared. Therefore, he was ruthlessly arrogant, desperately arrogant, and unleashed all the anger in his heart. Step by step, the demonic flames on his body shot out tens of thousands of feet. The heavenly domain divine sword was screaming, the blood god armor, the blood god ring were screaming, and even the powerful demonic heart hidden in Xing Tian's body was screaming. At this moment, Luo Tian stepped heavily on the ground, both of his hands tightly gripping the sword hilt, and laughed maniacally. You're not coming, are you? If you don't come, I will. Suddenly, the aura of power on Luo Tian's body surged once again. The devil flames on his body immediately turned dark red, devouring everything around him. He pointed his sword at Long Tian and said sinisterly, Die. Enough. Boom. With a loud sound, the devil flames on Luo Tian's body were instantly suppressed. Luo Tian raised his eyes and stared at the ordinary man in box number 1. His body released an aura that only the demon emperor had, that kind of arrogance, tyranny, and disregard for everything. He shouted coldly, Is that enough? Why do I feel like it's just the beginning? Kid. Take your men and leave this place. I'll pretend that nothing happened today. The man said casually, his eyes revealing a kind of charity. Kulei frowned, and immediately reminded him, Brother, let's go. While speaking, he kept giving Luo Tian a look. Obviously, this man was very terrifying. Luo Tian did not retreat in the slightest, and laughed, You were the one who caused this, and now you say it's over and done with? Who the f***ck do you think you are? Kneel down and kowtow to me 10,000 times, and this matter will be over. Presumptuous. The middle-aged man bellowed. Luo Tian was not afraid in the slightest, and scolded angrily, How dare you? The middle-aged man's gaze darkened, and an incomparably powerful force pressed down on Luo Tian. Luo Tian did not care about him at all. He turned to look at Long Tian and said, Your master is very unhappy, but I am very happy. I want to kill people when I am happy, so you can go to hell for me. 5 Berserk. Previous chapter Next chapter Boom. 9 dragons and 9 elephants. Previous chapter Next chapter Boom. He raised his head, swallowed a handful of profound explosion Dan, and shouted, Explode for me. Boom, boom, boom. He once again released his strongest power. The devil flames once again grew unbridled. He turned to look at the man in the sky, grinned sinisterly, and said, Die for me. A sword slashed down. Long Tian was unable to resist at all. He was incomparably afraid, so afraid that he could die. In the end, he cried out loudly, Big brother, save me. Kid. You're courting death. The man was extremely angry. He released an incomparable majesty from his body and turned into an incomparably ferocious ancient wolf. He directly pounced towards Luo Tian. Luo Tian laughed. The angrier others were, the more excited and arrogant he was. This was a devil. Looking at the middle-aged man's rage, Luo Tian did not hesitate at all. He slashed down with his sword and directly split Long Tian's body into 2 halves. Raging Sky roared, Explode for me. Chapter 2. Brothers who still have monthly votes, please support me. End of chapter 314. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.